I practice flying dragon riding in the fantasy sewer. Family, this start is too amazing. A waste named David, struck by lightning for overdue manuscripts, is directly transported to the Douluo continent, becoming the great prince of the Dou Empire. Davis just the unlucky guy who had an optimal start but was defeated by his younger brother. 5 years later, during the Soul Awakening, everyone was stunned. The Dou Emperor personally intervened, and behind Davis appeared a white tiger with a white base and golden patterns, even more imposing than the traditional white tiger. The emperor frowned and immediately declared, "This is the white tiger. Who dares to say otherwise?" Even more astonishing was the soul power measurement. The crystal ball lit up fully. Innate full soul power. The emperor was ecstatic. "Good son, make a request. As long as it's not illegal, your father will agree." Everyone thought he would ask for a soul bone, but Davis bowed and said, "Father, I want a treasure from the treasury." Family, can you guess what he wants? Is it 100,000-year soul bone, or some incredible artifact? With this flying dragon riding start, can he rewrite the fate of being beaten by his brother? Everyone assumed that what Davis demanded would be an extremely rare soul bone, perhaps a head or torso bone, and certainly not less than 50,000 years old. The next chapter is a direct high-energy moment. Davis walked into the treasury, ignoring a pile of soul bones, and headed straight for a dusty box in the corner. The emperor was stunned. "What do you want with this broken thing?" But Davis' request left everyone dumbfounded. "Family, I really don't understand this operation." The innate full soul power Luo Great Prince, ignoring 10th Sandy or soul bones, actually just asked for a giant peak soul locking bracelet. This broken thing claims to temper the body, but it's a soul power vampire. After an hour of meditation by a great soul master, it only has enough soul power for its minimum consumption for an hour. The entire Douluo considers it useless, yet he treats it as a treasure. And what happened next? Davis turned around and opened the card system. Yes. This guy crossed over with a card drawing cheat, capable of drawing things from Yong's martial arts universe. With 6 lottery chances accumulated over 6 years, he went all in. Complete Zen heart method? Got it. The authentic Taoist internal skill, which became a top-tier soul power cultivation method in Douluo, allowing him to increase soul power just by walking when practiced to the extreme. Jinshan Iron Palm? Done. The Wudong ultimate skill transformed into his own soul skill, with a ferocity comparable to the 18 dragon subduing palms. Plus golden silk soft armor, small returning pills, and 10th Sandy cold jade pendants. This is a massive profit. It turns out he had already calculated everything. The complete Zen heart method could offset the soul power consumption of the soul locking bracelet, allowing him to temper his body while increasing soul power. This cheat is just too amazing. Even more thrilling, on the day of awakening, the third prince, Dai Wei, which is born's the brother who will eventually counterattack him. Davis sneered. "Want to beat me? First, let's see whose cheat is bigger." Family, do you think Davis can turn the tables? Using Yong's martial arts to fight against Douluo's soul skills, will he directly massacre? As for comparing with Tang San's cheat, sorry, Davis' cheat might be even bigger and more outrageous. The next chapter is a direct high-energy moment. With the soul-locking bracelet on, Davis operated the complete Zen heart method, stacking his soul power to level 10 in just 3 days, leaving the soul hunting team astonished. This cultivation speed, is he a monster? The deep-sea blue crystal iron he drew was actually meant to forge a dedicated soul weapon. It seems that the golden inscriptions on Davis' whole body have caught the attention of the elders. Family, Davis' cheat is just too ridiculous. Not only does he have a white tiger soul with a white base and golden patterns, but he also pulls out a second soul 7-star sword. It's a top-notch weapon from the Xianjian Shishiajuan, with momentum more powerful than the 7-killing sword. Is he planning to go on a rampage with dual souls in Douluo continent? Even more absurd, he looks down on Tang San's Xian Tiangong. No matter how powerful Tang Sec's hidden weapons are, can they compare to the 99 Yong? After integrating the complete Zen heart method, his cultivation speed is 10 faster than the royal family's secret techniques. Is he planning to rub Dai Wei's face in the dirt? 3 days later, for soul hunting, the team configuration was fully stacked. 1 soul Dou, 3 soul sages. Yet Davis actually challenged the elders. "I want to follow the Dai family's formula." He had his eyes on the platinum blade, Mantissa gold element soul beast, with claws sharp enough to cut through anything. Nearby, soul Dou Li Fu from the queen's side actually said, "You have the choice, but you need to convince me." Family, this is breaking the tradition. The Platinum Blade Mantis is a nearly pure gold element predator, with a pair of platinum blades that are unmatched in sharpness, almost unbeatable among soul beasts of the same age. Can Davis convince the elders to obtain the platinum blade mantis as a soul ring, with the combination of the golden white tiger and the seven-star sword, plus Jin Yong's internal power? Will he directly become a deity? The next chapter is a direct, high-energy moment. They actually encountered a 1,000-year platinum blade mantis in the Star Dou Great Forest, exceeding the documented maximum age. Li Fu was stunned. This is a 1,000-year beast. You can't absorb it. But Davis laughed. You don't understand my cheat. One sentence from Li Fu left Davis exceptionally delighted. Family. This soul hunting lineup is just too exaggerated. An 89-level soul, Dou leading the team, with 3 soul sages acting as bodyguards, just to find a soul ring for 6-year-old Davis? The queen has really welded her precious son in the safe zone, Davis babbled a theory. My white tiger soul has pure golden energy. I need a gold element soul beast. He specifically asked for the platinum blade mantis' claws are sharp enough to cut through anything of the same level. Upon hearing this, Li Fu said, that makes sense, and immediately arranged it. The outcome was even more astonishing. They found a 400-year-old platinum blade mantis, and Davis drew his sword and struck instantly, absorbing the soul ring and directly. Leveling up to 11, just a tiny bit away from level 12. The most explosive part was his first soul, skill white, tiger golden aura. This is not just a soul skill, it's simply Douluo's version of armed color domineering. When attached to the body, it maximizes defense, and when attached to weapons, it boosts attack power by 60. Combined with the Jinshan Iron Palm, its power skyrockets by 40, allowing ordinary punches and kicks to function as soul skills. After absorbing the soul ring, he even drew a card, directly hitting the 13 Protector's golden bell shield. Ao Bei's signature skill, practiced to perfection, has only one vital point on the entire body. How could this physical strength not be extraordinary? Family. Davis has truly engraved steady cheating into his DNA. With a 400-year soul ring being this powerful, won't he easily crush Dai Wei in the future? This is almost the most suitable body-tempering martial art for him in the world of gold element martial arts. The next chapter is a direct high-energy moment. Just as Davis returned, he bumped into Dai Wei's nurse, provoking him. The Great Prince is just relying on being older. As a result, Davis slapped him, and the golden bell shield combined with the golden aura directly scattered the opponent's soul power, leaving the entire venue in silence. This 6-year-old kid is a monster. After all, famous body tempering techniques in the world of gold, such as Dragon Elephant Prajna skill and Indestructible Body, require profound esoteric and Buddhist cultivation. Family. Davis' cheat is just too well chosen. He didn't use the body-tempering divine skills like Dragon Elephant Prajna skill and Indestructible Body, but specifically chose the 13 Protector's golden bell shield just because this thing perfectly complements his complete Zen heart method. Practiced to the extreme, he would have only one vital point on his entire body, and with the giant peak soul-locking bracelet tempering his body, absorbing a tenth of Sandier. Soul ring at level 40 would not be a dream. Returning to the palace, the Emperor was remarkably calm, casually praising him a couple of times before turning to ask him to find the Empress. Davis understood perfectly. This was to help him keep a low profile. The golden patterns of the martial soul and the incredible soul skills should be kept as secret as possible to avoid attracting the attention of the Spirit Hall or other forces. In the Nine-Spirit Palace, Empress Zhu Zitong appeared cold as ice on the surface, but inside she was already frantic. She was a ruthless person who had climbed out of the bloody struggle for the throne. She had personally eliminated her siblings to reach where she was today with the Emperor. However, upon seeing Davis, the love in her eyes could not be hidden. What soul skills have you obtained? Davis demonstrated the White Tiger's golden aura on the spot, showcasing both defense and attack, and even pulled out a sword to use the complete sword technique, gathering all his soul power for a single strike. What was the result? The Empress gently blocked with her finger, and with a ding, Davis' full-powered strike could at most be considered as trimming the nails of a level 78 Soul Saint's mother, and it didn't even succeed. The Empress feigned disdain, saying, level 11 soul power is too much of a hindrance, practice hard when you go back. But inside, she was overjoyed. Her son's soul skills were simply outstanding. Integrated offense and defense, and could be easily attached to weapons. This potential was extraordinary. Davis noticed his mother's double standards and softly called out mother. The Empress instantly lost her temper, waving her hand to let him go. Family, do you think the Empress will secretly provide Davis with resources? At the age of 6, with these soul skills and body refinement techniques, does Dai Wei still have a chance to turn the tables? She just waved her hand, indicating for Davis to leave on his own. The next chapter is directly high energy. Just as Davis returned to his residence, the system suddenly issued a task. gain the Zhu family's recognition within 3 years, and marry Zhu Zhuqing. He was stunned on the spot. Isn't Zhu Zhuqing Dai Wei CP? Is this going to snatch my brother's wife? And let him find the female attendants in the palace, as the Empress had prepared 2 gifts for him to celebrate his successful soul hunt. Family. You can't imagine the joy of the royal family. Right after Davis finished hunting souls, the Empress directly threw out a powerful gift package. First, a reading companion named Yong, 7.5 years old with level 15, possessing the martial soul mirror of reflection, a bug support with spatial abilities. In the original story, the Xingluo team did not utilize him well, resulting in a defeat to Shrek now that he's in Davis' hands. Isn't this a solid top-tier control system? Then came the twin maids, and as soon as the tray opened, a golden source fruit, a delicacy for gold attribute soul masters. Consuming it directly boosts soul power without harming the foundation. A stack of property deeds, including the DrawingJin Mountain Villa, which houses the top-tier gold attribute training ground. DrawingJin Pavilion. Davis was stunned. When did I decide to move? The Empress had already arranged everything clearly, even having level 89 soul Douluo Li Fu stay at the villa to protect him. This Yong, the Mirror of Reflection, is also a member of the Xingluo Royal Academy's battle team in the original story. Unfortunately, it seems that the Xingluo team did not fully utilize the advantages of this BU-level control system, Soul Master otherwise. Shrek might not have one. Even more astonishing was that after eating the golden source fruit, his soul power skyrocketed from level 11 to 14.5, and he secretly pulled out a small elixir directly, hitting the peak of level 16. This operation saved an entire year of training time. Family, is this the resource of a prince? Just a fruit and a pill can replace a year of hard work. With Yong as support, Davis is likely to enter a rampage mode ahead of schedule. He could feel that after the medicinal power of the golden source fruit was fully absorbed by his body, there was an incredibly pure and sharp aura quietly spreading throughout his limbs and bones. The next chapter is directly high energy. As soon as Davis arrived at DrawingJin Mountain Villa, he discovered that the gold attribute energy in DrawingJin Pavilion was extraordinarily rich, and the complete heart law was operating wildly. The system prompted extreme gold attribute environment detected. The second form of the 7-star sword martial soul can be unlocked early. Is this the rhythm of dual martial souls flying together? The Grand Prince of the Star Luo Empire, Davis, is a level 16, 6-year-old titled heir. The third prince, Dai Wei, is a native just 4 days old, with an unawakened martial soul. The fish-lipped Udo, look at this seemingly vast gap and think, come chase after me. Subsequently, under the arrangement of the lady attendant, Davis, along with Yong, Zhu heir, and Pei heir, a total of 4 little ones, moved out of the 9-spirit palace in a grand procession. On the carriage, Davis closed his eyes to rest, but in reality, he continued to practice his soul power through the Chuanjin heart method, hoping to reach a state where he could cultivate any time, whether walking, sitting, or lying down. Zhu heir and Pei heir quietly observed Davis, wanting to understand more about the man their sister would serve for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Yong, fulfilling the noble duty of protecting his lord for the first time, sat upright outside the carriage, as if an assassin would leap out from the street at any moment to attack the Grand Prince. His tense demeanor even made the coachman find it amusing. Of course, the coachman would never dare to laugh. This little adult, although extremely naive, is a noble soul master and the Grand Prince's personal bodyguard. Angering him could mean a beating, which would not be worth it. The other servants were busy taking care of the dozens of carts of luggage, while on a luggage cart following closely behind the prince's carriage sat Li Fu, the former Black Tiger general who was once famous in Star Luo City. Until the convoy reached the suburban DrawingJin villa, they encountered no obstacles along the way. Li Fu opened his eyes and sighed. Patience is indeed commendable. It seems the old man will have something to worry about in the future. Then, in a flash, he entered DrawingJin villa without alerting anyone. This relocation of the prince was not only to facilitate Davis's training, but was also a trap designed by Queen Zhu Tang and Li Fu against the influence of the third prince's maternal family. If Consort Lien and the forces behind her saw the Grand Prince relocating and noticed the lack of high-level soul master guards along the way, they might impulsively choose to assassinate him. After all, time is not on Dai Wei's side. Davis is not only exceptionally talented, but is also 6 years older than Dai Wei, and his maternal family is the Zhu family. Given the current situation, no one in the imperial capital has high hopes for the newly born third prince. If the faction supporting the third prince wants to make a comeback, there is almost only the path of assassination available to them. Thus, the queen provided them with this opportunity. In this plan, Besides the 89th level soul, Luoli Fu, who is overseeing the convoy, there are also 4 soul saints. 2 from the queen's side and the other 2 from the Zhu family, while the rest of the guards are all at least soul kings. As for why the Zhu family is involved, it is true that no matter who becomes the crown prince, a Zhu family woman will become the empress. However, don't forget that with one less prince in the running, the Zhu family will lose one less daughter to accompany him in death. Unfortunately, the assassination plot was hastily arranged and too simplistic, while the opponents could be considered excellent hunters, ultimately not falling for the trap. Chapter 6. All True Heart Method. After settling into the DrawingJin mountain villa, Davis dove straight into the DrawingJin pavilion. He wanted to experience how much this top-tier mimicry training ground could enhance his cultivation speed. The DrawingJin pavilion is a single-story building 20 meters high, with a length and width of about 30 meters. The entire structure is made of various metals and alloys, particularly with 33 massive metal pillars arranged around the building in a special formation. Each pillar has a diameter of 1 meter. Deep underground, each massive pillar is connected to a relocated small mineral vein containing precious essence. The 33 metal veins, linked by hundreds of kinds of alloy building materials and threads, form this top-tier metallic mimicry training ground in the style of ancient soul guide formations as recorded in ancient texts. Davis walked to the entrance of the Golden Pavilion and still did not sense anything unusual. However, the moment he stepped into the Golden Pavilion, he noticed that the metallic energy in the air was unusually active. Try to operate the True Heart technique. He found that it was indeed about 30% faster than before. With the boost from the Golden Pavilion, Davis would definitely reach level 20 in less than a year. Davis has 2 months of free training time. In 2 months, he needs to enroll in the Xingluo Junior Soul Master Academy to learn various knowledge related to soul masters, soul beasts, and soul fights, as well as basic skills in royal etiquette and history. Although Davis is determined to close himself off for training, as a royal offspring, he does not have the choice. In the next 2 months, Davis spends over 8 hours a day in the DrawingJin Pavilion in closed-door training, practicing the Kansan Heart method. Fortunately, Davis has a high affinity for this internal skill. In just 7 days, he completed the first level of entry-level training. After entering the internal skill, Davis fully felt the joy of cultivation. The meditation methods on the Douluo continent are mostly boring and tedious, but the Kansan Heart method, a genuine Taoist internal skill, made Davis feel warm all over, as if every pore was expanding. The Soul Master level corresponds to the first level of the Kansan Heart method, and not long after, 2 of the 12 meridians were connected by the pure soul power cultivated from the Kansan Heart method. The cultivation speed of the Kansan Heart method increased again, faster by 15 times than the Royal Secret White Tiger meditation method. Do not underestimate this ratio. It should be noted that the White Tiger meditation method itself is already one of the few superior meditation methods on the Douluo continent. As Davis's level of Kansan Heart method increases, the gap between the Kansan Heart method and the White Tiger meditation method will become larger. Over time, it could mean a crucial level of soul power difference, such as from 95 to 96, or even from 98 to 99. The Kansan Heart method has a total of 7 levels, with the first 6 levels corresponding to the 12 meridians. The 7th level connects all 12 meridians into a complete cycle, allowing true Qi to arise spontaneously and flow endlessly. After reaching the 3rd level, one can master the ability to practice while walking, sitting, or lying down. This passive cultivation can achieve roughly half the efficiency of actively running the technique. In other words, with the same 8 hours of training time, Davis, combined with 16 hours of passive cultivation, has an actual training time that is double that of others. Of course, as the entry-level internal skill of the Kansan sect, there is an upper limit. After reaching the Soul Sage level, this internal skill basically reaches its limit. Although it can still be used to cultivate soul power, it does not have much advantage compared to the local meditation methods of the Douluo continent. However, the time before level 70 is enough for Davis to distance himself from his peers. Moreover, with Davis's lucky hand, there is no fear of not drawing a good one among the many internal skills in the world of Jinxi group heroes. After more than a month of cultivation, Davis broke through the level 16 bottleneck and reached level 17. At this point, it has only been 2 months since Davis awakened his martial soul. In addition to cultivation, Davis also engaged in another activity during these 2 months, doing business. In the world of Douluo continent, money as currency has a somewhat awkward status. Truly valuable items for high-level soul masters, such as soul bones, self-created soul skills, and high-year spirit herbs, are hard to buy with gold coins. But for royal offspring, Money can demonstrate its power in many ways, such as building a nation, training an army, and developing new weapons. As a time traveler, Davis has countless money-making projects in mind. His identity as the Crown Prince means that even if he intervenes in some highly profitable industries, as long as they're not banks, iron smelting, or weapon forging that could shake the foundation of the country, no one can take food from his mouth. So during breaks, Davis devised 3 business plans and had Uncle Fu find trusted houseborn children to execute them. These 3 business plans are a brewing plan, a new-style restaurant plan, and a boutique jewelry plan. Among them, except for the brewing plan, which largely referenced the hundreds of colorful wines from his previous life, improving the brewing process of the Douluo continent and combining the essence of brewing industries from Earth and Douluo, the other 2 plans only referenced the management model and design style from Earth. Even with just this, such a new concept would bring unprecedented impact to the Douluo continent, which had been stagnant for thousands of years. Of course, Davis's task is to cultivate, not to roll up his sleeves to do business. The person in charge of the brewing plan is named Dou Qi, a low-level food system soul master with a martial soul of strong liquor. The person in charge of the new-style restaurant plan is named Jinxi, also a low-level weapon soul master with a martial soul of spatula. Surprisingly, the most suitable person to lead the boutique jewelry plan turned out to be the sisters Zhu and Pei. Their martial souls of pearls and jade pendants make them particularly sensitive when it comes to jewelry, jade, and various precious metals. Moreover, perhaps due to their talent, these 2 little girls have a deep understanding of the new jewelry style in Davis's plan. The jewelry accessories designed by them even amazed Davis, a rich second generation who has seen many treasures on Earth. So, Davis waved his hand and decided to let these 2 little girls, who are not even 10 years old, be in charge of the boutique jewelry plan. Of course, he wouldn't forget to pair them with the most professional management talents. Professionals do professional things. This way, as the boss, Davis can gain the maximum profit. After delegating these 3 businesses, aside from the 4 leaders, the specific details will naturally be assisted by people from the Crown Prince's mansion. Davis only needs to grasp the overall direction and then enjoy the benefits. The Queen was initially dissatisfied with Davis being distracted by business matters. However, when the 2 months ended and Davis went to the Jinxi Palace to pay his respects again, revealing his soul power level of 17, the Queen no longer said much. Instead, she sent many of her own people to pave the way for Davis's business. In her words, if the Crown Prince is going to do business, it should either not be done or done to the best of his ability. With Davis's advanced thinking and the Queen's strong support, Davis's business grew larger, not only shining in brewing, jewelry, and dining, but also gradually penetrating into other fields. After his several enterprises got on track, Davis prepared to go to elementary school, Xingluo Junior Soul Master Academy. Chapter 7. Blast Davis. Early the next morning, accompanied by his attendant Yong, Davis arrived at the Xingluo Junior Soul Master Academy. After all, it is directly under the royal family. And even though it is a junior academy, it looks quite imposing from the outside. The entrance of the academy is bustling with elegantly dressed, noble children. A man in a teacher's uniform at the registration office is processing the enrollment procedures for new students. Martial Soul, Refined Iron Spear, Innate Soul Power Level 7, Evaluation, Excellent. Martial Soul, Fine Steel Chain, Innate Soul Power Level 6, Evaluation, Good. Martial Soul, Gray Sparrow, Innate Soul Power Level 4, Evaluation, Average. The teacher suddenly frowned and asked loudly, which family sent this child? Does the Royal Academy not accept students rated below good? A noble student assisting him with the registration quietly reminded the teacher, Teacher Luo, this is the legitimate grandson of the Marquis Wu family. The teacher hinted that they should give some face, even if it meant not allowing admission. They shouldn't create a deadly feud. Unexpectedly, this teacher Luo was quite straightforward and scolded without any hesitation. What if he is the grandson of Marquis Wu? As long as this child inherits the Wu family's gray-backed falcon martial soul, even if he only has a level 4 innate soul power, our academy would accept him. The Gray Sparrow martial soul is the weakest type of flying beast martial soul, and with only level 4 soul power, this child cannot keep up with the teaching pace of our Royal Junior Academy. Forcing him to enter our school is not helping him, it's harming him. After saying this, he waved his hand, signaling someone from the parent waiting area not far away to take the child away. Witnessing this scene at the registration office, Davis couldn't help but sigh. Although Teacher Luo's words were harsh, they were not without reason from the perspective of Douluo continent values. In this world, Whether a person's life is ordinary or extraordinary is almost determined from the day their martial soul awakens. This phenomenon cannot be changed even if one day Davis ascends to the throne. The saying that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, is simply a joke. Although the people from the Marquis residence were indignant, they couldn't do anything about the teachers of the Xingluo Royal Junior Academy. This is because those who serve at the Xingluo Royal Academy, even at the junior level, are generally retired soul masters from the military for various reasons. This is a very close-knit group. If today the Marquis residence troubles an ordinary teacher over admission issues, then congratulations. Tomorrow morning the Soul Douluo Committee of the Royal Senior Academy might come knocking on the Marquis' door with a large group of soul emperors, or even soul saints as their little brothers. This is a proud tradition of the Xingluo Royal Academy, explored at the cost of many noble families' faces and the doors of their residences. After the people from the Marquis' residence left, Davis brought Yong to the registration office. Teacher Luo didn't recognize Davis, but the students assisting him immediately recognized him. It's His Highness the Crown Prince. The students whispered among themselves at the back, and Teacher Luo stepped forward, simply bowing and greeting, showing respect but not overly flattering. Davis briefly talked with Teacher Luo and learned that the information of him and Yong had already been registered by someone from the Crown Prince's residence. Davis chose to be a day student because he had access to a top-notch mimicry training facility. However, Yong had to live on campus. This was because next to the Royal Junior Soul Master Academy was the Royal Senior Soul Master Academy, which had a mimicry training facility suitable for support-type soul masters like Yong. As a soul master with innate soul power level 9 and a bizarre space-type martial soul, especially being the future teammate chosen by the Crown Prince, there was no problem for Yong to apply for the training resources at the Royal Senior Soul Master Academy. But to conveniently use the mimicry training facility, he had no choice but to live on campus. This made Yong, the newly appointed prince's companion, very disappointed. His noble task of personally protecting the Crown Prince was unexpectedly cut short after just a few days. Under Davis's encouraging gaze, Yong still chose to live on campus. Only by becoming stronger could he be the perfect companion and guard for the Crown Prince. Although Davis chose to be a day student, under Teacher Luo's suggestion, he still spent some time in the elite class for freshmen. One reason was to familiarize himself with the surroundings, and the other was that he had heard about a new student who fit his requirements for a teammate. Lu Yunying, with the martial soul red flame overlord spear, possessed innate soul power at level 9. In Davis's expectation, the 7-member team needed 2 strong attack types. Among them, Davis himself, as the core of the team, needed to use a finishing move that could decisively end battles. He couldn't easily charge into the enemy lines. Otherwise, if Davis got surrounded, the entire team would easily fall into a passive position. This determined that he needed a brave warrior who could charge into battle and make decisive attacks. The Red Flame Overlord Spear Martial Soul is a top-tier strong attack martial soul. While it might be slightly inferior to the 7-kill sword and the Haotian hammer in one-on-one combat, in multiplayer team matches, the power it can exert on the battlefield is still superior to the other 2. With innate soul power at level 9, second only to a fully powered young genius. And after some training under Davis's guidance, there was no need to worry about keeping up with the team's development. This Lu Yunying perfectly met Davis's needs. The moment he stepped into the elite classroom, without anyone introducing her, Davis recognized her. The little girl in red who was standing on the podium. She was noticeably taller than other girls her age, dressed in a red and white training outfit, with a red tassel spear on her back. The spear had forged from red jade and crimson gold. Her delicate face radiated the brightest smile. If only she didn't have a mouth. Then our star Luo Genius Gang would be established today. From today on, I will be the leader of the Genius Gang. Brothers, follow me, and within 6 years, we will punch down the Junior Academy, and 6 years later, kick down the Senior Academy, dominating the academy scene in Star Luo City. The girl's voice was full of confidence, as if she was a born leader, especially adept at inspiring others. Even when she spoke such rebellious words, it surprisingly stirred up a chorus of responses from the audience. Dominate Star Luo City. Dominate Star Luo City. Dominate Star Luo City. Yong had always considered himself to be Davis's close attendant. Seeing these little brats daring to act recklessly in front of his lord, he could hardly contain himself and was about to explode. However, he was stopped by Davis, who held back his hand that was about to summon his martial soul. At that moment, the enthusiastic little girl in red on the podium also noticed Davis and Yong. The awakening of the Liu family's martial soul had always been held within the family, and since Davis usually acted low-key, Liu Yunying did not recognize him. "Hey, you two brothers, do you want to join our genius gang too?" The little girl's eyes lit up as she jumped off the table and stood in front of Davis. But she didn't notice that most of the noble students in the classroom had their eyes widened in shock. A few righteous ones were just about to remind Liu Yunying when they were suddenly met with a meaningful glance from Davis. Instantly, they chose to follow their inner guidance. Closing their mouths tightly, Davis raised an eyebrow at Liu Yunying and asked with a smile, "Joining is no problem. But can you tell me what our genius gang is all about?" Liu Yunying, with a look of bravado, patted Davis on the shoulder and replied, "Have you heard about the Royal Martial Soul Awakening ceremony a few days ago? The Crown Prince Davis only awakened a martial soul. Yet everyone praises him as the greatest genius in Star Luo City in 100 years. We established the Genius Youth Gang to tell the people of Star Luo City that besides Crown Prince Davis, there are other young talents in this generation. Innate full soul power does not represent absolute talent. We, the members of the Genius Gang, train hard and will definitely surpass the Crown Prince." Davis became increasingly interested in this so-called genius group and then asked, "So what are we going to do in the genius group?" Liu Yunying made a fist with her right hand and pointed her chest, answering, "Of course, we will supervise each other, learn from each other, work hard to cultivate, and strive to win against Davis." Davis interrupted Liu Yunying, speculating, "No, it's to crush Davis." Chapter 8. The little girl plays with fire. Be careful not to wet the bed. After being confronted by Liu Yunying, Davis's satisfaction grew more and more. Passionate and fearless. How could this be just a little girl in red? In Davis's eyes, she was an indispensable champion piece in his future team and the most valiant vanguard under the next Dou Emperor. "So, brother, have you thought it over? Join our genius group." Davis's smile gradually faded at this moment, becoming serious. He opened his left hand in front of Liu Yunying, revealing his white tiger martial soul with a golden pattern on a white background, prominently displaying a bright yellow soul ring. "All right, I'll join the genius gang. However, I'm not used to being someone else's little brother. How about you, the genius leader of this gang? Let me take that role instead." The classroom fell silent, and even Liu Yunying was taken aback for a few seconds. At 6 years old, with a white tiger martial soul and being a one-ring soul master, there was only one person in the entire Star Luo Empire who met these 3 conditions: the Crown Prince Davis. It was incredibly awkward to have someone exposed for speaking ill behind their back, right in front of them. However, being from a family of generals, Liu Yunying quickly composed herself. "Letting you be the boss is not out of the question, but you have to defeat me. No, you have to defeat the 5 strongest members of our gang." Liu Yunying initially thought she could just say defeating her would be enough. But her innate battlefield instinct as a member of the Liu family told her that the strength of this opponent might exceed her imagination. There was an 80 to 90% chance she would lose in a one-on-one fight, and losing in a group attack would be too embarrassing. The only option left for her was a wheel battle. Yet, even though she knew she had no other choice, when she actually suggested the wheel battle to Davis. As the only daughter of Liu Qinfeng, a first-ranked general of the Star Luo Empire, she still felt a bit ashamed. "All right, but 5 matches will take too long, and I'm in a hurry. How about you 5 come meet all at once?" Davis's response was so straightforward that Liu Yunying and the other students were left stunned. The other 4 were willing to agree to a joint attack, but Liu Yunying firmly disagreed. A 5-on-1 wheel battle was already a last resort. If they launched a joint attack, it would completely embarrass the reputation of the Liu family. In the end, they decided that the way to compete would still be a 1-on-5 wheel battle led by Davis. Besides Liu Yunying, they also chose 2 defensive types, 1 control type, and 1 agile attack type. However, apart from Liu Yunying, the other students had not yet obtained their spirit rings and could only use the most basic abilities of their martial spirits. The other 4 would take the front line, with the sole purpose of exhausting Davis's soul power as much as possible. But against Davis, whose combat power had long surpassed that of a typical soul master, even the 2 defensive soul masters could not last more than 1 move against him. They didn't even manage to force out his soul skills. The 4 matches of adults fighting children ended in just a minute. Liu Yunying's expression grew increasingly serious. However, descendants of the Liu family had never retreated without fighting. Liu Yunying took a step forward and summoned her martial spirit. Liu Yunying, a level 12 soul master, with a martial spirit red flame, overlord spear. A long spear wrapped in flames appeared in her hand, its body a dark red color, and the spear tip seemed to be made of sharp, bright red crystals. The Red Flame Overlord Spear is the inherited martial spirit of the Liu family from the Duke's Mansion of the Star Luo Empire. It is a top-tier offensive weapon spirit that not only possesses powerful offensive capabilities, but also has the magical effect of inspiring teammates and boosting morale on the battlefield. The other students in the classroom were also inspired by the Red Flame Overlord Spear, gaining the courage to join the Genius Youth Gang and compete against the great demon King Davis. Otherwise, how would ordinary minor nobles dare to challenge royal descendants? Davis was very satisfied with the progress of events. He had been considering whether to visit the genius old master, Liu Yunying, 3 times, or to use some strategy to win her over. Unexpectedly, she came to him so willingly. Davis, a level 12 soul master with a martial soul of a white tiger, having awakened his martial soul for 2 months. Level 12 was a suitable level to display on the surface. As for why he could hide his soul power fluctuations, it was thanks to the ancient soul guide, the Giant Peak's soul lock bracelet. Liu Yunying wanted to say something more, but Davis didn't give her the chance to reconsider. In the state of martial soul possession, he crossed the distance between them in just 2 or 3 steps. His self-created soul skill, mountain-shaking iron palm. Boom! Liu Yunying was caught off guard by Davis's sudden advance. But her rigorous training in spear techniques allowed her to react just in time. She raised her Scarlet Flame Overlord Spear to block Davis's palm strike. However, alongside the unmatched force of the palm, there was also a strong shockwave, which caused Liu Yunying to stagger back several steps, almost losing her grip on the spear. In the clash between the spear and the palm, it was actually Liu Yunying, the spear wielder, who suffered a disadvantage. Surprised, Liu Yunying hurriedly retreated. Davis was ruthless when gaining the upper hand, delivering one palm strike after another, each hitting the weakest point of Liu Yunying's spear. Although Davis is not a cautious person, when facing the unfamiliar opponent Liu Yunying, he immediately used his self-created soul skill. Since this is a test of the future teammate's capabilities, he certainly couldn't hold back too much. However, the descendants of the Liu family are never ones to accept defeat easily. After finding herself at a disadvantage with the first move, Liu Yunying quickly activated her first soul skill. First soul skill, Crimson Flame Dragon. The flames that were originally wrapped around the Crimson Flame Overlord Spear surged explosively when this soul skill was activated, transforming into a fire dragon with a roar. This soul ring comes from a 400-year-old magma lizard dragon, a rare and powerful sub-dragon type soul beast. The Crimson Flame Dragon skill not only enhances Liu Yunying's attack power, but also allows her to unleash the Flame Dragon at the end of the skill's duration, dealing significant damage. The Liu family spent countless resources and efforts to find such a soul beast for Liu Yunying. Upon activating this soul skill, the lethality of the spear in Liu Yunying's hand and the intensity of the flames both increased dramatically. Assault Spear Technique, 1,000 Armies Break. The distance just retreated has now become Liu Yunying's charging distance, as the Crimson Flame Overlord Spear rides a fire dragon charging towards Davis. The will to fight is one of life and death. This is the family motto of the Liu family. Those who fear death cannot master the Assault Spear Technique. Even Liu Yunying, a girl who has never been on the battlefield, exudes a sense of life and death determination as she employs the Assault Spear Technique. The Crimson Flame Overlord Spear truly deserves to be called the first martial soul for battlefield slaughter. Davis did not dare to underestimate his opponent at all. Although he only revealed a soul power of level 12, a golden light had already silently gathered in his palm. First soul skill, White Tiger's Golden Barrier. Clang! Davis slammed his palm against the gun, producing a metallic clash that shouldn't have occurred. Buzz! This strike caused Liu Yunying to feel nearly double the impact compared to before. Visually, with the fire dragon under her control, Liu Yunying seemed to have a greater advantage. After all, in the eyes of the surrounding small soul masters, the gun of the big sister, Liu Yunying, was engulfed in flames, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars. Meanwhile, the great Prince Davis could only rely on the soul skill's glow on his palm to defend against Liu Yunying's relentless assault. In fact, something shocking happened that caught everyone's attention. A piercing metallic buzzing sound rang out as the long spear in Liu Yunying's hand was directly knocked away by Davis's palm. The outcome was clear. It was a decisive victory. The Soul Master from the Liu Yun family had their spear knocked away, while the opponent remained unscathed, which meant Liu Yunying lost. Both had level 12 soul power and were the strong attack type, expected to be evenly matched in a battle of top beast martial souls against top weapon martial souls. However, the fight ended in just 2 moves. Liu Yunying never anticipated such an outcome. She was completely stunned, not even noticing the sound of her long spear hitting the ground behind her. Davis realized that his blow to the other party was a bit heavy. He stepped forward and patted Lu Yuning's head, laughing. "Little girl, do you like playing with fire so much? Aren't you afraid of wetting the bed at night?" Lu Yuning immediately bared her teeth like a little cat whose fur was standing on end and retorted, "You're the one who wets the bed." You wet the bed and drew the entire map of the Star Luo Empire. Chapter 9. The Formation of the Team. You win. Lu Yuning came to her senses and decisively retracted her martial soul, saying to Davis, "Now you are the boss of the Genius Gang." Davis glanced at Lu Yuning and shook his head, saying, "I'm not interested in this genius group. What I'm interested in is you." Lu Yuning's face instantly turned red, and she took a step back, even summoning the Crimson Flame Overlord Spear to guard her chest. "You, what do you want to do? Even if you're a prince, you can't forcefully take a girl in the Royal Junior Academy and act recklessly. My father is a first-rank general." Davis rolled his eyes, thinking that this girl was overthinking things. Where did her mind go? My future princess can only be the daughter of the Zhu family. Everyone in the Starry Empire should know this, right? I mean, I'm not interested in your genius, but I want to invite you to join my battle team. All right. The inspiration you just gave me helped me come up with a name for our team, the Demon King team. What do you think? Lu Yuning's face turned even redder at his words, nearly steaming from the top of her head. The surrounding students, including the 4 soul masters who had just been defeated by Davis, couldn't help but laugh. Fuming with embarrassment, Lu Yuning slammed her spear into the ground, creating a hole in the school's surface. "What are you laughing at? Keep laughing, and I'll gouge out your eyes." At her words, everyone immediately disappeared, scurrying back to the classroom. Once the onlookers had left, Lu Yuning finally had the courage to lift her head and look at Davis, asking, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, are you recruiting me for the future struggle for the throne?" This question was somewhat sharp, but Lu Yuning needed to clarify. As the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, her choices could impact the entire Lu family. Davis thought for a moment, and then answered Lu Yuning directly. No. When answering this question, Davis was slightly more serious. There are many purposes for forming a team, such as meeting a few close friends who can keep up with me, winning the championship of the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent, and changing some things in the Star Luo Empire that I don't like. All of these are very important, but the matter of seizing the throne is the one that requires me the least effort to scheme and plot. If these words were spoken by another prince, Lu Yuning would probably not believe a single word. However, when spoken by this calm individual who had effortlessly defeated her peers, Lu Yuning found everything to be so reasonable, as if things should be just as he said. Even someone as confident as Lu Yuning, if she put herself in the shoes of the second prince, the third prince, or any other yet-to-be-born prince, would feel that this battle for the throne seemed to have already drawn its curtains early. Thus, Lu Yuning joining Davis's team became a natural thing. A strong attack-type weapon soul master, a frontline assault member, joins the team, among the 7 core members of the team that Davis envisioned. There are currently 2 strong attack types and 1 control type. Team Core, strong attack type. Davis, martial soul. White Tiger, second martial soul not revealed. Assault member. Strong attack type. Lu Yuning, martial soul. Crimson Flame Overlord Spear, control type. Yong, martial soul. Reflection Mirror, and the assassin in the team, who is a sensitive attack type soul master, must be the legitimate daughter of the Zhu family. Zhu Zhuyun currently has not awakened her martial soul. In addition, the team also needs 1 support type and 1 defense type. As for the last member, it would be best to have a sniper. Currently, there is no similar positioning in the classification of soul masters in the Douluo continent, but in Davis's view, this position is extremely critical. Soul masters with high-intensity long-range sniping capabilities, such as those with weapon souls like bows, crossbows, and javelins, often have efficient and sustained long-range attack capabilities. They can carry out harassment, cover, and harvesting. However, the only flaw of this type of soul master is their insufficient self-defense capability. Once they are approached by melee soul masters, especially strong attack types and sensitive attack types, it is almost certain that they will be taken down in a combo. Hence, weapon souls like bows and crossbows are often found in the military. Only under the protection of the military can these special soul masters unleash their offensive talents on the enemy. However, in competitive arenas, due to the limited battlefield area, bow and crossbow type soul masters often do not get a satisfactory output environment, unless teammates can create an environment for them. For example, you have a teammate with the reflection mirror martial soul. With the assistance of this extremely bizarre spatial soul master, as long as the cooperation is sufficiently tacit, the survival ability of the team members will undergo a qualitative improvement. In this case, the role of bow and crossbow type soul masters will be infinitely amplified. Finding suitable control and defense types is not difficult. In Davis's future academy life, he believes he will soon encounter suitable candidates. As for bow and crossbow type soul masters, Davis has already begun searching among the descendants of the military system, and perhaps results will come soon. After Liu Yuning joined the team, Davis held a small banquet at Wanjin Mountain Villa. Only the 3 members of the team participated in the banquet. During the banquet, Davis briefly described his thoughts and philosophy on forming the team to Liu Yuning, receiving her wholehearted approval. At the same time, Liu Yuning also had a great change of heart regarding Yong, the little follower. Originally, Liu Yuning thought Yong was just a bag carrier who followed Davis into the elite class, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be the control-type powerhouse in the future team, especially after hearing Davis's ideas on the usage of the reflection mirror. This bizarre martial soul could significantly enhance her strong assault capabilities. Feeling a bit shy, Liu Yuning repeatedly toasted Yong with juice, leaving the shy little boy quite flustered. It was only when Zhu Air and Pei Air brought dishes to the table that Li Yang's predicament was resolved. Although Liu Yuning was just a 6-year-old girl, her daily practice with the spear resulted in a huge physical consumption, making her always a big eater. The dishes displayed by Davis opened a new world for this food enthusiast. As several hearty dishes arrived, Liu Yuning could no longer bother to socialize with Li Yong and instead engaged in a long battle with the dishes on the table. The cuisine at Wanjin Villa was vastly different from the local dishes of Douluo continent, many of which had been improved under Davis's creativity and inspiration. Moreover, he had put a high reward on new spices and seasonings, offering substantial rewards to any chef who could discover new spices or seasonings. In just 2 months, the variety of dishes at Wanjin Villa blossomed like 100 flowers, already showcasing styles from Sichuan, Hunan, Shandong, Anhui, Guangdong, and Hawaii. The next step in Davis's plan was to conquer the restaurant industry of Xingluo City with his cuisine and then to lay the groundwork for the entire Xingluo Empire. The increasingly refined recipe book would earn the first pot of gold for Davis's business empire. However, little did he expect that these earth delicacies would first conquer the stomach of his future top aide. After a hearty feast, Liu Yuning, patting her round, nearly bursting belly, let out her 17th satisfied burp before reluctantly stopping. Chapter 10. Kicking the kindergarten. After the banquet, Davis returned to Wanjin Pavilion to complete a day of training. Before starting his training, he opened the sexy dealer system to check today's gains. Yes, after he defeated Liu Yuning and others in a 1-on-5 match, the system notified him that he had completed a hidden achievement, kicking the kindergarten. Reward: random card draw once. Davis felt a surge of joy in his heart and thought to himself, what kind of bizarre achievement is this? Is there a reward for beating up little kids? Is there also an achievement called punching the nursing home? Do I have to defeat those 3 old committee members from the Heavenly Fighting Royal Senior Soul Master Academy? Davis shook his head with a smile and pressed the randomly selected button. In the random draw of the Jin Yong Heroes card game, the draw was successful. He obtained a martial arts card, Tiger Claw Absolute Hand. The character card's highest affinity martial soul type, feline martial soul. Wow, it seems like whatever I want comes true. Am I really a lucky dog crossed out in this lifetime? Although the Tiger Claw Absolute Hand is not the top martial arts in the Jin Yong Heroes card pool, in terms of lethality, it definitely ranks in the 2nd tier. The most important thing is that the card notes the highest affinity martial soul type is feline martial soul. Dragon riding on a face? Upon thinking of this term, Davis suddenly jolted, realizing he seemed to be getting a bit carried away, and immediately took a deep breath and slapped his face. No wasting, no wasting, no wasting. After all, his 2 major opponents are the most powerful force on the continent. The martial Soul Hall, and the yet-to-be-born but backed by countless wall-hitting travelers, Tang San. But with this card, many ideas that were previously unfeasible can now be put on the agenda. Davis recalled the general plot of Douluo continent in his mind. Counting the rise of Tang San, there was one thing that could not be ignored: the celestial herb, as the first important turning point in the rise of the Shrek 7. The significance of the celestial herb is self-evident. If it could be intercepted in advance, the gap between the 2 sides would only grow larger. However, the ice and fire yin-yang eye in the sunset forest had already fallen into the hands of the poisoned Douluo at this time. Although this individual, known as the gatekeeper of tidal Douluo, was powerful, his expertise in poison allowed him to suppress lower-level soul masters even more than other low-rank tidal Douluo. Originally, Davis, who did not possess tidal Dou-level combat power, had temporarily set aside the matter of the celestial herb. However, looking at the Tiger Claw ultimate technique card in front of him, Davis's thoughts became active. Did he have to use it himself? Or should he keep this Tiger Claw ultimate technique card until Zhu Jian could use it? Not necessarily. Li Fu, who had been loyal to the Zhu family and his mother Zhu Zitong for decades, also had a feline martial soul, right? Decades of unwavering protection was enough to prove Li Fu's loyalty to Zhu Zitong and Davis. He had long exhausted his potential, and his soul power had been stuck at the perfect level of 89 for a long time, unable to break through to level 90. However, the martial arts card produced by the system had the effect of enhancing qualifications. If Li Fu could merge this Tiger Claw ultimate technique, and then be given a small recovery pill to mend his hidden injuries, not only would his potential be enhanced, but the myriad hidden injuries he had accumulated over a lifetime of battles would also heal. Breaking through the shackles of level 90 would then be a natural outcome. At that time, Davis would have an additional trump card in hand. Would he choose his fiancée, Yi, who had higher talent and was closer to him, or Li Fu, who had extraordinary combat power and could continuously bring him benefits? As for himself, who also had a feline martial soul, Davis had not considered it at all. Mastering martial techniques required time and energy. A single Tremor Mountain Iron Palm was enough for him to practice for a long time. Learning another Tiger Claw ultimate technique would only distract him without providing much increase in combat power. Being broad, but not deep, is a major taboo in martial arts. Soon, Davis made the decision to let Li Fu use it. In Davis's view, the martial arts better suited for Zhu Ziyun's 9 Nether Spirit Cat martial soul was the Crushing God Claw from the Nining Manual, which also had a more resounding name, Nining Bone Claw. Zhu Ziyun had not yet awakened her martial soul, so preparing matching martial arts for her was not urgent. This martial arts card would be more effective if used by Li Fu. As Davis's guardian, Li Fu was currently in the Wanjin Mountain Villa. Davis arrived at Li Fu's courtyard, using the excuse of seeking advice on soul power cultivation to dismiss others. He instructed Yong to wait outside and forbade anyone from entering. Then, he selected the Tiger Claw Absolute Kill martial arts card from the system and attempted to use it on Li Fu. The system detected that the host was using the card on another person for the first time. Favorability detection in progress. Loyalty, 95, extremely loyal, already exceeded the standard. Matching degree detection started. Matching degree, 98, strongly recommended for fusion. As expected, Li Fu's favorability towards Davis reached the system's standard. And the matching degree with this Tiger Claw Absolute Kill martial art card was also very high. After completing this series of preparations, Davis finally bowed to Li Fu and asked, "Grandpa Li, if you achieve the title of Douluo, can you defeat Dou Qi?" Li Fu was caught off guard by Davis's sudden question and was momentarily stunned. After thinking for a moment, he answered seriously, "That old poisonous snake? What did he do to provoke you, Your Highness? If I can achieve title Douluo, defeating him wouldn't be difficult." However, although Li Fu had never fought Dou Qi before, they were both somewhat well-known soldiers on the continent and had some understanding of each other. This title, Douluo, known for his poison, was indeed skilled at defeating the weak with the strong, and no number of people in a sea tactic could withstand a couple of puffs of his poison. However, in a battle of the same level, as long as one could avoid his 8th soul skill and soul bone skill combo, it would be easy to handle. But Li Fu understood very well that there are no ifs in this world. Even though his secret trump card was far beyond that of an ordinary soldier, relying solely on his 89 level Black Tiger martial soul to challenge the 91 level Green Phosphor Snake Emperor, the odds of winning were less than 2 layers. As an old man with innate soul power only at level 8, and having sustained injuries on the battlefield in his youth, he feared he would never have the hope of glimpsing the world of title Douluo in this lifetime. Li Fu was determined to dissuade Davis from some unrealistic thoughts, even if it meant revealing his own scars. Perhaps the Grand Prince would become a top powerhouse on the continent in the future, and at that time, taking Dou Qi's life would be as easy as reaching into a pocket. But for now, Davis was still too young and too weak. Offending a title Douluo, especially that old poisonous snake who kills without leaving a trace, was truly reckless. Davis was well aware in his heart, and said with a smile, "Ordinary means may not help you break through, but what about a god? The existence of the system cannot be explained to anyone, but the existence of gods is something that the strong are somewhat aware of." Li Fu's pupils suddenly constricted, and his hands instinctively grabbed, crushing the armrests of 2 chairs. Subsequently, a violent aura that could cover the sky and block the sun unfolded. just covering a small space around the two, yet cleverly did not exert any pressure on Davis within that range. Your Highness the Crown Prince. If this old man isn't mistaken, Li Fu's expression was extremely serious at this moment, staring at Davis and speaking word by word. Did you just mention gods? Li Fu had once deeply realized how much commotion any news related to gods could cause on this continent. So much so that the moment he heard that word, he immediately used his ultimate trump card, which had been hidden for over a decade and was known to no one else on the continent, Domain. If it weren't for Davis mentioning gods, after the death of the former emperor and the previous duke, no one in this world would know that a soul fighter from the Starfall Empire, whose path was severed, would possess such an extraordinary ability as Domain. This was precisely why Li Fu dared to say that he had a two-layer chance of winning against Dou Qi. And now, after more than a decade, Li Fu used Domain again, with the sole purpose of confirming that there were no third ears around, to avoid making too many fabrications that would expose him and to leave some space for the old man's imagination. Davis did not elaborate further, but intended to let Li Fu personally experience the arrival of the divine miracle, silently confirming the use in the system. The Tiger Claw Absolute Hand martial card transformed into a golden light and entered Li Fu's head. Chapter 11. Martial Soul Evolution. Ripping Wind Black Tiger. After the Tiger Claw Absolute Hand martial card fused with Li Fu, along with the medicinal power of the small return elixir, it began a comprehensive transformation from martial soul to body. Half an hour later, the fusion was complete. Roar! A thunderous tiger roar echoed in the room, blocked by Li Fu's domain once again, causing no disturbance outside. At this moment, Davis, as the original owner of the martial card, could already see Li Fu's status on the system panel. Li Fu relationship, subject loyalty, 100 diehard, martial soul, ripping wind black tiger innate soul power, level 9 soul power, level 90 fusion soul card, Tiger Claw Absolute Hand. After fusing with the Tiger Claw Absolute Hand martial card, Li Fu underwent a tremendous change. Not only did his soul power break through the shackles, reaching level 90, but his innate soul power also increased from level 8 to level 9. What surprised Davis even more was that Li Fu's original martial soul, the Black Tiger, had barely reached the threshold of a high-level martial soul, but after this fusion, it had been completely reborn and mutated into the top-tier beast martial soul. The Ripping Wind Black Tiger, coupled with a newly acquired self-created soul skill, Tiger Claw Absolute Hand, Li Fu's close combat explosive damage was greatly enhanced. It could be anticipated that for a period of time in the future, Li Fu's strength would undergo a transformation akin to a triple jump. After a short while, Li Fu's aura gradually retracted, and he slowly opened his eyes. Grandpa Li, how does it feel to receive divine grace? Davis looked up at the elder with a smile and asked. Li Fu felt the powerful body, a state of health, strength, and potential that he hadn't experienced in a long time. It was truly miraculous. He had never felt this good before. Was this the power granted by the divine? Those eyes, which usually appeared dull and lifeless, were now sharp and bright, with a hint of disbelief deep within. What had just happened felt like an illusion. Even the subjects, partners, and family members who had merged with soul cards could not access the existence of the system. Thus, Davis took out the prepared statement. Grandpa Li Fu, in fact, from the day I was born, I was chosen by a deity to be the son of God, the heir to the divine position. The divine grace you just received was a blessing from the deity for you, the guardian. Li Fu suddenly realized, filling in the entire plot based on the framework Davis had provided. So, he had already been determined as the heir to the divine position at birth. This explained the crown prince's precociousness, the extraordinary golden tiger stripes of the white tiger martial soul, and the divine blessing just received. However, the impact of such news regarding the inheritance of the divine position was too great. There was still a hint of disbelief in Li Fu's eyes. But, Your Highness the Crown Prince, how could you casually reveal such matters concerning the divine inheritance to an outsider like me? If I misjudge someone, if I have even the slightest ill intention in my black wind domain, the letter from Davis was certainly not solely from Li Fu himself, but from the system. However, what it conveyed to Li Fu was, this blessing from the divine represents my identity as a guardian. And the choice of the guardian is not made by me, but by the deities of the divine realm. Once this statement was made, the final piece of logic that Li Fu had been missing fell into place. He, of course, had a clear conscience, but his love and loyalty towards the queen and the crown prince were never overly expressed, and this child, Davis, naturally could not perceive the human heart. However, the deities could. The hearts of mortals, of course, cannot block the gaze of the divine. Thus, It was only natural for him to become the most suitable guardian for His Highness the Crown Prince. Having sorted out his thoughts, Li Fu finally ceased to be troubled and bowed to Davis, saying, "Old servant Li Fu is willing to serve your highness unto death." This was the second time in his life that the old man uttered these words, but it was sincere and simple enough that no one could doubt it. Davis had a serious expression as he raised his hand and tapped Li Fu's arm. He couldn't reach his shoulder due to his height, and said, "Li Qing, I, Davis, accept your loyalty." This might be the simplest loyalty ceremony on the Douluo continent, but its significance is enough to be recorded in the annals of the continent's history. After that, the two began discussing their plans for the upcoming period. There were only two important things. First, Li Fu needed to hunt for a sufficiently powerful ninth spirit ring. Second, after becoming a titled Douluo, Li Fu, according to Davis's plan, would plunder the immortal herbs from the ice and fire in Yong. Regarding Li Fu's ninth spirit ring, it was difficult to find a 100,000-year spirit beast. But there were quite a few spirit beasts between 80 and 90,000 years old in the Dou forest. According to Li Fu's own recollection, when he hunted for his eighth spirit ring, he encountered two tiger-type spirit beasts over 80,000 years old. As for whether he could defeat them, Li Fu, who was at level 90 and possessed a domain, could spend a month or so familiarizing himself with his newly acquired self-created soul skill, Tiger Claw Fatal Hand, which would enhance his combat power. With this strength, as long as he didn't recklessly confront those powerful 100,000-year spirit beasts, he should be able to roam freely in the Dou forest. Once Li Fu successfully hunted for his spirit ring and officially advanced to title Douluo, he would directly visit the Dou Empire to obtain the few immortal herbs Davis wanted from the ice and fire in Yong, which belonged to Douluo. As for the entire herb garden, being a deep enclave in enemy territory, they would wait until Davis's power grew stronger before making a move. If everything went smoothly, by the time Li Fu returned from the Dou Empire, Davis would also be close to breaking through level 20. At that time, he would go to the Dou forest to hunt for his second spirit ring and become the youngest Grand Soul Master in the history of the Luo Empire. After that, Davis would add a series of training plans for himself. He would no longer be limited to simply cultivating soul power. He would also need to start honing his physical fitness, palm techniques, and combat abilities. The ancient soul guide, the giant peak soul lock bracelet, which he obtained on the day of awakening his martial soul, would also be utilized by then. After the conversation between the master and servant ended, Davis left Li Fu's residence as if nothing had happened. That night, Li Fu sent someone to the palace to inform the queen, asking her to secretly send 2 soul saints and 8 soul emperors to guard the Wanjin villa. He himself quietly left the gates of Xingluo City before dawn, without alerting any of the city guards. The courtyard where Li Fu lived in Wanjin villa was cleaned daily by his grandson, Li Yong. 3 meals a day were also delivered by Li Yong, and Li Fu would secretly eat in the room, leaving no clues for anyone else. In this way, for a short time, no one would be able to discover that the strongest soul, Douluo, in Wanjin villa had quietly left. The next period of life was tedious, yet filled with joy for Davis. Aside from attending school, practicing the true heart method, and training in the mountain-shaking iron palm, the challenges from Liu Weiing every few days were the only things that sparked his interest. It must be said that the teammate he chose was indeed a born warrior. Or rather, the descendants of the Liu family's inherited Scarlet Flame, Overlord Spear, Martial Soul are all born warriors. Every 3 to 5 days, Liu Weiing would challenge Davis. However, due to the significant difference in their hard power, Davis would always resolve the battles with just a few punches and kicks. Yet, there was no sign of discouragement from Liu Weiing. She fought repeatedly, and even after repeated defeats, she continued to challenge him. Although the results were not very optimistic, and the techniques she could sustain under Davis were still just a few, the other students in the Royal Junior Soul Master Academy could not understand her masochistic mentality. However, Davis understood and was deeply shocked. Only by continuously sparring with Liu Weiing did he realize how terrifying this repeatedly defeated girl-esque talent was. It should be noted that while Liu Weiing was making progress, Davis was also improving every day, even though the training time was not long. After integrating the martial arts card, practicing the mountain-shaking iron palm was many times smoother than for others. Under such circumstances, Liu Weiing's progress in her family's spear techniques could barely keep pace with him, if it were not for the fact that weapon martial souls could not take the form of spirit beasts. Davis would even suspect that she was perhaps a 100,000-year Scarlet Flame, Overlord Spear Spirit Beast. Chapter 12. The Night Banquet at the Marquis's Residence. The Heavy Crossbow Attack. 2 months after Li Fu's departure, Davis has reached level 18 and will soon obtain his second soul ring. Lu Yunying has now learned her captain's true soul power level, but her fighting spirit remains high. As a strong attack-type soul master with innate soul power of level 9, her cultivation speed is already quite fast. Additionally, with the Lu family's self-built fire tribute simulated training ground, Lu Yunying has also improved by 1 level in the past 2 months, reaching level 13. 7.5-year-old Yong has also advanced his soul power by 1 level through hard training, reaching level 16. Besides the breakthrough in soul power, both Davis's palm techniques and Lu Yunying's marksmanship are improving day by day, especially Lu Yunying, under the relentless training from Davis. Her progress in marksmanship has surprised even her father, the Seoul Dual level powerhouse, Marquis Lu Qinfeng. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for Lu Yunying to gain the Marquis's consent to join Davis's team. However, what makes Lu Yunying a bit desperate is that aside from attending classes and the unchanging 6 hours of soul power training each day, she spends all her remaining time practicing her marksmanship. In contrast, Davis, besides cultivating his soul power and palm techniques, has started to train his physique daily, learn royal etiquette, and find time to understand the progress of several major businesses. Thus, whether in soul power cultivation or palm technique refinement, Davis is still faster than her. Why does such a prodigy exist in the same era as herself? After realizing this, Lu Yunying can only train harder, sleeping only 6 hours a day. Originally, Yong, who was only considered relatively diligent in his training, felt that his status as the #1 personal guard was at risk after seeing Lu Yunying's determination. So he also began to train hard. Thus began the competition within the Crown Prince's mansion. One morning, Lu Yunying arrived as usual. However, she was not wearing her previous training outfit, but a magnificent gold and red noble gown, with the Marquis's family emblem pinned to her chest. Although the Marquis's family has good upbringing, Lu Yunying, dressed up, exuded the demeanor of a gentle and proper young lady. Yet after 2 months of getting to know her, both Davis and Yong could tell that she was uncomfortable in this outfit to the point of almost bursting. Davis stifled a laugh and asked, "Oh, is our Miss Yunying going to wear a long dress and dance with her gun today?" Yong chimed in from the side, "Your Highness, be careful. Maybe it's Yunying's long-practiced ultimate move." The two formed a duo that typically wouldn't laugh, but without any proper training, they burst into laughter after just 2 sentences, which infuriated Lu Yunying. She suppressed the urge to summon the Crimson Flame Overlord Spear, stomped her foot, and impatiently handed over 2 invitation cards. "My father heard about us forming a battle team and specifically hosted a banquet to invite my 2 teammates to our residence for a discussion." Davis took the invitation and looked at it. The invitation was printed with the family crest of the Xianzheng Lu family, but it did not have a gold border. It was merely a second-tier invitation. Logically, such an invitation should not have been sent to the Grand Prince's residence. Looking further at the invitation, it stated that the invitees were Davis and Yong, the 2 teammates of Lu Yunying, rather than the Grand Prince. Davis immediately understood. Lu Qinfeng was indeed worthy of being the highest-ranking general in the Star Luo Empire's military, as his actions were meticulous and flawless. The absence of the Lu family's highest-level invitation indicated Lu Qinfeng's importance to the 2 of them, while not flattering the prince. Inviting Davis to the banquet under the pretext of inviting his daughter's teammate, without mentioning the identity of the Grand Prince, was to leave some leeway for the military lord's mansion. Close relations between the military's upper echelons and the prince were never good news. This banquet might be Lu Qinfeng's assessment of Davis, the Grand Prince, and the captain of his daughter's battle team. The outcome of the banquet could determine whether Lu Yunying could gain the support of the Lord's mansion to join the battle team. Therefore, Davis had to attend. After changing into formal attire for the banquet, he and Yong arranged for 6 Soul Emperors to openly guard them and 2 Soul Saints to secretly follow, then set off for the Lord's mansion. In a civilian residence within Star Luo City, DrawingJin, a former Soul King expert from the Feather Army, who had no idea how many Soul Masters he had killed in the external wars of the Star Luo Empire, was now in a very embarrassing situation, being stepped on. "DrawingJin, what have you decided?" A black-clothed person slightly lifted his foot off DrawingJin's head and asked. "The Grand Prince has already set out. There's no time to waste. If you don't act, you're certain to die now, and your wife and daughter will suffer too. Your wife can't hold on much longer. Would you be willing to let your lovely daughter die for a Grand Prince you've never met?" Looking at his wife lying in a pool of blood and his daughter, who had been knocked unconscious and was being held by the black-clothed person, DrawingJin glanced at the 3 masked Soul Emperor experts before him. This battle-hardened soldier, who had faced death countless times, had no choice but to lower his head and submit to the leading masked person, saying, "I agree, but you must let my daughter go." The leader casually agreed, tossing the little girl to the ground, then handing DrawingJin an address. "Get here within 10 minutes and assassinate Grand Prince Davis. If you succeed, we'll save your wife and release your daughter. If you fail, you know the consequences." DrawingJin glanced at the address and left without saying a word. Following him were 2 Soul Emperors, leaving the leader to guard DrawingJin's family. The speed of the Soul King and Soul Emperor was astonishing. They arrived at their destination, the Drinking Star Pavilion, in about 3 minutes. This was the largest restaurant in Eastern Star Luo City, although it was the tallest building. It ranked among the top 10 in height and was perfectly located along the route that Davis and his party would take. DrawingJin entered the top-level box that had been reserved by the black-clothed people, without exchanging a word with the 2 black-clothed individuals, and silently summoned his martial spirit. The Silver Wing Heavy Crossbow. This was a heavy crossbow that had a high explosive attack at medium range. DrawingJin, a Soul King, had repeatedly killed unprepared Soul Emperors with it. However, it also had fatal flaws. It had a very low shooting frequency, and summoning the martial spirit drastically reduced his mobility. These shortcomings meant DrawingJin could only be an excellent system soul master, maximizing his effectiveness only under the protection of an army. But at this moment, the target the black-clothed people wanted him to assassinate was merely a first-ring soul master. As long as DrawingJin exerted his full strength, even with soul saints secretly protecting him, he had at least a 50% chance of killing the target in one shot. 10 minutes later, Davis's party passed beneath the Drinking Star Pavilion. On the top floor, the black crossbow in DrawingJin's hands shimmered with silver light as 4 of the 5 soul rings lit up. First soul skill, Charge Arrow. Second soul skill, Eagle Eye. Third soul skill, Hunting Light. Fourth soul skill, Armor-Piercing Arrow. Seeing this, the 2 black-clothed individuals, who had been worried about DrawingJin's cooperation, breathed a sigh of relief. Before choosing DrawingJin for the assassination, they had conducted thorough research on him, including his 5 soul skills. Except for the 5th soul skill used for close-range counterattacks. The other 4 soul skills were utilized for this arrow, significantly increasing the probability of a successful kill. Assassinating the Grand Prince of the Star Luo Empire was a task that, having a 70% chance of success, was already considered a stroke of luck. Regardless of what the black-clothed individuals thought, DrawingJin was completely unconcerned at this moment. All his focus seemed to be concentrated on the arrow about to be released. The arrow poised on the Silver Wing Heavy Crossbow exuded a chilling aura. But DrawingJin's eyes were as calm as the deep sea. When Davis's carriage advanced into DrawingJin's optimal shooting angle, whoosh, thunder roared in the deep sea. A piercing arrow shot through the air, targeting Davis inside the carriage. The mere curtain could not obstruct DrawingJin's 2nd soul skill, Eagle Eye. The arrow was so fast that it only drew the attention of the 2 soul saints guarding them when it entered within 5 meters of the carriage. It would take less than a tenth of a second for the deadly arrow to pierce through Davis's skull. Just at this critical moment, the carriage's body lit up with dark blue inscriptions. This carriage had been enhanced with soul skills by a high-level defensive soul master beforehand. Ding! The arrow struck the inscriptions and was momentarily blocked. "You rodents! How dare you assassinate His Highness the Grand Prince?" One of the soul saints guarding them erupted, summoning his martial spirit. Yellow, purple, black, black, black. A level 74 control system soul saint, martial spirit. Steel, iron chain. 5th soul skill, iron chain capture. Several iron chains shot out at high speed towards the crossbow bolt. Capturing the assassin was less important than protecting the Grand Prince. Thus, the Soul Saint's first reaction was to neutralize the arrow that posed a threat to the Grand Prince. The 2 black-clothed individuals on the rooftop immediately sprang into action, summoning their martial spirits and unleashing several 10,000-year soul skills, momentarily blocking the Soul Saint's soul skills. The black-clothed individuals had a simple goal. With a Soul Saint present, especially one skilled in control, they would never be able to approach Davis's carriage, so they had to gamble on DrawingJin being able to break through the carriage's defenses. As for the risk to their own lives after being exposed, that was beyond their consideration. They had known since the day they were planted in Star Luo City that if one day their mission was activated, it would also mean their demise. As long as they successfully assassinated the target, their mission would be complete. Seeing the assassin appear and disrupt their plans, the other Soul Emperors in the group reacted simultaneously, half surrounding the carriage while the other half charged at the 2 black-clothed individuals. Just as the two black-clothed individuals were about to be surrounded by the Soul Saints and several Soul Emperors, one of them shouted loudly, "Luo Jin, if we fail, your wife and daughter will not survive." A fierce glint flashed in Luo Jin's eyes at the top of the building. At that moment, he seemed to transform back into the killer from the Feather Army, and the murderous aura he had hidden for so long was finally released without concealment. Just as the black-clothed person finished speaking, a black light illuminated Luo Jin's left forearm. Soul Bone Skill, Void Passage. At the same time, a black vortex appeared in front of Davis's carriage, and a deadly arrow instantly flew into that vortex. No one expected that Luo Jin, a mere Soul King, was hiding a Soul Bone. It was a space-type Soul Bone that even titled Douluo sought but could not obtain. At this critical moment, he used his Soul Skill to open a Void Passage, sending that lethal crossbow bolt into the carriage. The arrow shot out by Luo Jin, a Soul King, even if slightly deflected by the inscriptions on the carriage, was more than enough to kill someone like Davis, a one-ring Soul Master. Seeing this, the two men in black suddenly laughed maniacally and used their last bit of soul power to shatter their own hearts. Mission accomplished. What they had to do next was to silence themselves to prevent the royal family from sending in high-level Soul Masters skilled in mental manipulation to extract the organization's secrets from their consciousness. Although the control-type Soul Saint wanted to leave a survivor, he couldn't withstand the suicide techniques that these death warriors had trained for countless times and ended up being outsmarted and successfully committing suicide. Seeing the two men take their own lives, Luo Jin put away his silver wing heavy crossbow martial spirit and quickly left the Star Drinking Pavilion, rushing home. However, he had already attracted the attention of the Iron Chain Soul Saint, and several iron chains came flying in, about to bind him up like a zongzi. Fifth Soul Skill, Void Leap. The 10,000-year soul ring that Luo Jin had not used suddenly lit up, and then his figure flickered, appearing dozens of meters away. It was the space-type soul ring he obtained alongside his 10,000-year soul bone back then. The Iron Chain Soul Saint frowned. The Agile Attack Team, Capture Alive. Owl, Greyback Falcon, Lightning Leopard. 3 Agile Attack-type Soul Emperors, skilled in speed, shot out like arrows, closely following Luo Jin's figure. The Iron Chain Soul Saint approached the carriage at a leisurely pace, seemingly unconcerned about Davis's safety. Your Highness the Crown Prince, there are 3 assassins in total. 2 have already committed suicide, and 1 is currently fleeing. I have sent someone to pursue him. We will now. A voice from inside the carriage interrupted. No change in plans. Understood. After receiving Davis's directive, the Iron Chain Soul Saint left only 1 attendant from the Crown Prince's residence to wait for the city guards of Xingluo City to handle the follow-up matters, while the others continued towards the general's mansion. Inside the carriage, Davis carefully examined the arrow aimed at him. The arrowhead was poisoned by Luo Jin, and it was neatly split in half from tip to tail. Being a creation of a soul skill, it had already begun to disintegrate after being damaged and would vanish in a short while, making it useless as evidence. This was precisely the masterpiece of the Soul Saint sitting next to Davis, who decisively cut down the arrow after it penetrated the outer barrier of the carriage. Chengyu, level 78 strong, attack-type Soul Saint, martial spirit dragon pattern sword. Chengyu was quite renowned even in the powerhouse-filled Xingluo City, hailed as the best swordsman of Xingluo City. Although he could not compare to the sword duo of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he had astonishing records of Soul Saints defeating Soul Douluos. Personally invited by the Star Luo Emperor to be the court swordsman, he was promised a position of worship and granted access to all swordsmanship-related texts from the royal family's secret collection, which is how he was recruited. This arrow still has space soul power. If I hadn't blocked it, it likely would have been a space jump aimed not at Your Highness the Crown Prince, Chengyu said as he handed the arrow to Davis. Davis smiled non-committally and said, "It's all right. We don't need to invest any more thought into this matter. The Jinju and Hofu will find out the truth." Sitting next to Davis, Lu Yuang had a pale face since the assassination began, but her expression gradually improved after hearing Davis's words. As the daughter of the Lu family, even at just over 6 years old, she understood very well that the news of the Lu family hosting the Grand Prince must have leaked from within the Lu residence. If they wanted to clear their name, the Lu family had to capture or identify the true culprit behind scenes, and Davis, as the victim, was willing to give the Lu family the opportunity to investigate, which indicated that he had a certain level of trust in his teammate. Whoever dares to plant spies in my home and use my father's banquet as a chance to orchestrate an assassination, my father will definitely get to the bottom of this and give you an explanation. No matter who it is, whoever dares to use my aunt, Lu Yuang, We'll make them understand why the tip of the Qian Overlord gun is so red. Davis waved his hand, signaling Lu Yunying that there was no need to be so agitated. All those who resort to assassination methods are simply afraid of our future. Most of our enemies are just jackals with half their bodies buried in the ground. And you and I are becoming stronger every moment. Besides assassination, they can do nothing but watch us grow step by step, sending them to their graves. Isn't that an exhilarating thing? Yunying, when I first saw you, you wanted to establish the genius gang and challenge me, the great demon king. Where did that enthusiasm go? Upon hearing this, Lu Yunying's face instantly turned red. After Davis's encouragement and teasing, the anger and worry that had just risen within her were mostly smoothed over. Chapter 14. There are always schemers trying to harm me. The assassination attempt on the crown prince in broad daylight had a greater impact than expected. The palace, the harem, the military, and even the martial Soul Hall of the Xingluo Empire were all stirred up. In an instant, spies and messengers from all sides sprang into action. While the surface of Xingluo City remained calm, secretly, a storm was already brewing. However, our protagonist, Crown Prince Davis, continued to head to the Lu residence for the banquet as if nothing had happened. In the carriage, Davis opened the card drawing system. He achieved the hidden achievement, "There are always schemers trying to harm me," and received a special reward. Unique item card, visualization diagram of Elzu. This item would appear in the card pool of the gold system heroes, which Davis had never expected. This was a reward for completing a hidden task in the gold system heroes. And its use in the game was to visualize the pure Yong, Dao, ancestor El Dongbin to enhance spiritual attributes. In the world of Douluo, its usage would likely be similar. Perhaps whether Davis could achieve his 10,000-year fourth ring would depend on this visualization diagram. The first-ranked general, Jinxi Lu Qinfeng, personally led the Marquis' guard to welcome him. Davis had his first close-up observation of Lu Qinfeng, the legendary general of the empire. At 60 years old, he was not considered old for a soul fighter, and his thick, fiery red long hair made him appear even younger. Unlike the usual way of welcoming guests, this general was dressed in full chainmail, with a bright red battle robe over it, adorned with the unique crimson flame dragon pattern of the Lu family. It felt more like he was preparing to face a formidable enemy. Clearly, the recent assassination attempt had not only angered Lu Yunying, but had also provoked this military giant. This attire and the manner in which he came out to greet Davis served as a warning to those observing in the shadows. Davis felt a sense of joy upon witnessing this scene. Originally, he only intended to seek the approval of the Ho residents to officially include Lu Yunying in the battle team. With a few more divine assists like this, it seemed that winning over the entire Lu family from the trap array might not be a mere dream after all. While Davis was observing Lu Qinfeng, the latter was also watching him. Despite having just experienced an incredibly perilous assassination attempt, Lu Qinfeng could not sense even a hint of panic from Davis, who should have been a pampered royal. Instead, he felt that this crown prince appeared as calm and composed as those difficult bureaucrats in the court. The general seemed quite satisfied with this and smiled as he cupped his hands in salute to Davis, saying, "The Ho residence has mishandled matters, leaking secrets that led to your highness being attacked. I hope for your forgiveness. Lu has already taken the initiative to request a decree from His Majesty. And within 3 days, we will definitely solve the case and trace back to the mastermind behind it, providing your highness with an explanation. May I ask if your highness has any special requests?" Lu Qinfeng's apology was not overly humble, but was filled with sincerity. Not only ensuring a resolution within 3 days, but also agreeing to provide Davis with special privileges in the case. At this moment, Davis was no longer concerned about the assassination case, but he made an unexpected request to Lu Qinfeng. "You are too polite, my lord. However, if it's convenient, there is indeed one thing I would like you to help me look into. Among the 3 participants in the assassination, if the one still at large could be captured alive, could I have a chance to meet him alone?" The terrifying arrow shot by Luo Jin had left Davis both surprised and cold with sweat. That arrow that crossed space, if it had truly been aimed at Davis. Without the protection of Cheng Min, the best swordsman of the Xingluo Empire by his side, even an ordinary soul saint might not have been able to guarantee Davis's safety. Davis's team is missing a sharpshooter like this. Of course, Luo Jin personally attempted to assassinate the prince, and regardless of any hidden circumstances, according to the laws of the Starry Empire, he is undoubtedly doomed. However, his involvement in the assassination was clearly coerced, and he is not on the same side as the other 2 black-clad assassins. Moreover, according to Cheng Min, that deadly arrow was not actually aimed at Davis. If there were a way for Davis, the victim, to absolve himself, he might escape with his life and spare his family from disaster. Additionally, Davis might be able to find a desired sharpshooter from the network of connections within his family's younger generation. Davis's request was nothing more than a simple task for Lu Qinfeng, and he agreed without much thought. Soon after, Lu Qinfeng welcomed everyone into his residence for a banquet. Just as the feast was halfway through, the three Soul Emperors who had pursued Luo Jin returned, bringing news of his death. The three Soul Emperors had tracked Luo Jin to his home, where they found him engaged in a life-and-death struggle with another man in black. However, before they could intervene, Luo Jin and the man in black perished together. They could only ascertain Luo Jin's identity and bring back his daughter. His wife had already died from excessive blood loss. In his last moments, Luo Jin revealed to the three Soul Emperors that he possessed a soul bone and hoped to offer it in exchange for his family's pardon. A Millennium Soul Bone of the space attribute was so valuable that it far exceeded the lives of the three Soul Emperors. Although all parties involved were dead, the three did not dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately took the soul bone back with them. Davis sighed with regret upon hearing the news. Even in the situation where his family was taken hostage, Luo Jin did not genuinely intend to assassinate the royal family. He truly deserved to be called a former star Luo soldier. As a soul king, being able to perish alongside a soul emperor is also a sign of talent. And it's a pity that he died just like that. Moreover, with this development, Davis's idea of searching for a shooter candidate from Luo Jin's network of relationships has come to naught. Compared to selecting teammates, acquiring a 10,000-year space-type soul bone may not be such a joyous event in Davis's eyes. By the way, Your Highness, I have one more matter to report. The Owl Soul Emperor handed Davis the soul guide containing the space-type soul bone, then cupped his hands together and half-knelt on the ground to request. Luo Jin is a soul king who retired from the Feiyu army. And I too come from the Feiyu army. Although I did not have the chance to work with him, we share a bond of comradeship. Today, both Luo Jin and his wife have passed away, leaving only their young daughter. May I request, Your Highness, to spare her from the consequences of her parents' actions. Considering her youth? Only daughter? Davis's heart stirred. How old is that girl? The Owl Soul Emperor, unaware of Davis's deeper meaning, honestly replied, just over 6 years old. She hasn't had the chance to awaken her martial soul yet. Hearing this, Davis nodded in agreement to the request of the Owl Soul Emperor and asked him to take the girl back to Wanjin Mountain Manor first. After the banquet, bidding farewell to Lu Qinfeng, Davis returned home with his men. Luo Jin's daughter is named Luo Wei, and she is the same age as Davis. At this moment, she stood in front of Davis, her head lowered, neither crying nor making a sound, seemingly waiting for the final doom to descend. Davis spoke up. Your father's assassination was false. The killing of enemies is true. He is not a traitor, but a hero of the empire. A simple sentence made the girl in front of him, who had her head lowered, tear up, with tears continuously dripping onto the ground. Yet she still remained silent. In a moment, I will have someone awaken your martial soul. If your aptitude is good, you will receive the empire's training. Even if your aptitude is average, the empire will still treat you as the orphan of a martyr and raise you. After hearing this, the little girl bowed to Davis but remained silent. Losing both her father and mother in one day, and right before her eyes, was an immense emotional blow for a 6-year-old girl. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. The Owl Soul Emperor, who was standing beside her, quickly expressed gratitude on her behalf. If you are fortunate, you are a genius. Davis then casually said, well, I will give you a chance to follow me. I will provide abundant resources and spare no expense to train you to become strong. Perhaps one day, you can take revenge on the mastermind behind this with your own power. A casual remark from Davis immediately brightened Luo Wei's dim eyes. It was a cold yet blazing fire of revenge that seemed ready to freeze everything and burn everything away. Genius, becoming stronger, revenge. Only by becoming stronger could she have the chance to avenge her father and mother with her own hands. The young girl suddenly looked up, staring intently at Davis, as if she wanted to remember this boy who made her a promise deep in her soul forever. Please give me the awakening of my martial soul. I will definitely be a genius. Davis nodded noncommittally. He had already investigated Luo Jin's life. The Silver Wing Heavy Crossbow Martial Soul, aside from being applicable only to the military, could be considered a high-level weapon martial soul. With innate soul power at level 6, he was seen as a small genius, which is why he could advance to Soul King at the age of 37, relying on the not-so-abundant resources of the military as a commoner. If today's tragedy had not occurred, he could have potentially achieved Soul Emperor in the future, and there might have even been a glimmer of hope for Soul Sage. Luo Wei, as Luo Jin's daughter, would likely inherit her father's martial soul, with a high probability of her innate soul power being around level 6, and a small chance of reaching level 8 or even higher. As long as she reached level 7, it would meet the baseline for Davis to accept her as a team member. After all, both celestial herbs and soul cards have miraculous effects that can change one's fate. A small genius with level 7 innate soul power could, after 2 transformations, potentially become fully filled with innate soul power. However, for a genius like Davis, level 7 innate soul power was insignificant, yet it was something that ordinary families could only dream of for their children. Could Luo Wei's fate begin to favor her after she lost everything? Chapter 15, Silver Wing Pursuit. 4 joys arrived. The servants in the mansion quickly prepared what was needed for the awakening of the martial soul. Davis designated that the Owl Soul Emperor would preside over Luo Wei's awakening. The Owl Soul Emperor patted Luo Wei's head and then activated his martial soul. Yellow, purple, black. Standing in the awakening formation, Luo Wei's hand emitted a deep purple glow, profound and captivating. As the light gradually faded, what appeared in her hand was a hand crossbow. It didn't look like Luo Jin's silver wing heavy crossbow. Instead, it resembled a lightweight one-handed crossbow. "Child, place your hand on the crystal ball," the Owl Soul Emperor instructed. Luo Wei obeyed and placed her hand on the awakening crystal ball. The purple light within the crystal ball began to rapidly spread upwards, 50, 60, 70. Until the purple light occupied over 90 of the crystal ball, it gradually came to a stop. Innate soul power at level 9. Like Lu Yunying and Yong, she was an absolute genius. In Davis's eyes, a hint of joy was already showing. The next step was to evaluate Luo Wei's martial soul strength. Luo Wei's martial soul appeared to be just an ordinary hand crossbow, and if there was nothing extraordinary about it, it was likely even inferior to her father Luo Jin's 7th level innate soul power silver-winged heavy crossbow. Davis was about to ask when he saw a surprising scene. A purple light suddenly emanated from Luo Wei's hand, and the hand crossbow, which was originally only a foot long, transformed into a giant crossbow that closely resembled the appearance of the silver-wing heavy crossbow. Twin martial souls? No, it should be a single martial soul with 2 forms. Davis quickly reacted and had someone bring over several targets specifically designed to test soul skills. After a series of tests, Davis was pleasantly surprised to discover that Luo Wei's martial soul had likely undergone a mutation. The martial soul was named Silver Wing Pursuit Crossbow. It had 2 forms, the Silver Wing Heavy Crossbow and the Pursuit Light Crossbow, which could be switched freely. In the heavy crossbow form, the power of a normal shot reached the level of top-tier assault-type weapon martial souls. In the light crossbow form, it was truly a deadly pursuit. Although the power and range were reduced by about half, the movement speed, shooting speed, and accuracy received significant boosts. Once Luo Wei's strength increased, she might be able to output the firepower of an entire Soul Master archer camp by herself. This would be lethal for some fragile Soul Masters. Davis was extremely satisfied with this test result. From today on, you will be my companion reader like Yong, and you will also be a member of our Demon King team. Main archer of the Demon King team, welcome aboard. With Luo Wei as the archer back in position, the official members of Davis's team were nearing full capacity. Assault-type attacker Lu Yunying, control-type tactical core Yong, long-range sustained damage core Luo Wei, and strong assault-type decisive hand Davis. There was also agile attack-type assassin Zhu Zhuyun, who would awaken next year. In Davis's vision, one of the remaining 2 positions in the team would definitely be reserved for a main tank. In the original story, the defensive Soul Master of the Star Luo team had the martial soul of a swollen water buffalo. Although this talent was considered good, it was not top-notch for a defensive martial soul. As a substitute off-tank, it might be qualified, but it didn't meet Davis's requirements for a main tank in the team. It would be best to have a top-tier defensive martial soul like the Xuanwu Shield, similar to the Shijiao brothers in the Tiando Royal team, to maximize the advantages of Yong and Luo Wei. The last position for support should ideally be occupied by the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Unfortunately, Davis was in Star Luo, starting as the Grand Prince, and there was no hope of getting tied to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect of the Tiando Empire. Davis has already informed the Queen, asking her to mobilize the greatest energy to find the contemporary heir of the 9 Hearts Begonia, Yi Lingling, and to invite her to join the team at all costs. The sausage Uncle Oscar, who has innate full soul power, is also on Davis's list of searches. However, compared to the almost lifeless Nine Hearts Begonia, Oscar's auxiliary abilities are not as enticing. Besides the main 7 members, Davis also plans to set up 2 to 3 reserve positions, like the Shrek team, to deal with various opponents and unexpected situations. 2 days later, Lu Yunying delivered a letter from her father, Lu Qinfeng, to Davis, which contained his promised explanation. After reading it, Davis simply smiled and set the letter ablaze. Apart from the 2 who wrote and received the letter, even Lu Yunying did not know its contents. For a while after that, Davis remained quite low-key. He spent each day training with everyone at the Wanjin Mountain Villa and had not even visited the Junior Royal Academy. Most outsiders believe that Davis was frightened by the previous assassination incident and did not dare to leave the protection of Li Fu's residence casually. Some ministers even impeached him, claiming he lacked courage and had lost royal dignity. However, the one who initiated the impeachment was expelled from the court by Emperor Xingluo Daijun and banned from returning. The reason was for prying into royal secrets and suspected collusion with imperial assassins. This action made everyone aware that, regardless of whether Crown Prince Davis was truly frightened, he was still favored by the Holy One. Minor issues brought to the surface could not even harm a hair on him. Only a few knew that during this period of seclusion, Davis's training was even more arduous than before. Every day, apart from the basic needs of eating, sleeping, using the restroom, and cleaning, Davis either practiced the true heart method to enhance his soul power, or trained his palm techniques, or practiced soul skill combinations with Yong, Lu Yunying, and Luo Jiwei. Such relentless training day and night even made the 2 maids, Zhuer and Per, feel uneasy, worried that their prince might be mentally disturbed. Until one morning more than 3 months later, in the rooms of Davis and Luo Jiwei, intense fluctuations of soul power were heard one after another. Someone has broken through. Davis, at the age of 6.5, has advanced to level 20, becoming a quasi-soul master. Luo Jiwei also broke through to level 10 soul power within 2 months after her martial soul awakening, and can obtain a soul ring at any time to become a soul master. Seeing how hard Davis has worked over the past 3 months, his close maid Zhuer suggested holding a small celebration banquet to allow everyone who has been diligently training for 2 months to relax a bit. While everyone was discussing how to organize the celebration banquet, news came from the patrolling gray-backed falcon soul emperor outside the Wanjin villa. Li Fu has returned. Davis was overjoyed upon hearing this, even more so than when he broke through to level 20 in soul power. After all, Old Master Li's trip carried too many of his expectations. Davis led everyone to the entrance of the Wanjin Mountain Villa to greet the guests. Just as they were about to leave the courtyard gate, they heard the old man's hearty voice. "Your Highness, please wait. I'm here." Looking up, a weary yet spirited figure appeared before everyone. Before Davis could ask, Li Fu bowed to him and said, "Thanks to your Highness, my trip has gone smoothly. Not only have I achieved all my goals, but I've also received a little unexpected joy." There were many people around, and Li Fu spoke quite ambiguously, but Davis understood completely. It seemed that Li Fu had successfully secured both his Ninth Spirit Ring and the Celestial Herb. As for the unexpected joy Li Fu mentioned, Davis didn't take it too seriously. After inviting Li Fu to take a seat, Davis waved his hand and instructed the many servants. "Today is indeed a day of great joy. Go and prepare. Let's have a good time tonight." After dispersing the crowd, Davis and Li Fu entered the secret chamber beneath Wanjin Pavilion. Li Fu detailed the gains from this trip. After leaving Xingluo City, he secretly headed straight to the Stardow Forest and quickly found the 90,000 year spirit beast, the black cloud howling wind tiger, that he had encountered before. This was a variant spirit beast whose combat power was almost on par with a 100,000 year spirit beast, and it had the ability to control the wind. A typical 90-level quasi-tidal Douluo would probably only be able to flee upon encountering it. However, after Li Fu gradually mastered the martial skill Tiger Claw Absolute Hand, he discovered that this self-created spirit skill combined dominance and venom, enhancing his already strong close combat abilities by 2 levels. After a fierce battle, Li Fu took advantage of the black cloud howling wind tiger's moment of stiffness after using its ultimate skill, using his domain to instantly immobilize it. And then he activated his martial soul's true form, swiftly extracting its heart with the Tiger Claw Absolute Hand. He successfully obtained a spirit ring just shy of 100,000 years without any danger. As for the unexpected joy Li Fu mentioned, it was indeed not the trivial matter Davis initially thought. After killing the black cloud howling wind tiger, Li Fu discovered that a highly complete torso spirit bone had formed within the tiger's corpse. A 90,000-year torso spirit bone with near maximum completeness. What does that even mean? Such a treasure could not even exist in the royal treasury of the Xingluo Empire. Even typical title Douluo, let alone super Douluo, would find impossible to resist the temptation of this item as long as their torso bone was still vacant. Yet this loyal servant, Li Fu, showed no emotional fluctuations as he stored away this spirit bone, intending to present it to Davis. Looking at the torso spirit bone, emitting a faint dark green glow on the table before him, Davis pondered for a moment and then shook his head. Grandpa Li, you should absorb this spirit bone yourself. Chapter 16. Celestial Herbs and the Banquet. Treat people like people, Your Highness. Seeing Davis refuse to absorb the spirit bone, Li Fu immediately became anxious and was about to explain in detail the benefits of absorbing this 90,000-year spirit bone. Davis interrupted him. Grandpa Li, I understand the value of this 90,000-year torso soul bone, but the gods have already planned for my future soul bone, so... Davis didn't know how to refuse Li Fu, so he once again used the divine being as a shield. Li Fu immediately stopped questioning. As long as it was related to the divine being, he would definitely support it wholeheartedly. Thus, under Davis's instruction, Li Fu sat down on the spot and absorbed the extremely precious 90,000-year-old torso soul bone. With the enhancement of this soul bone, Li Fu not only raised his soul power level by one more rank, but also obtained a soul bone ability that could perfectly complement his 9th soul ring, significantly increasing his strength. Next, it was time for the matter that Davis was most concerned about, the celestial herbs. These treasures that he had been planning to obtain since his arrival finally had a portion in hand. Li Fu took out 5 celestial herbs from a treasure chest, exactly the 5 that Davis had instructed him to retrieve. The amazing mushroom heavenly chrysanthemum, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, the gorgeous tulip, the autumn water dew, and the narcissus jade skin bone. For these 5 celestial herbs, Li Fu had ambushed in the sunset forest for half a month, finally waiting for the opportunity when Douluo went out. After confirming that Douluo had gone far, Li Fu quietly infiltrated the medicinal garden created by the ice and fire Yong and, following Davis's instructions, took down these 5 celestial herbs. The remaining ones were either difficult to obtain, like the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot flower, or highly toxic like the scarlet swan kiss. Of course, there were also treasures like the heartbroken red and the fragrant chua immortal product, which would eventually be needed. Unfortunately, Davis didn't want to confront Douluo head-on for the time being, and due to the limited space of Li Fu's soul guide that could store living things, he had to temporarily give up on them and leave them in the ice and fire Yong. It would not be too late to retrieve them when Davis's team arrived in Heavendo City. Meanwhile, under Davis's guidance, Li Fu had already taken the 9-grade purple Ganoderma on his way back. Although this spiritual medicine was not a celestial herb, it had miraculous effects comparable to celestial herbs. Even a failed mutated martial soul like Yu Shaojiang's could reshape its foundation. So Li Fu's split-wind black tiger martial soul naturally benefited greatly. Although it did not evolve, its strength increased significantly, and his soul power reached level 92. Now, after absorbing the 90,000-year-old torso bone to raise his level by 1, Li Fu, who had been stuck at level 89 for over 10 years, unexpectedly jumped to level 93 in just a few months. It can be said that on the Douluo continent today, unless a super Douluo appears, Li Fu is unlikely to encounter an opponent. The increase in strength of this loyal servant, Li Fu, allowed Davis to modify his future plans to be bolder. As for the 5 celestial herbs in front of him, Davis already had a distribution plan in mind. The amazing mushroom heavenly chrysanthemum, which could forge an indestructible body, would naturally be consumed by himself. And this celestial herb had the chance to enhance the gold attribute in Davis's martial soul, helping him step closer to becoming the true divine beast, the white tiger. The fire attribute coxcomb phoenix sunflower would go to Lu Yunying. With this celestial herb, Lu Yunying's red flame overlord spear had the chance to become the #1 weapon martial soul in the Douluo continent. The gorgeous tulip belonged to Yong. Like the reflective mirror and the 7-treasure glazed tile, both were treasure type assisting martial souls. And the gorgeous tulip could help Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile upgrade to the 9-treasure glazed tile, which should also have a chance to allow Li Yang's martial soul to evolve. The narcissus jade skin bone, which was suitable for Zhu Zhuqing in the original world line, would also be perfect for his fiancée, Zhu, although she had not yet revealed her face. After Zhu awakened her martial soul next year, she should establish a marriage contract with Davis. Speaking of which, Zhu in this world was extremely fortunate. Even before awakening her martial soul, her future fiancé, whom she had never met, had prepared everything for her: celestial-grade herbs, perfect teammates, and future martial arts cards. Of course, this girl, who had followed Davis for over 10 years in the original work and did not leave him even after defeat, deserved such treatment. Finally, the autumn water dew, which was consumed by Tang San in the original work to elevate the purple extreme demon eye. Davis did not plan to consume it. The two main effects of this celestial herb were not very appealing to Davis, assisting in the cultivation of eye techniques, which, according to Davis, did not exist in the world of the gold system heroic biography. Enhancing mental power was no longer a necessity, as with the Elzu visualization diagram. Davis was confident he could raise his soul power to the Soul King level before reaching level 40. Therefore, Davis planned to reserve this autumn water dew for Luo Wei to use. Once she acquired an eye technique type, soul skill, using the autumn water dew would greatly increase the chances of significantly enhancing the eye technique. All those who were given celestial herbs must be trustworthy partners. The standard was simple. The system determines that affection and loyalty must exceed 90, steadfast loyalty, to qualify. Davis has tested, and except for the newly joined Luo Wei, both Lu Yunying and Li Yong have met the requirements. As for Luo Wei, Davis tested her not long ago. Although her loyalty level of 88 is already quite high, it only reflects her loyalty status and has not yet reached the firm loyalty required by the fusion system to view cards. However, Davis believes that time will reveal one's true character, and eventually, the truth will come out. The evening banquet was held in the backyard as scheduled. Li Yong and Lu Yunying, who had been accompanying Davis in intense training during this time, were under a lot of pressure and felt quite fatigued. So they seized the opportunity to enjoy good food, drinks, and fun. Various precious ingredients were prepared into exquisite dishes using Davis's newly invented culinary techniques, served one plate after another. Li Fu rarely drank alcohol, while Davis and the other miners enjoyed beverages created by the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce based on Davis's ideas. Watching his grandson being valued and cherished by the Lord, Li Fu felt immense comfort in his heart and ended up drinking quite a bit, unsure whether it was genuine joy or simply because the wine was too delicious. Zhu Air and Pei Air's hard work during this period was also noticed by Davis. On one hand, they had to manage various affairs of the boutique jewelry store, and on the other hand, they needed to take good care of Davis's daily life. Tonight, the two sisters were ordered by Davis to put down all their work and join the fun with everyone. The cheerful atmosphere in the backyard even affected Luo Wei, who usually had a cold demeanor. With Zhu Air's gentle pushes, she half-heartedly joined in the festivities. Davis, sitting above, could clearly see that this young girl, who had experienced dramatic changes in her life, was smiling for the first time since entering the mansion. Seeing the genuine smile on Luo Wei's face at the banquet, Davis felt a surge of fortune and took out a card from the system to try using it on her, only to receive an unexpected result: favorability detection in progress. Luo Wei's loyalty, 90 loyal, met the standard. In fact, it makes sense. Luo Wei's parents died due to an assassination case. But it was not the royal family that killed them, but rather the mastermind behind the assassination plot. As the target of his father's assassination, Davis not only helped clear Luo Jin's name and acknowledge his achievements, but also adopted Luo Wei, providing her with the best resources for development and treating her like family. For a 6-year-old girl who had just lost all her loved ones, this might be the only ray of light in the rest of her life. Davis has always believed that subordinates and teammates are not robots, but individuals with their own rich thoughts and feelings, and they must be given enough respect and understanding. When people are in high positions, they should treat others as human beings. This is a principle that Davis has adhered to since his previous life. Sure enough, on such a pleasant day, at this banquet filled with clinking glasses, Luo Wei's loyalty quietly broke through. Chapter 17. Absorbing the Celestial Herb. Hunting souls again early the next morning, Davis gathered his 3 teammates. In front of everyone, he took out several celestial herbs and explained their effects in detail. After listening to Davis's explanation, Li Yong and Lu Yunying's eyes instantly became eager. These were simply divine objects that could make one soar to great heights. Even the usually quiet Luo Wei clenched her fists secretly, even though she came from an ordinary soul master family. After hearing Davis describe the effects of the celestial herbs, She knew that this was a treasure that could elevate an ordinary person to the status of a genius. Davis didn't keep them in suspense any longer and immediately had Li Yong and Lu Yuning take the two types of celestial herbs, Chiluo Jinxi and Jiguang Fengwankui, following the usage in the original text. He also consumed Qirong Tong Tianjiu, the Wangchuan Xiushui Du that Luo Jiwei had was not yet the right time to use, so it was temporarily stored with Davis. The Wangchuan Xiushui Du is best at nourishing the eyes, and the soul skills related to the eyes are often the most basic soul skills for shooter-type soul masters like Luo Jiwei, usually appearing among the first 3 soul rings. It would only be when she obtained her eye technique type soul skill that this celestial herb would truly show its power. The 3 of them absorbed the energy of the celestial herbs, and Davis, with the highest soul power, was the first to awaken. Davis checked his condition and found that his physical strength had improved significantly. When he was attacked, a golden light would spontaneously emerge to resist some of the damage. This should be the legendary indestructible body brought by the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. Additionally, Davis noticed that the soul power within him had become exceptionally sharp, and he felt that his tiger claw could easily break through the defenses of soul masters of the same rank. Even the unknown 7-star sword martial soul in his right hand had greatly enhanced its sharpness and sturdiness. As for the specific extent of the enhancement, that would have to be determined through actual combat. He speculated that it was due to the absorption of the pure golden attribute spiritual energy from the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, which led to a significant increase in the golden attributes of his 2 martial souls, perhaps by obtaining a few more golden attribute soul rings. Davis could achieve an extreme level of golden soul power. As for his soul power level, he was still stuck at level 20 with no improvement. However, feeling the abundant energy within him, Davis estimated that once he obtained his 2nd soul ring, he could instantly reach level 26 or higher. The enhancement brought by the celestial herb energy was even more evident among low-level soul masters. Leon experienced even greater changes. His reflective mirror, originally composed of a silver frame and a light blue mirror surface, evolved into a new form after absorbing the Chiluo tulip. The mirror surface turned into a deep sea-like dark blue, and the frame became a dazzling platinum color, embedded with 9 gemstones of various colors. Guided by those 9 gemstones, no matter what type of soul ring Liang obtained, he would ultimately receive a space-related soul skill. This was no longer the reflective mirror. Liang called it the void treasure mirror. In his perception, the first soul skill, mirror space, received a significant enhancement. Originally, he could only expand the mirror space within a 10 by 10 meter range, encompassing non-resisting teammates. Now, he could include any living being within a 30 by 30 meter range into the mirror space. Moreover, the stability of the mirror space was greatly improved, making it nearly impossible for soul masters of the same rank with strong attack powers to break through its defenses. Additionally, Li Yang's soul power level rose from level 16 to level 20. According to him, there was still some residual energy from the celestial herb, and after obtaining the 2nd soul ring, he should be able to further increase by 2 to 3 levels. Lu Yuning also underwent significant changes. After absorbing the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, the red flame overlord spear she wielded now had 2 red flame flood dragons instead of 1, and it seemed to come alive. With just a slight movement of Lu Yuning's soul power, the 2 red flame flood dragons vividly manifested, and the intensity of the flames appeared to be more than double what it was before. Lu Yuning had only level 13 soul power before absorbing the celestial herb, making her soul power increase the most among the group. Her soul power rose by 7 levels at once, reaching level 20, the same as Davis and Li Yong, and she only needed to obtain a soul ring to become a great soul master. Furthermore, through the system, Davis could see that, under the improvement from the celestial herb, both Li Yong and Lu Yuning's cultivation talents had reached the level of innate full soul power, together with Luo Jiwei, who had not yet absorbed the celestial herb. All 4 members of the team were on the verge of obtaining their soul rings. Davis immediately decided that everyone should adapt to their newly enhanced soul power and set out to obtain their soul rings together in 3 days. After reaching level 20 soul power, Davis took out a soul guide device he had previously obtained, the Giant Peak Soul Lock Bracelet. With the True Heart method approaching the 3rd layer and his soul power level reaching 20, this soul guide device, which continuously consumed soul power to temper the body, finally found its purpose at this moment. Davis wore the bracelet carved from the black jade crystal on his wrist, and an endless flow of soul power immediately began to pour into it. When about 23 of Davis's soul power was consumed, the absorption of the giant peak soul lock bracelet gradually stopped. Soon after, a heavy pressure appeared in every corner of Davis's body. Meanwhile, the energy from the rare herb, the celestial mushroom, which had not been fully absorbed by his body, began to subtly improve Davis's constitution to withstand the pressure from the giant peak soul lock bracelet. Now, under the stimulation of the giant peak soul lock bracelet, this energy was being absorbed at an even faster rate. Perhaps by the time Davis absorbed his fourth soul ring, he would already possess a body capable of resisting the pressure of a 10,000-year soul ring. Additionally, this ancient soul guide also had the effect of concealing soul power levels. Davis's obviously abnormal soul power level, under the suppression of the giant peak soul lock bracelet, can evade the detection of many observant individuals. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This time for soul hunting, Davis did not bring anyone except Li Fu. After all, the transformation brought by the celestial herbs to the 3 members of the team was too bizarre, and the fact that he and Liu Yunying were both 6.5 years old, while Li Yong was a 7.5-year-old soul master, was indeed quite extraordinary. Moreover, even in the perilous Star Dou forest, Li Fu's strength as a titled Douluo was enough to protect the few of them. To avoid attracting attention, the 5 of them set off early in the morning before dawn and quickly reached the outskirts of the Star Dou forest. This time, Davis's goal was already very clear. Davis still needs a metallic soul beast, and for soul skills, he requires short-distance charging types, preferably those that combine impact and damage, to enhance his ability to turn the tide in team battles with a single move. Just like the teleportation and damage skills in games from his past life, Davis's offensive killing ability is already top-notch among his peers, and with the presence of the mountain-shaking Iron Palm, there is currently no need for supplementary attack-type soul skills. On the contrary, as a melee soul master, there's a possibility of being kite, only by possessing displacement skills, combined with Li Yang's Void Mirror's spatial abilities. Can Davis's invincible combat capabilities in his rank be maximized? Due to the uniqueness of the Void Mirror, Li Yong does not have much demand for soul beast types. As long as the age is sufficient, it is fine. Liu Yunying naturally needs a fire attribute soul beast, preferably a subdragon type. Under Davis's suggestion, Dai Wei plans to choose a hawk-type soul beast renowned for its vision. This greatly increases the likelihood of obtaining techniques as soul skills. With the enhancement of the Autumn Water revealing, a century-level technique soul skill may very well directly reach the 10,000-year standard, while still consuming only the resources of a century-level soul ring. Chapter 18. Golden Feather Surprise. Eye of the Hollow. After the 5 of them entered the Star Dou forest, they headed straight for the first planned location, Golden Feather Cliff. This place is one of the areas with the richest gold attribute in the outer region of the Star Dou forest. According to the information provided by the Queen, there is a small colony of golden feather arrow hawks nesting here. The golden feather arrow hawk is a rare hawk-type soul beast and is known to be one of the fastest soul beasts in short-distance flight, even faster than the phoenix tail rooster-crowned snake. Moreover, because it is a gold attribute soul beast, among the hawk-type soul beasts of the same age, the golden feather arrow hawk possesses the sharpest beak, and even the feathers along the edges of its wings are capable of cutting through steel. The colony of golden feather arrow hawks at Golden Feather Cliff ranges from 100 to 3 or 4,000 years in age, perfectly suitable for absorption by Davis and Liu Wei. With a clear target, the group's pace is not slow. Davis, Liu Yunying, and Li Yong walked on foot, while the level 10 spirit master, Liu Wei, was carried forward by Li Fu. The group quickly reached the edge of Golden Feather Cliff. It was close to dusk, and 3 golden-feathered eagle-type spirit beasts were circling and flying at the cliff's edge, which were exactly the target, the golden feather arrow falcons of Davis and Liu Wei. Li Fu identified them and found that their ages were approximately 400 years, 1,300 years, and 3,800 years. The 400-year-old golden feather arrow falcon perfectly met Liu Wei's needs, while Davis, who had consumed the immortal herb, should also have no trouble absorbing the 1,300-year spirit ring. Just as Li Fu was about to capture them, Davis raised an objection. Grandpa Li, with my current physical strength, choosing the 3,800-year golden feather arrow falcon should be safe. Li Fu firmly opposed this. In his view, it was too risky for a level 20 spirit master to absorb a 3,800-year spirit ring. However, Davis was aware of his own condition. After all, he had initially refined a body of indestructible steel with the help of the rare herb, and the name was not given for nothing. Moreover, a portion of the herb's medicinal power still remained in his body. If any danger arose during the absorption of the spirit ring and his body couldn't withstand the pressure, that portion of medicinal power would take effect to further improve his physique. Additionally, with the all-true heart method already perfected to the second level, his speed of absorbing spirit rings was significantly higher than that of an ordinary spirit master. A mere 3,000-year spirit ring posed no threat to Davis. Yet, this old loyal servant still had some concerns until Davis mentioned the divine spirit as a shield, which finally reassured the old man. Li Fu activated his martial spirit and shot out like a cannonball. The senses of these eagle-type spirit beasts were incredibly sharp. The moment they sensed Li Fu's overwhelming spirit power, the 3 golden feather arrow falcons attempted to fly away. If it were an ordinary tidal Dou, not known for speed, they might not be able to catch the 3,800-year golden feather arrow falcon in a short time. Its short-distance sprinting speed was simply too fast. But Li Fu was not an ordinary tidal Dou. 6 spirit skill, black wind binding. A black wind howling area instantly opened in the air, centered around the 3 golden feather arrow falcons, trapping them inside. Despite their fast flying speed, they were completely immobilized by the raging wind, easily captured by Li Fu like a few silly geese. From a moment Li Fu shot out to when he returned to the ground with the 3 spirit beasts. It took less than 3 seconds. This is the terror of a tidal Douluo. Your Highness, I have lived up to my mission. Li Fu bowed to Davis, knocked out the 1,300-year golden feather arrow falcon, and set it aside, while the other 2 were heavily injured and placed in front of Davis and Luo Wei. Davis took out his golden sword and swiftly ended the life of the 3,800-year-old golden-feathered arrow falcon. He then handed the golden sword to Luo Wei. The young girl held the sword, which was taller than her, with her legs slightly trembling, but she acted quickly and steadily, piercing the eye of the 400-year-old golden-feathered arrow falcon with a single thrust. The 2 of them each found a corner to absorb their soul rings. Davis sat cross-legged, concentrating his soul power as the soul ring was drawn to him. The 3,000-year soul ring was indeed extraordinary. As he began to absorb it, he felt a powerful and intense soul power surge towards him like a waterfall. Even with his body modified by the miraculous rhizoma Dioscuri, he felt considerable pressure. However, this pressure decreased significantly once Davis fully operated the second layer of his true heart technique, and the remaining pressure posed no danger to him. It just required some time and effort to gradually absorb the soul ring completely. After about 5 or 6 hours, the surging soul power around Davis gradually subsided. He opened his eyes and found the other 4 people looking at him with tense expressions. Luo Wei, who was absorbing the soul ring at the same time as Davis, had already completed her absorption. "Boss, you finally succeeded," Lu Yuning exclaimed excitedly. Davis smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry for making everyone worry. However, this adventure was worth it. I have obtained an incredible soul skill." The 3 teammates' eyes lit up, and even the composed Li Fu looked at Davis with a hint of excitement, waiting for him to introduce his soul skill. "This 800-year-old soul ring has granted me a soul skill called Golden Feather Assault. It allows me to dash at the maximum speed of this 800-year-old golden feather falcon for up to 1 minute. And my next attack will have a 50 armor-piercing attribute." The whole group was stunned by the attributes of this soul skill. The ability to dash at the maximum speed of the golden feather falcon for 1 minute was already terrifying. Many tidal Douluos couldn't match the flying speed of this 800-year-old falcon. The fact that it could also allow the next attack to ignore 50 defense? This elevated Davis's ability to finish battles to a new height. At that moment, Li Fu raised a critical question. "With such speed, Your Highness, can you control it?" This statement reminded the other 3. Indeed, Davis was currently just a 2-ring Great Soul Master with limited reflex speed. How could he possibly control something as fast as the Golden Feather Falcon? If he used the Soul skill and could only dash in a straight line, he would crash into any obstacles, making it uncertain whether this Soul skill was good or bad. Davis waved his hand dismissively and smiled. "It doesn't hinder me. During the activation of the Golden Feather Strike, I can simultaneously possess the nerve reflex speed of the Golden Feather Falcon." After saying this, Davis directly activated his second spirit ring. Golden Feather Strike. A flash of golden light passed by, and Davis's figure disappeared before the eyes of several people, while golden figures continuously flickered through the surrounding jungle. Except for Li Fu, who was a tidal Douluo, and Luo Wei, who had used her first spirit skill, I technique. The other 2 could not see the trajectory of that golden light at all. Moments later, another golden light landed, and Davis's figure reappeared, holding a stack of leaves. Seeing this, Li Fu nodded in satisfaction, while Luo Jiwei stopped using her first spirit skill, her mouth agape, in surprise. Li Yong and Lu Yunying were confused, and Luo Jiwei explained to them. Just now, His Highness passed through every tree around him in an instant and picked the highest leaf from the treetops without making a mistake. Lu Yunying began to mourn for the future enemies. Being the one who practiced the most with Davis, she knew very well how strong this Crown Prince's attack power was. And now, combined with such a mastery of speed, it truly was like killing grass. The soul power contained in the 3,800-year spirit ring was enormous for a great soul master. After absorbing this spirit ring, along with the soul power from the miraculous mushroom, Davis's soul power level jumped to level 28 in one go. Perhaps in another 6 months, he would already be a soul respected. This was the first time Lu Yunying felt a sense of insecurity about her own talent. Even though she had the cultivation speed of having full innate soul power after absorbing the celestial herb, she still worried that she would not be able to keep up with Davis, the captain. The same emotion also appeared in Luo Jiwei and Li Yong. Davis saw through their thoughts but didn't say much. He believed that his teammates would turn pressure into motivation, steadily improve themselves, and keep up with his pace. Moreover, as Davis's strength increased and he completed more achievements within the system, he would also gain more martial arts cards to enhance his teammates' abilities. For instance, after just being promoted to Grand Soul Master, he received 2 new cards. After increasing his strength by 1 tier, he got a chance to draw a random card once. Achieving the accomplishment of Super Year Limit Absorption, he received the Martial Arts card, Innate Skill, which turned out to be SSR. Innate Skill is the top internal skill of the Chuanjin sect in the Gold System martial arts world. Wang Chongyang once defeated the other 4 of the 5 absolutes 1 by 1 with it, earning the title of the world's #1. If Tang San's Xiantian treasure record allowed him to have an advantage in cultivation speed before becoming a titled Douluo, then this innate skill can definitely be used after achieving godhood. With Chuanjin's internal skill leading to innate skill, Davis's cultivation system truly began from today. Upon drawing a golden legend, Davis felt every pore in his body exuding comfort, and seizing the moment, he opened that random draw opportunity. In a random draw, he obtained a martial arts card, Godly Transformation. Indeed, it was not bad. At least it was an epic. Godly Transformation, being the lightness skill with the lowest strength requirement in the gold system world, is very suitable for the archer Luo Jiwei. This Godly Transformation can be said to be a highly practical lightness skill. In a world of gold heroes, Wei Xiaobao, an ordinary person without any internal power, relied on this Godly Transformation to play tricks on countless masters. Davis positions Luo Jiwei as a shooter that combines high burst and sustained damage, which inevitably occupies multiple soul ring skills, directly weakening her ability to protect herself. However, with this Godly Transformation, it can be said that ordinary soul masters of the same level will find it extremely difficult to get close to her. Davis contentedly retracted the card system and focused on the results of Luo Jiwei's absorption of the soul ring. After absorbing a 400-year soul ring, Luo Jiwei steadily rose to level 11 and successfully obtained a skill related to eye techniques, Sharp Eagle Eye. This skill grants her the vision of a golden feathered arrow hawk, with dynamic vision and a neural reflex speed increased by more than 5 times. From then on, shooting moving targets was no different for her than shooting fixed ones. After consuming the Autumn Water Elixir, Luo Jiwei not only raised her soul power by 7 levels to level 18, but also significantly enhanced her first soul skill. The enhanced first soul skill was renamed Eye of Void. When activated, this soul skill greatly improved both her static and dynamic vision, allowing her to see through illusions and formations. She could even identify the weak points in other soul skills, especially for soul skills that released a large amount of soul power, like Crimson Flame Tyrant Dragon and White Tiger Radiant Wave. As long as Luo Jiwei spotted a weak point, a gentle arrow could potentially break through the opponent's attack or defense that required a significant amount of soul power to condense. Compared to gaining an attack skill that might be eliminated later, the Eye of Void would not be outdated even at the title Douluo level. After resolving the soul rings for Davis and Luo Jiwei, it was now Lu Yueying's turn. Fire Attribute Subdragon Soul Beasts are indeed hard to find. Chapter 19. Golden Sun Flame Dragonwood. Flame Sun Shock Dragon Blast. The Fire Attribute Subdragon Soul Beast was indeed elusive. The 5 of them searched the Stardow Forest for 3 days, covering areas that Li Fu remembered often had subdragon species. Either they found no trace or the attributes didn't match. During this time, they even helped Li Yong obtain his second soul ring. Li Yang's second soul ring came from a 700-year-old gemstone turtle. The choice of this soul beast had no special purpose, purely because it was gentle and easy to absorb the soul ring. After all, once Li Yang's reflection mirror evolved into the void treasure mirror, the subsequent path for his soul skills had already been determined and would not be affected by the type of soul beast. But unexpected joys often occur. While Li Yong was absorbing the gemstone turtle's soul ring, a crystal-clear ring radiating a sea-blue glow formed at the base of his right middle finger. This change immediately caught the attention of Davis and Li Fu. An external soul bone. This could only be explained as appearing simultaneously during the soul ring absorption process, externally manifesting on the soul master's body. At this moment, even Davis, who had just acquired a powerful soul skill, couldn't help but envy Li Yang's good fortune. Such a treasure, second only to a 100,000-year soul ring, actually popped out from a mere 100-year soul beast? When Li Yong woke up and saw the speechless expressions on his prince and grandfather's faces, he was startled, thinking something had gone wrong with his soul ring absorption. After they explained, he realized how incredibly lucky he had been. After checking himself, Li Yong mentioned the changes he experienced. First, his soul power increased to level 25. Originally, with the help of the soul ring and the residual effects of the tulip elixir, he could only reach around level 24. But the appearance of the external soul bone pushed his level up another notch. His second soul skill was named Gate of Void. It allows him to open a void gate at will within the range of his mental power. His teammates can traverse freely between the mirror world and the real world using this void gate. As for the ring-shaped external soul bone at the base of his middle finger, Li Yong named it the Spirit Turtle Gem. It enables Li Yong to proportionally reduce consumption and increase the strength of the soul skills he casts. Currently, it reduces soul power consumption by 10 and increases soul skill strength by 10. While this increase may seem small, it is important to note that this external soul bone will grow alongside the soul master's soul power. By the time Li Yong becomes a title Douluo, the effect of this external soul bone would likely be comparable to having a high-level support-type soul master with him 24/7. Calling it a divine artifact would not be an exaggeration. It seems the biggest winner of this trip to the Stardew Forest is Li Yong. After tallying Li Yang's gains, the group continued on their way to find a suitable soul beast for Li Wei. Finally, after another day, Davis discovered the target. It was not the fire attribute subdragon they initially expected, but a plant-type soul beast, the 990-year-old golden sun flame dragonwood. Although it also had a strong fire attribute, and indeed possessed dragon characteristics, when did plant-type soul beasts start being suitable for attack types? This left Liu Yuing a bit puzzled. Davis patiently explained, Yin Xiao, your martial soul is the Crimson Flame Overlord Spear, and you have great talent in spear techniques. But let me ask you, do you know what the best material is for making fire attribute, long, spear-type soul tools on the Douluo continent? Liu Yinxiao shook her head in confusion, but then immediately realized and looked at the golden sun flame dragon wood in front of her, asking in disbelief, It can't be this, right? Li Yong nodded, revealing a look of teachable expression. I once read in an ancient book from the Royal Secret Collection that using golden sun flame dragon wood to make fire attribute, long spear-type soul tools can effectively reduce the soul tool's consumption of soul power and significantly increase the power of the soul skills used. Unfortunately, the soul masters of that time overexploited it, and in order to create high-level soul tools, the golden sun flame dragon wood, as a top material, was almost driven to extinction. Even after countless years of recovery, it has only changed from an endangered species to a rare species. Liu Yinxiao was already excited after hearing the first sentence. She summoned her Crimson Flame Overlord Spear and wanted to charge forward, not caring whether this 990-year-old plant-type soul beast would cause her harm. Then, she was caught by Davis by the back of her neck and pulled back with one hand. This golden sun flame dragon wood is not a completely harmless species like the blue silvergrass. It is a very special type among plant-type soul beasts, possessing extremely powerful fire attribute attack skills, such as Rain of Fire and Crimson Flame Storm. If Liu Yinxiao, a level 20 quasi-great soul master, were to foolishly charge him like this, she would probably end up with extensive burns all over her body. Grandpa Li, I'll trouble you then. Davis tugged at Liu Yuning's collar and nodded to Li Fu. Li Fu smiled in response, casually releasing a soul force that severed all the branches of the golden sun flame dragon tree without using any soul skills, leaving only the battered and nearly toppled trunk. The golden sun flame dragon tree, which had stood tall just a moment ago, immediately wilted after Li Fu's strike, showing no further resistance. It was heavily injured but not killed, and definitely not lightly wounded. The powerful soul force control ability of a title Douluo was on full display at this moment. Lu Yunying, realizing what had happened, felt a bit embarrassed, but to prevent the golden sun flame dragon tree from dying on the spot, she quickly approached with her gun and delivered the final blow. A yellow and purple soul ring appeared, drawn over by Lu Yunying's soul force. The soul rings of plant-type soul beasts are relatively easier to absorb, and since Lu Yunying's body had been tempered by the Rooster Crown Phoenix Sunflower, she completed the absorption of this nearly 1,000-year soul ring in a short time. With the infusion of the nearly 1,000-year soul ring, Lu Yunying's soul power reached level 23. After absorbing the soul ring from the golden sun flame dragon tree, Lu Yunying could clearly feel a slight enhancement in the essence of her red flame overlord spear martial soul. Its consumption was lower and its power greater, perfectly matching Davis's description of the golden sun flame dragon tree. The soul skill she gained was also very satisfying. Second soul skill, Flame Sun Shock Dragon Explosion. Each time she hit an enemy, including being blocked, a Flame Sun power would accumulate on the red flame overlord spear with a maximum of 9 accumulations. Lu Yunying could detonate all the Flame Sun power at any time, converging it into a raging flame dragon that dealt massive damage to the enemy. The more Flame Sun power accumulated, the higher the damage. If she could accumulate 9 Flame Sun powers, the damage from a single explosion would receive an additional significant boost. Seeing Lu Yunying's delighted expression, one could tell how satisfied she was with this second soul skill. If it weren't for the frequent accidents in the Stardew Forest, she would have wanted to challenge Davis to a friendly match right then and there. But now she could only hold back, waiting to challenge him again once they returned to Starluo City. The objectives of the 5-person group had all been accomplished, and their soul-hunting journey was coming to an end. Under Li Fu's lead, they returned to Starluo City in the shortest time possible. Chapter 20. Evil Repelling Sword Manual. Golden Armored Earth Dragon after several days of jungle life. Even with Li Fu guarding them, Davis and the other 3 were still physically and mentally exhausted. As soon as they returned to Wanjin Mountain Villa, Li Yong, Lu Yunying, and Luo Jiwei fell asleep in their respective rooms. However, Davis could not rest just yet. Your Highness, this is the development situation of our Jinyuan Commerce Association during this period. Over the past 2 months, Davis's business expansion plan had begun to be fully implemented. Apart from the Grand Prince's mansion, the Queen, the Zhu family, and the Xianzheng Lu family were all involved. Exotic delicacies and fine jewelry from another world had just hit the market and caused a stir in Starluo City. The restaurants were packed every day, and various fine wines and dishes were not only enjoyed by commoners, soul masters, and nobles, but were even selected as tributes for the royal palace, with jewelry store orders extending 2 years into the future. Moreover, with numerous big shots backing the Jinyuan Commerce Association, other competitors didn't dare to make a move, not even to imitate or counterfeit. Competing with the royal family and the 2 largest noble families in Starluo City was akin to risking one's life for money. As a result, Davis's pockets were visibly filling up. In just 2 months, not counting expenditures on expanding production and operations, Davis, as the largest shareholder, earned over 1 million gold soul coins in a single dividend. Even the wealthiest sect in the Douluo continent, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, wouldn't dare claim to be able to earn more than Davis. Davis is very satisfied with the development of the business landscape and did not raise too many opinions, only giving some guidance to Zhuer and Pe on the overall direction. After finishing the matters related to the Golden Source Chamber of Commerce, the system suddenly sent a notification. Achieved a hidden achievement of a small goal, net profit of 1 million gold soul coins. Reward, random card draw once. Davis certainly wouldn't save a lottery chance for the new year and directly chose to draw. In the random draw of the Golden Heroes card game, draw successful. Obtained item card, Exorcism Sword Manual Robe. Davis's mood suddenly felt like he had eaten 100 flies, just short of having the words bad luck written on his face. How should I put it? You could say he was unlucky, but what he drew was a truly extraordinary martial art, which would definitely be a top-tier self-created soul skill in the Douluo continent. It wasn't a one-time use martial arts card, but rather a robe that could be repeatedly learned by multiple people. However, if you say he was lucky, who could actually practice this? Go to the palace and find a few eunuchs? In the Douluo continent, anyone who awakens a decent martial soul has plenty of opportunities to rise up, whether by joining the army or entering an academy, and they wouldn't possibly become a eunuch in the palace. It's foreseeable that for a long time in the future, This flashy, extraordinary martial art will probably just sit in the system's warehouse gathering dust. The next morning, the 4 members of the battle team energetically walked out of their rooms. Having obtained a powerful soul skill, Lu Yunying felt confident and challenged Davis again. Yunying happily charged in. Crimson Flame Dragon. Yunying joyfully unleashed her ultimate move. Sunburst Shock Dragon Explosion. Yunying was quickly knocked down. Davis quietly activated his newly acquired second soul skill, Golden Feather Assault, and in just 1 second, he taught Lu Yunying a lesson with the speed of the Golden Feather Falcon. That was a speed that a soul master of this level simply couldn't react to. Peh, 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 that's cheating. You're not allowed to use your second soul skill. Lu Yunying, who had just gotten back up from the ground covered in dust, glared at Davis with dissatisfaction. With his 1,000-year second soul skill, Davis was unbeatable in one-on-one battles. Even someone as exceptional as Lu Yunying, a Grand Soul Master, could be taken down by just a few punches and kicks from him. Davis helplessly shrugged his shoulders, indicating that being strong was not his fault, and then agreed to Lu Yunying's request to seal his second soul skill and battle her. It must be said that there is a subtle synergy between Lu Yunying's first and second soul skills, and when combined, they are indeed formidable. Coupled with the Lu family's inherited spear technique, it can be considered an excellent self-created soul skill. With only the White Tiger's pure gold energy and the Shock Mountain Iron Palm, Davis found it quite difficult to defeat Lu Yunying. The two fought from morning until noon, analyzing each match as they went, and they ended up having a total of 11 matches. Lu Yunying's record was 1 win, 2 draws, and 8 losses. The only win was in the first match. Davis allowed Lu Yunying to accumulate the full power of 9 solar flames to intuitively see the full strength of her Sunfire Dragon explosion. In the end, after she detonated all the solar flames, she was defeated by a strike from the Red Flame Dragon. It was proven that if he hadn't stopped Lu Yunying from using her second soul skill to accumulate solar flames, she could have unleashed enough power to instantly defeat a soul sovereign. In the second and third matches, Davis still let Lu Yunying accumulate solar flames. But after experiencing the defeat in the first match, he was already prepared for the combination of her 2 major soul skills. Even though Lu Yunying's damage had reached an unprecedented level, Davis managed to drag the match until both their soul powers were exhausted. In the subsequent 8 matches, Lu Yunying lost all. Moreover, the more they fought, the more passive Lu Yunying felt. It was as if in the process of continuous sparring and gradual familiarity, Davis became increasingly adept at using the ordinary technique of the mountain-shaking iron palm to counter her spear techniques. This is the benefit of having high martial arts cultivation. As Davis continuously refined the true heart method and the mountain-shaking iron palm, his understanding of martial arts deepened. Given the roughness of self-created soul skills in the Douluo continent, it became increasingly difficult to gain an advantage over him in techniques. Furthermore, a traverser would never be defeated by the same technique twice. The back-and-forth sparring suddenly turned into a one-sided beating, which made Lu Yunying feel very uncomfortable. After lunch, she ran to a corner to practice her spear techniques diligently. Davis naturally entered the DrawingJin pavilion to continue cultivating the DrawingJin heart method. Although he had acquired the innate skill, this martial art was still too profound for him at the moment. He needed to perfect the DrawingJin heart method first before transitioning to the innate skill in order to perfectly integrate the advantages of both techniques. Otherwise, he would be unable to grasp many advanced changes occurring in the operation of his soul power, and forcing himself to cultivate the innate skill would likely only waste time. After becoming a great soul master, Davis easily advanced his DrawingJin heart method to the 3rd level and had begun to develop the ability to circulate his energy while walking, sitting, or lying down. At the same time, Davis officially began to train his physique. With the indestructible body shaped by the rare Yong Tongtian chrysanthemum, many physique training methods that would be excessively taxing for ordinary soul masters were just right for Davis. He wouldn't injure his body due to his youth, nor would he become shorter. With the superior physique training martial art, the 13 Guardians Horizontal Training Golden Bell Shield, Davis could ensure that his physique training efficiency would absolutely surpass that of any pure power defensive soul master. Coupled with the all-encompassing pressure provided by the Giant Peak soul locking bracelet, Davis's physique training progressed extremely quickly. Once his training in the physique direction was on track, it was time to focus on the soul aspect. In the DrawingJin pavilion, Davis took out the visualization image of El-Zu from the system and began to meditate according to the guidance on it. Sketching the image of El-Zu in his mind, Perhaps due to his mastery of Taoist internal power, the process of visualizing Zhu went surprisingly smoothly, almost unbelievably so. After trying to sketch it 3 or 4 times, the image of Zhu in his mind had already become quite clear, and during this process, Davis's soul strength was continuously growing. Soul power, palm techniques, physique training, visualization. Davis's life became incredibly busy. He fell behind in the courses at the Royal Junior Academy, and the academy had to send several teachers to give him one-on-one lessons at the DrawingJin Villa every 3 days. Ever since he put on the giant peak soul-locking bracelet, Davis felt as if he was carrying a heavy burden at all times, and this weight pressed down on various parts of his body. The soul power restored by the self-operating 3rd level of the Chuanjin heart method was barely enough to cover the consumption of this ancient soul guiding device. Therefore, Davis spent a lot of time practicing in the DrawingJin Villa. Like ordinary physique training methods, the cultivation of the 13 Guardians Horizontal Training Golden Bell Shield required not only simple weight-bearing, but also continuous acceptance of external forces to temper the body. The phrase refined through 100 forges is applicable to almost all physique training martial arts. After Davis began his body training, he had the guards of the DrawingJin Mountain Villa strike various parts of his body with wooden sticks. Initially, they used a force of 50 kilograms, which gradually increased to 60, 70, and 80. At first, they used ordinary solid wooden staffs, then switched to ironwood and later to iron rods. Unlike others who were engrossed in their internal power training, whether it was the commonly known iron cloth or superior body training martial arts like the 13 Protectors Horizontal Training Golden Bell Shield, the process of cultivation was never enjoyable, but rather a form of torment. Half a year passed quickly, and Davis's soul power rose to level 30, with his physique surpassing the standards of most defense-type soul masters. The 13 Protectors Horizontal Training Golden Bell Shield consists of 13 levels, and under Davis's various enhancements, without regard for resource consumption. And with the Giant Peak Soul Lock Bracelet activated 24/7, he broke through consecutively within just half a year, reaching the 5th level. If the system had an attribute panel, Davis's attributes would likely be Soul Power Level 30, Martial Soul, White Tiger, 2nd Ring, 7-star Sword, 0 Ring. Internal Power, Complete Truth Heart Method, Body Training Technique. 13 Protectors Horizontal Training Golden Bell Shield, Martial Skill, Shock Mountain Iron Palm. Now, Davis can fully absorb an 8,000-year soul ring. As for 10,000-year soul ring, he is not yet ready at the position of the 3rd ring. This is partly because his training regarding the visualization of the Lu Zhu is not sufficient, and his soul power is not strong enough to fully withstand the impact of a 10,000-year soul ring. Secondly, although Davis's body strength exceeds that of most soul masters, he still lacks a bit of refinement to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. As for continuing to hone his body to forcibly absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the 3rd ring, there is no need for that. The slight advantage of a 10,000-year soul ring over an 8,000-year one is not worth delaying his soul power cultivation. Yu Xiaojiang mentioned in the original timeline, after reaching level 10, before hunting for soul rings, continuing to cultivate is not a waste of effort. The obtained soul power will accumulate within the body and will be released together upon obtaining a soul ring. It sounds convincing, but in reality, it is nonsense. Can a soul master accumulate soul power at the same speed as a great soul master? Therefore, Davis's principle in his training journey is, as long as it does not affect future cultivation potential. The primary goal in the early stages must be to raise the soul power level. Any talk of compressing soul power or honing the body to increase soul ring years is just nonsense. Once he reaches levels 70 or 80, and as he ages and his cultivation speed slows down, there will be plenty of time to compress soul power. As for honing the body, was Tang San's body at level 30 stronger than Davis's current one? Did he have a 2nd ring of 3,800 years? So, he can confidently level up and go hunt for souls. On the day Davis reached level 30, he asked Li Fu to take him to the Star Dough Forest to look for his 3rd spirit ring. This time it was just the 2 of them. But in just half a year, the other members of the team were still far from reaching the level 30 threshold. Davis's first target is the golden armored earth dragon. It is a subspecies soul beast closely related to the white armored earth dragon mentioned in the original text. The difference is that the white armored earth dragon specializes only in defense, while the golden armored earth dragon is not only strong in defense, but also has one of the highest attack power among its peers. The two of them traveled light and quickly reached the outskirts of the Stardew forest. When Li Fu slightly revealed his soul saint-level pressure, they easily obtained information from an informant about recent sightings of the golden armored earth dragon. Chapter 21. Cooler than El Fengxian. More awesome than Sun Wukong. The location provided by the informant is in the middle layer of the Stardew forest, at least several hundred miles from the outskirts. Even for a tidal Dou, along with the time needed to navigate through the forest, it would take more than half a day. It is a vast canyon with a large river running through it, rich in vegetation and abundant in plant types suitable for herbivorous soul beasts, making it a very suitable environment for social soul beasts to thrive. Indeed, the domineeringly named Golden Armored Earth Dragon is a social herbivorous soul beast. Overall, it is a gentle and reasonable soul beast. They usually live in groups of 7 or 8. Their dietary needs are mostly met with grass and leaves. Although the Golden Armored Earth Dragon has considerable attack power, it is better known for its defensive capabilities. Its golden dragon scale armor is not just for show. Ordinary soul beasts of the same age would need to chip away 2 teeth to break through that layer of armor. Their sharp fangs and claws are typically used against soul beasts and soul masters who refuse to reason with them. Fortunately, Li Fu found traces of the golden armored earth dragon in this canyon. With a little more effort and searching, they could quickly locate the group of golden armored earth dragons. Originally, all Li Fu needed to do was to capture a golden armored earth dragon of suitable age, just like before, and then leave with Davis. However, during the tracking process, they encountered 2 other people, one of whom Davis never expected to meet so soon. It was a blonde girl, looking like an angel descended from the divine realm, flawless in appearance. Like Davis, she was accompanied by an old man. According to Li Fu's perception, the soul power fluctuations emanating from the girl were nearly as high as Davis's, and the old man beside her was also a tidal Douluo. Blonde hair, a beautiful appearance, soul power fluctuations not low for an 8-year-old, and a tidal Douluo-level protector by her side. These characteristics would be equivalent to revealing an ID number to those familiar with the Douluo continent. The Spirit Hall, Qianrenxue. The 2 tidal Douluos were initially concealed, making it difficult to detect each other, but unfortunately, both were accompanied by a burden. Due to the suppression of the soul lock bracelet, Davis's exposed soul power fluctuations were only at level 20. Even with an attempt to hide, the fluctuations of levels 2 or 3 dozens would shine brightly like a 100-watt bulb in front of a tidal Douluo's perception. Thus, almost at the same time Li Fu spotted Qianrenxue, the tidal Douluo on the opposite side also discovered Davis. The soul power in the hands of both tidal Douluos remained poised and tense. They were unsure whether the other party was friend or foe, nor did they know each other's depths. While the 2 masters they were protecting happened to harbor secrets that absolutely must not be uncovered by outsiders. Observing both sides' reactions, the calm and collected Qianrenxue displayed a level of rationality that belied her age, speculating that it was an accidental encounter. After tugging at the hem of the tidal Douluo's clothing, she said, "Uncle Shilong, there's also a young soul master on the opposite side." Given their reaction, it should just be an accidental meeting. Of course, Uncle Shilong would prefer not to engage in a battle with a tidal Douluo-level opponent, but he still could not determine the other party's intentions. He could only hold on to Qianrenxue while closely watching Li Fu's movements. Not far away, Li Fu also heard Qianrenxue's words and slightly turned his head to glance at Davis. Davis subtly nodded towards Li Fu. At this point in time, he and Qianrenxue had no reason to encounter each other in the Stardew Great Forest. It should have been a simple coincidence. Qianrenxue, with a soul power of level 20 at just over 8 years old, reaching the level 30 bottleneck was not unreasonable. Although the 2 sides had initially resolved their misunderstandings, they had not completely lowered their guard, merely protecting their own young masters as they gradually moved away. Once both parties were out of sight of each other, Li Fu stopped and asked Davis, "Your Highness, that little girl over there, at only 8 or 9 years old, has a soul power fluctuation of level 30. I wonder what force is hiding such a peerless genius." His tone was filled with disbelief. Seemingly unaware that his own young master was just over 7 years old and had already reached level 30. Davis shook his head with a serious expression and said, "She might be our greatest enemy in the future." In the distance, Snake Spear Douluo, after leaving with Qianrenxue, raised the same question. "Miss, that young man just now looked even younger than you, yet his soul power fluctuation was at level 20, hidden by the giant peak soul locking bracelet. I wonder which major power's talented disciple he is from. It's a pity there's also a tidal Douluo on the opposite side. Otherwise, we should have tried to see if we could kill him to eliminate future troubles." Qian Rinxue curled her lips into a rare smile and shook her head, saying, "No matter which major power's disciple he is, such talent cannot be hidden. I believe it won't be long before we hear legends about him across the continent." The world seemed to have become more interesting. With an innate level of 20 and reaching level 30 at the age of 8, Qian Rinxue, who was about to become a soul master, believed there were no geniuses in this world. Even if there were, compared to her, they wouldn't count as geniuses. Even the so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall, in her eyes, were merely slightly stronger cannon fodder, especially that Hulaina. As someone who was merely cannon fodder, yet lacked the awareness of it, how dare she compete with her for her mother? Qian Rinxue had always been the proudest, and the unfamiliar boy who suddenly appeared before her, looking slightly younger than herself, was about to be promoted to a great soul master, which indeed made Qian Rinxue take a closer look. After both parties separated, Li Fu spent more time carefully avoiding the paths of others while continuing to track the group of golden-armored earth dragons. Finally, after 2 days, Li Fu successfully found those golden-armored earth dragons. Among them, one was about 800 years old and most suitable for Davis. "This one will do, Grandpa Li." After receiving the instruction, Li Fu leaped forward and struck the neck of that golden-armored earth dragon with his palm. Boom! The massive body of the golden-armored earth dragon fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The other golden-armored earth dragons were startled by the might of the tidal Douluo and, unable to care for their fallen companion, immediately fled in the direction away from Li Fu. Soon, only Davis, Li Fu, and the barely breathing golden-armored earth dragon remained at the scene. To avoid any prolonged troubles, Davis quickly killed the golden-armored earth dragon and absorbed its spirit ring on the spot. The 800-year-old golden-armored earth dragon spirit ring was well within Davis's absorption range. If all went well, under the enhancement of the 3 layers of true heart method, he should be able to finish absorbing it in less than half an hour. However, Li Fu waited for over 2 hours, and Davis still hadn't finished the absorption. At this point, Li Fu, the loyal servant, began to regret agreeing to let Davis absorb such a high-age spirit ring. Suddenly, radiant golden light erupted from Davis's chest, back, arms, and legs simultaneously. While still absorbing the spirit ring's energy, Davis let out a cry of pain. The golden light became increasingly solid until it coalesced into a full set of golden armor, with dragon scales covering the shoulder guards, arm guards, battle skirt, and leg guards. The most striking feature was the fierce dragon head glaring at the front, forming a heart guard that captivated the heart. Paired with Davis's youthful and handsome face, he looked majestic and imposing, a true young general. Seeing this transformation, Li Fu's pupils constricted, and he immediately unleashed his soul power to envelop the golden light around Davis, preventing the commotion from attracting the 2 people from earlier, especially the tidal Douluo. On the surface, Li Fu remained calm, but inside, he was tumultuous. His Highness is indeed favored by the gods. A mere golden-armored earth dragon under 10,000 years old can actually produce an external soul bone, and it's a suit of armor type most suitable for His Highness. This must be an arrangement made by the divine. It seems that, as His Highness said, his soul bone has already been arranged by the gods. As Li Fu imagined this while carefully protecting Davis, a little while later, Davis gradually opened his eyes. In fact, he had already sensed that something was off during the absorption of the spirit ring, but it was not until he opened his eyes that he realized the extent of the changes in himself. This is too handsome. This was a full-body light armor covered in dense dragon scales on the shoulder guards, arm guards, battle skirt, and leg guards. The most impressive feature was the golden divine dragon on his chest, its head exuding authority and power, perfectly occupying the heart guard's position. Compared to the beast face swallowing head linked armor of El Bu or the locking golden armor of Sun Wukong, Davis's golden armor was far superior in appearance. At this moment, without needing Li Fu to explain further, Davis understood that he had struck it rich. Like Li Yong, who had stumbled upon good fortune, Davis, the genuine lucky star, had also acquired his own external soul bone, an unprecedented full armor type external soul bone. He named it the Golden Dragon Swallowing Heaven Armor. Although this golden dragon was temporarily just a golden armored earth dragon, due to the characteristic of external soul bones evolving with their master. Once Davis ascended to the divine position, it would ultimately evolve into a true armor with the characteristics of the Golden Dragon King. After Davis could control the Golden Dragon Swallowing Heaven Armor and absorb it into his body, Li Fu retracted the soul power he had enveloped Davis with and looked at him with admiration. In the eyes of the old master, Davis had quietly upgraded from a potential successor favored by a certain deity to the chosen successor selected by the deity. Davis was unaware of what this old man had just imagined and thought he was marveling at his own luck. Feeling the third soul skill he had just acquired, Davis couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect to get this skill." Yes, Davis's third soul skill, in line with the traditional planning of the Xingluo Dai family, was a transformation enhancement type soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Of course, the 800-year soul ring that Davis absorbed was completely different in quality from the one Deming Bai had in the original work, which was just over 1,000 years. It not only granted him immense soul power, elevating Davis to level 33, but also made a significant difference in skills. In the original timeline, both Davis and a Ming Bai's Diamond White Tiger Transformation provided a 100 enhancement to attack, defense, strength, and resistance to abnormal states, lasting for half an hour. Now, Davis's version of the Diamond White Tiger Transformation has 3 levels. Level 1 is a passive state, with no consumption, enhancing attack, defense, strength, and resistance to abnormal states by 50, with a permanent duration. Level 2 requires soul power consumption, and according to the family inheritance description, it should be similar to the original timeline, but the enhancement has increased to 120, lasting for 1 hour. Level 3 is an overclock mode, consuming twice the soul power of Level 2, with an enhancement of 200, lasting for 10 minutes. Chapter 22. The Sword Saint Teacher Who Was Laid Off for a Year. The new version of Davis's White Tiger Transformation is significantly stronger than the original version. The first level, which doesn't require any consumption for regular use, allows Davis to maintain a certain intensity of combat for a long time, greatly increasing his combat endurance. The third level, an overclock state, significantly enhances Davis's burst and finishing capabilities, making the White Tiger Transformation soul skill nearly surpass the original version of Dai Mubai's 5th soul skill, the White Tiger Demon God Transformation. Lastly, the biggest gain from this trip is the external soul bone, the Golden Dragon Swallowing Heaven Armor. This soul bone exists in the form of a complete set of armor, greatly enhancing Davis's surface defense, and it also comes with an active skill, Golden Dragon Dominance. After activating Golden Dragon Dominance, Davis can become immune to all control effects for a short period of time, currently lasting for 10 seconds. As the external soul bone evolves, this duration will gradually extend. Burst, defense, and control immunity. These 3 key elements for melee units have all been strengthened during this soul hunting trip, and Davis feels like he has hit the jackpot. With their goal accomplished, the two left the Stardow Forest at the fastest speed possible. During the return trip, carried by Li Fu, Davis completed another card draw in the system. He received a random draw for his strength upgrade and obtained an item card, the 5 Mountains Sword Technique Inscription Copy. This time, the martial arts provided by the system were very different, not a martial arts card that could be directly learned, but a pile of books that recorded almost all the sword techniques of the 5 Mountains Sword sect in the Metal System world. These sword techniques could not only be practiced by Davis, but could also be shared with others. Of course, any of these sword techniques, if placed in the Douluo continent, would be considered a top-tier, self-created soul skill. So unless it was a trusted confidant, Davis would not easily reveal them. With the sword techniques from the 5 Mountains Sword Technique Inscription Copy, Davis still needed an excellent swordsmanship mentor, as he currently only had a rudimentary understanding of swordsmanship. No skill can be mastered in isolation. The 5 Mountains Sword Technique that Davis obtained does not exist in the form of a martial arts card, so it might be possible to learn it directly through the system's enlightenment. The soul sage who had previously protected him, the court swordsman Xingyue, was a perfect candidate. Although his swordsmanship might still be far from that of a sword Douluo, he was sufficient to guide Davis in getting started. So, Davis took the opportunity, when Emperor Xingluo Daijun was in a good mood, to make a small request to learn swordsmanship from Changyu. Daijun readily agreed and asked Changyu to teach Davis swordsmanship with dedication. After the last assassination incident, Changyu had a good impression of the Crown Prince Davis. During this time, Davis had treated him well whenever they met in the palace and showed no reluctance towards learning swordsmanship from him. The next morning, he went to Wanji Mountain Villa to impart his skills to Davis. Davis's sword technique, through the infusion of system cards and a year of hard training, has already made considerable progress. However, in terms of swordsmanship, he is currently only able to grasp 6 out of the 7 essential concepts. He did not rush into learning the sword techniques from the 5 Mountains swordsmanship inscriptions. Instead, he first studied the basic actions of holding, drawing, and wielding the sword with Changyu. During the learning process, He compared his practice with the 5 different foundational sword paths recorded in the 5 mountain swordsmanship inscriptions and tried them one by one. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he would directly consult Chengyu. However, he dared not touch the advanced sword techniques for fear that his foundational skills would become skewed and difficult to correct later on. Even so, the swordsmanship wisdom that Davis has absorbed from the 5 introductory sword techniques is enough to astonish Chengyu, a native. Generally, a beginner swordsman who can apply one principle to another is considered a swordsmanship genius that appears once in a decade. But someone like Davis, who becomes capable of chaining together ideas after mastering a single move, is not just a genius. He might be considered a prodigy. Thus, Chengyu taught Davis sword techniques with both pain and joy. In the process of teaching, he also absorbed a lot of insights from the 5 mountain swordsmanship, improving his own skills to the next level. In a surge of excitement, his soul power even broke through to level 1. After teaching Davis for a year, Chengyu's soul power increased by another level, reaching the threshold of level 80, where he could advance to Soul Douluo. At this point, he began to feel that his own swordsmanship foundation was being nearly exhausted by Davis. It wasn't that Davis had caught up to Chengyu, the top swordsman of the Luo Empire, in just 1 year. Rather, Davis had built a solid foundation in swordsmanship and begun to develop his own sword philosophy. From now on, he could completely practice the sword techniques from the 5 mountain swordsmanship inscriptions on his own. Chengyu's guidance was no longer essential for him. This reality made Chengyu, who had always been praised and respected for his swordsmanship, feel a bit lost and embarrassed. How could he teach a disciple for just 1 year and run out of things to teach? In this year, the Crown Prince had provided plenty of training resources, and Chengyu had intended to spend several years guiding the Crown Prince into the realm of swordsmanship. Yet it seemed that he himself had gained even more in swordsmanship. Davis seemed to guess what Chengyu was thinking and promptly made his request to poach him. "Mr. Cheng, I have an ancient sword technique here, but my foundation in swordsmanship is shallow, and I dare not browse through it casually. How about you stay at Wanji Mountain Villa and help me take a look when you have some free time? In addition, I can ask the titled Douluo seniors in the mansion to assist you in hunting soul rings." The implication of this statement was essentially to offer the ancient sword technique and the assistance of a titled Douluo in hunting souls as a reward to invite Chengyu to join his camp. As for Chengyu's official position in the palace swordsmanship, it was merely a courtesy akin to being a guest elder. He wouldn't need to clock in every day. Whether working in the palace or at the Grand Princess Mansion, it made no difference to the Emperor Xingluo, who was hiring Chengyu. Davis was offering too much, completely hitting Chengyu's practical needs, so he didn't think long before agreeing. Officially joining the camp meant that he would essentially become a guest at the Grand Princess Mansion from then on. With his soul sage cultivation and the combat power of the Soul Duo, Chengyu, who had never shown much respect to Davis, finally sincerely performed a gesture of submission to him, saying, "I, Chengyu, pay my respects to His Highness the Grand Prince." After formally becoming his disciple, Davis asked Li Fu to help him obtain a suitable 80,000 year soul ring in the shortest time possible. Chengyu's swordsmanship was superb. During his soul sage period, he could defeat a Soul Douluo, and now that he had been promoted to level 81, he was even more formidable, making him a strong contender even among Soul Douluos. Davis has gained another strong ally. Meanwhile, the members of the Demon King team have also embarked on their respective training paths. These 7 to 8-year-old children currently possess soul power levels that are quite extraordinary, and frequent meetings with outsiders could easily expose them. Davis has the ancient soul guide artifact, the Giant Peak Soul Lock Bracelet, which can conceal a portion of his soul power level and even hide his soul rings. However, the other 3 cannot do the same. Davis specifically made a trip to the 9 Spirit Palace to borrow several royal craftsmen who specialize in soul guiding devices from the Queen, hoping to see if they could replicate the effect of the Giant Peak Soul Lock Bracelet that conceals soul power levels and design a simplified version of the soul guiding device. After studying the Giant Peak Soul Lock Bracelet for 2 days, the royal craftsmen concluded that it was possible, but it would require additional funds. Currently, the research on ancient soul guiding technology in the Douluo continent is still in its infancy. Even the royal craftsmen, representing the highest level of the Luo Empire, cannot perfectly replicate those complex soul guiding devices. However, for a soul guiding device like the Giant Peak Soul Lock Bracelet, if they only aim to imitate the simplest functions of concealing soul power and spirit rings, it was still feasible, albeit at a huge cost, which the palace craftsmen deemed not worth it. But what seemed like a huge expense to the craftsman was not considered a significant expenditure in the eyes of Davis, the newly emerged business genius of Douluo City. He quickly allocated 100,000 gold soul coins as the initial research funding and promised that future funding would not be an issue as long as progress was made. It must be said that the royal craftsmen indeed possessed deep skills. With all materials and funds in place, they produced the first replica in less than a month. The soul lock bracelet had a production cost of around 200,000 gold soul coins and only one function: to shield the user's 10th level soul power and the highest level spirit ring. This expensive soul guiding device was seen by the craftsman as a bit of a useless item. At what price would a soul guiding device costing 200,000 gold soul coins sell? But for Davis, this was already sufficient for use. If it could successfully protect the intelligence of his teammates, it was worth far more than just a few 100,000 gold soul coins. The first to wear the soul lock bracelet was Liu Yunying. Li Yong and Luo Zhui were both servants of the Grand Prince's residence and had little external connections, so their demand for the soul lock bracelet was not high. Only Liu Yunying, as the legitimate daughter of the Liu family in the front lines, frequently needed to handle various social interactions. After wearing the soul lock bracelet, Liu Yunying's displayed soul power was reduced to level 12. Thus, in the following period, Liu Yunying occasionally wore the soul lock bracelet during the day while visiting the Royal Junior Soul Master Academy, showing that she was still the same inexperienced girl. At night, she donned a mask and transformed into a powerful soul master with a martial soul of a fire lance, causing a stir at the Great Soul Arena. After consuming the Chicken Crown Phoenix Sunflower, Liu Yunying's appearance and martial soul had undergone significant changes. Coupled with her magical disguise technique, she truly deceived the people at the Great Soul Arena in Douluo City. For Liu Yunying, facing over level 20 soul masters was not much of a challenge. Therefore, to keep his teammates grounded, Davis decided to sacrifice some of his own training time to practice with her. Unfortunately, even with his third spirit ring, Davis's physical strength was still too much for Liu Yunying to handle. Each strike of his mountain-shaking iron palm carried triple shockwaves, making it difficult for Liu Yunying to stabilize her spear, let alone withstand Davis's attacks. However, the resilience of the Liu family's children was indeed extraordinary. While most people would have given up after enduring Davis's strikes daily, Liu Yunying grew more courageous in battle. Facing continuous defeats against Davis did not dampen her enthusiasm for the challenge. Instead, it allowed her to grasp some techniques for using the spear to absorb force under Davis's mountain-shaking iron palm. Although she was still far from mastering Tai Chi, it proved that Liu Yunying's spear skills were indeed advancing rapidly. The progress of his teammates was exactly what Davis wanted to see. Those who lagged far behind were not teammates, but merely subordinates. Davis aims to cultivate a group of companions who can accompany him on his journey, sweeping through the Douluo continent and even ascending to the divine realm together. Chapter 23. First meeting with Zhu Zhuyun, Soul Respect Exploding Fish. 7-year-old Davis has a soul power level of 33, with an outward display of just having broken through to level 16. In order to obtain a batch of rare medicinal materials that are hard to find in the market from the Royal Treasury, Davis has no choice but to act cute and use his breakthrough level to seek credit from Emperor Daijun. To his surprise, Daijun is very pleased and not only doubles the amount of the medicinal materials Davis requested, but also decides to hold a birthday banquet for the Crown Prince tomorrow night to showcase the excellence of the Crown Prince. Davis, feeling helpless, could only agree to attend with a cheerful expression. At first, he participated in his birthday banquet with a casual attitude, not wanting to engage too much with the noble forces of Douluo City at this stage. However, he didn't expect to gain something unexpected from the banquet. He met his future wife, the 6-year-old Zhu Zhuyan. In the original timeline of the Douluo world, this woman had always been by Davis's side. From initially having the upper hand to later facing tragic defeat, living and dying together, never leaving each other. They were in sync, able to perform the martial soul fusion technique even earlier than Dai Wei and Zhu Zhuqing. Their fates had long been tightly bound together, even though they were not yet engaged. Having met the Crown Prince, this wasn't Zhu Zhuyun's first encounter with Davis, but it was the first time they communicated alone in an official setting. Tomorrow is the awakening day for this year's royal and noble children. The head of the Zhu family, Zhu Zhiyun's father Zhu Zitan, decided to bring his eldest daughter out to get familiar with Davis. Perhaps after tomorrow, Zhu Zhiyun would become Davis's fiancée. Davis glanced at the shy little girl, touched her head, and showed a warm smile, but couldn't help teasing her. Hello, little Zhiyun. Are you here to attend my birthday party? Zhu Zhiyun nodded seriously and replied, Yes, Your Highness. I wish you a happy birthday. Then where's my birthday gift? Huh? Don't your family give you birthday gifts on your birthday? Zhu Zhiyun's little mind went blank. She could never have imagined that her father, who was also Davis's uncle, had already prepared a very valuable gift to be sent to the DrawingJin villa. The child's mindset made her feel that not bringing a gift was very impolite. And for a moment, the little girl was so anxious that she could only lower her head and tug at her dress, not knowing how to respond. Davis didn't want to bully her too much either. He just casually pinched her porcelain doll-like face again and stopped asking her for a gift. Instead, he took out a small jade-like bottle from his pocket. Since you forgot to bring me a gift, let me give you one instead. Inside is a candy bean. Remember to eat it tonight, and you will have good luck when you awaken your martial soul tomorrow. Davis handed a jade bottle containing a small elixir to Zhu Zhiyun. In this world, the small elixir still possesses powerful healing and cultivation-enhancing abilities. Based on Zhu Zhiyun's performance in the original Douluo timeline, her innate soul power should be around level 8 or 9. Davis wanted to see if taking this elixir before awakening could change her innate soul power. If Tang San's Xiantian skill could cheat, there was no reason the small elixir couldn't work, right? If it weren't for his bad luck in not drawing a large elixir yet, Davis would have wanted to see if he could create a wife with innate level 20. After giving her the small elixir, Davis quickly left, leaving the young girl standing there, staring blankly at the jade bottle in her hand, troubled. Court banquets are always tedious and boring. After dealing with all the nobles and royal relatives that needed to be dealt with, Davis felt more exhausted than after 10 matches with Yong. Returning to the DrawingJin villa, he handed over the precious herbs he had gathered to the maid Zhu'er and then entered the DrawingJin pavilion to begin his unwavering soul power training. Even though the DrawingJin heart method can operate automatically, Davis still insists on practicing independently for more than 4 hours every night. The speed at which the DrawingJin heart method accumulates soul power is only about half that of active training. To get ahead of Dai Wei, perhaps all he needs to do is follow the steps, and Davis is already capable of that. However, if he wants to surpass cheats like Tang San and Xianren, or even the peerless geniuses and the titled Douluo Pope Bibi Dong, Davis feels that his efforts are still insufficient. To leverage this continent, he must at least possess the strength of a super Douluo above level 96. After 4 hours of soul power training, Davis fell asleep in the DrawingJin pavilion and the next morning went out to attend Zhu Zhiyun's awakening ceremony. As the eldest son of the Dai family, Davis had to participate in the awakening ceremony of the Zhu family's eldest daughter, according to the customs of both the Dai and Zhu families. If Zhu Zhiyun's talent is excellent, it is possible that after the awakening, a marriage contract will be established in the presence of the elders from both families. Davis quickly arrived at the Nine-Spirit Palace. As a necessary candidate for the queen, the daughter of the Zhu family would not participate in the awakening ceremony with outsiders. It would generally only be held in the queen's palace. After Davis entered the Nine-Spirit Palace, Zhu Zhiyun, who looked very nervous, was already waiting there. The awakening ceremony was presided over by Queen Zhu Zitong, and the audience consisted only of members from the Dai and Zhu families. Concubine Lian was also present, holding the just 1-year-old Dai Wei. Once everyone had arrived, the queen came to Zhu Zhiyun, touched her head, and asked, Zhiyun, are you ready? Zhu Zhiyun secretly glanced at Davis beside her, bit her lip, and looked up at the queen, saying yes. Queen, I am ready. The queen extended a slender finger and gently tapped Zhu Zhiyun's forehead. Under the activation of soul power, a purple soul guide formation lit up beneath Zhu Zhiyun's feet. As the purple light enveloped her, a cat's meow was heard, and then a small, agile figure jumped out from behind Zhu Zhiyun. As expected, it was the Zhu family's inherited martial soul, the Nether Spirit Cat. The queen's expression softened a bit more as she took a soul power crystal ball from the tray, held by a female official. Zhu Zhiyun obediently placed her hands on it. The purple soul power light gradually accumulated, 10, 30, 50, 70. When the soul power reached 80, the rate of increase in the crystal ball's purple light gradually slowed down. 90. After the gauge in the soul power crystal ball reached 90, the speed of increase became slower and slower, finally coming to a complete halt at about 95. Innate soul power level 9. 5. Although it was slightly inferior to Davis's full innate soul power, it could still be considered an extraordinary talent. Regarding this result, everyone, including the Emperor, the Queen, the Duke of the Zhu family, and Davis, was very satisfied. The only one who might not be very pleased was concubine Lian, who was holding the third Prince Dai Wei. Zhu Zhiyun was destined to be Davis's fiancée, and to hire her talent. The more difficult the future would be for Dai Wei. Without any surprises, on this day, the engagement between Davis and Zhu Zhiyun was officially established by both families. Davis gave the Millennium Coal Jade he obtained when the system was activated to Zhu Zhiyun as a token, instructing her to carry it with her at all times. This piece of coal jade was a rare item, made from the leftover materials of the coal jade bed from the ancient tomb sect of the gold system world, and carrying it could slightly increase one's cultivation speed. The Emperor watched this scene and couldn't help but admire how his son resembled himself in his youth. The last stone in the queen's heart also fell. With their son's innate full soul power and his daughter-in-law's innate soul power of 9.5 levels, they seemed well matched, and comprehending the martial soul fusion technique would not be too difficult. No other prince could surpass him with such a combination. The elders regarded the Millennium Coal Jade that Davis gave to Zhu Zhiyun as a token of love. The jade pendant was icy to the touch, full of spiritual essence, and just a glance revealed it to be a rare treasure. Zhu Zhiyun's father, Zhu Zitin, the head of the Zhu family, also did not hold back and returned Davis a gift list 1 meter long, which included 10 popular shops in the bustling area of Xinglua City. Davis gladly accepted, just in time to develop the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. After the awakening ceremony, Davis returned to Wanjin Villa to continue his training. His cultivation in soul power, body refinement, and soul aspect was already on the right track. He just needed to practice step by step to make progress. The current focus for Davis was to conquer swordsmanship. Perhaps because he possessed the extraordinary 7-star sword martial soul, Davis's talent for swordsmanship was incredibly high. Under Cheng Yu's guidance, Davis's swordsmanship quickly reached a bottleneck. In the Douluo continent, swordsmanship is divided into 4 levels: mastery, subtlety, transformation, and ultimate. Only when one can wield the sword as if it were an extension of their own body, with all sword techniques integrated and executed without any delay, can they be considered a master. According to Cheng Yu, those who have not reached this level cannot be called swordsmen. They can only be referred to as useless wielders of the sword. Davis is currently at the mastery level. The sword techniques recorded in the inscriptions of the 5 sacred mountains sword technique are diverse and profound. With this as the foundation of his swordsmanship, combined with his exceptional talent, Davis quickly achieved a high level of proficiency in sword techniques. The subtle realm, as the name suggests, is where a swordsman has a profound grasp of battle opportunities, where every strike is executed at the most opportune moment, and each attack is directed at the most threatening angle to the opponent, ensuring maximum effectiveness. To reach this level requires a wealth of swordsmanship experience and practical combat foundation. As for the transformational realm and ultimate realm, Cheng Yu is not very clear about them. Even as the #1 swordsman in Xinglua, he is merely on the threshold between the subtle realm and the transformational realm. So how could he fully explain the scenery beyond the transformational realm to Davis? In the world of Douluo continent, due to the existence of soul skills, the study of combat techniques is not very in-depth. After all, while the subtle realm of swordsmanship is difficult to cultivate, many soul kings possess soul rings of 10,000 years. Even Cheng Yu, the sword saint of Xinglua, has not reached the transformational realm of swordsmanship. Davis estimates that to witness the style of a transformational realm swordsman, he may have to wait until he meets the sword Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect in the future. Currently, Davis, who has reached a bottleneck in swordsmanship, urgently needs a lot of practical combat experience to help him break through his constraints. Thus, on this day, a newcomer wearing an iron mask appeared in the Grand Soul Arena of Xinglua City. Ghostface. The person in charge of the Grand Soul Arena welcomed the mysterious Ghostface very much, as it was impossible to refuse someone brought by a soul Douluo of unknown identity. Davis, wearing a mask and wielding a golden sword, did not intend to showcase his martial soul in the battle arena, opting instead to rely solely on pure swordsmanship and soul power enhancement. When arranging the first match, the head of the battle arena was quite troubled. Xinglua City is the imperial capital, and anyone who can survive in the battle arena here, even if just a soul master, is an experienced veteran. This young master, who appeared out of nowhere and was arrogant, chose not to use his martial soul, and the veterans would not show any mercy. He was concerned that if Davis were seriously injured, the soul Douluo would come looking for trouble with the battle arena. However, in just 3 seconds, Davis's first match dispelled the head's absurd thoughts. He did not activate his martial soul or use his soul rings. Davis just flickered past in an instant, lightly swinging his sword to create a gash on the weak opponent carefully chosen from the Grand Soul Arena. The opponent immediately fell to the ground and surrendered without a moment's hesitation. Surrendering at the first sign of an unbeatable opponent is the survival strategy of these seasoned veterans in the Grand Soul Arena. Chapter 24. The Starry Sword Saint is nothing without using soul skills, and without even revealing his martial soul, Davis easily won the first match. This felt unreal to the person in charge of the Grand Soul Arena, but for some reason, it also felt vaguely familiar, as if something similar had happened years ago. Arrange the next match, Davis coldly said to the person in charge of the Grand Soul Arena, clearly dissatisfied with the opponent he had just been assigned. Yes, young master, I will definitely arrange a more challenging opponent for you in the next match. The person in charge quickly smiled and replied. 10 minutes later, Davis returned to the arena. His opponent this time was a level 37 soul master, Tang San, with a martial soul of an iron-backed armadillo. This opponent was clearly much more seasoned than the previous one. As soon as they exchanged greetings, Tang San activated his martial soul and rolled forward like a classic armadillo, charging at Davis. First soul skill, Iron Armor Charge. The solid back of the armadillo curled its tail, hiding its soft belly, and rolled into a yellowish-brown ball, speeding toward Davis with increasing velocity and ferocity. Davis could withstand the force of this impact, but it would expose his significantly superior physical qualities and wouldn't serve the purpose of honing his swordsmanship. So, Davis merely sidestepped half a step, gently allowing the yellowish-brown ball to pass by. Clang! A steel sword was drawn from his waist, stabbing into the rolling ball that passed by him. Mount Hua sword technique. White clouds emerging from the valleys. Puff! The sound of a sharp, sword-piercing flesh echoed. The iron armor on Tieshan's back offered no protection at all. Davis's sword was swift and precise, piercing through the small exposed area of the ball's belly. After rolling past Davis, Tang San quickly dispelled the ball state of his first soul skill, holding his left side where a small sword wound had appeared. Tang San looked at Davis with a serious expression and said, "Such ruthless swordsmanship." Davis remained unmoved. His persona in the Grand Soul Arena was that of a cold-faced swordsman. In times like this, silence was golden. Speaking too much not only risked breaking his character, but also exposed his identity. When Tang San saw Davis's lack of response, he didn't think much of it. It was normal for a young master who could achieve Soul Master status at such a young age to look down on those who struggled in the Grand Soul Arena. Watch my move. Third soul skill, Earth Shockwave. Tang San stomped his right foot hard on the ground of the arena, sending out a wave of yellow energy, surrounded by dust, towards Davis. Following that, Tang San activated his first soul skill, Iron Armor Charge, rushing behind the yellow energy wave, also aiming at Davis. The speed of the yellow energy wave was extremely fast, making it difficult for an ordinary soul master to evade, but Davis was not ordinary. With his second soul skill, Golden Feather Strike, Davis could move so swiftly that his opponent couldn't track him. However, Davis did not plan to summon his martial soul or evade. He wanted to test how effective his swordsmanship was against this pure energy attack. Gathering soul power in his palm, Davis remained unfazed as he watched the energy wave and Tang San approach. Just as the attack was about to reach him, he slashed out with his sword again. Morning Sun Chi Sword. A purple sword light met the overwhelming energy wave, and the audience in the Grand Soul Arena was astonished to see that this seemingly weak sword light effortlessly split the Earth Shockwave in two. Even Tang San, who was following closely behind the energy wave, was caught in the aftermath. Screech. A sharp, piercing sound rang out, accompanied by Tieshan's scream of agony. As the dust and effects of the soul skill gradually dissipated, the crowd finally saw the scene in the arena. Tang San was half kneeling on the ground, his face twisted in pain. On his back, which was covered in iron armor scales, there was a half-meter-long wound, bleeding profusely and looking quite terrifying. Davis stood on the stage wearing a mask, completely unscathed. Tang San was seriously injured and seemed to have lost the ability to continue fighting. The referee quickly declared Davis the winner. The manager of the Great Soul Arena, after watching this battle, finally remembered where the familiar feeling came from. 20 years ago, before Chengyu became the #1 swordsman in Xingluo, he used the same tactics, relying solely on soul power and swordsmanship. He desperately challenged soul masters of the same level in the Great Soul Arena. With 28 consecutive victories, every soul master who fought against him was seriously injured, and in the end, the arena couldn't find anyone willing to fight him. The betting odds of the Great Soul Arena suffered greatly due to Chengyu's winning streak. Wait, Chengyu seemed to have stayed at the Soul Sage level for quite a long time, right? Could it be that the Soul Douluo just now was? The manager of the Great Soul Arena wore a pained expression, If it was Chung Yu's disciple coming to challenge, they would probably have to admit defeat. Their top expert in the backstage of the Xingluo Great Soul Arena was just a Soul Douluo. Chung Yu had once crossed boundaries to slay a Soul Douluo at the Soul Sage level, and now that he had broken through, the Soul Douluo in their backstage might not even have the courage to fight him. While the manager of the Great Soul Arena was secretly lamenting, Davis found the seriously injured Tai San off the stage. The staff of the Great Soul Arena had already helped him with medicine and bandaging, but his injuries would likely take at least half a month to heal completely, unless Tai San spent a lot of money to hire a healing-type Soul Master for assistance. He had fought well just now. He should hire a healing-type Soul Master for him. Davis spoke to the staff at the Great Soul Arena. Tai San looked up in shock, and although the staff knew that Davis was either rich or powerful, they couldn't immediately agree and felt a bit awkward. At that moment, the person in charge of the Great Soul Arena hurried over, smiling as he said, "No problem. I will have the resident healing Soul Master treat his injuries shortly. You can rest assured, young sir." Davis nodded and said, "I need to spar with a large number of Soul Respect and Soul Sect level Soul Masters. Weapon-type martial souls are preferred, but beast martial souls are also acceptable. Please help me keep an eye on the Soul Masters in the circle. The fee is 300 gold soul coins for a Soul Respect and 1,000 for Soul Sect. If you perform well, it will be doubled. If you're injured, I'll be responsible for finding a healing-type Soul Master, but they can't be weaker than you." After finishing, Davis pointed at Tai San. This made Tieshan's feelings quite complicated. He had unexpectedly become a unit of measurement. He didn't know if this was a compliment or an insult. However, after thinking for a moment, Tai San decided to challenge him after recovering. After all, the offer was too generous. The Soul Hall subsidy for Soul Respect was only 100 gold soul coins a month. A match with this young master was equivalent to 3 months of basic support, and if he got injured, he'd even cover the cost of a healing-type Soul Master. It would be foolish not to take such a good opportunity. The person in charge of the Great Soul Arena gave a thumbs up and praised, "Young master is generous. This price will definitely attract many people. However, if this continues, our Great Soul Arena might go bankrupt." Davis casually remarked, "It's simple, no win-loss betting. Just let them bet on my consecutive wins, and the end time of each match will be it." The person in charge's eyes lit up, as if a new world had opened up. Looking at Davis, who was wearing a ghost mask, was more pleasing than looking at his own father. A casual remark turned out to be an idea worth millions of gold soul coins. This is a living treasure. What's so great about Chung Yu as a sword saint? Compared to his disciple, he's nothing. Episode 25. The Dragon and Tiger Fight in the Eyes of Outsiders. Davis's golden idea will certainly not be offered to the Great Soul Arena for free. With Chung Yu around, the Great Soul Arena can't afford to be greedy for his share. Otherwise, if this sword saint, who has been promoted to Soul Douluo, gets angry, the Great Soul Arena might not be able to handle it. After negotiation, Davis will receive 20 of the betting profits for every consecutive win in the Great Soul Arena battles. This can be considered as providing some development funds for the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. The Great Soul Arena offers a lot, but the conditions they proposed are also quite harsh, as long as Ghostface loses a match in the upcoming battles, whether against Soul Masters of the same rank or in higher-level battles. Starting from that losing match, all subsequent earnings will have nothing to do with him. It is worth noting that Davis's opponents include quite a few well-known experts in the Soul Sect realm. Chung Yu initially wanted to draw his sword and argue with the Great Soul Arena to modify the agreement's content, but he was stopped by Davis. "It's fine, but unnecessary." Davis understood very clearly that his primary goal was to find enough sharpening stones. Making money? That was just a bonus. If he could find a way to directly defeat his opponents and identify the shortcomings in his swordsmanship, then his gains would be beyond measure in gold soul coins. Thus, over the next 10 days, Davis, in the guise of Ghostface, participated in 3 Soul Master level battles every day at the Grand Soul Arena, winning each match with ease. By the end of the 10 days, this newcomer, Ghostface, had become a hot topic in the Grand Soul Arena. In response to him, the arena introduced winning streak betting and timed betting, raking in countless profits from numerous gamblers, nobles, and merchants. Some greedy hands, having lost heavily in the betting, even began to target Ghostface himself. Of course, those underhanded minions were all dealt with cleanly by Chung Yu, one sword strike at a time. Initially, as the probing minions increased, Chung Yu killed more and more, until he publicly slayed a soul sage before several spies. After that, no one dared to come looking for trouble again. Meanwhile, Davis had also accepted challenges from 30 renowned soul masters at the Grand Soul Arena. After these 30 battles against various opponents, Davis's combat experience had clearly seen a qualitative improvement, but unfortunately, the pressure these opponents provided was not enough, leading to little enhancement in his swordsmanship. Therefore, it was time for the real meat of the fight to begin. On the 10th day, after finishing his battles, Davis requested the Grand Soul Arena to arrange a battle at the Soul Sect level for him. The Grand Soul Arena had long been prepared for this and quickly dispatched a Soul Master of that rank. When the two entered the arena, the host of the Grand Soul Arena was extremely excited. Honorable audience, today we are fortunate to witness a bizarre battle proposed by our rising star, the 33 RD level Ghost Face Sword Master, a challenge against the 44th level Assault Type Weapon Soul Master, Madblade. It has been 2 years since a cross-rank challenge has occurred in our star Luo City Grand Soul Arena, and it has been 10 years since a lower-ranked Soul Master defeated a higher-ranked one. However, Ghostface Sword Master has achieved a 30-game winning streak in the Soul Master Arena, and no one has ever forced him to reveal his martial soul or use any soul ring abilities. And Mr. Madblade is not a weakling. He has already earned the Silver Battle Soul honor in the Soul Sect Arena, a 30-game winning Soul Master challenging a Silver Battle Soul Sect. Sword Soul versus Blade Soul. This is a crazy night. Are you ready? As the host stirred the audience's emotions, the atmosphere ignited, and the betting amounts at the Grand Soul Arena kept rising, each fluctuation in numbers sending excitement through the arena's management. At the peak of the atmosphere, the referee announced the start of the battle. Madblade completely disregarded the Ghost Face Swordmaster. He was here purely for the money. With a bounty of 1,000 gold soul coins and the appearance fee from the Grand Soul Arena, just one fight was enough to earn it, which was quite attractive for all non-noble soul masters. Upon hearing the referee announce the start, Madblade let out a sinister laugh and activated his martial soul. The slashing blade, yellow and purple, for standard soul rings appeared in the arena, indicating that although Madblade was not of noble birth, he was not an unestablished low-level soul master either. Second soul skill, 3 points of blade chi. 3 dazzling blades of chi erupted from the slashing blade martial soul, plowing through the ground of the Grand Soul Arena towards Davis. Davis still had not activated his martial soul, only containing soul power in the palm of his hand, planning to fight with swordsmanship. This arrogant attitude not only shocked the audience, but also enraged Crazy Blade. How dare a soul sage defy the soul sect and hide his abilities? Oh, you want to conceal your strength? Then I'll let you hide to your heart's content. Second soul skill, 3 points of blade chi. Second soul skill, 3 points of blade chi. Crazy Blade activated his second soul skill twice in a row, forming a total of 9 blade chi in a fan shape surrounding Davis. This second soul skill of Crazy Blade could be considered the best among low-level explosive soul skills. As long as there was enough soul power, it could be released continuously without limits, with an extremely fast release speed, easily dealing massive damage in a short time, deciding the outcome with one strike. Faced with this overwhelming blade chi soul skill, Davis was not in the slightest bit flustered, drawing his iron sword. Mount Hua sword technique, boundless falling leaves. An incredible event suddenly occurred in the eyes of the audience. The iron sword in Davis's hand, infused with soul power, effortlessly pierced forward a few times, shattering the 9 sword energies unleashed by the Madblade, which had consumed a considerable amount of soul power. As easily as breaking 9 pieces of tofu, the arena fell silent, and the Madblade was so stunned that his jaw nearly dropped. His proud second soul skill was so easily countered, this was impossible. The Madblade roared in anger and unleashed a third wave of sword energy. Using the same trick again, this time Davis didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. With a single sword strike, he shattered the 3 sword energies. Do you have any fresh tricks? This one doesn't seem to work that well. Davis was full of nonchalant provocation, thoroughly infuriating the hot-tempered Madblade. All right, let me show you what I can do. The third soul ring on the horse, slashing Blade's martial soul, flashed with purple light. Activating the third soul skill, Blade Chi Infusion, Madblade's entire body suddenly shot up in height, his hair standing on end, his eyes filled with an unmistakable ferocity, as if possessed by some fierce beast. He must have used an amplification-type soul skill, and at this moment, Madblade's physical attributes should have been greatly enhanced. Take a blade from me. A downward slash came crashing down, and with that momentum, it looked like he intended to split Ghost Face Swordmaster in half with a single strike. Davis became slightly more serious, and the aura of his iron sword surged brightly. The Huashan sword technique's defensive stance, Zhong Gu Qi Ming. Clang! A heavy metallic clash rang out, and the audience outside was astonished to find that the seemingly small Davis remained motionless, while the imposing Kwang Dao was forced back half a step. Unfortunately, in his frenzied state, Kwang Dao was oblivious to this detail. Can you block 1 of my strikes, 10 of my strikes, or even 100? Horizontal slashes, diagonal slashes, vertical slashes, upward thrusts. Though Kwang Dao's moves were ordinary, they were executed with exceptional mastery. They couldn't be considered self-created soul skills. Instead, they were likely the most suitable techniques he had honed through countless battles. Coupled with his robust physique and a significant boost to his physical attributes after activating his third soul skill, he possessed quite a bit of lethality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have earned a silver soul coin in a big city like Xinglua City. Unfortunately, he encountered Davis, who countered him perfectly. Kwang Dao's proud physical attributes offered him no advantage in front of Davis, who had trained in the 13 Bodyguards Horizontal Practice Golden Bell Shield. Moreover, Kwang Dao's so-called refined swordsmanship was far from the exquisite Huashan sword technique. Thus, even though he launched a series of ferocious attacks with his sword, Davis stood firm amidst the storm of his assault, not retreating an inch. After dozens of strikes, even with Kwang Dao's robust physique, his hands began to feel slightly weak. Looking at the unmoving young swordsman before him, Kwang Dao had to admit that in a purely sword duel, he was no match for this guy. After one of his strikes was intercepted by Davis, Kwang Dao stepped back and suddenly activated his deep purple fourth soul ring. Fourth soul skill, half-moon curved blade. A half-moon-shaped, massive blade, aura, about 5 meters in diameter, appeared in midair as Kwang Dao executed a horizontal slash while retreating, sweeping towards the chest of the ghost-faced swordmaster. The density of this blade, aura, far surpassed that of the previous 3 strikes. And if an ordinary soul master were hit, there was a danger of being split in 2. Davis's eyes lit up. This strike had some flair. He took half a step back, and the iron sword in his hand gathered momentum, a faint purple sword light illuminating the entire spirit arena like the morning glow. The morning sun Dou Qi sword pierced forward. Apart from the basic sword techniques of the 5 mountains, such as the Huashan sword technique and the Songshan sword technique, this was the only advanced sword technique Davis had learned from the remnants of the 5 mountain sword techniques. It was simple. This sword technique had only one move, to gather momentum and strike. The more decisive the strike, the more soul power it could mobilize, and the more solid the morning glow sword light became, increasing its lethality. This strike clashed directly with the 4th soul skill activated by the Mad Blade. Moments later, the sword light cut through the blade's energy, but it was nearly dissipated itself, no longer able to inflict any damage on the Mad Blade. This confrontation seemed to show that Davis was only slightly ahead, but in reality, it was not so. The soul power consumed by his self-created soul skill. The Morning Sun Dou Qi sword was equivalent to the 2nd soul skill, but its condensed soul power was incredibly solid, making it exceptionally sharp. On the other hand, the Mad Blade Crescent Blade was a 4th soul skill, and after their prolonged battle, this blow had nearly exhausted 2/3 of the Mad Blade's remaining soul power. Seeing his ultimate move thwarted, the Mad Blade's fighting spirit waned significantly. Feeling the pitiful amount of soul power left in his body, the Mad Blade decisively surrendered. A wave of shouts erupted from the audience in the spirit arena. Although this battle did not last long, the spirit arena's use of the Soul Master challenging the Soul Sect and the Soul Master giving up the use of soul skills created a perfect spectacle that excited the audience. Now that the outcome was clear, an underdog victory had been achieved. The spectators, who were mostly inexperienced, could not see that the Ghost-Face Sword Master had maintained absolute dominance throughout the match, and believed they had witnessed a fierce battle, thus erupting with extraordinary enthusiasm. Davis was too lazy to stay on the field to cater to the excitement of the gamblers, and quickly returned to the backcourt to rest, waiting for the next soul fight arranged by the Grand Soul Arena. In the following month, Davis continued to participate in soul fights at the Grand Soul Arena at a frequency of 3 times a day. His opponents were all soul masters, ranging from level 41 to 49. He achieved a complete victory. During this period, several top-level martial soul masters posed a significant threat to Davis. After all, he could not use soul skills and had to rely solely on his swordsmanship to fight, making him passive against opponents with special soul skills. However, overall, Davis became increasingly accustomed to fighting at the soul master level, and his combat style became more seasoned. The 5 mountains sword technique gradually became second nature to him, reaching the perfection of the 1st realm of swordsmanship. Moreover, through a month of training, The advanced sword techniques that Davis learned were no longer limited to just the Morning Sun Dou Qi sword. He also dabbled in the Huashan's deadly chain of 3 immortal swords, Songshan's fast and slow 17 paths, and Hengshan's returning wind falling goose sword. Although he was still far from mastering the sword techniques inscribed in the 5 mountain sword technique, his combat methods had become sufficiently diverse. After more than 100 battles, the reputation of the Ghost Face Sword Master echoed throughout Douluo City. In both the Grand Soul Arena and Davis reaped enormous amounts of gold soul coins. At this point, Davis felt that this revelry was about to come to an end. However, the Grand Soul Arena, having tasted success, hoped that Davis would continue to participate in soul fights there. Davis certainly wouldn't let the prospect of making money affect his upcoming training plans, and he decisively refused. With Chengyu behind him, the Great Soul Arena had no way to deal with him and could only hand over the earnings from these days, ending this collaboration. After returning to Wanjin Villa, Davis opened the card drawing system. New achievement unlocked, Sword Master, acknowledged by over 50,000 people, possessing superb swordsmanship. Reward, item card, Zhelong Dan 3 pieces. 100 consecutive victories, defeated 100 enemies of equal or higher level consecutively. Reward, martial arts card, 9 Jinxi, tomb version. After consuming Zhelong Dan, he will fall into a state of false death and will not awaken until 9 days later, upon waking. All negative states, such as poisoning and injuries, will be cleared. This is a life-saving divine medicine. Davis quickly stored the jade bottle containing the Zhelong Dan into his storage soul guide. As for the 9 manual, Ancient Tomb Edition, this was definitely a great gain. Although the value of the Ancient Tomb Edition of the 9 manual had significantly decreased due to the lack of the Sanskrit summary, it was still barely worthy of being considered an unparalleled martial art, especially since it contained the I Ching bone refining technique, which could enhance one's innate qualities. Davis planned to leave this technique for Zhu Zhuyuan, as it could, when combined with the previously obtained Millennium Cold Jade, greatly accelerate her cultivation speed. After tallying his gains during this period, a voice from outside the door interrupted him. "Your Highness, an old man has come to the villa, specifically asking for you." The Soul Emperor guards couldn't discern his depth, and we asked Mr. Chengyu to take a distant look. He said that the other party is very likely a title Douluo. "I've already informed Elderly. Do you want to meet him?" Title Douluo? How could a title Douluo come here at this time? The sudden, unexpected situation made Davis frown. He knew he would have to meet him. Aside from the 2 highest-ranking individuals in the Spirit Hall, no one in this world could treat a title Douluo lightly. However, he needed to meet with Elderly present. It wasn't that Davis was timid, but rather that a child of a wealthy family should not sit idly by, no matter how high Davis's potential was, without manifesting it. He could not withstand any title Douluo's first soul skill. When one's own strength is insufficient, one must be cautious. Elderly arrived quickly. The 2 went to the entrance of Wanjin Villa to greet the visitor. As a top figure in the Douluo world, the fact that he was willing to follow etiquette and wait at the door for the guards to announce him did not mean that Davis could ignore his status. Even as the Douluo prince, Davis had to show respect by personally going to the entrance to welcome him. Almost as soon as they met, Davis recognized who this old man was. He appeared young, with white hair and beard, standing quietly with his eyes closed. Yet he exuded the presence of an unparalleled sword sheath, making one feel that as soon as he opened his eyes, that sword would pierce through their own eyes. Seeing this person, Elder Lee's heart trembled, and he reached out to press down on Davis's shoulder, gently shaking his head to indicate that he could not guarantee Davis's safety in the presence of this man. This was the first time since Elderly became a title Douluo that he encountered someone he could not see through at all. However, at this moment, Davis felt surprisingly calm. Who was this person? A 96th level title Douluo, the supreme elder of the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School, the owner of the most powerful weapon soul in the Douluo continent, and one of the most proud and honorable figures in the Douluo continent. Jian Dao Qinshin. Douluo Davis has met the sword Douluo. Hearing this, Qinshin opened his eyes, and as soon as he looked at Davis, the young prince felt an endless sword aura piercing towards him. This was the sword intent attack of the sword Douluo. Chengyu, who was also a swordsmanship expert, recognized it and wanted to step forward to help, but was stopped by Elderly. He could sense that Qinshin's sword intent attack on Davis carried no malice. It was merely a test for the prince. If Chengyu forced his way in, it would be pure folly. Chengyu awkwardly retracted his sword hand, but did not completely relax his vigilance. Like Elderly, he remained on the sidelines, ready to intervene at the first sign of trouble. Davis was suddenly stirred by the sword intent, and his right hand 7-star sword martial soul nearly leaped out to assist him in resisting the opponent's sword intent. However, Davis ultimately managed to suppress the 7-star sword martial soul and relied solely on his own will to endure the sword intent baptism from the sword Douluo. It was still far from the time for the 7-star sword to reveal itself. Fortunately, during this period, Davis had also put in a lot of effort into the Zuwan visualization, resulting in a significant increase in his soul power compared to before. Moreover, Jinxi's purpose was merely to test and would not use abilities that greatly exceeded Davis's strength. Davis drew the golden sword from his waist and struck out with the most decisive, earnest, and all-or-nothing blow in history. As he thrust the sword, it seemed as if he had shattered some kind of shackles within himself. But at this critical moment, he couldn't care about anything else. Ding! The ethereal purple sword light was shattered by the sword Douluo's gaze. But ultimately, Davis was able to safely withstand the onslaught of this overwhelming sword intent. To be able to break through oneself in a dire situation and to have a profound understanding of the sword way by the age of 8. Indeed, quite impressive. Davis had not yet come to his senses when he heard the slightly weary voice of Jinxi praising him. Once he regained his composure, he saw the renowned sword bowing slightly to him with cupped fists and saying, "Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Jinxi. I was rude just now." Davis finally came to his senses and quickly returned a salute, saying, "It's nothing, senior. Although your test caught me off guard, there was no intention of harm, and it helped me advance to the subtle realm of swordsmanship. How could there be any talk of rudeness? This is not the place for conversation. Shall we go to the mansion for a detailed discussion?" Jinxi naturally followed Davis into the DrawingJin mountain villa. As soon as they entered the villa, Jinxi felt the incredibly rich gold-type energy emanating from underground and couldn't help but marvel. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is said to be as wealthy as a nation, in terms of resources, it cannot compare to the vast territories of the two great empires. This gold-type simulated training ground is among the best in the entire Douluo continent. Yet it is merely the personal property of the Grand Prince. With the 7-kill sword martial soul, he is also considered gold-type. If he had been able to cultivate in such an environment when he was young, he would probably be above level 96 by now. After everyone took their seats, Davis asked the sword Douluo, "Your sect has been developing in the Dou Empire. May I ask what brings you personally to Douluo City today? Is there any way I can assist you?" The sword Douluo was not at all polite with Davis and nodded directly. "Indeed. There is something that I need the Grand Prince's help with. However, it has nothing to do with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, purely a personal matter." Seeing that Davis showed no sign of discomfort, Jinxi continued, "I have wasted nearly 100 years of my life in a hurry. Now, having achieved level 96 title Douluo, I find that there are not many opponents left on the continent. It's just a pity that my swordsmanship inheritance has no good place to settle." Upon hearing this, Davis and Fengyun both understood the sword Douluo's intention. The reason for the visit today was that they had learned from the intelligence of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School that a young swordsmanship genius had emerged in Douluo City. With the strength of a soul master, without using soul skills, he achieved 90 consecutive victories against the Spirit Hall in the Great Soul Arena. Even in my youth, I could not accomplish such a crazy feat. May I ask, Grand Prince, do I have the honor of becoming this swordsmanship genius's teacher? Indeed, the identity of the ghost-face sword master could deceive ordinary people, but it could not hide from the sharp gaze of a title Douluo, especially from the sword Douluo, Jinxi, who was extremely sensitive to the aura of swordsmanship. If Davis were not a visitor from another world or did not have a system, he should have immediately taken the opportunity to become a disciple, ensuring that even if he lost the struggle for the throne in the future, at least someone would protect him. However, Davis now had complete confidence in defeating Dai Wei and did not need to seek a way out at this moment. Therefore, he needed to consider his own position more. Being a disciple of the sword Douluo was certainly appealing, but no matter how unrelated it was to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he was still the closest family member of Fengyun. Once he became a disciple, in the eyes of outsiders, Davis and them would inevitably have an inseparable relationship. Currently, the relationships among the Spirit Hall, the two great empires, and various sects on the continent were still unclear. Binding himself too early to one of the top 3 sects, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School might not align with the core interests of the Douluo Empire. Although these so-called imperial interests did not hold much weight in Davis's eyes, he had confidence that he would be the core interest of the empire in the future. Now was not the time for that. Most importantly, Davis still did not know how to treat Dai Wei, Tang San, and the rest of the Shrek 7 monsters, including Ning Rongrong, in the future. As a prince of a nation, there were too many factors to consider. At this critical juncture, Davis could only politely decline the sword Doulo's good intentions. I apologize, senior. My identity is special, and the Seven Treasures glazed tile school you belong to is a pillar sect of the Dou Empire. It is indeed difficult for me to make a decision at this moment, and I can only temporarily disappoint your good intentions. Having lived nearly 100 years, Chen Xin understood Davis's meaning upon hearing this. After all, being the continent's #1 swordsman, Chen Xin's nonchalance exceeded everyone's expectations. Although he felt regretful for not being able to take such a good disciple as Davis, he still patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, "Since fate is not enough, I won't force it. If there is another opportunity in the future, I will teach you swordsmanship." With that, he floated away, but just as he was about to leave, the sword Dou cast an extremely hidden glance at the palm of Davis's right hand and spoke to him through voice transmission. Only Li Fu, another titled Douluo present, heard this sentence. He looked at Davis in shock, only to find that his usually composed master, whose emotions never showed on his face, was now equally astonished. Because of this sentence, it almost revealed one of the deepest secrets hidden in Davis's heart. Chapter 27. Parental love for their child. Keep your sword martial soul well hidden. Next time we meet, I will teach you how to use the sword. This was the parting message left by the sword Douluo. Davis originally thought he had hidden his 7 stars sword martial soul well when facing the sword intent attack from Chen Xin. He never expected that his 7-star sword could sense Chen Xin's 7 killing sword intent. So, would the first sword martial soul of the continent, which Chen Xin had almost cultivated to its limit, have no perception of his 7-star sword? It was likely that the moment the 7 stars sword martial soul began to stir, it had already been detected, right? Li Fu quickly returned to normal. After all, in his eyes, being chosen by the gods as an heir was already something that could happen. What was a mere second martial soul? However, Davis's habitual concealment further deepened the impression of the Black Tiger Dou. His Highness indeed always has new trump cards. After Chen Xin left, Davis returned to the DrawingJin pavilion to examine his recently breakthrough swordsmanship. His swordsmanship had reached the subtle realm, which, strictly speaking, placed him in the same broad stage as Chengyu. This is what makes swordsmanship fascinating for the capable, but frustrating for the mediocre. Chengyu was already considered a well-known sword genius, yet he had spent 20 years stagnating in the subtle realm. While a prodigy like Davis only needed a single clash with a master to break through into the subtle realm. Once he entered the subtle realm, Davis's combat power increased significantly. Although Davis could defeat soul ancestors without using soul skills, he relied on his strong physique, refined swordsmanship, and the exquisite techniques learned from the 5 Mountains sword method inscriptions. However, facing a soul king with a 10,000-year soul ring, it was almost impossible to defeat them head-on. And even using soul skills would be hard to offset the advantages of 10,000-year soul skills. But from now on, Davis had the qualifications to engage directly with the Soul King. With the entry into the subtle realm, there was no need to go to the Great Spirit Arena anymore. The opponents there had limited skill levels and would likely no longer bring Davis any significant gains. The legend of the Star Luo Ghost Face Swordmaster had gradually spread throughout the Star Luo Empire, and the true identity of the Ghost Face Swordmaster was being repeatedly probed by various intelligence agencies. Of course, Davis's methods of hiding his identity were not low, and in the end, the only force that truly uncovered his identity was, after all, just one: the Imperial Intelligence Organization's Shadow Guard of the Star Luo royal family. In the Imperial Study, Emperor Dai Wei of Star Luo read through the information presented by the Shadow Guard word by word, and finally couldn't help but break his calm demeanor cultivated over the past decade, laughing loudly. "My son Davis has an unparalleled appearance. The Dai family of Star Luo is free from worries." After indulging in laughter for a while, Dai Wei returned to his original calm self, signaling the Shadow Guard to send this information to both the Nine Spirit Palace and the Qinglian Palace. At the same time, he ordered the Shadow Guard to mobilize completely and closely monitor everything happening in the Qinglian Palace. The Star Luo Empire, which had inherited bad habits for so many years, finally had the opportunity to resolve them through the next generation. Dai Wei believed that concubine Lian was also a top-tier intelligent person, and upon reading this information, she would surely know what to do. If she didn't know, the Emperor is heartless. Even though Dai Wei still cherished and loved her deeply, he would have to do some painful things. In the Nine Spirit Palace, the Queen looked at Li Fu with a worried face and reproached, "Uncle Li, why don't you keep an eye on him and let him run wild in the Great Spirit Arena? I don't care what great fortune he has to become a soul master at this age, but with your knowledge, Don't you know that once his true age is exposed, he will be coveted by the entire continent? Li Fu, who had already achieved the title of Douluo, felt a rare moment of guilt when facing this younger generation he had watched grow up as if she were his own daughter. After pondering for a moment, he still did not tell her that he had already pledged loyalty to Davis, nor did he mention that he had achieved the title of Douluo, and he didn't even bring up the matter of the divine inheritance. He only half-concealedly said, "Your Highness has his own plans, my lady. He is more mature than you think." Having spent many years together, the queen immediately noticed that Li Fu was hiding something, but she couldn't really question this old man who had devoted his life to the Zhu family. She could only feel worried in her heart. If the queen was merely worried at this moment, then in the Qing Lian Palace, not far from the Nine-Spirit Palace, concubine Lian felt what could be described as despair. Dai Zhun had someone deliver the intelligence. How could she not understand what it meant? The Dai family had experienced hundreds of years and finally produced an unparalleled genius. This was the future of the entire Dai family. I do not wish, nor will I allow you to do anything unnecessary. With the star Dou Emperor holding such an attitude, Consort Lian absolutely did not dare to use assassination methods against Davis anymore, because she was well aware of how important such an heir was to Dai Zhun and the Dai family, and also because she deeply loved Dai Zhun. If it weren't for love, how could the noble Consort Lian, with her exceptional beauty and background, be willing to marry into the hopeless star Luo Palace? At the age of 7, a soul master of soul respect, defeating nearly 100 soul ancestors alone in the Great Soul Arena, the first genius soul master in the history of Douluo continent. Davis, oh Davis, you are so wonderful. Why aren't you my son? You are so outstanding. How can my son survive? The beautiful Consort Lian at this moment collapsed on the cold ground, and after a period of hysterical crying, she gradually stopped. No, I must do something. My moob, I must survive. After saying this, Consort Lian returned to her bedroom alone, fixed her smeared makeup, changed into a plain long dress, and went alone to the queen's dueling palace without bringing any palace maids or guards. Upon arriving at the entrance of dueling palace, she only told the palace maids that she was here to pay respects to the queen. Even the palace maids of dueling palace were surprised by this scene. Consort Lian seemed to be very favored by the emperor, although she had never openly acted presumptuously to draw criticism. She was also rarely willing to lower herself and come to dueling palace to pay respects to the queen, leaving everyone unsure of her intentions. However, according to etiquette, they invited her to the reception hall and secretly notified the queen in advance. When Consort Lian arrived, the queen was still talking to Li Fu in the garden, so she sat silently in the reception hall waiting, not drinking tea or eating snacks, just quietly waiting. After a while, the queen arrived, and upon seeing this, Consort Lian immediately stood up and bowed deeply to the queen with the highest standards of the star Luo royal family, still remaining silent. The queen, Zhu Zitong, was also a clever person. Upon seeing this, she realized that Dai Zhun must have sent someone to inform her as well, so she dismissed those around her, including her closest female officials. As a sensitive attack-type soul sage, she was not afraid of Consort Lian making any moves against her during their private meeting. Whether Consort Lian wanted to harm the queen or herself, she would have no chance against the reflexes of a feline soul sage. After the palace maids left, Consort Lian stood up again, bowed to the queen, and in a gentle tone she had never used before, pleaded, "Please, your majesty, save my son Mubai. Zhun Lian is willing to trade her life for his." The queen's gaze was cold. She did not extend her hand to help her, nor did she have any intention of moving from her throne. Consort Lian rose for the second time, and for the third time bowed to the queen. "Please, your majesty, say my son Mubai. Zhun Lian is willing to sever ties with the Zhun family and trade her life for his." The queen's gaze remained cold, but this time she did not remain silent. Consort Lian's sincerity was evident. Severing ties with the Zhun family meant that Dai Mubai would no longer receive support from his maternal family, and losing Consort Lian, the only support in the palace, meant he would have no chance of competing with Davis. The queen stood up, her long legs lifting the luxurious phoenix robe, then bent down to look at Consort Lian, who was kneeling on the ground. At that moment, the queen felt no pity, no disdain. All she felt was relief. "Fortunately, my son is capable. Otherwise, it would be me kneeling and begging." This was the queen's true inner monologue at that moment. "It wasn't impossible, but you've been causing such a ruckus all these years. Can your son be obedient?" The queen's tone was so cold it felt like entering an ice cave. If someone else had heard this, no matter how clever, They would surely think that Zhu Zitong had no intention of leaving them a way out. But Consort Lien, who had been in a subtle power struggle with the queen for 10 years, understood her better than DrawingJin did. Hearing this sentence felt like a survivor about to freeze to death in an ice cave suddenly drinking a cup of hot tea. It brought a glimmer of hope. Zhu Zitong would never waste words on someone she deemed destined to die, and being extremely proud, she would never lie to someone she considered weak. By saying this, it indicated that, regardless of whether it was Consort Lien or Dai Bai, she had no intention of taking their lives. At least not for now. Be obedient. Be obedient. You must be obedient. Bai will definitely be a good younger brother who listens. Whatever his elder brother tells him to do, he will listen. If he dares to disobey his elder brother in the future, even if I become a ghost, I will return to break his legs. As Consort Lien said these words, she bowed her head toward the queen. Since she entered the palace and gained favor, she had never shown such a heart-wrenching and humble side, but at that moment, Zhen Lien felt happier than at any other time, because her son could live. Chapter 28. Passing the flower by drumming Dai Bai. No one knew what Consort Lien and the queen talked about that day in Jilin Palace. The people in the palace only knew that after that day, Consort Lien, who had originally relied on the emperor's favor and acted arrogantly in the harem, suddenly became docile and no longer competed with the queen. In fact, the first thing she did every morning was go to Jilin Palace to pay respects to the queen. And eventually, the queen became so annoyed with her that it gradually turned into a visit every 3 days. Even more surprisingly, after the third Prince Dai Bai learned to speak, the first words he uttered were not mother or father, but elder brother. Davis was also incredibly shocked when he encountered this matter. His half-brother, who seemed destined to become a rival in the future struggle for the throne, was actually the first to call out to him during his babbling stage. Was it a scheme by Consort Lien? But with her intelligence, she should know that in the royal family, familial bonds are the least valuable. Expecting that just a call of royal brother would make Davis show mercy to Dai Bai in the future is probably an unrealistic hope for Consort Lien. At this moment, Queen Zhu Zitong spoke up to ease the situation. This, your third brother is young. Since he is close to you, you should teach him more in daily life. The weather is nice today. Why not take him to Wanjin Mountain Villa for a visit? It would be a chance to see the scenery outside the palace. What do you think, Consort Lien? Davis was also surprised by the queen's attitude. How could Lady Lien let Davis take Dai Bai out to play? Impossible. Lady Lien would probably never agree to that, even at the cost of her life. Replying to Her Majesty the Queen, if Bai has the chance to get close to his elder brother, I would certainly wholeheartedly agree, but I worry it might delay the crown prince's training. Lady Lien's agreement caught Davis off guard. Observing her expression closely, there was not a hint of reluctance, as if she was genuinely sending her son to visit his brother's house. Davis was stunned. What on earth had happened that he didn't know about? This. I'm talking to you. The queen's questioning interrupted Davis's days, and he could only respond, returning to mother. The son has been in seclusion and hard training for some time. Recently, I made a small breakthrough, and today was supposed to be a day of rest. Since mother and concubine Lien asked me to take third brother out to play. Of course, there's no problem. Thus, Davis, looking perplexed, led the equally bewildered Dai Bai, along with a large group of palace maids following to serve them, back from the palace to Wanjin Mountain Manor. Once back on his own turf, Davis shed his pretense and looked at the babbling Dai Bai in front of him with a face full of distress. Whoosh! Louis Weiying suddenly emerged from Li Yang's mirrored space, leaning over to Davis's side and asking, "Boss, where did you get this child from?" Davis shrugged helplessly and pointed in the direction of the palace, replying, "Yes. Picked it up from the palace." Lu Yuning was taken aback for a moment, and it took her a while to finally react, her face changing drastically. "The palace. You brought back the third prince. He's just a tiny little thing, as small as a snotworm. This isn't good, is it? His Majesty will be furious." Lu Yuning almost thought Davis had lost his mind and was going to take harsh measures against Dai Bai in advance. Davis shot her a glare and then casually gave Yuning a chestnut. "Wait a minute. Shouldn't girls be better at taking care of children than men?" Davis looked up and down at Lu Yinqing, making her feel uneasy all over. Only then did he reveal his true intention. "My mother asked me to take my little brother out to play for a day, and I think you're quite suitable for this task, so I'll leave my third brother with you." After saying that, he placed Dai Bai into Lu Yinqing's arms, and once he confirmed that the boy was steady, he immediately took off. He even activated his second soul skill, Golden Feather Assault, leaving it a speed faster than a flying system soul saint, soaring away at the speed of a 800-year-old golden feather falcon. By the time Lu Yinqing reacted, Davis's figure had already disappeared, Lu Yinqing looked at the little guy in her arms in disbelief, questioning her intelligence for the first time. Is this really just dropped into my hands? No, I can't take the blame for the boss. I need someone to take the fall. After saying that, Lu Yinqing shouted to the sky, Yong, open a mirror at the entrance of the mountain villa. Yong, who was practicing not far away, heard Lu Yinqing's voice and didn't think much of it. He opened a void treasure mirror beside her to facilitate Lu Yinqing's teleportation. This was part of their routine. To train the team's coordination with Yong, they often called him to help open portals for teleportation while moving around the villa. This also helped Yong practice the precision of his skill releases. But today, Lu Yinqing, full of mischief, gave Yong a lesson. Don't stuff things into your body, crossed out. Don't randomly shove things into the mirror world, especially since this little thing is the younger brother of your highness. When Lu Yinqing exited the space, she naturally didn't bring Dai Wei along, only leaving behind a remark that there were matters at the Marquis's residence. I'll leave first. Yong, take care of that one mirror space. Before her words had fully settled, Lu Yinqing charged out the front door, leaving Wanjin Villa. By the time Yong figured out who the extra child in his mirror world was, Lu Yinqing had already returned to the Jinxi Marquis residence to eat watermelon. At that moment, Luo Zhuwei, who was beside him, quietly moved away a bit, and when she confirmed that Yong couldn't take the blame for her, she softly said, Yong, it seems you've been tricked by Sister Yinqing again. Hearing this, Yang's heart shattered like the countless mirrors he had let go of. He looked at Luo Zhuwei, but there was no Luo Zhuwei left. The sound of arrows whizzing from the neighboring shooting range indicated that the little girl was focused on practicing archery, completely oblivious to the external disturbances. With no one to take the blame, Yong became the lowest link in the blame chain, and he could only bear the difficult task of temporarily playing the role of a babysitter with tears in his eyes. Strangely, although young Dai Wei understood nothing, he surprisingly enjoyed the environment of Wanjin Villa. After arriving at Wanjin Villa, Dai Wei appeared very lively, and when Yong came to play with him, he became even more excited. Davis stood on the rooftop of the Wanji Pavilion, watching the scene of Yong with his child, and his doubts in his heart were slightly resolved. Perhaps even the likes of Dai Jun and the couple Zhu Zitong, who once laid hands on their own siblings, hoped deep down that their children could get along harmoniously and treat each other with brotherly love. However, the clan rules were too heavy, and the power of the clan elders in both the court and behind the scenes was too strong. Without absolute power, and before being able to change the balance between the royal family's direct line and the conservative faction, it would be easy to cause turmoil in the entire Xinglua Empire by easily altering the clan regulations. At that time, the Seoul Hall, which was watching closely, along with the semi-independent principalities and kingdoms surrounding Xinglua, would pounce like countless vicious dogs. The current Xinglua did not have the ability to withstand such risks. Therefore, Dai Jun was enduring, and Zhu Zitong was also enduring. But if Davis were to grow rapidly to a sufficiently powerful level, he could choose not to endure in the future. This was also what Dai Jun and Zhu Zitong hoped for, and even what the current concubine Lian hoped for. Chapter 29. Zhu Ziyun takes drugs. Lu Yuniying gets beaten as the designated Magic King team's sensitive attacker and the future lady boss of the Xinglua Empire. Zhu Ziyun received an invitation from Davis right after her awakening. Therefore, the day after her awakening, she brought a large team of Zhu family guards to visit the Wanji Mountain Villa. However, she did not expect to meet a child there who would become her and Davis's enemy, the third Prince Dai Wei. Although he was still a babbling little kid, he immediately triggered Zhu Ziyun's deep-seated instinct to confront, rooted in her feline memories. Although Zhu Ziyun was only 6 years old, she had received education from both the Zhu family and the royal family since childhood, and her sense of faction was very strong. In her eyes, Dai Wei represented the greatest threat to her and Davis's future. So when she saw 1-year-old Dai Wei for the first time, Zhu Ziyun suddenly bared her teeth and even thought about reaching out her claws towards the baby. Davis held her soft pink little paw. No, Fujun. Davis stroked Zhu Ziyun's hair, and with a hand covering her head, he sealed the restless little kitten. Then he smiled and said, an excellent hunter needs to conceal any killing intent before having complete confidence, so when the opportunity arises, they can strike decisively. Also, what elders say is not always right. You need to see clearly your own thoughts. Zhu Ziyun didn't quite understand, but she knew one thing. Davis was definitely right. She nodded at him, looking into his eyes. Don't worry about him anymore. Come with me. I have something to give you. Davis no longer paid attention to Dai Wei and had Yong act as a caretaker to play with him, while he took his future wife to the secret chamber beneath the Wanjin Pavilion. This was not the secret chamber from the Douluo of the secret chamber, but rather the place where Davis was in seclusion for cultivation. After entering the secret chamber, Davis took out a treasure from the spatial soul guide, the fairy herb. Water fairy jade muscle bone. This was the herb that originally belonged to Zhu Zhuqing in the original timeline. Although this fairy herb did not allow Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul to evolve, it raised her previously barely outstanding talent, estimated at level 7. At most level 8, to a level on par with Dai Wei. It should be noted that Dai Wei was an undeniable genius. Despite being disheartened and somewhat neglected at Shrek for a few years, he was still able to reach level 37 by the age of 15, which was definitely a manifestation of innate soul power at level 9. Given such a talent gap, the difference between the two should have only widened after becoming soul emperors. However, after consuming the water fairy jade muscle bone, Zhu Zhuqing was barely able to keep up with Dai Wei's pace and eventually even gained the favor of the deity, inheriting the position of the god of speed. This indicates that this water fairy jade muscle bone had a significant enhancement effect on Zhu Zhuqing's cultivation talent. In the current timeline, it can be anticipated that by giving this water fairy jade muscle bone to Zhu Zhuqing, who has an innate soul power of level 9.5, she would inevitably become a formidable member of the Demon King team, second only to Davis in talent. Davis brought the daffodil's delicate petals to Zhu Zhuyun's lips and said, "Come, open your mouth." Zhu Zhuyun was unsure of what this was, and looking at Davis's tone, which resembled that of a man enticing a young girl, she felt a bit scared. However, due to Zhu family's education of their daughter and her trust in her fiancé, she obediently opened her mouth. First, she ate the petals one by one, and finally, she sucked on the stamen in the middle, remembering to channel her soul power to absorb the energy. At this moment, even though the young girl didn't fully understand, she knew that this must be something good. So she carefully followed the steps Davis had instructed. Once the celestial herb entered her stomach, Zhu Zhuyun immediately sat cross-legged on the spot, feeling a vast, yet gentle energy begin to transform her body. Davis sat beside her, practicing the true heart method while waiting for her to absorb the energy of the celestial herb. After a long time, Zhu Zhuyun's soul power fluctuations gradually stabilized, and she opened her eyes. With a look of surprise, she gazed at Davis and asked, "Brother Davis, I feel like my soul power cultivation has become much faster than before. My innate soul power should have improved, and now I have the same full innate soul power as you." Davis smiled and said, "As the future second-in-command of our Demon King team, you must, like me, have innate full soul power." Originally, Davis wanted to directly pass the 9-in manual tune version to Zhu Zhuyun, but after thinking it over, he decided not to act rashly. The amount of information in the 9-in manual was simply too overwhelming for a 6-year-old child like Zhu Zhuyun, who had just awakened. When Davis absorbed the information from the complete truth heart method, it took him a long time, and even the 9-in manual, which lacked the Sanskrit general outline, contained content that was more than 10 times that of the complete truth heart method. With such a large amount of information, he was unsure whether it would overwhelm Zhu Zhuyun's mental world. He certainly did not want his fiancée, to become a foolish person like Ouyang Feng due to practicing the wrong 9-in manual. So he planned to hold off on this matter for the time being. Regarding the medicinal herbs, Davis imposed a gag order on Zhu Zhuyun. "The herbal medicine I gave you today, you must not tell anyone about it when you go back. Otherwise I might not like you anymore." Zhu Zhuyun quickly shut her mouth, and feeling uneasy, she covered her mouth with her little hands, shaking her head vigorously. After she became a little more sensible, the education she received was to wholeheartedly assist the prince of the Dai family in competing for the throne and to become the queen herself. Davis's preferences were more important to her than anything else. After finishing what needed to be done and giving out the necessary instructions, Davis took Zhu Zhuyun's hand and walked out of the Wanjin pavilion. As soon as they stepped outside, they found Yong, Lu Yunying, and Luo Jiwei staring at them wide-eyed. Yong was holding Dai Wei and even covered Dai Wei's eyes with his left hand. Lu Yunying, looking surprised, asked, "No way. Boss, you just got engaged a few days ago, and this little girl is only 6 years old." Yong and Luo Jiwei regarded Davis as their superior and did not dare to speak as recklessly as Lu Yunying. However, their eyes, filled with curiosity, eagerness for knowledge, shock, and a touch of disdain, completely revealed their thoughts. What a lecherous guy. The group had been close for a year, and Davis did not mind this kind of teasing too much, just giving Lu Yunying a fierce glare, signaling her to wait for the next practice session. Lu Yunying shrank her neck and felt Davis walked over and gently tapped Zhu Zhuyun's forehead, not wanting to be too harsh. and simply admonished her in a soft voice. I just told you to assess the situation before taking action, and now you've already forgotten. Yuning is a level 20 plus Great Soul Master. If she really decides to make a move, she could easily take you down. Moreover, she is a member of our Demon King team. We will all be comrades in the same team, and we need to trust each other and rely on each other for our lives. You're not allowed to make a move against your own people in the future. Do you hear me? Oh, Zhu Zhuyin touched her forehead where he had tapped, feeling a bit wronged as she responded softly. Lu Yuning, standing by, was enjoying watching the boss scold his girlfriend, but she soon found herself in trouble. After finishing with Zhu Zhuyin, Davis immediately turned his attention to her. I asked you to help take care of Mu Bai for a while, and you said you had something to do back home, right? So why are you back? As soon as I stepped out, I saw you bullying Zhu Yun. Are your hands itching because no one is around to spar with you? That's simple. I'm free today to spar with you. Eating melon seeds had now turned into a personal affair, which was not very pleasant. Lu Yuning thought to herself that the boss was really biased. She loved to fight, but her preference was for combat, not being bullied. However, she put on a smiling face, took a step back, and shifted the blame to Yong. It was Yong who told me that the boss's fiancé, he came to Wanjin Villa, so I thought I'd come and meet her. Yong, isn't that right? Lu Yuning flashed a flattering smile and reached out to hook her arm around Li Yang's neck, hoping this good brother would serve as a shield for her once again. But she ended up grabbing empty air. Having suffered a loss from her once, Yong directly activated the mirror world and teleported himself to the roof behind Lu Yuning. That was the best spot for watching the show. Lu Yuning lost her balance and stumbled. Just as she steadied herself and looked up, she saw Davis standing in front of her with a half smile, nodding his chin as he indicated, "Let's go, our Miss Lu. See you at the training ground." Lu Yuning silently cursed, feeling angry at Li Yong for being ungrateful, but she didn't dare to retort against Davis and could only follow him to the training ground. Once at the training ground, Lu Yuning felt her mentality was about to collapse. This ungrateful Li Yong not only didn't help her, but also teleported directly to the side of the arena, just waiting to watch her get beaten up. He even had time to teleport to the kitchen and grab a handful of melon seeds. Li Yong, a space-type soul master, won't fall for the same trick twice. Besides, who doesn't munch on seeds while watching a show? Chapter 30. Surveillance, Slaughter, and Counterattack. After returning to the Zhu family, Zhu Zhuyin informed her father, Zhu Zitan, that she had reached level 10. Zhu Zitan didn't think much of it. After all, it wasn't surprising that there were rare treasures in the Crown Prince's residence that could help a soul master level up. He immediately arranged for someone to accompany her to hunt for souls. According to the Zhu family's tradition, they chose a 400-year-old shadow leopard. After obtaining the soul ring, Zhu Zhiyun's soul power skyrocketed, directly reaching level 17. The massive wave of soul power was immediately detected by the accompanying Soul Emperor. Fortunately, the person assigned to protect her was Zhu Zitan's absolute confidant. Otherwise, this news could have been picked up by hostile forces. Upon learning this, Zhu Zitan first checked his daughter's cultivation and found that this level 17 soul power was solid and without any instability, even more stable than what one would normally gain from cultivation, which made him feel somewhat relieved. The next day, Zhu Zhuyin came to Wanjin Villa, wanting to seek Davis to clarify her doubts. "Big brother Crown Prince, why has my soul power increased so quickly?" Davis tugged at her ear, making the little girl blush bright red, and then explained, "The elixir I gave you that day is called Narcissus Jade Skinbone, a legendary herb that can improve one's cultivation talent and significantly enhance soul power levels. The reason you leveled up several times after obtaining your soul ring is that the effects of the medicine hadn't been fully consumed before and were still stored in your body, which has now been released all at once." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiyun's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, "Does that mean I can quickly reach the Great Soul Master realm? When that happens, I must challenge Lu Yuning to a duel, so she can't bully me the first time we meet." Oh, this little girl holds a grudge quite well. Davis raised an eyebrow, thinking that this girl probably hadn't learned her lesson yet. By the time you level up 2 more times and obtain your spirit ring, Lu Yuning won't be at the same level anymore, right? Even if the levels are the same, Lu Yuning has been through countless battles this year. While you're just a novice little kitten, what gives you the right to compete with her? Forget it. If the child won't listen, let her take a beating. Even though Zhu Zhuyin is his fiancée, Davis doesn't give her any special protection in this regard, because besides being his fiancée, she has another identity as a core member of the future battle team. After Zhu Zhiyun advances to the Great Spirit Master and challenges Lu Yuning, once she thoroughly fails, she will surely understand what she's lacking. The news of the third prince arriving at Wanji Mountain Villa isn't a state secret. Soon, all major forces in Xinglua City learned about it. Everyone was puzzled as to why Davis would reach out to Dai Wei at this time and even invite him to his residence for fun. If it was to eliminate a threat, it wouldn't make sense. He has too great an advantage: 6 years of age, innate full spirit power. Anyone with common sense knows that Dai Wei could never be his opponent. Why would he take the risk of angering the emperor for such a thankless task? While everyone was confused, only a certain group became vigilant: the Zonglui of the Dai family. This organization is composed of collateral branches of the Dai family, typically those from a generation of direct descendants who failed to awaken the purebred white tiger martial spirit and were thus expelled to become collateral branches. Just like the current second prince, who, due to his weak constitution, is unlikely to awaken the white tiger martial spirit and will likely also end up as a collateral branch in the future. This organization has maintained the Dai family's ruling power in the Xinglua Empire for hundreds of years. However, while maintaining the Dai family's rule, they also uphold the cruel inheritance system of survival of the fittest and fratricide in the royal family. In the eyes of the Zonglui, only those who achieve victory through the most brutal combat are qualified to become the kings of Xinglua. In the hundreds of years since the establishment of the Zonglui, there have been many royal direct descendants with the talent to challenge them and abolish the fratricidal inheritance system. On the contrary, such talents have appeared many times in the past, but they have decreased in recent years. Unfortunately, the Zonglui is very sensitive to this. Any prince with opposing intentions will face a brutal counterattack from the Zonglui. They either support the competitors of the opposers or strike against the opposers' forces in the court or military. This organization is deeply rooted in the Xinglua Empire, spanning political, military, economic, and many other fields. When they focus their efforts to attack someone, even the Xinglua Emperor would have a headache. Now, the Zonglui has set its sights on Davis. Although Davis has always had no dealings with concubine Lien and had never visited after Dai Wei's birth, his decision to bring Dai Wei back to Wanji Mountain Villa is too abnormal. Especially since a prodigy like Davis makes it hard for the Zonglui not to speculate whether he is dissatisfied with the current Xinglua inheritance system. Thus, the next day, some suspicious spies appeared not far from Wanji Mountain Villa. They were merely low-level spirit masters, and their stealth techniques were not advanced but relying on the Zonglui's background. They dared to monitor a hotshot prince so brazenly. They bet that the great Prince Davis wouldn't dare to take action. Because in the eyes of the Zonglui, when they act to maintain the purity of the Xinglua royal family, even the emperor cannot stop them. But this time they were wrong. Davis really dares to take action. A report from a sole emperor of the perception system. There are a total of 13 people monitoring Wanji Mountain Villa, including 7 great soul masters, 5 soul masters, and 1 soul sect. Davis's expression was cold and stern as he let out a sneer. Kill them all and hang them on the pole at the entrance of the Wanji Mountain Villa. They're not allowed to be taken down for 3 days. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 soul emperors from the mansion's sensitive attack department immediately flew out. Soon after, screams, pleas for mercy, and curses could be heard. But within a short while, all of it completely ceased. Before long, the 2 soul emperors, bloodless, returned to the villa to report to Davis. Your Highness, everyone has been executed and is now hanging on the pole. Davis nodded and instructed Chengyu beside him. Mr. Cheng, the Zonglui will definitely retaliate tonight. I need you to take action. Chengyu was indifferent to whom Davis had offended and calmly nodded. Since his promotion to Soul Douluo, he had yet to engage in a full-strength battle, and tonight was just right for his dragon-patterned sword martial soul to taste fresh blood again. The Zonglui wouldn't directly target Davis, the prince, but they had lost members, and if they were unguarded, the others in the Wanji manor would be in danger. Although they wouldn't harm the prince, they dared to eliminate all other resistance forces in Wanji manor under the pretext of slaughtering Zonglui members, cutting off Davis's foundation for competing for the throne. This tactic had been used more than once in the past few hundred years. However, this method would not work against Wanji Manor, which had a title Douluo and a soul Douluo. Even if Li Fu did not take action, Chengyu was enough to withstand the forces sent by the Zonglui. In the palace, Emperor Xinglua Dai Zhan frowned upon hearing about the events outside Wanji Manor. Too anxious. It's still too early. Although he had the power to counter the Zonglui, he couldn't guarantee that after eliminating the Zonglui, the Xinglua Empire itself wouldn't bleed to death. That was why he had repeatedly tolerated the Zonglui's excessive actions over the years. He had hoped that once Davis grew strong enough, the father and son could join forces to eliminate them and replaced the Zhonglui's enormous influence in the Xingluo Empire. But now, with Davis ordering the massacre of the external members of the Zhonglui, it was tantamount to slapping the faces of those decayed conservatives. As a result, the already fragile balance maintained between the royal family and the Zhonglui for many years had reached a precarious point, where a slight push could completely shatter it. If care wasn't taken in the ensuing response, it could easily lead to a full-blown conflict between the royal family and the Zhonglui. At that time, whether it was the Tindo Empire, the Spirit Hall, or some surrounding kingdoms and principalities, it would be too easy for them to take advantage of the chaotic Xingluo Empire. Chapter 31. 3 Cups of Punishment, no next time. DrawingJin was still hesitating whether to intervene in the conflict between Davis and Old Zone when Davis had already sent someone to the palace, informing that he had the ability to resolve the issue and requesting DrawingJin to hold off on taking action. DrawingJin finally decided to trust his son, dispelling the thought of exposing his hidden strength. At this moment, a fierce argument was taking place within the Zhonglui. Outrageous. It's simply outrageous. How dare they kill the peripheral members of the Zhonglui and even hang their severed heads on the flagpole? This is a humiliation to the entire Zhonglui. This Davis, thinking he has some talent, dares to challenge us head-on? Let's make him understand who the true foundation of the Xingluo Empire is. The radical faction, which makes up the majority of the Zhonglui members, was furious at this moment, eager to immediately dispatch troops to suppress Wanjin Mountain Manor, capture Davis, and then seek justice from DrawingJin in the royal palace. In their view, the royal family is the crown of the great tree that is Xingluo, basking in the sunlight, while the Zhonglui is the hidden root in the shadows, more important than the royal family that is in the spotlight. Davis dares to massacre the members of the Elder Council, which is digging at the roots of the Xingluo Empire. He must be severely punished. However, the Elder Council has existed for hundreds of years, and there are still some clear-headed individuals among them. Davis is the Emperor's most valued prince and the only one in the royal family with innate full-soul power in the past 200 years. If we rashly take action against him, it may provoke a full-scale retaliation from DrawingJin and the Empress. Wanji Mountain Villa is guarded by that old man Li Fu, and Chengyu is also teaching swordsmanship there, along with other soul saints and soul emperors. How many soul Douluos do you think you need to mobilize to act against Wanjin Mountain Villa? 3, 4, or more? These rational analyses, while they cannot calm the fanatics in the Elder Council, at least give them a bit more caution. Suddenly, an elder from the Elder Council raised a question. Have you considered what happened the last time we took action against a prince with innate full soul power? The room immediately fell silent, as if this statement had touched upon a taboo. Indeed, someone had just mentioned that Davis is the only prince with innate full soul power in the royal family in 200 years. But what about 200 years ago? 200 years ago, there was a prince with innate full soul power in the Dai family, who happened to be the crown prince. Like Davis, he was exceptionally gifted and full of ambition, and everyone believed he was the future of Xingluo. However, in the end, it was not he who inherited the throne of the Xingluo Empire. He refused to harm his half-brother and publicly denounced the brutal inheritance system upheld by the Elder Council, even recruiting guests to attempt to confront the Elder Council directly. As a result, the extremists in the Elder Council acted out of anger and assassinated him in public to maintain the council's authority. With the death of this crown prince, the then Emperor Xingluo was enraged and used all his power to eliminate the influence of the Elder Council. Of course, in this process, the royal family's power also suffered significant losses, even shaking the imperial rule at one point. Countless high-level soul masters died in that battle. In the end, the uproar became too great, and under the mediation of the major nobles and high officials of Xingluo, the assassin's 9 clans were exterminated, and the elder of the Elder Council, who controlled the assassin, committed suicide. Only then did the royal family agree to cease hostilities and stop this mutually destructive war. Because of that battle, the royal family's accumulated foundation over 100 years was nearly exhausted overnight, and the Elder Council was also severely weakened, forced to hide in the dark corners of the empire to catch its breath and lick its wounds. Such a brutal war, even for an extreme and stubbornly conservative organization like the Elder Council, is something they do not want to experience again. After a few minutes of silence, someone questioned, DrawingJin shouldn't have the guts to do that, right? The elder asked again. Every emperor of Xingluo has been a genius in cultivation, but less than 1/3 have been able to advance to Soul Douluo. Do you dare to bet on his bloodiness? Someone who can still advance to Soul Douluo under the heavy pressure of state affairs? The crowd fell silent once more. So what should we do? Davis openly attacked the Elder Council. We can't just sit back and do nothing, right? If we do, where's the authority of the Elder Council? Someone asked. The elder sitting in the main seat suddenly spoke. What to do is Dai Jin's problem, not ours. Let us inform Dai Jin about Davis's massacre of the Elder Council members and see how he reacts. If Dai Jin favors his son and acts unjustly, at least we can hold the moral high ground when we take action. This ineffective method was unanimously approved by the Elder Council. Thus, a letter adorned with dark golden patterns quickly arrived at Dai Jin's desk. After Dai Jin flipped through it, he felt both relieved and extremely headache. The pressure of making a choice had now fallen on him as the Emperor. The Elder Council had made it clear that they wanted to see his attitude in handling the situation. If the punishment was too lenient, the Elder Council would be dissatisfied, and they might really take action against Davis. However, if the punishment was too severe, it might affect Davis's personal growth. Given this situation, Dai Jin came up with a plan and issued a royal decree. The eldest prince, Davis, being young and ignorant, should not act on murderous thoughts even if provoked. He was first punished to reflect in solitude for 3 years, forbidden to go out unless he obtained a soul ring, and during these 3 years, his royal allowance would be deducted, and his cultivation resources would be halved. The official who announced the decree quickly arrived at Wanjin Mountain Villa to read out the edict. When Davis received the imperial decree, he was completely stunned. He had already made up his mind to confront the Elder Association, but he didn't expect that his father, Dai Jin, would be so powerful as to resolve the matter for him. This decree seemed stern in tone and heavy in punishment, but for Davis, it didn't cause any substantial harm. 3 years of house arrest. Davis was originally a cultivation fanatic, so being confined at home was just an opportunity for him to focus on his training without any delays in obtaining soul rings. Moreover, if he really wanted to go out, at night, Li Fu could take him flying into the sky, who could discover the whereabouts of a tidal Douluo. The 3 years allowance for a prince was only 30,000 gold soul coins, which was less than the daily dividends of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. And it was hardly worth Davis' attention. As for the halving of cultivation resources for 3 years, that punishment was quite severe, as some of the rare resources needed for cultivating the white tiger martial soul were monopolized by the royal family and couldn't be bought even with money outside. However, no matter how powerful the Elder Association was, could they really manage to control the Emperor's and Empress's private treasury? On Davis' birthday, the Emperor and Empress each bestowed a batch of resources, and the next day, as Davis' soul power level increased, they would bestow another batch of resources in their delight. Not to mention supporting Davis' cultivation, even supporting his entire battle team would be more than enough. Overall, for Davis, this punishment could be summarized in one sentence: a warning with no further consequences. But the Elder Association had no better options, because on the surface, this punishment result was already severe enough for a prince. Even if it were brought to the court for discussion, the ministers would not think that Dai Jin was favoring his own son. Moreover, the cause of Davis' actions was that the Elder Association spies had broken the rules first by monitoring the prince's mansion. Thus, in the eyes of outsiders, the young and ignorant Crown Prince Davis had killed a member of the Elder Association and was ordered by the Emperor to be reprimanded and heavily punished. For a time, the Elder Association's influence in Xingluo City surged, while Davis, who was originally favored by many, gained a lot of bearish critics. In fact, many officials had already begun to secretly court the third prince, Dai Mubai's mother, concubine Lian, sending gifts that were increasingly valuable. After all, based on centuries of experience, if the Crown Prince thoroughly angered the Elder Association, the third prince would likely receive strong support from them. Faced with this sudden courting, concubine Lian was all smiles and welcomed everyone. She then drew up a detailed list. After the gift givers left, she handed the list and gifts to the Empress. Although concubine Lian's cultivation was not high, she was not only stunningly beautiful, but also very intelligent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to insert herself into the relationship between Dai Jin and Zhu Zitong, who possessed martial soul fusion techniques for so many years. From the moment she received the intelligence sent by Dai Jin, she knew that in this vast Xingluo Empire, the future would certainly belong to Davis, a 7-year-old soul ancestor, undefeated in the Great Soul Arena and Soul Sect. Such talent meant that even if Davis wandered off now, the Xingluo Empire would seek him to return as emperor. In this world, strength is power. The Empress had finally agreed to let her son off the hook, and the Crown Prince rarely did not dislike Dai Mubai, but treated him sincerely as a younger brother. She would never allow anyone to interrupt her son's path to success. Whoever came, she would ensure their demise. Chapter 32. digging the corner of Hao Yian's sect. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, Davis strictly obeyed the Emperor's orders, reflecting on himself behind closed doors, with no contact with the outside world. Internal skills, sword techniques, body refinement techniques, visualization methods. There were so many practices to study that Davis was more than happy to stay at home to cultivate. In his spare time, he practiced with Liu Yunying, served as a moving target for Luo Zhuwei, and joined others in helping Li Yong practice group battle spatial skills. Additionally, Davis did something that left everyone dumbfounded. After Dai Mubai turned 3, he actually began teaching the basics of martial arts and breathing techniques. The martial arts were not a problem, as they weren't high-level techniques like the mountain shaking iron palm, just some basics. However, the breathing technique was something Davis had comprehended during his training of the True Essence Heart Method. Although it was far less sophisticated than the True Essence Heart Method itself, it could still accelerate soul power cultivation to some extent. A few members of the battle team, along with Li Fu and Cheng Yu, 2 of his trusted aides, were taught this breathing technique by Davis. Only they knew how precious this method of simply teaching breathing was. First, they had dispatched people to slaughter the Elder Association spies. And now he was teaching Dai Mubai martial arts and techniques. This series of actions to empower the enemy left everyone in the battle team bewildered. However, Li Fu and Cheng Yu, seasoned individuals, revealed knowing expressions, greatly admiring Davis' broad-mindedness and spirit. Davis may have never regarded Dai Mubai as an enemy or rival, but only as an ordinary biological brother. Davis's actions reached the palace and were known to concubine Lien. She was so pleased that she began visiting the queen at Jilin Palace every few days, each time bringing heavy gifts. In the end, this gave the queen a headache, and she had no choice but to claim she was in seclusion to break through her soul power to avoid the commotion. Davis was unaware of the queen's headache. He was instead enjoying his time at home, even skipping classes. As a result, he completed a system achievement, King of Staying Home, which rewarded him with a martial arts card for the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. This achievement reward was interesting, as it granted him the ultimate skill of the first homebody, Lin Chaoying, from the Jinxi group Heroic Legend. Davis took out the martial arts card of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and discovered that this card had a special feature. Women who practiced this skill could engage in dual cultivation with men practicing the complete truth heart method or the innate skill, significantly enhancing both parties' cultivation speed and creating a special connection between them similar to a martial soul fusion technique. Unfortunately, Davis tried it and found that this skill did not have a high compatibility with Zhu Zhuyan. Instead, the previous 9 manual, Ancient Tomb Edition, had a very high compatibility with her. Davis can only keep this unique skill under wraps for now. During the card draw chance on his 7th birthday, Davis drew the hidden weapon technique of the Ancient Tomb sect, the Throwing Needle technique. This skill not only includes the unique throwing needle methods of the Ancient Tomb sect, but also the poison formulas for the Ice Soul Silver Needle and Jade Peak Needle. Currently, there is no suitable person to learn it, so it remains tucked away one. On his 8th birthday, he received a card draw opportunity and obtained a self-created soul skill focused on lightness, instant travel. This is the lightness skill of the Western Poison Ouyang Feng from the Jinxi Group Heroes game. Although it is not the most popular lightness skill in the Jinxi world, it is the most suitable for long-distance pursuits. With this lightness skill, Davis has a second soul skill, Golden Feather Strike, for short bursts and instant travel for long-distance pursuits. So he has no weaknesses in speed. For the card draw on his 9th birthday, Davis obtained a forging blueprint. The blueprint for the Etienne sword details the forging process and has the ability to identify suitable materials. Any material suitable for forging the Etienne sword will cause a part of the blueprint's patterns to glow slightly when approached. Once the area around the blueprint is filled with enough suitable materials, all the patterns on the blueprint will light up simultaneously. At that point, by inviting an excellent blacksmith, the forging of the Etienne sword can be completed under the blueprint's guidance. The deep-sea blue crystal iron that Davis previously obtained from the system's card draw has already activated part of the patterns on the Etienne sword forging blueprint, indicating it is one of the suitable materials. In the Douluo world, there are also various top-tier forging materials. For example, the deep-sea silver mother and cold heart iron essence that Tang San once obtained could potentially activate the patterns of the Etienne sword. Besides the achievement rewards, Davis's own level has also increased from level 33 to level 40. This time, after breaking through, he plans not only to hunt soul rings with Li Fu, but also because of an extremely important matter. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji, has died suddenly. Early this morning, news spread from the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Pope Qinshuanji was severely injured while pursuing the Hotian sect bandit Tang Hao and subsequently died. Saint Bibi Dong wanted to invite the continent's top healing soul master, Yi Jinghu, who possesses the nine-heart Si Tang martial soul, to heal the Pope. But by the time Yi Jinghu arrived in Spirit City, the Pope was already beyond saving. This news shocked all major powers on the continent, and the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce promptly conveyed the information to Wanjin Mountain Villa. Coincidentally, this day marked Davis's level breakthrough and his emergence from seclusion. After carefully reviewing the intelligence, Davis called upon Li Fu and Cheng Yu, who were also training, and the entire battle team was present. The Hotian Douluo severely injured the Pope of the Spirit Hall, leading to his untimely death. For the next period, the continent will undoubtedly face a significant upheaval. Davis shared the intelligence with everyone and said, although this incident occurred within the territory of the Heaven Dou Empire, its impact on our star Luo Empire will certainly not be small. During this period, let the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce gather its subordinates and avoid provoking the crazed Spirit Hall. Li Fu nodded and said, the current anger of the Spirit Hall is directed at the Haotian sect and Tang Hao. As long as we don't actively provoke conflict, they shouldn't target us. Did His Highness summon us for other arrangements? Davis affirmed Li Fu's idea and said, that's right. What we need to think about now is how to gain the maximum benefit from this turmoil. Whether it's the Haotian sect, which has several titled Douluos and is known as the #1 sect in the continent, or the Wuhuan Hall, the strongest force on the continent. Neither is something that Davis can provoke at this moment, even with Li Fu, a titled Douluo, by his side. But everyone knows that Davis won't act recklessly. Since he would say this, it must mean he has some confidence. Davis continued, the Spirit Hall has deep foundations and countless experts. If they can't find Tang Hao for revenge, they will definitely vent their anger on the Haotian sect. Although the Haotian sect is the #1 sect on the continent, it is still far from being on par with the Spirit Hall. In the face of the devastating blow from the Spirit Hall, there is only one way: to abandon the mountain gate and find a secluded place to take refuge. At this point, the experienced Li Fu already knew what Davis intended to do. Does His Highness want to take over the affiliated forces of the Haotian sect? Davis snapped his fingers and said, that's right. Once the Haotian sect, this towering tree, falls, its affiliated forces will inevitably scatter like monkeys fleeing a fallen tree. They won't have the ability to survive under the pressure of the Spirit Hall. The Haotian sect has 4 major affiliated sects, among which the Min family is related by marriage to the Tang family, and the Li family is completely a pawn of Tang Hao. Neither of these two families has any hope. However, the Yu family has not been with the Haotian sect for long, and their relationship is not very close. Their previous residence was still within our star Luo territory, so we can definitely try to win them over. Although the Pa family is currently within the Tiando territory, their patriarch Yang Wudi had a gun battle with Yun Ying's father back in the day, and after 500 exchanges, they became sworn brothers. We can use this point to bring them into the star Luo Empire's camp. Additionally, the Haotian sect has dozens of blacksmith shops, weapon shops, several mines, and 3 merchant teams within the star Luo Empire. We, the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, want all of that. The others were shocked after hearing Davis's thoughts. What Davis said is almost all of the sect's assets of the Haotian sect in the star Luo Empire. This appetite is too big. It seems they want to fend the Haotian sect to death. After all, the Haotian sect has more than one title to law. If they send someone to star Luo City to settle accounts, it could be a serious problem. Davis saw the gazes of the crowd and knew what they were thinking. Then explained, although the Haotian sect is powerful, their enemies are even stronger. Until the hatred between them and the Spirit Hall is resolved, they would never dare to provoke our star Luo Empire again. Even if one day they resolve their issues with the Spirit Hall, by that time, we will have grown to a point where we are not afraid of those reckless blacksmiths. What Davis said was not seen as mere encouragement by the crowd, but as reality. Those who accompanied Davis in his growth had never doubted that he would become a globally recognized powerhouse in the shortest time possible. Lu Yunying, Li Yong, Luo Jiwei, and Zhu Zhuyun, having been influenced by Davis over the years, had also established their own hearts of a strong warrior. Li Fu regarded Davis's words as divine oracles, believing that his prince was destined for greatness. Even Cheng Yu, who joined later, was an unruly swordsman who dared to cut down a Soul de Law during his Soul Saint period. Now that he had become a Soul de Law himself, how could he fear the Haotian sect? The core members of the Wanji Mountain Villa were highly united, and Davis's ideas were perfectly executed. The next tasks for everyone. Li Fu would first take Davis to hunt souls in the Stardow Forest and after returning to Wanjin Mountain Villa, they would prepare to fully absorb the affiliated forces of the Haotian sect. Once the Spirit Hall officially acted against the Haotian sect and its subordinate sects, as soon as the fighting stopped, everyone would act according to Davis's plan. Lu Yunying would go home to request a letter from General Lu Qinfeng and then enter the palace to ask for a letter from Emperor Daijin. With these 2 letters, along with a small returning pill given by Davis, she would personally meet the clan leader of the Pa family, Yang Wudi, to invite him to Wanjin Mountain Villa for a discussion. Yang Wudi, being a close friend of Lu Qinfeng, would be satisfied in terms of family and personal interests with the assurance from the Star Luo Emperor and the precious pill. Liang would also take a letter from the Emperor, along with half a volume of body-refining insights that Davis summarized after 2 years of practicing the 13 Guardians Golden Bell Shield, to meet the clan leader of the Yu family, Niu Gao. Although this insight did not cover the core part of the 13 Guardians Golden Bell Shield, it was at least a step ahead compared to the body-refining methods currently in the Douluo world, and would definitely impress the Yu family's muscle-bound men who sought absolute defense. Shang Yu would take most of the experts from Wanjin Mountain Villa and, according to the distribution map of the Haotian sex industries in the Star Luo Empire, swiftly visit each location to nationalize these industries. Chapter 33. The Sword Taoist. Black and white twin swords. After 2 years of closed-door cultivation, Davis had completely surpassed the threshold of bearing a 10,000-year soul ring, both physically and spiritually. The training of the 13 Guardians Golden Bell Shield progressed quickly at first and then slowed down during the 2 years. Davis refined his body according to the methods recorded in this martial arts manual, while consuming a large amount of spiritual herbs and medicines, achieving the 6th level. According to Davis's tests, even an ordinary beast martial soul king could not match him in physical strength. With such body strength, bearing a 10,000-year soul ring was no problem at all. Davis was no longer afraid of the inevitable soul attacks during the absorption of the 10,000-year soul ring. Over the past 2 years, Davis had replaced sleep with visualizing the Lu Zhu visualization chart every night. This visualization method consists of 4 layers. Although Davis was still only at the first layer, he was no longer affected by soul damage at the level of a Soul King. After various tests, Li Fu and Davis concluded that Davis can endure a soul ring with a limit of about 24,000 years. Searching for soul rings over 10,000 years has never been a simple task. At this level, the information provided by intelligence merchants is no longer accurate. Fortunately, according to Davis's plan, they should have at least 3 months to search for this soul ring. Li Fu took Davis into the inner part of the Star Dou forest, directly bypassing the outer layer and heading towards the inner circle. Soul beasts also need an environment to grow. Although the competition is more intense in the inner circle, the environment is much more suitable for soul beast growth than in the outer circle. Most soul beasts over 20,000 years old live in the inner circle of the Star Dou forest, and even if they occasionally wander into the outer circle, they stay long. Davis's goal is to find a 20,000-year-old metal-type soul beast, so Li Fu took him directly to the edge of the boundary between the inner and outer circles. And from there they began to spiral inward to explore the inner circle. A 22,000-year-old Thunderbird was not suitable in terms of attributes, so they abandoned it. A 30,000-year-old Diamond 8 matched the attributes but exceeded the age limit, so they abandoned it. A 20,000-year-old Golden Pattern Python met both the attributes and age requirements, but its racial strength was insufficient, so they abandoned it. To be honest, Davis was a bit picky about the choice of soul rings. Fortunately, he had Li Fu, a titled Douluo, accompanying him. As long as they didn't venture deep into the core area of the Star Dou forest and only searched within the inner circle, there was not much danger. The two searched for 7 days and finally found the perfect hunting target by a river. A 23,000-year-old golden-horned city-breaking rhinoceros. This is a massive exotic soul beast, estimated to be extremely rare even in the vast Star Dou forest. This giant beast is not only extremely skilled in close combat, but also has a powerful trump card. It can use its golden horn on its forehead to unleash a highly destructive energy shockwave. In the ancient times of the Douluo continent, even the heavy gates of large cities found it difficult to withstand the energy shockwaves released by its golden horn. The ancient humans wrote history with the bloody lessons learned. Once the charging golden-horned city-breaking rhinoceros lights up its golden horn, resistance becomes meaningless. That's why this race has such a domineering name, the golden-horned city-breaking rhinoceros. After Davis obtains this soul ring, He is very likely to acquire a powerful energy impact type attack soul skill, which is currently what he lacks the most. The first soul skill, White Tiger Golden Vitality, is a universal, single-sided amplification type. The second soul skill, Golden Feather Strike, is an acceleration and surprise attack type. The third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, is a comprehensive amplification type through transformation. In terms of sustained combat, Davis can rely on his palm techniques and sword techniques. Now, it is time for him to obtain a high-power explosive output type soul skill to enhance his frontline assault capabilities. Similar to the White Tiger Radiant Wave of the original Timeline's Dai Wei, the characteristics of the Golden Horn City-breaking Rhinoceros determine that once Davis acquires this soul ring, there's almost a 90% chance that he will obtain the powerful energy impact type soul skill he desires. After confirming that this was the hunting target, Li Fu decisively moved out. The battle between the tidal Douluo and the Golden Horn City-breaking Rhinoceros had no highlights. With the incredible speed of a tidal Douluo, he flew to the top of the Golden Horn City-breaking Rhinoceros, and before the giant beast could react, he delivered a devastating tiger claw strike that shattered its skull. After penetrating the skull, the palm force severely injured the cerebral cortex of the Golden Horn City-breaking Rhinoceros without damaging the core area of the brainstem, so that after the giant beast fell to the ground, it was still twitching all over but did not immediately die. This is why, despite the innate advantages of these ancient giant beasts, they were still driven deep into the Stardow forest by humans. The growth potential of human soul masters is simply too high in comparison to the difficulty of these massive exotic beasts advancing for 100,000 years. The difficulty for humans to advance to tidal Douluo is relatively insignificant. Davis would not show any mercy to the giant beast convulsing on the ground. After receiving a confirming nod from Li Fu, he leaped forward. To ensure he could deliver a fatal blow without leaving any chance for Li Fu, Davis activated his 3 major soul skills. Holding the Golden Light Sword, he plunged it with all his strength into the brain of the Golden Horn City-breaking Rhinoceros through the shattered skull. Although the hilt got stuck outside the broken skull, the sword energy unleashed by Davis penetrated deeply, turning the entire brain of the Golden Horn City-breaking Rhinoceros into mush. A black soul ring immediately emerged from the corpse of the rhinoceros. Davis then sat cross-legged, circulating his true heart technique to draw the soul ring towards him. As the black soul ring just entered above Davis's head, he felt a massive soul power flooding into his limbs and bones. Davis immediately heightened the speed of his operation of the true heart method to the extreme, beginning to digest this powerful soul power that had just arrived like a grinding wheel, even with all the preparations made in advance. This soul ring from an ancient beast over 20,000 years old still placed immense pressure on Davis. Davis, with the indestructible body forged by the rare mushroom and the heavenly chrysanthemum, and the foundation of the 13 guardians practicing the Golden Bell Shield, resisted the invasion of soul power. Although it wasn't dangerous, the constant feeling of a dull knife cutting flesh was far from pleasant. Soon, at a critical moment, the Soul Beast's final soul attack came. As Davis's consciousness expanded, a massive golden horn city-breaking rhinoceros suddenly appeared, its golden horn glowing with dazzling light, charging towards Davis in the sea of consciousness at full speed. At that moment, a picture suddenly appeared in front of Davis's soul. It was the Lu Zhu visualization diagram. 2 years of visualization training had allowed this Lu Zhu visualization diagram in Davis's sea of consciousness to clearly reveal a worldly practicing, sword-wielding Taoist. As the soul of the Golden Horn city-breaking rhinoceros got closer to Davis, sensing the threat from its soul, the sword-wielding Taoist in the picture suddenly opened his eyes. Damn it! A voice, seemingly distant yet close, echoed in Davis's sea of consciousness. Following that, 2 pure and heart-pounding sword lights, one black and one white, flew out from behind the sword-wielding Taoist, drawing a circle in mid-air before piercing into the eyes of the Golden Horn city-breaking rhinoceros. With just one strike, the imposing remnant soul of the Golden Horned city-breaking rhinoceros was shattered. After shattering the remnant soul of the Golden Horned city-breaking rhinoceros, the black and white sword lights seemed not to have finished with it. They drew a circle in the air, using themselves as lines to outline the yin-yang taiji diagram. The taiji diagram rotated and landed in the place where the remnant soul of the Golden Horned city-breaking rhinoceros had been shattered, absorbing the remaining undissipated soul power into the taiji diagram. After absorbing those remnants, the taiji diagram slowly stopped rotating, transforming back into 2 swords, one black and one white. At this time, the brilliance of these two celestial swords was noticeably brighter than before they annihilated the golden-horned, city-breaking rhinoceros. Davis witnessed all of this in his sea of consciousness, completely astonished. This Lu Zhu visualization diagram is too domineering. Not only can it shatter the remnants of soul beasts invading Davis's sea of consciousness, but it can also utilize the remaining power of those remnants to strengthen itself. Unfortunately, Davis has only discovered how to use the Lu Zhu visualization diagram to resist external soul attacks for now. The black and white double swords carried by the burdened swordsman cannot yet be used for active offense against enemies with soul attacks. If he could truly do that, then Tang San's purple extreme magic eye would be nothing in Davis's eyes. Dare to stare at me? Then I'll disable your purple extreme magic eye with 2 swords. Chapter 34. Who will be invincible in the world after defeating the remnants of the golden-horned city-breaking rhinoceros? The absorption of the soul ring also came to an end. Soon, Davis opened his eyes, and his soul power fluctuations reached level 43. He successfully obtained an energy explosion-type soul skill, White Tiger Piercing Gun. By gathering a large amount of soul power in his palm, he formed a gold attribute long spear of soul power, which, when projected, caused massive damage and had extremely strong penetrating power. The damage caused by the spear was related to the initial speed of the projection and the total amount of condensed soul power. Davis attempted to use his soul power, managing to consume about 14 at most in one go. According to Li Fu, such a metal-type soul power spear is enough to destroy a soul emperor. If he simultaneously activates the enhancements of the first 3 soul skills, the damage of the White Tiger Piercing Spear can be even higher. Davis is very satisfied with this soul skill. The only regret is that such an ancient beast yielded no other rewards apart from the soul ring. It didn't even contribute a single soul bone. After experimenting with the soul skill, Davis and Li Fu hurried back to Star Luo City. According to the agreement with Emperor Dai Zhun and the clan elders, Davis is currently under house arrest and should report the results of the soul hunting to Dai Zhun before immediately returning to Wanjin Mountain Villa to continue his confinement. Therefore, after 2 years, Davis once again entered the Star Luo Imperial Palace. Dai Zhun heard that the Crown Prince had returned from hunting souls and immediately dismissed all the attendants, leaving only himself in the Starry Hall, where he usually handled state affairs, waiting for the arrival of Davis and Li Fu. Upon seeing the two enter the hall, Davis waved his hand, and a surge of soul power closed the incredibly heavy door of the Starry Hall. With this door as a barrier, even a titled Douluo with sensing abilities would not be able to investigate everything happening inside the hall. How'd it go? Was everything smooth? Vis, quickly show your soul ring to father. This was the first time Davis had seen a look of tension on Dai Zhun's face since his birth. In this absolutely secretive environment, Davis decided to stop hiding and directly activated his White Tiger martial soul. Yellow, purple, purple, black. The unique configuration of soul rings immediately caught Dai Zhun's attention. After all, as an emperor, Dai Zhun quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of surprise. He did not ask Davis how he achieved such a soul ring configuration. In his eyes, that was undoubtedly the most core secret in his son's heart. The fewer people who knew, the safer it was. No wonder you never used your martial soul in battles at the Great Soul Arena. With such a level of soul power and such a soul ring configuration, just revealing it once would probably attract endless pursuit from hostile forces. Davis nodded and added, Father, due to some special reasons, my understanding of the Spirit Hall far exceeds that of others. Seeing that Dai Zhun did not raise any objections, he continued, I know that the true strength of the Spirit Hall is several times greater than what they currently display, which is why I have been living in seclusion all these years. Even when hunting for soul rings, I only let Grandpa Li Fu take me. The phrase several times greater severely stimulated Dai Zhun's nerves as an emperor. The current Spirit Hall is already sufficiently arrogant and overbearing. If they're still hiding several times the strength they currently possess, what do they intend to do? Besides targeting the 3 great sects and the 2 great empires, what other reasons could there be for hiding their strength? Dai Zhun immediately asked, What do you mean by several times stronger? Davis bluntly stated, As far as I know, the Spirit Hall can directly control at least 15 titled Douluos, among which there are not a few super Douluos above level 95. And in the deepest part of the Spirit Hall, there is a hidden 99-level peerless Douluo who has been concealed for many years. In the era when gods did not appear, he almost represented invincibility. These 2 sentences hit Dai Zhun's heart like a heavy hammer. Even though Dai Zhun remained calm on the surface, Both Davis and Li Fu could see that the right hand of this steady and composed king was slightly trembling. He did not confirm the authenticity of Davis's information again, because he understood his son. In such a situation, what Davis could say must be absolutely true. Davis, you just said that the 99-level title Douluo is almost invincible, right? What does almost mean? This earth-shattering news did not instantly destroy Dai, the emperor. After a brief contemplation, Dai found that glimmer of hope hidden in Davis's words. Davis understood his father's meaning. He did not mention Tang San, who was controlled by the bat in the city of Slaughter, nor did he mention Poseidon, who was far away on Poseidon Island. In his view, these were all outsiders, and he did not trust them. Davis suddenly raised his head and stared at Dai, speaking each word clearly. 20 years. Just give me another 20 years, and I can become truly invincible in the world. At that moment, there seemed to be a golden flame burning intensely in Davis's eyes. The internal Qigong technique was already on the verge of a breakthrough, and at this moment, stimulated by Davis's emotions, it instantly broke through the bottleneck and advanced to the 5th level. With the surge of soul power, Davis's clothes billowed without wind. Even though he was still a young boy, he now resembled a powerful figure looking down upon the world. As a titled Douluo, Li Fu had long regarded Davis as a future deity, and now, influenced by Davis's tone, he half-knelt toward him the moment his words fell. Even Dai, the emperor of the mortal realm, could not help but take a step back upon seeing such a gaze. How ignorant and arrogant Davis's words are. 20 years later, Davis will still be under 30, yet he claims he will surpass the 99th level Douluo and become invincible in the world. If someone else said this to Dai, he would definitely think the person is crazy. However, in this situation, facing his son who achieved Soul Master at just 9 years old, Dai truly believes it. So the question arises, how should one educate a son who is destined to be invincible in the world? Dai didn't know. He didn't know how he could assist Davis in his growth. So he directly said, the emperor doesn't know how to help you, so whatever you need, just say it. Soul bones, spiritual herbs, soul guide devices, money, manpower, anything that Xingluo has, I'll give it all to you. Davis shook his head and said, I have basically completed my plans for the future. No matter how many external factors there are, they won't provide much help to my cultivation. However, the Dou Empire still has great potential to be tapped. The Spirit Hall holds a very high status in the hearts of soul masters at the grassroots level on the continent. If one day we were to go to war with the Spirit Hall, what we lack in Dou Empire is not just top experts, but even our basic soul master army is far from sufficient. Therefore, in the next 2 hours, Davis shared with Dai his development plan for the Golden Merchants Association, his vision for the future Dou Soul Master Army, the training plan for elite teams, and the recent plan to poach from the Haotian sect. Dai is indeed a man of his word. Davis's demands were met with only 2 words: agree. Totally agree. The father and son duo tacitly avoided mentioning the Zhonglui, because they both understood very well, if their plan could be successfully executed, then the Zhonglui would be nothing more than a speck of dust that Davis could easily brush away. But if their plan failed, the Dou Empire might be swallowed by the Spirit Hall, and who would care about the Zhonglui then? Let the people of the Zhonglui discuss succession issues with the next pope of the Spirit Hall. Davis believes that Bibi Dong, the Rakshasa god, would be very willing to discuss what is the sunlight above the leaves and what are the roots underground with the rats in the dark corners of the Elder Sect. Chapter 35. The 2 clans entering Dou after talking with Dai Davis, who had just resolved to become the #1 in the world, returned to the Wanjin Mountain Villa for confinement. Of course, on the surface it was confinement, but in reality, it was to relay information through the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce and Royal Spies, to understand the conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect, and to analyze the situation of the continent. About 3 months later, Davis finally received the news. The Spirit Hall had taken action against the Haotian sect. From the time of Qian Xuanji's critical injury until now, a full 3 months had passed with no significant movements from the Spirit Hall. This was not because they had given up on revenge, but because the newly appointed pope was reorganizing the internal structure, consolidating all forces, while simultaneously laying a trap for the Haotian sect to take down the Haotian sect and its affiliated sects in one fell swoop. Indeed, it was not just the Haotian sect that faced this assault. All 4 major affiliated sects and industries related to the Haotian sect across the Dou Empire were almost simultaneously hit hard by the Spirit Hall. Although the Haotian sect quickly evacuated a large number of women and children upon learning of Qian Xuanji's death, the elite members of the sect were still tracked down by the Spirit Hall spies during their escape. This time, The Spirit Hall could be said to have come out in full force. The former Saints and current Pope Bibi Dong led 2 titled level elders and over 100 soul saints and above to encircle and annihilate the main forces of the Haotian sect. The Haotian sect's previous strongest member, the former sect master Tang San, had long been bedridden due to injuries and finally passed away following this incident. Tang Hao's older brother, Tang Xiao, one of the Haotian twin stars and a 93rd level title Douluo, fought evenly with the newly promoted title Douluo Bibi Dong. Meanwhile, 2 other elders from the Spirit Hall desperately held off several elder soul Douluo from the Haotian sect. The younger generation of the Haotian sect was brave and strong, and despite the Spirit Hall's overwhelming strength, they managed to carve a bloody path and led a large group to escape the battlefield. However, in this battle, several core members of the Haotian sect were killed, and they suffered significant losses among their main forces. After reading the intelligence, Davis looked up and said to everyone, "The Haotian sect has fully shrunk back, gone silent, and will definitely not dare to contact the outside world for a short time. Mr. Chengyu, take your people, immediately take over all of the Haotian sect's industries in Star Luo. The Haotian sect has many industries, and your team might not be enough. There will be another team to act separately with you. Anyone who dares to reach out will have their hands chopped off. If they dare to show their teeth, cut off their heads." Yuning, Yong, the Pa family, and the Yu family have also suffered losses from the Spirit Hall. Now is a good time to recruit them. You will split into 2 groups to recruit them. Remember, treat the worthy with respect and apply both kindness and severity. This was Davis's first small attempt to intervene in the situation of the continent. Only if this step succeeded would his later plan to fully reform the Star Luo Empire have a basis for implementation. Therefore, Davis became unusually serious and for the first time issued commands to the people in the mansion in an authoritative tone. Everyone felt Davis's seriousness and responded in unison. The plan devised by Davis is quite meticulous, and with the financial resources and manpower of the Golden Chamber of Commerce, along with the royal family's covert support, this plan has almost no chance of failure. After arranging everything, Davis can finally calm down and continue to confine himself. First, he needs to reach the Soul Sect level to obtain another card draw opportunity. In the world of the Golden System heroes, he randomly draws a martial arts card, the Divine Reflection Scripture. Seeing this martial arts card, Davis lets out a light sigh. It is yet another ultimate skill that he won't need for the time being. The Divine Reflection Scripture, which possesses near revival abilities, is most suitable for the future healing-type Soul Master of the Demon King team. Unfortunately, Yi Lingling has not yet reached the age to awaken her martial soul. If Davis wants to obtain the owner of the strongest healing-type martial soul in the continent, he still needs to wait some time. Speaking of which, after the former Pope Fengyun was severely injured, the Spirit Hall had sought out Yi Jinghu, the current owner of the Nine Hearts Begonia martial soul, for treatment. However, before Yi Jinghu could arrive in Spirit City, Fengyun had already died suddenly. Although Fengyun's death had nothing to do with Yi Jinghu, it cannot be ruled out that Fengyun's die-hard followers might vent some of their grievances on him. If that is the case, it would be much simpler for Davis to recruit Yi Lingling in the future. But that is a matter for the future. After drawing this martial arts card from the Divine Mirror Sutra, Davis glanced at the idle cards in his inventory. Martial Arts, Needle Throwing Technique, Evil Repelling Sword Manual, Jade Maidenheart Sutra. These 3 martial arts are still waiting for their fated person to arrive. Of course, the Evil Repelling Sword Manual may never find its fated person in this lifetime. The innate skill is a top-tier secret technique that likely requires Davis to reach the Soul Emperor or even Soul Sage level to practice. The Divine Mirror Sutra, also a top-tier secret technique, awaits the arrival of the white-clothed angel Yi Lingling. Resources: Deep Sea Blue Crystal Iron, 10 pieces. Small Rejuvenation Pill, 7 pieces. Rare items: Sky Sword Forging Blueprint, Gold Silk Soft Armor. By the way, the previously hidden 9-in manual, Ancient Tomb Edition, was taught to Zhu Zhuyun when she turned 8. After mastering this secret technique, her soul power and actual combat ability have made rapid progress, and her combat power is now close to surpassing her rival Lu Yunying, who is a year older than her. After organizing his inventory, Davis continued to cultivate at the Golden Mountain Manor while waiting for good news. Soon, the Messenger Soul Master returned, and all 3 groups did not disappoint him. The Paji clan, which had fled to Longxing City, is not far from Xinghua City. Lu Yunying, being the daughter of Yang Wudi, who was once a life-and-death friend, brought sufficient sincerity from the Xinghua royal family. And combined with the dangerous situation the Paji clan was facing, These factors made Yang Wudi have little choice but to directly relocate his clan to Xinglua City. Although whether they would truly join Xinglua would still need to be decided after Davis officially met with Yang Wudi, the cooked duck had already been served on the plate. Could Davis let it fly away? The Yuji clan, with their armored rhinoceros martial soul, promised even more straightforwardly. Honest people are not blindly loyal. Having just been abandoned by the Haotian sect, the sincerity and substantial benefits presented by Davis were right in front of them. Thus, Niu Gao and the upper echelons of the Yuji clan only needed a few seconds of eye contact to decide to pledge allegiance to Davis. Yes, they were not pledging allegiance to the Xinglua royal family, but to Davis personally. They were not like Yang Wudi, who came to negotiate. They directly came to pay their respects to the new master. After all, honest people are quite clear in their hearts. Without some sincerity, it would not be so easy to obtain the remaining half of Davis's body refinement heart sutra. Cheng Yu was tasked with assimilating all of Hao Yian's sex properties in Xinglua, the heaviest burden, and return the latest. When he reappeared before Davis, his white clothes were stained with quite a bit of blood. The armed forces of Hao Yian's sect had completely withdrawn, so who had Cheng Yu fought against? For a behemoth like Hao Yian's sect, even if it completely goes into hiding, there are not many forces bold enough to reach out to Hao Yian's sex properties, just like Davis. At this time, the Spirit Hall was busy chasing Hao Yian's sect, and the other two of the three sects were also within the borders of the Tiandou Empire, while the four lower sects did not have the guts to act against the people of the two empires. Within the Xinglua territory, there was only one answer: those hyenas from the Elder Council. Fortunately, the Elder Council had insufficient intelligence and did not understand the specific situation of Hao Yian's sect, so they only sent a soul sage to lead the team. When they encountered the elite soul masters of the Golden Mountain Manor and the Golden Commerce Association led by Cheng Yu, they were almost defeated as soon as they engaged in battle. The blood on Cheng Yu is all from the enemy. Your Highness, we have not failed in our mission. All of Hao Yian's sex properties in Xinglua have now been taken over by us. The Golden Commerce Association has already contacted the local city lords to register the properties under the name of Golden Mountain Manor. Davis nodded in satisfaction and said to Cheng Yu, "Sir, this trip has involved traveling thousands of miles back and forth, fighting fiercely without rest. You've worked hard. This small healing pill has the effect of nourishing the muscles and veins, solidifying the foundation and nurturing the essence. I ask you to take it to relieve your fatigue from the journey." After speaking, Davis took out a small healing pill and handed it to Cheng Yu. Although Cheng Yu had never taken a healing pill before, he understood that Davis wanted to use this pill to summon Yang Wudi from the Breakthrough Clan, and he certainly knew that this was an extremely precious medicine. After receiving the small healing pill, Cheng Yu did not think much and swallowed a whole. As soon as the medicine entered his throat, he realized the extraordinary nature of this small healing pill. He immediately apologized to Davis and returned to his own courtyard to enter seclusion. The slight increase in soul power from the small healing pill would definitely not help Cheng Yu, a soul Douluo, to advance in soul power level. But for Cheng Yu, the main focus was on nourishing the muscles and veins, solidifying the foundation, and nurturing the essence. A civilian soul master who could grow to the level of soul sage, or soul Dou, must have fought fiercely and desperately against countless opponents along the way, and his body had undoubtedly endured one injury after another. Davis's small pill not only alleviated Cheng Yu's chronic illness, but also cleared about 80 to 90% of the hidden injuries in his body. As long as he recuperates for a few days, he should be able to regain some of his youthful cultivation potential in the near future. Perhaps before the grand event on the continent unfolds, Cheng Yu might hope to reach the realm of tidal Douluo and become one of Davis's important assistants. Chapter 36. The perfect assist of the honest man Niu Gao with the Haotian sex asset secured. Davis was ready to meet the two clan leaders of the Piji clan and the Yuji clan. Since the Yuji clan had already expressed their submission in advance, Davis specially arranged for Yang Wudi, the leader of the Piji clan, and Niu Gao of the Yuji clan to meet with him at the same time. Yang Wudi of the Piji clan had met the crown prince before. Niu Gao, representing the Yuji clan, greeted his lord. At the first meeting, the interaction between the two achieved the effect Davis wanted. Although Niu Gao, as a soul Douluo, had been abandoned by the Haotian sect, he casually bowed to a new master. Moreover, his new master was not the star Luo Emperor, but this prince who was not even 10 years old. Was this foolish ox out of his mind? Yang Wudi's heart was filled with shock. Although his expression remained calm, the tightly clenched fist revealed his thoughts. Davis was very pleased with the scene and quickly returned the greeting. "Chief Yong, Mr. Niu, thank you for your hard work on the journey." Davis, representing the Star Luo Empire, welcomed the two of them and their clans to Star Luo. Once everyone was seated, The honest Niu Gao was the first to speak. This time we have really been harmed by the Hao Yin sect and that troublemaker Tang Hao. We nearly got wrapped up by the army of the Spirit Hall. Fortunately, His Highness accepted our Yu family. I, old Niu, swear that from now on, if Star Luo does not fail my Niu family will not fail Star Luo. In the future, I, old Niu, will be the most solid shield in front of His Highness. If anyone wants to harm His Highness, they will have to go through my chest first. Niu Gao's speech, which disrupted the market, made Yang Wudi inwardly groan. He had planned to bargain with Davis, and it didn't matter about other things. He mainly wanted to see if he could obtain the formula for that small return pill. But with Niu Gao's disruption, how could he make an offer? They had accepted him at the risk of offending the Spirit Hall in a time of crisis. And if Niu Gao bowed down immediately, how could he, Yang Wudi, make further demands without appearing to be ungrateful? Just as Yang Wudi was in a dilemma, Davis spoke up. Mr. Niu's sincere heart has been felt by me. And from now on, we are all one family. If there is any danger, I will definitely not forget Mr. Niu as the most solid shield. Likewise, the Yu family would settle in Star Luo City, with the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce taking care of their residents. If there were any difficulties, whether in terms of connections or finances, they could go to the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce for assistance. Also, the half-book of insights I had Li Yong send over. The remaining half is still being compiled and revised. As soon as it is finished, I will have someone invite Mr. Niu to DrawingJin Mountain Villa for appreciation. How does that sound? Niu Gao felt Davis's importance and received all the promises he wanted. He immediately showed a simple smile and deliberately glanced at Yang Wudi with a somewhat mischievous look. Davis felt that Niu Gao was slightly overdoing it. So he quickly interrupted his performance and said to Yang Wudi, as the leader of the Yang clan, you bear the heavy responsibility of your family's legacy. It's only right to be cautious when making significant decisions. After all, no one wants to encounter a master like the Hao Yin sect again, right? However, as a dignified dynasty, our Starfall Empire will never abandon any city within our borders, nor will we forsake any family that has been loyal to us. His words seemed to comfort Yang Wudi, but they subtly alluded to the Hao Yin sect's betrayal of the 4 major affiliated sections. Yang Wudi's face showed a look of dilemma. Davis did not urge him, but quietly sat there, waiting for him to make the final decision. He knew that Yang Wudi had no choice. If he did not come to Xinglua City, Yang Wudi might lead his clan to a remote small town, allowing the Piji clan to settle there from then on. However, this would mean that the resources for cultivation available to future generations would inevitably decrease, and the number of descendants would also dwindle. Perhaps after several generations, the name of the Piji clan would gradually vanish from the continent. Becoming the clan leader that witnessed the decline of the Yong family was something Yang Wudi could never forgive himself for. Coming to Xinglua City now made it even more so. In this place where the power of the Xinglua royal family and the nobility was most concentrated, how could one expect to gain sufficient resources without submitting to the royal family? It was impossible. Only by relying on the royal family could the Piji clan obtain enough space to survive. And the young people of the Yong family would have sufficient resources for cultivation. Davis was very clear about this, and Yang Wudi understood it even better. Now was the best opportunity to subdue the Pa and Yu clans. They had just been betrayed by the Hao Yin sect, and their family had suffered a heavy blow. Extending a helping hand at this moment would be like sending charcoal in the snow, easily breaking down their psychological defenses. If they waited for another decade or so, by then they would have helped their families regain their footing. Even if their situation was far from what it once was, it would be much harder to get them to step out of their comfort zones and submit to oneself. The price to pay would be much greater than what was being offered now. After much inner turmoil, Yang Wudi ultimately chose to submit, kneeling on one knee before Davis and saying, I, Yang Wudi of the Piji clan, pledge loyalty to your highness on behalf of the Yong family. From now on, the Yong family will be the sharpest sword in your highness's hand. As long as your highness does not fail the Yong family, the Yong family will never fail your highness. Davis immediately showed his humble side, helping Yang Wudi up and making his promise. Mr. Yong, rest assured, my Star Luo Hall Empire will never abandon the Piji clan. Just like the Yuji clan, once your family settles in Star Luo City, the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce will select a satisfactory family residence for you. If you encounter any troubles, feel free to seek assistance from the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce. As for the small elixir I sent you earlier, it is an ancient medicinal pill. Although the recipe is no longer available, I still have 2 more here to give you. You can decide whether to use them for research or consumption. Additionally, I know that the Piji clan has many experts in pharmacology. If you wish to open a pharmacy or clinic in Douluo City, DrawingJin Villa will invest in you. We have gold coins, land, and precious medicinal materials. As for profit sharing, you can discuss it with the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce. Davis offered generous treatment, and it can be said that he fulfilled all the initial requests of Yong. Even though the formula for the small healing pill was not yet in hand, having 2 extra pills could greatly assist Yong's research. Not to mention the various resources and collaborations promised by Davis, which laid the foundation for the family to re-establish themselves in the foreign land of Xinglua City. Although Yong was initially under pressure from Gao, after submitting to Davis, he suddenly felt that this new master seemed quite good. So why didn't Davis directly offer such terms from the beginning, instead of grinding Yong down like training a hawk? Because he knew that the family's allegiance was forced by circumstances, unlike the willing submission of the Nyo family. He needed Yong to understand one thing. What I give you is yours. What I don't give you, you cannot ask for. Therefore, only after the family showed their submission would Davis offer his terms. Otherwise, a submission obtained through treatment would not last long. Chapter 37. The rise and fall of the great emperor of Xinglua. The submission of the Pa and Yu families significantly enhanced the power Davis held. Especially with the many pharmacology experts from the Pa family, Davis could further expand the business territory of the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce. Besides Yong being attracted by the small healing pill and becoming engrossed in deciphering the pill formula, there were other highly skilled pharmacists from the Pa family. With the support of DrawingJin Villa, they opened more than a dozen medical clinics and pharmacies in Xinglua City and surrounding areas, all bearing the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce's name. At the same time, he organized several top pharmacists from the Pa family to start researching ways to enhance the effectiveness of some healing medicines and cultivation support potions on the market. Once the results of these cutting-edge medicines were available, they would become a major pillar industry of the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce. In addition, the dozens of blacksmith shops and weapon stores acquired during this operation also gradually reopened in Xinglua under the banner of the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce. As for the shortage of blacksmiths, the status of a mere blacksmith is not high on this continent. Even in Gongxin City, the capital of blacksmiths, it is merely a group of self-entertaining blacksmith soul masters, not taken seriously by true major powers. In the world of Douluo continent, where martial souls determine everything, the quality of weapons seems not to matter that much. Therefore, recruiting some low and mid-level blacksmith soul masters was not particularly difficult for Davis. After all, soul masters also need to make a living, and the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce excels at catering to those who need to earn a living. To promote the development of those weapon stores and blacksmith shops, Davis even sent people to the blacksmith capital of Gongxin City to invite the top blacksmith soul masters on the continent to Xinglua to vigorously develop the blacksmith industry. While high salaries might not attract those self-righteous blacksmith soul masters, the grand vision Davis painted for them was to change the status of blacksmiths in an empire, thereby gradually influencing the status of blacksmiths across the continent. This noble cause of revitalizing the entire industry would definitely pique their interest. Once the master blacksmiths from Gongxin City arrived, Davis would establish a royal armament bureau dedicated to researching weapon improvements, preparing for future wars. Davis's decisive action against the Haotian sect's assets, his precise timing, and the substantial rewards he reaped have once again shocked many people in the Douluo Empire. Ever since the Haotian sect fell into trouble, many of the great nobles in Douluo had entertained thoughts about their assets. But they hesitated to take action out of fear that the Haotian sect might one day make a comeback and retaliate against them. Unexpectedly, while they were still wavering, the Crown Prince Davis dispatched people from DrawingJin Mountain Villa to swallow those assets whole without leaving a trace. Now, if they were to take action, it would be tantamount to plundering the legitimate property of DrawingJin Mountain Villa under the Crown Prince's name, which is considered robbing royal private property and is punishable by death. Therefore, although everyone was envious of Davis's gains, very few dared to question him, except for the Elder Council. When Chengyu was taking over the Haotian sect's assets, he had encountered the Elder Council's team and easily defeated them, leaving each of them with only their right hand, including the Soul Saint strongman who led the team, considering that killing would have bad repercussions. The Crown Prince's faction and the Elder Council already had enmity, and this time the latter suffered another setback. So they certainly would not let it go easily and brought their grievances to the Douluo Emperor Daijun. An elder from the Elder Council personally entered the palace to plead with Daijun, saying, "Your Majesty, you must take action against the Crown Prince. He is still under confinement, Yet he dares to send people to seize the Elder Council's property, and he even condones his lackeys to injure dozens of Elder Council members. Daijun pretended to have a splitting headache, looked up at the old dog below who was crying out, and asked, "Did we not kill anyone this time?" The elder of the Zhonglui hesitated for a moment and argued. Although no one was killed, many of us were severely injured by that madman Shangyu. Daijun nodded in relief and said, "It's good that no one was killed." The elder of the Zhonglui saw that Daijun planned to let this matter go lightly and was about to continue speaking, but then saw Daijun suddenly slam the table with force and angrily said, "No one was killed, so why are you acting so pitiful? What do you mean by trying to seize the Zhonglui's properties? Do you think I don't know that those belong to the Haotian sect? Injuring members of the Zhonglui? Wasn't you who attacked first? Do you think I'm a deaf and blind emperor?" Daijun's sudden assertiveness made the elders of the Elder Association quite uncomfortable. Just as they were about to argue, they were scolded by Daijun, the Grand Elder Association, losing to a mere prince in a fight for resources. "How can you come to me and complain? What use is your Elder Association that secretly guards the star Luo?" Davis's tone was extremely harsh, yet every word was reasonable. He fired off several questions that left the elder in a fit of anger, momentarily losing his composure. And he actually raised his head to question Davis. "Why does your majesty favor the crown prince so much? Are you intending to fully go to war with us?" The elder council. As soon as the words left his mouth, the elder of the council regretted it. The fragile balance between the elder council and the royal family relied on mutual understanding, and his statement nearly shattered that understanding. How dare he openly threaten someone like Davis, the sole emperor? Even as an elder of the council, such behavior was unforgivable. But at this moment, it was too late for him to regret. Daijun deliberately kept several attendants in the main hall, and there were even 2 civil officials nearby, both of whom were loyal confidants of the emperor. With these 2 present, any threat made by the elder of the Zhonglui against the current emperor would inevitably spread throughout the palace, Xinglua City, and even the entire Xinglua Empire in the shortest time possible. The reputation of the Zhonglui organization in the Xinglua Empire would suffer a heavy blow in a short period. Having achieved his goal, Daijun no longer showed anger. He chuckled softly and waved to signal the elder of the Zhonglui, who was sweating profusely, to retreat. This entrance and exit showcased the charisma of the emperor of Xinglua. The elder had come prepared for a harsh punishment. But when he saw Daijun's raised rod gently fall instead, he felt confused yet did not dare to linger, quickly leaving the Xinglua hall. Subsequently, the civil officials and attendants in the palace all departed to attend to their duties. After everyone left, a slender figure emerged from behind Daijun's throne. It was the Empress, Zhu Zitong. "Ajun, why not take this opportunity to get rid of this old dog completely? If you and I join forces, he won't be able to stir up any trouble, and with so many eyes and ears witnessing this old dog's transgressions, even if we kill him, the pack, Zhonglui, won't be able to do anything to us." A woman's desire for revenge is always strong, especially when faced with those who wish to harm her son. In her eyes, the Zhonglui, who wanted to destroy Davis, all deserved to die. Zhu Zitong indeed had the confidence to say this. She and Daijun, using their martial soul fusion technique, could defeat some weaker titled Douluos head-on. Daijun revealed is similar to that of a middle-aged man. His wife was perfect in every way, gentle, generous, and powerful. But whenever it came to their precious son, she would lose her rationality. Unlike the cold-faced female assassin from their battle team back in the day. "Zitong, don't be anxious. Time is on our side. After taking the little elixir sent by Wei, all the ailments in our bodies have disappeared. In 10 years, I will definitely become a titled Douluo, and by then, you should be close to level 90 as well. After 10 years, when we, as husband and wife, join forces, the old dogs of the Zhonglui will be nothing to fear." Yes. After Davis discovered that the little elixir had a better effect on Shangyu than expected, he sent one each to Daijun and Zhu Zitong. The couple trusted their son completely, and upon hearing it was a foundational elixir, they took it together. After taking the medicine, Daijun and his wife were pleasantly surprised to find that some hidden injuries in their bodies had been repaired, and their cultivation speed had significantly increased. This gave Daijun more confidence about the future situation. He now just wanted to fool those people from the Zhonglui, waiting for 10 years to turn around and deal with them. Moreover, after listening to Davis's analysis of the Spirit Hall, Daijun no longer considered the Zhonglui as a significant threat. Apart from the 99-level Supreme Duo, Daijun feared nothing now. Chapter 38. The chicken-repelling sword Saint the Haotian sect had closed its mountain and hidden away, while the affiliated sects scattered and fled. The peripheral forces that once surrounded the Haoyan sect were gradually absorbed and swallowed by other major powers. A year had passed, and the turmoil caused by the death of the former Pope Qiang Sunji, which swept across the continent, had finally calmed down. After this year, Davis's confinement period finally came to an end. During this year, the members of the battle team had made significant progress. Among them, the one who progressed the most was Zhu Zhiyun. As the youngest member of the team, Zhu Zhiyun's soul power surpassed that of her nearly one-year-older teammate, Luo Wei, reaching level 35. At this time, Zhu Zhiyun was only 9 years old. Such a rate of improvement was even comparable to Davis, who had been utilizing the Quanjin Heart method for 24 hours. This might also be related to the foundational cultivation method in the Nine manual. This internal skill has the effect of improving aptitude. Zhu Zhiyun's aptitude was already extraordinary, and after undergoing transformation through the easy muscle and bone method, she quickly became the member of the battle team with talent closest to Davis. The pure internal power brought by the Nine manual, along with its diverse and superior martial skills, gave Zhu Zhiyun an overwhelming advantage when facing soul masters of the same level. Zhu Zhiyun's soul skill configuration was also very impressive. In addition to the Zhu family's century-old first soul skill, Ghostly Piercing Stab, her second and third soul skills were acquired under Davis's suggestion. The second soul skill, Ghostly Cold Light Blade, significantly enhanced her soul ring's bearing capacity after practicing the Nine manual, allowing her to obtain a soul ring from an 1,100-year-old lightning leopard. This soul skill allows Zhu Zhiyun to instantly flicker behind her enemy and launch a cold light blade, dealing substantial damage. If it successfully strikes the back, it will inflict additional massive damage. This ghostly cold light blade is different from the conventional second soul skill of the Zhu family's ghostly spirit cat soul masters. Ghostly 100 Claws. The former is a highly concentrated single high burst damage, while the latter is dispersed high-frequency damage. The third soul skill, Ghostly Shadow Clone, was the same as Zhu Zhuqing's fourth soul skill in the original timeline, coming from a 3,000-year-old ghost tiger, capable of creating multiple indistinguishable clones. Moreover, these clones were not mere illusions. They had a physical presence and could use soul ring skills. Originally, Davis wanted Zhu Zhiyun to acquire an enhancement-type soul skill for her third soul ring, but considering the lightness technique from the Nine manual, he firmly chose the ghost tiger that could produce clones. This lightness technique, named Spiral 9 Shadows, when practiced to perfection, could create 9 indistinguishable shadow clones with very high realism. When Zhu Zhiyun activated her third soul skill and then used Spiral 9 Shadows, she could instantly summon dozens of indistinguishable shadows, with her true self and the clones from her third soul ring hidden among them. Not to mention opponents of the same level. Even enemies one rank higher would easily fall into the trap. With these two soul skills, Zhu Zhiyun, in Davis's view, was already stronger than the original version of Zhu Zhuqing at the soul sect level. The 10-year-old Luo Wei had just advanced to level 34. After all, without a suitable internal cultivation method, relying solely on the meditation methods collected by the royal family of Dou continent was clearly inferior to the extraordinary martial arts like the Nine manual. However, Luo Wei's second and third soul skills had gained very satisfactory, powerful abilities. The second soul skill, Void Reshoot, Heavy Crossbow, and Floating Continuous Shot, Light Crossbow, significantly increased the arrow's power while allowing her to convert the recoil from shooting arrows to leap into the air and move in any direction. The length limit of displacement is related to the soul power consumed by the shot arrows. In the reshoot state, a long displacement can be performed, while in the rapid-fire state, 5 short displacements can be executed continuously, which can be said to be the archer's kite-flying technique against enemies. The third soul skill, Arrow Storm, increases shooting speed by 100 for 30 seconds. These two skills are not meant to enhance Luo Wei's attack ceiling. Rather, they are used to compensate for her future lower limits. The powerful mobility for escape and skills that significantly increase shooting speed are essential skills for Luo Wei to reach high levels. High damage burst skills are what Davis wants her to acquire at higher level soul rings to enhance Luo Wei's ceiling after achieving the title of Douluo. At 10 years old, Lu Yunying is at level 36, slightly ahead of Zhu Zhiyun in level, but 1 year older, meaning she is slightly behind in cultivation progress. Lu Yunying's third soul skill has received a boost type skill, Flame Dragon Battle Body. Increases all attributes by 100, significantly enhances fire type skill damage, grants immunity to fire damage, and is close to the effect of Dai Wei's Diamond White Tiger transformation from the original timeline. At 11 years old, Yong is at level 37, And his third soul skill has gained a group control skill, 8 mirror lock formation, which can instantly summon 8 treasure mirrors to form a formation, using spatial power to trap enemies. Only by breaking the 8 mirrors in a short time can the control of the 8 mirror lock formation be lifted. Otherwise, the shattered mirrors will quickly restore as long as Yong continues to provide soul power. The spatial system is best at control, and from this soul skill onwards, it will shine in Yang's hands, thanks to the nourishment of the fairy grass. Several members of the Demon King team have far surpassed the definition of young genius soul masters on the Douluo continent in terms of cultivation progress. However, even so, their sense of urgency continues to grow stronger, because their captain, Davis, is 10 years old and at level 48. Today is Davis's 10th birthday, and he has once again received a random card draw opportunity from the system. In the random card draw of the Golden System Heroes World, he obtained a martial arts card, Bodhi Heart Sutra. At the moment he saw this card, Davis froze. He suddenly remembered a mobile game he was playing before his transmigration. Golden System Heroes World. This game has a bug that isn't exactly a bug. The Bodhi Heart Sutra is the highest heart method of the Bodhi Institute of Shaolin Temple, and its difficulty of acquisition ranks among the top in the 72 ultimate skills, with a fast cultivation speed after entry. However, surprisingly, this heart method is weak to an unbelievable degree. It offers almost no damage bonus to any type of martial skill. Its only effect is to help resist inner demons, making it referred to by many players as the Great Compassion and Great Mercy Heart Sutra for sending one to death. Therefore, for a long time, the Bodhi Institute of Shaolin Temple has been the least popular game profession until an eccentric streamer emerged. During a live broadcast, for the sake of humor, he took a waste account character that had leveled the Bodhi Heart Sutra to max and went to the Lin family's old house in Xianyang Alley, Fuzhou, to acquire the evil repelling sword manual and forcibly clicked the cultivation button without self-castration. He claimed he wanted to see if this character, who had cultivated the Great Compassion and Great Mercy Heart Sutra, would still have the kind of desire that leads to going astray and the debuff of losing control while practicing the evil repelling sword manual. Then, a miracle happened. The side effects of the evil repelling sword manual did not appear on this character, while the Bodhi Heart Sutra also showed an increase in Yong attribute internal energy damage. This attempt turned 2 neglected martial arts into hot topics, and that eccentric game streamer was suddenly called the Chicken Repelling Sword Saint. Influenced by this streamer, a large number of players began to practice the chicken repelling sword route. Unfortunately, the official quickly discovered this bug, because it was an issue with the game design itself. The official did not change the connection settings of the 2 martial arts, but instead provided a flawed historical background for the 2 martial arts. Then, they significantly increased the difficulty of acquiring the Bodhi Heart Sutra and the evil repelling sword manual, especially for players who had already obtained one of the martial arts. The probability of acquiring the other decreased by 99 before the players had time to react. The official closed the transfer channel for the Chicken Repelling Sword Saint in their own way. However, the legend of the Chicken Repelling Sword Saint has forever circulated within the game. The appearance of the Bodhi Heart Sutra made Davis see a new possibility. Why not let Yong give it a try? After all, he is currently the only other male in the team besides himself. The females can't practice the Bodhi Heart Sutra and the evil repelling sword manual anyway. At worst, he can practice the Bodhi Heart Sutra first, even if it means losing the offensive capability of soul power. Yong, as a control-type soul master, doesn't have a significant need for offensive soul power anyway. As for the evil repelling sword manual, if he can't practice it, then he won T. He can't really let his teammate down. Chapter 39. Uniting Apprenticeship with Yang's elusive spatial abilities. If paired with the evil repelling sword manual known for its speed and ruthlessness, he would surely become a nightmare for enemies. The only problem is whether the combination of Bodhi Heart Sutra and evil repelling sword manual would be accepted by the world rules of Douluo continent. If not, practicing the evil repelling sword manual might trigger a negative state of losing control, affecting Yang's cultivation in the short term. After some consideration, Davis decided to leave the choice to Yong. When Yong heard Davis's explanation, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. Is my self-created soul skill finally coming? Indeed, control-type soul masters are the kings of one-on-one combat. Davis patted Yong on the shoulder and said, "Calm down. I just told you that the idea of these 2 self-created soul skills complementing each other's flaws is just a hypothesis. If it doesn't succeed, you might get injured while practicing this sword technique, which could delay your cultivation for several months. Have you really thought it through?" Yong shrugged and replied, Using a few months of cultivation time to gamble on two immensely powerful self-created soul skills is too worthwhile. Moreover, since you, Your Highness, brought this up, it means you actually have some confidence in it, don't you? Indeed, Davis knew that the path of combining the chicken-breaking evil sword should be feasible. After all, in his previous life, the official version of the Golden System heroes only significantly increased the difficulty of obtaining the Bodhi Heart Sutra and the evil-breaking sword record. They didn't directly sever the connection between these two manuals. Instead, they fabricated a history to forcibly explain the chemical reaction between the two martial arts. From this perspective, at least the game officials completely acknowledged the connection between the two. The card drawing system was entirely built based on the game template, so theoretically, it was very possible for Yong to successfully practice both the Bodhi Heart Sutra and the evil-breaking sword record simultaneously. With Davis's affirmative response, Yong was more confident and accepted the inheritance of the two self-created soul skills, then went into seclusion. Having acquired two self-created soul skills, Lu Yunying was not to be outdone and pestered Yang Wudi every day to teach her spear techniques. With a little girl calling him uncle every day, which man could withstand that? Moreover, since he was indeed a confidant of Lu Qinfeng, and Lu Yunying was truly a rare talent with the spear, Yang Wudi began to try teaching her spear techniques. Initially, he only planned to teach her some experiences lightly, but once he started, he couldn't stop. Lu Yunying's talent for spear techniques exceeded Yang Wudi's expectations, as she absorbed what he taught like a sponge in a very short time. Whenever Yang Wudi took out more techniques, Lu Yunying would absorb them again. As this continued, not long after, Yang Wudi passed down his ultimate secret technique, the heartbreaking soul-penetrating spear, to Lu Yunying. This move was the ultimate essence of the Ji family, channeling a massive amount of soul power into a single spear strike, capable of overcoming opponents of a higher level. Just this spear could allow Yang Wudi to exchange blows with the title Douluo. When Yang Wudi expressed his intention to teach this spear technique, Lu Yunying didn't dare to learn it casually, as it was a secret technique of the Ji family. However, Yang Wudi was also a stubborn old man. Having started teaching, he wanted to teach to his heart's content. Seeing that Lu Yunying was unwilling to learn, he waved his hand and said, "Back then, it was you, this little girl, who begged me to teach you the spear. Now you wave your hand and say you want to learn? Do you think you can just say whatever you want? At this point, whether you learn or not is not up to you. Let your father come and talk to me." Seeing this scene, Davis realized that old Yong had taken a liking to Lu Yunying's extraordinary talent and had the intention of accepting her as a disciple. So he immediately sent someone to invite Lu Qinfeng to Jin Mountain Villa. This pair of confidants had not seen each other for many years, and when they met again, both were very excited. Without further ado, they used Davis's venue for a spear duel. They did not use soul power, only physical strength and spear techniques, plowing a layer of ground off the training field that Jin Mountain Villa had spent heavily to lay out. Lu Yunying watched with her eyes shining. After 200 exchanges, the red and black long spears remained evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. After 200 moves, during a collision, Yang Wudi suddenly withdrew his spear, and Lu Qinfeng charged forward with an unstoppable spear momentum, aiming straight for Yang Wudi's chest. Yang Wudi's spear, which had been retracted, suddenly turned. Heartbreaking, soul-penetrating spear. This spear strike was more stunning and cold than any of Yang Wudi's previous moves. Even without any soul power, it posed a significant threat to Lu Qinfeng. However, Lu Qinfeng disregarded this spear and instead increased his own spear's speed by 2 points. It felt as if he would rather be pierced by Yang Wudi's spear than not thrust his spear into Yang Wudi's throat. The sparring between these two spear masters suddenly turned into a life-and-death battle, astonishing the onlookers. At a critical moment, when Li Fu was even ready to intervene, both long spears came to a halt. Lu Qinfeng's spear tip was merely half an inch away from Yang Wudi's throat, while Yang Wudi's spear tip was just a finger's width from Lu Qinfeng's heart. In terms of sparring, Yang Wudi had the upper hand since his spear tip was closer to the opponent's vital point. However, if it were a matter of life and death, it was merely a draw, because if neither of them pulled back, the result would be mutual destruction, with neither surviving. This duel was so thrilling that after it ended, everyone couldn't help but let out a deep sigh of relief. At this moment, Yang Wudi, reuniting with an old friend, opened his mouth to tease, "Brother Lu, you've been busy with military affairs over the years. Your spear skills have become lax." Lu Qinfeng chuckled, but did not argue. For from the perspective of a spear master, Yang Wudi was indeed right. Yang Wudi continued, "Can your daughter learn my heartbreaking soul-penetrating spear?" Lu Yunying was about to speak, but was stopped by Davis, who pressed on her shoulder, indicating to wait and see how Lu Qinfeng would respond. Lu Qinfeng, hearing Yang Wudi's words, did not immediately decline nor agree on the spot, but pondered for a moment before answering, "Brother Yang, if you value my daughter and are willing to impart your family's secret skills, if I were to refuse, wouldn't that be ungrateful? However, since the secret spear techniques of the Ji family cannot be learned for free, how about this? We agree that from now on, each generation will arrange for the most talented descendants in spear techniques to learn from the other family, and both sides will impart their skills generously, without any reluctance. This way, not only would the two families form a lasting alliance, but even if one day misfortune struck and the lineage of either the Lu or Yang family was cut off, as long as there was one descendant left, they could reclaim their family's spear techniques." Lu Qinfeng, being a person capable of holding the position of general, instantly thought of such a brilliant plan, and everyone quickly grasped the cleverness of this approach. This not only relieved the pressure on Yang Wudi to privately teach an outsider the family spear techniques, but also provided both families with a powerful ally and conveniently ensured the future. This plan had countless benefits and no drawbacks, so Yang Wudi naturally would not refuse. The Paji family had just settled in Xinglua City and needed a strong ally like the town army duke's mansion. Moreover, the Lu family's spear technique inheritance was indeed not inferior to the Yang family. Under this pretext, teaching Lu Yunying the spear technique would not provoke any dissatisfaction within the clan. Both Yang Wudi and Lu Qinfeng were clan leaders, and as long as the decision was not obviously unreasonable, their agreement could represent the alliance between their two families. In the presence of Davis, Li Fu, and Cheng Yu, this pair of close friends clasped hands 3 times, and the alliance was established. Lu Qinfeng patted his daughter's little head and said, "Yunying, go greet your teacher." Lu Yunying, filled with joy, no longer had any mental burdens about learning the heartbreaking, soul-penetrating spear due to the alliance between the two families. She immediately ran forward and bowed to Yang Wudi, saying, "Yunying pays respects to the teacher." Yang Wudi was extremely pleased to have found a satisfactory disciple. Without saying a word, he took out several bottles and jars, all of which contained the elixirs he had carefully developed over the years. There were healing pills for recovering from injuries, spirit-returning pills for restoring soul power, and finally, the most precious one, a small returning pill that Davis had gifted him. It seemed that Yang Wudi truly cherished this disciple, as this small returning pill was something he intended to keep for deciphering pill formulas. And he only had 3 in total. Now, he was willing to give one to Lu Yunying, showing that the disciple's status in his eyes had likely surpassed his long-standing obsession with alchemy. Chapter 40. The death of Consort Lien. This year, Davis was 10 years old, and Dai Mubai was 4. Due to the deliberate actions of Consort Lien over the years, Dai Mubai frequently went to the Wanjin mountain villa, and his relationship with Davis grew increasingly close. One could only say that blood is thicker than water. Children often find relatives who are closely related to them by blood. Dai Mubai has a pure heart and is often taught by concubine Lien to respect his elder brother and prioritize him above all else. Therefore, he is usually very attached to Davis, and even though Davis does not respond much, he still enjoys it. Davis often takes the time to personally teach him breathing techniques and the basics of martial arts. Over the years, rumors of the first prince and the third prince being on good terms gradually spread. As a result, the elder council became increasingly convinced that Davis, this unfilial descendant with a rebellious nature, intended to fundamentally abolish the fratricidal inheritance system among the Xinglua brothers. "Well, you're the first prince, impressive and noble, with the powerful Wanjin mountain manor that doesn't require surveillance. Then we will monitor the third prince Dai Mubai and the concubine Lien. At the same time, we continuously infiltrate the palace, make contact with concubine Lien, and instill the concept of competing for the throne into Dai Mubai. Unfortunately, concubine Lien is very clear-headed and has always educated Dai Mubai not to trust any insincere approaches." 3 years passed, and the Elder Council made no progress in sowing discord between Davis and Dai Mubai. This situation led some members of the Elder Council to consider desperate measures. They even irrationally believed that eliminating Davis or Dai Mubai could create the illusion of brotherly conflict, thus accomplishing their mission in a different way. As a result, the 4-year-old Dai Mubai faced his first assassination attempt on the way to Wanjin Mountain Manor. The assailant was a powerful soul saint to fend off his attack. All the court guards accompanying Dai Mubai perished, and he himself nearly lost his life. If it weren't for the timely arrival of Niu Gao, who was also heading to Wanjin Mountain Manor and intervened to block a claw aimed at Dai Mubai. The third prince would have already met his end. Unfortunately, Niu Gao focused too much on defense and was completely inept at offense and pursuit, failing to capture the Soul Saint assassin. The assassination scene was left with a Wanjin Merchant Association token, clearly designed to frame them. After hearing about the assassination from Niu Gao and seeing the waste token, Davis couldn't help but feel a surge of murderous intent in his heart. From this moment on, he had already sentenced all the decision-makers of the Zhonglui to death in his mind. After this incident, Dai Mubai was summoned to the palace by the emperor immediately and was not allowed to leave the palace on his own. The sudden attack by the Zhonglui caught everyone off guard, without any warning, which made Emperor Xingluo start to be cautious. He was not worried about the safety of his eldest son, Davis, as he had top-tier Seoul Douluo fighters Li Fu and Cheng Yu protecting him closely. Li Fu's strength had not yet been revealed, and had also subdued the Pe and Yu clans. The combined strength of the Zhonglui in Xingluo City might not even match these people. What truly troubled Daijun was the deep-rooted connections of the Zhonglui that permeated various industries and aspects of the Xingluo Empire, where pulling one thread could affect the whole body. However, as a prince with a not-so-deep foundation, Dai Mubai lacked the ability to resist such pervasive assassinations. If the Zhonglui were to succeed, even if Daijun wanted to uproot the Zhonglui later, it would be too late. Therefore, since the day of the assassination attempt, Dai Mubai had not left the palace again. 1 year later, Dai Mubai awakened his pure white tiger martial soul, with innate soul power exceeding level 9. From then on, Daijun's protection of him became even tighter. Davis quietly became the Soul King, and everyone in the Demon King team made significant progress. Dai Mubai, who stayed in the palace, couldn't find an opportunity to act, while Davis, who lived outside the palace, couldn't make a move either, which led the Elder Council to decide to confront Daijun. After experiencing more than a dozen internal meetings, they finally reached a consensus to gather all the strength of the Elder Council in Xingluo and apply pressure on Daijun, forcing him to continue maintaining the existing inheritance system of Xingluo. Thus, one night, a month after Dai Mubai awakened his martial soul, the senior elder of the Elder Council, along with 5 other elders, entered the palace to meet Daijun. No one knows what the two sides specifically discussed. The only rumor that circulated in the palace was that on that night, the usually calm and composed Daijun smashed several priceless treasures in the Xingluo palace. However, no one knew that the treasures Daijun smashed were actually fakes. After venting his anger, he went to the queen's jeweling palace and laughed all night. The next morning, Daijun sent someone to Wanjin Mountain Villa, urgently summoning Davis to the palace. Rumors in the palace suggested that when Davis came out, he looked pale. On his way back to Wanjin Mountain Villa, he stopped by a visible business of the Elder Council, ordered the guards of the Elder Council in the store to be severely injured, and then burned the store down completely, directly provoking the Elder Council and setting fire on the bustling Starry Avenue in the imperial capital. Seemed to invite reprimands for Davis, and his archrival, the Elder Council, would never miss this opportunity to attack him. However, what puzzled everyone in Xingluo City was that the Elder Council made no moves in response, not even protesting in front of the Emperor of Xingluo. They even proactively sent people to extinguish the fire, clean up the debris, and destroy the evidence of Davis's atrocities. For a time, the entire Xingluo City was in an unbelievable state of harmony, until the night of Davis's 11th birthday banquet. Normally, Dai Mubai would receive an invitation to Davis's birthday banquet every year, but this time he did not receive one. He was eager to leave the palace to attend his brother's birthday banquet, and even when concubine Lian advised him against it due to dangers outside the palace, he refused to listen, even arguing with her for the first time. When Dai Mubai left concubine Lian's quarters, her angry expression suddenly turned to one of worry and relief. Softly murmuring, "Go, my child, I believe your father and brother will protect you well." However, when he reached the palace gate, Dai Mubai was informed by the Soul Master guarding the gate that the Emperor did not allow him to go. At that time, Dai Mubai thought it was a decision made by his father for his safety, until he returned to concubine Lian's residence with a disappointed face and suddenly found that there wasn't even a single servant in the palace. As a revered concubine, even when she was asleep, there would be guards and palace maids on duty outside her door, but now he couldn't see any of them. Dai Mubai suddenly thought of something and ran madly towards the inner palace, praying over and over in his heart, "It won't happen, it won't happen. Such a thing definitely won't happen." But the moment he entered the inner palace, he felt as if his entire being had been frozen. Even his breathing stopped. His biological mother, consort Lien, was lying quietly on the floor in the center of the inner palace, dressed in the most luxurious consort attire. And there was not a sound from her. Dai Mubai staggered forward step by step, unable to believe it, as if he might fall at any moment. When he reached the side of the beautiful Lien Guifei and touched her stunning face, he realized that this world-class beauty, who overshadowed all others, had completely lost her heartbeat and breath, and her entire body radiated a bone-chilling cold. Just touching her made Dai Mubai shiver all over. "Mother, mother, wake up," he cried. Despite the icy coldness of Lien Guifei's body, the young Dai Mubai rushed to embrace her, hoping to use his own body heat to dispel her chill. Unfortunately, it was a drop in the bucket. The 6-year-old Dai Mubai soon fainted in the cold. When Dai Mubai woke up again, he found himself lying on the bed in Lien Guifei's palace. "Mother, mother." As his mind gradually cleared, he called out for his mother. At that moment, Dai Jun, with a heavy expression, walked in. Dai Mubai didn't notice Dai Jun's expression and quickly asked, "Father, my mother fainted from the cold. Where is she? Have you revived her?" Dai Jun's face was as cold as frost as he stepped forward and gently touched Dai Mubai's head, speaking to him in a voice filled with an unprecedented tenderness. "Mubai, your mother. She has left." Dai Mubai was frozen in place upon hearing this, and before he could speak, tears began to flow uncontrollably. "No, it's impossible. It can't be. Mother said she would watch me grow up. She said she wanted to see me become the great general of the empire, to wear my battle robes for her see. How could she?" Dai Mubai lay for a long time holding the cold body of concubine Lien before someone discovered him. At this moment, he was already extremely weak, and after this wave of emotional agitation, he fainted again. When Dai Mubai woke up again, he heard a palace maid outside the door whispering, "The concubine's health has always been good, and she has the cultivation of the soul sect. How could she suddenly die? The cause of death is so strange." Another voice quickly interrupted her. "Shh, we can't speak about this." It was said that the concubine had been going to the dueling palace every day to pay respects to the empress, and had been turned away several times, returning home, sighing all day long. "My dear aunt, could you please keep quiet? If you keep talking, we might both end up accompanying the concubine." The conversation outside the door suddenly stopped. Meanwhile, inside, Dai Mubai's thoughts did not cease. The empress? Could the death of my mother be related to the empress? Dai Mubai was very reluctant to suspect the queen, not only because he had a good relationship with Davis, but also because the queen had always been a kind and respected elder in his heart, and he believed she would not do such a cruel thing. However, no matter what, Dai Mubai kept this matter in mind. Chapter 41. The Masked Man. Little Huandan and the essentials of palm techniques. The rumors in the palace quieted down within a few days. After the death of concubine Lien, Dai Mubai seemed to have changed into a different person. His once cheerful and lively personality gradually became more muted. He rejected Dai Zhan's suggestion to be fostered under the queen's name and continued to live in the former residence of concubine Lien under the care of attendants. He never went to Jilin Palace again, nor did he ever step outside the palace gates or visit Wanjin Mountain Villa. Emperor Xingluo, pitying him for losing his mother at a young age, often bestowed him with rewards, including cultivation resources, soul guiding devices, and precious jewels. However, Dai Mubai himself was only focused on cultivation, as if something terrifying was chasing him from behind. The palace physicians repeatedly advised Dai Mubai to practice moderation in his cultivation, but he remained stubborn. A month after concubine Lien's death, Dai Mubai advanced to level 10, and Dai Zhan arranged for someone to take him to obtain a soul ring. Dai Mubai ignored the advice and insisted on absorbing a 480-year-old soul ring, which nearly cost him his life during the process. Fortunately, while he was having fun at Wanjin Mountain Villa, Davis had made him soak in some health-boosting medicinal baths, which allowed him to barely succeed in the absorption. After returning to the palace, Dai Zhan was furious upon learning about this incident and harshly reprimanded Dai Mubai, ordering him to rest and recuperate for a month without practicing soul power. Dai Mubai agreed on the surface to rest in bed more during the day, but he secretly got up at night to continue his training. He wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. Only by becoming stronger could he take control of his own life, uncover the truth, and avenge his mother. One day, at a palace banquet, Emperor Xingluo ordered all members of the Dai family in Xingluo City to attend. Even the second prince, who was physically weak and had been crowned king early, far removed from the power struggle, attended. Of course, Davis and Dai Mubai were no exception. Davis just entered the palace and, after a long time, greeted his parents. He arrived early from Wanjin Mountain Villa. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai only took his seat right before the banquet started. Throughout the entire evening, Dai Mubai sat next to Davis without saying a word, only responding briefly when Dai Zhan raised a toast to everyone. For the rest of the time, he was focused on eating, not lifting his head at all. After the banquet ended, Dai Mubai was the first to leave. Davis followed suit upon seeing this. Davis did not hide his tracks. Even Dai Mubai, who only possessed the cultivation of a soul master, could clearly sense his presence. Dai Mubai did not look back until he had moved away from the banquet hall, suddenly stopping, turning around, and staring at Davis. Davis chuckled and said, "Third brother, your eyes look like you want to eat me. What's wrong, little tiger? Your claws have grown hard, and you know how to bare your teeth at people now?" Dai Mubai seemed to ignore Davis's mockery and asked word by word, "Brother, does my mother's death have anything to do with you and the Empress?" Davis still kept smiling, leaned forward, and reached out to grab Dai Mubai's neck, pressing him against the wall. Then he leaned his head to Dai Mubai's ear and gently said, "When you're weak, you must learn to keep your mouth shut. With so many mouths in the palace, I've already sealed them all, so yours doesn't matter. Your wings aren't strong enough yet. You know that, little tiger." Davis's words were light, but the grip on his hand was anything but gentle. Dai Mubai felt dizzy as he was being held. A wave of heat radiated from the spot where Davis was gripping him, quickly invading his body like a fire, sweeping through a forest, starting from his heart and, within a few breaths, spreading to his limbs and veins. Strangely, after this scorching breath entered his body, the injuries caused by Dai Mubai's forced cultivation over the past few days seemed to ease a bit. After saying this, Davis gently patted Dai Mubai's face with his other hand and turned to leave. Dai Mubai increasingly believed that his mother's death was related to him, and in a moment of confusion, he actually dared to grab Davis's pant leg and wouldn't let go. Davis seemed to be enraged and struck out with a palm, hitting Dai Mubai's chest directly and sending him flying against the wall. This palm strike was fueled by Davis's anger and carried significant force, causing a small section of the wall that Dai Mubai crashed into the collapse. Dai Mubai was hit hard by this palm strike, his chest churning. With a spurt, a mouthful of dark blood was spewed out. However, Davis, who had dealt the blow, didn't even glance at the fallen Dai Mubai who was vomiting blood, and simply turned to leave. After Davis walked away, Dai Mubai was still on the ground struggling, gasping for breath. The searing heat coursing through his body made his limbs feel weak and powerless, and he couldn't get up after flailing for a long time. At that moment, a person wearing a black and gold mask appeared beside him, and like a pitiful beggar, dropped a pill, saying, "This palm strike from the crown prince contains soul power. If you don't want him to ruin your soul power talent, take this small elixir that consolidates the foundation and nurtures the essence." Dai Mubai did not know the identity of the masked man before him, did not know his purpose, and was even unsure if the pill he had thrown on the ground like dog food was poisonous. However, he still picked up the pill without hesitation and put it into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and a gentle warmth spread from Dai Mubai's stomach, gradually flowing into his entire meridian system. Not only did the pain in his chest from being struck earlier disappear, but even the hidden injuries caused by his frantic training during this time were slowly being repaired by the medicinal power. When the medicinal power was completely absorbed, Dai Mubai suddenly felt a wave of fatigue, and the heavy sensation vanished without a trace. His body had never felt so light. He looked up at the masked man in front of him, carefully examined the black and gold mask, and asked, "Who are you? What do you want me to do?" The masked man crouched down and, with the same disrespectful gesture as Davis had used to slap his face, patted Dai Mubai's cheek and said, "With your current strength, you're not qualified to do anything or to ask anything. If you want to know the truth, then work hard to become stronger. Only when you are promoted to a title Douluo will you have the right to ask questions." As soon as he finished speaking, the masked man leaped away. Dai Mubai looked at the place where the masked man had left. His hands involuntarily clenched tight, as a flame of anger ignited in his once dead heart. These people didn't take him seriously at all. He wasn't even considered a threat or a pawn. Davis is like this, and so is the masked man. Strength, strength, strength. Whether to know the truth or to seek revenge, strength is needed. Continuously mocked by Davis and the masked man, Dai Mubai now has an even stronger desire to enhance his strength. But at this moment, he seems to have gained a bit more rationality compared to earlier. He didn't disturb anyone, quietly left the spot, returned to his palace, lay on his bed, covered himself with a quilt. And for the first time since the death of concubine Lien, he didn't practice soul power all night, but instead had a good sleep. Starting from the next day, The medical officers in the palace discovered that the previously stubborn third prince suddenly became willing to listen to their advice and no longer overpracticed. The hidden injuries caused by excessive training before seemed to have also healed. The news brought great comfort to Emperor Xingluo, who rewarded Dai Wei with a large batch of cultivation resources, including a volume of the essence of palm techniques personally transcribed by DrawingJin. Although this set of palm techniques does not record any self-created soul skills, it details how to cultivate a pair of formidable iron palms, which is highly compatible with the white tiger martial soul of the Xingluo Dai family. According to DrawingJin, it was compiled by a descendant of the Dai family who was obsessed with creating soul skills. Chapter 42, Davis establishes a mansion, Demon King Battle Team. On his 10th birthday, Davis drew a martial arts card for the complete truth sword technique in the system. Although this sword technique may not be more exquisite than some profound moves in the Five Mountain Sword technique, it perfectly fits with the Complete Truth Mind method. Additionally, the Complete Truth Sword technique has great potential for the future. It can correspond to a Supreme Level Sword Array, the Big Dipper Sword Array, and a Supreme Level Combined Sword technique, the Jade Maiden Pure Heart Sword technique. Therefore, even though Davis already has many sword techniques to choose from, this Complete Truth Sword technique still holds significant meaning for him. When he turned 11, Davis obtained another random draw opportunity. This time, he received an item card, a book, Essentials of Shaolin Seizing Techniques. This book contains not just one martial art, but gathers the essence of several seizing martial arts from Shaolin, including the Great Seizing Hand, Small Seizing Hand, and Dragon Claw Hand, written by a high monk skilled in seizing techniques. Although it doesn't allow one to learn instantly like a martial arts card, it excels in enabling multiple people to comprehend and learn. However, the seizing techniques recorded in this book, while enhancing Davis's close combat, currently do not leave him with extra time for dedicated practice. So, he temporarily stored it in the system warehouse, hoping to find a suitable owner for it in the future. Davis acquired his 5th spirit ring before his birthday, a 46,000-year-old golden spirit beast, the space dual attribute beast, the golden horn void beast. The escape ability of space attribute spirit beasts is too powerful. So Davis and Li Fu spent more than half a month hunting for this spirit ring. In the end, it was Davis who used the Golden Dragon Armor's Golden Dragon Dominant skill from his external spirit bone to become immune to the Golden Horn Void Beast's spatial restraints, unexpectedly attacking it from behind, which helped Li Fu seriously injure and capture the spirit beast. After absorbing this spirit ring, Davis advanced to level 53 and acquired a super strong control-type spirit skill. 5th spirit skill, Golden Eternal Suppression Pillar. This skill allows him to summon a totem pillar covered in space-type inscriptions, suppressing the surrounding space. Enemy units within the range will take suppression damage and have their mobility greatly restricted. Acquiring this spirit skill was somewhat unexpected for Davis. He originally wanted to obtain the lethal power of the Golden Horn Void Beast, which can pierce through space with its sharp golden attributes. But he ended up with a skill focused on strong control instead. However, it turned out to be a fortunate misfire. Having already obtained the 10,000-year 4th spirit skill, White Tiger Piercing Gun, Davis's offensive capabilities in direct combat at the same level or even 1 or 2 levels higher are already sufficient. With this spirit skill, Davis can have a more diversified combat style. As for whether the control-type skill will affect Li Yang's tactical position, that is impossible. Davis is not lacking in output. His positioning in almost all other skills is still absolutely strong in offense. Adding a strong control skill is also to increase the chances of taking down opponents. On the other hand, Li Yang's control is more about perfect management, protecting teammates, and controlling the entire battlefield. The tactical positions of the two are completely different. Adding a strong control skill for Davis is only beneficial for Li Yang. After advancing to the Soul King, Davis gained a random card draw opportunity. This time, he drew the 9 Manual, General Principles from the deck, which belongs to Zhu Zhuyun. This way, Zhu Zhuyun's martial art system is also established, with the foundation built from the muscle and bone-changing chapter. Once it is perfected, he can switch to the General Principles chapter, using the 9 Divine Claw as the main output skill and the Spiral 9 Shadows as the primary lightness skill. It is foreseeable that for a long time in the future, Zhu Zhuyun's overall strength will be second only to Davis and the team. Lui Weiying is learning gun techniques from Yang Wudi, and with each passing day, her shooting skills are undergoing new changes. Although she hasn't obtained a suitable self-created soul skill from Davis, her improvement is not less than anyone else in the team. In the Jin series of heroes, there are no outstanding gun techniques. and Davis only hopes to have the opportunity to draw the supreme internal skill that he believes is most suitable for Liu Yueying in the future. Luo Jiwei's archery skills are also not popular in the Jin series of heroes, and Davis is preparing to provide her with an internal skill as well. Currently, Luo Jiwei is still diligently practicing her shooting abilities, along with the lightness skill transforming steps that Davis taught her earlier. Regarding the compatibility issue of Liu Yueying, who uses guns, and Luo Jiwei, who uses crossbows, Davis has long been prepared. In the original Jin series of Heroes game world, there is a major Easter egg achievement in the later stages that is extremely difficult to complete. Completing this achievement grants 2 supreme martial arts skills. These 2 supreme martial arts do not come from the Jin martial arts game world, but from another martial arts themed game developed by the same company, which can be seen as a collaboration between 2 game departments. These 2 martial arts are named Stunning Shot and Heartbreaking Arrow. One is a gun technique, and the other is an archery technique, which must be passed down by 2 brothers or 2 sisters, perfectly aligning with Liu Yueying and Luo Jiwei. Of course, the premise is that Davis can complete that Easter egg achievement, Heaven and Earth, Unparalleled Beauty. This involves exploring a forbidden area of the world and engaging in a brilliant battle there. The places that can be called forbidden areas are limited: the City of Slaughter, Sea God Island, Angel Temple, Lake of Life, and the Deep Sea Demon Whale Domain. To have a grand battle in one of these places is not something that can be done with just any opponent. The system must recognize it as a grand battle. If grand refers to the top masters in the world, then the difficulty skyrockets. Therefore, in the short term, Liu Yueying and Luo Jiwei's destined supreme skills can only be stored in the system for now. In the end, the one who gained the most from the team is Yong. Yong had just emerged from seclusion a few days ago, and he excitedly announced to Davis that his Bodhi Heart Sutra and the Evil Repelling Sword Manual were successfully compatible. The Evil Repelling Sword Manual is indeed the fastest progressing sword technique in the early stages. When Davis tested his sword skills against Yong with the 5 Mountains sword technique, he found that if he did not use swordsmanship above the subtle realm, he could not pose a significant threat to Yong. Although Yang's swordsmanship still can't threaten Davis, he has only been learning for a few days. This is not because Davis's swordsmanship is lacking, but because Yang's sword is simply too fast. Cheng Yu, watching from the side, also commented, "This is not a sword style that a human can control. Rather, the sword style is guiding the person to make a move, definitely leading the sword path down a sinister route." However, Cheng Yu found it strange that Yong, who can hardly be considered a beginner swordsman, could manipulate such a sinister and eerie sword style with ease. If it were someone else, they would have been influenced by the malevolent thoughts within the sword style long ago. Davis is well aware that this is the merit of the Heart Sutra. This internal skill does not significantly enhance the power of techniques, but the soul power cultivated from it can be completely mastered by the practitioner. With a heart of enlightenment, neither the evil sword nor the magic blade can pollute the practitioner's Zen mind. The unpredictable spatial abilities combined with the evil-slaying sword manual and the Heart Sutra are a perfect match. After Yong initially mastered these 2 martial arts, he unexpectedly became the only one among Davis's teammates who could briefly contend with Zhu Zhiyun, despite being a control-type soul master with almost no attacking capabilities. Liu Yueying was very displeased with this and worked even harder during her spear training. Even Luo Jiwei, who usually dislikes competing with her teammates, appeared fiercer during her shooting practice. During this period, the strength of the entire team was advancing rapidly, and Davis's status in the Star Luo Empire was also rising. His decisive action against Dai Mubai was very satisfying to several elders of the clan Elder Council. Initially, there were subtle constraints on Davis's power from the military and even the civilian sector, but suddenly they vanished without a trace. Additionally, Davis timely revealed some of his true cultivation progress, making it known that the Crown Prince of the Star Luo Empire achieved the rank of a 29th level Great Soul Master at the age of 11. Emperor Dai Wei publicly praised this in the court and directly granted Davis the authority to establish a government. With this authority, Davis could legitimately recruit subordinates, establish a small court, and appoint titles and ranks to his retainers. This promise shocked the court officials, and many rational old ministers voiced their opposition. However, faced with the alliance of Dai Wei, the Crown Prince's faction, and even the support of the Elder Council, the opposition from these old ministers did not cause much of a stir. Davis himself was also unyielding, bestowing titles upon many who pledged loyalty to him, such as Li Fu and Cheng Yu, appointing them as officers of the Grand Prince's residence, exuding confidence as he prepared to start the battle for succession. At the same time as establishing his residence, Davis officially announced the name of his battle team, Demon King Team. The meaning behind this name was not to showcase his own might, but rather to remind and motivate his teammates to regard him as a formidable demon king they must strive to defeat. Additionally, it also carried a sense of disdain towards Shrek. After all, in a magical world, Shrek was at the bottom of the food chain, while the Demon King existed at the top, akin to deities. Chapter 43. Rock Dragon City, just when everyone thought Davis was about to fully engage with the affairs of the Dou Empire. This rising prince was actually planning a trip outside the empire. Davis had already laid down his foundation in the Dou Empire, and in the short term, his continued presence there would not affect the development of the Grand Prince's residence or the Wanjin Mountain Villa. Moreover, in order to quickly reach the same level as the previous generation's top tier, like Bibi Dong and Tang Hao, and truly possess the ability to influence the entire continent structure, there were several places Davis needed to visit. Staying holed up in Dou City would not make him the best in the world. Of course, Davis was not going to act as a caretaker for Shrek. He had his sights set on opportunities such as the Ice Fire Sun Moon Pool and the remaining heavenly herbs in the Sunset Forest, the vast sea and universe shield in the Tiando Imperial Palace, the Shura God Inheritance in the City of Slaughter, and the Sea God Inheritance on Sea God Island. He intended to seize every opportunity available, although not every opportunity might be suitable for him personally. It was certainly better to use them to cultivate the people of the Grand Prince's residence and the Demon King team than to wait there for Tang San to take advantage of them. As the most talented prince of the Dou Empire, Davis's public information had likely been well known to various major powers. This time, he would use the excuse of retreating for closed-door cultivation to quietly change identities with Li Fu and leave. As for whether the Dou Emperor would agree, at present, in DrawingJin's mind, nothing was more important than Davis's cultivation. As long as he used the reason of traveling the continent to enhance his skills, he could easily get approval from DrawingJin. Of course, this tactic would not work on the Empress. The Empress did not care whether Davis could become the best in the world or when he would achieve that. She only hoped for her child's safety. Thus, Davis planned to act first and report later, leaving a note for DrawingJin to take the blame, while Davis quietly left a note about running away from home. Emperor DrawingJin was in the Dou Palace reviewing memorials when he suddenly felt an ominous sensation, sneezing several times in a row. Unable to stop even with his sole master-level cultivation, Davis and his servant Li Fu, along with the pharmacology expert Yong, drove the sole-guided carriage of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, traveling day and night away from Dou City. During the journey, old man Li Fu often closed his eyes to rest, while Yong, a sole master of the Contra level, happily took on the role of the driver. There was no other choice. Davis simply mentioned taking him to see the celestial herbs, and Yong willingly accepted the labor. As for Davis, besides practicing soul power using the Chuanjin Heart method, he spent time reading the Shaolin Essentials of Grappling he had obtained earlier. While reading, Davis discovered that the author of this book on Shaolin grappling was truly remarkable. Even someone like him, who wasn't well-versed in martial arts, could see that the book offered a deep and thorough understanding of grappling techniques. After just a few days of study, Davis had already gained considerable skill in grappling. Unfortunately, his primary focus was on swordsmanship, making this book somewhat of a wasted treasure in his hands. As Davis's grappling skills continued to improve after a few more days, they finally reached their first stop in the Ahakwa province. Ahakwa province is a large province under the Dou Empire, although it is called a province. It is practically indistinguishable from a subordinate kingdom. In fact, in terms of territorial area, Ahakwa province is larger than most kingdoms on the Douluo continent. Due to its direct border with the provinces of the Tiando Empire, there have been many frictions over the years. The martial spirit is strong in Ahakwa province, and its military strength surpasses that of typical kingdoms. The ruling family of Ahakwa province, the Gu family, also possesses the top-tier martial spirit, the rock armored dragon turtle, making them a dominant force in this land where strength is revered. The Gu family's rock armor dragon turtle martial spirit is the strongest defensive beast martial spirit in the Dou Empire, rivaling the Xuanwu turtle of the Tiando Empire. Moreover, due to its significant dragon lineage, the rock armor dragon turtle is more aggressive than the gentler Xuanwu turtle, which is one reason the Gu family has dominated Ahakwa province for over 200 years. 2 centuries of feudal rule have allowed the Gu family to establish deep roots in the political, military, and economic spheres of Ahakwa province. Perhaps in this border province, The imperial decree of the great Emperor Luo holds less sway than the orders of the Gu family head. This is also why Davis chose to come here first. To contend with the Spirit Hall, he not only needed to enhance his elite strength, but also required a large number of ordinary soul masters to resist the Spirit Hall's army. This meant he needed to consolidate the strength of the entire Luo Empire and form an organized army of soul masters to counter the Spirit Hall. However, the Luo Empire shares the same issues as the Tiandou Empire. After 1,000 years of rule, its border provinces and vassal kingdoms have considerable strength, but increasingly show signs of being hard to control. Once a full-scale war breaks out between Luo and the Spirit Hall, it is uncertain whether these provinces and kingdoms will resist the Spirit Hall under the Empire's command or embrace its glory in hopes of gaining the qualifications for independence. According to the intelligence provided by the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce in recent years, Ahakwa province has been relatively compliant with the orders from the imperial capital compared to other border towns, at least not leaning toward the Spirit Hall. Therefore, besides passing through, Davis hoped to see if he could establish some footholds here. The soul-guided carriage soon arrived at the central city of Ahakwa province, Rock Dragon City. The architectural style of this city is rugged, with its walls built from countless massive rocks. As the main city directly bordering an enemy nation, Rock Dragon City's walls are twice as high as those of Luo City. Upon entering the city, Davis noticed that the residential and commercial buildings also followed the same architectural style. This is a city that reveres and worships rocks. After entering the city, the two headed straight to the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce's outpost in Rock Dragon City. After settling in, Davis went out alone to experience the local customs and culture. Of course, Li Fu would not abandon his duty of providing covert protection. Surprisingly, this Rock Dragon City, which was looked down upon as a rural place by the nobles of Luo City, has its own unique charm. Although Davis wasn't wearing royal attire, he was dressed in a luxurious outfit, and it was obvious from his clothing that he was a visitor from afar. Not long after he stepped into the night market of Rock Dragon City, a little boy approached him, eager to be his guide. This nobleman, the boy called Shirtu, was a native of Rock Dragon City. He knew exactly which barbecue shop had the best grilled meat, which taverns served the strongest liquor, and which brothel had the prettiest girls. For just 1 silver coin, he could be your guide for the whole evening. Davis looked at the little boy in front of him, who was not yet 6 years old, and suppressed a laugh as he asked, which brothel's girls are the prettiest? Do you know? Have you been to one? The boy, completely unashamed, replied with a bold face, I don't have money to visit a brothel, but I've seen it when I took other older gentlemen there. In our Yanlong city, the girls from the Itsue Tower are the prettiest, but when it comes to flavor, it has to be the Wanshou Zhai. Davis listened with great curiosity. A place called 10,000 Beast Pavilion. Where can you find a brothel with that name? Could it be that there are no girls in this building, only spirit beasts? Shirtu paused for a moment, but his expression and tone showed no change. He then continued to explain to Davis. The girls in the 10,000 Beast Pavilion are those who have awakened incomplete beast martial souls, yet retain some characteristics of these souls. For example, there are cat girls with cat ears and fox girls with fox tails. Many spirit masters and nobles enjoy this kind of thing. Davis felt displeased, but did not show it. He raised his hand to interrupt Shitu's description. All right, enough about the brothels. Tell me what other features Yanlong City has. Seeing that Davis seemed uninterested in brothels, Shirtu appeared more spirited and excitedly introduced. There are plenty. Our Yanlong City has the strongest fine wines in the entire Xinghua, the most fragrant and tender barbecues, and every month there's a wrestling competition in the night market. Enjoying fine wine and barbecue while watching the wrestling competition is the favorite activity of us Yanlong City folks. By the way, my lord, there's a wrestling competition tonight, and it's the ultimate showdown of the year. It's sure to be spectacular. Would you like me to take you to see it? Chapter 44. If you can't win, play dirty. Davis was not interested in the wrestling competition, but since he was already there, he decided to watch a match. However, after the match ended, he developed a strong interest in the final champion, Yenjun. After the ultimate showdown of the wrestling competition, there was a grand celebration. To celebrate the emergence of the new wrestling king, fine wines, delicacies, and beautiful women with songs and dances were brought to the streets surrounding the wrestling arena that night. Davis participated in the celebration, tasting food, while focusing most of his attention on the newly crowned young wrestling champion. Although this guy, who called himself Rock King, competed while wearing a mask from the grappling and wrestling skills he displayed in the ring, Davis could almost be certain that this young man was a direct descendant of the Gu family, the rulers of the Ahakwa province. In the Douluo continent, The creation of unique soul skills is of great importance to a family, as seen from how much the Haotian sect values the chaotic wind hammer technique and the great Sumuru hammer. Therefore, it would be impossible for anyone other than a direct descendant of the Gu family to learn these ancestral secret techniques. The Gu family's rock armor dragon turtle martial soul is one of the defensive martial souls that Davis values the most. This young man not only likely possesses the rock armor dragon turtle martial soul, but also shows exceptional talent in wrestling, making him almost the perfect choice for the tank role in the Demon King team. After the celebration ended, Davis followed the Rock King out of the wrestling arena. Davis's tracking did not deliberately hide his presence, so Yenjun noticed his trace from the very beginning. The two maintained a certain tacit understanding and gradually moved away from the bustling city, eventually arriving at a deserted alley. Yenjun suddenly turned around, and Davis did not dodge or avoid. Their gazes met in an instant. Yenjun's eyes held wariness and scrutiny, while Davis's gaze reflected straightforward admiration. However, this heir of the Gu family, Yenjun, seemed to possess a strong sense of vigilance towards the outside world. The two faced each other in silence for a moment before Davis spoke to break the stalemate. I originally wanted to make a friend, but it seems we might have to fight first. Seeing that Davis was alone, Yenjun felt that he did not seem to harbor much malice, and his wariness eased a bit, although he did not completely relax his stance. If you have the guts, then follow me. After saying this, Yenjun suddenly turned around and dashed forward. The Gu family's inherited earth-walking technique stirred up a cloud of dust beneath Yenjun's feet, and in the blink of an eye, he had already covered a considerable distance. Davis was not afraid of any tricks, since Li Fu was secretly protecting him, so he leisurely kept a distance of 20 meters behind him to show that he meant no harm. The two soul masters ran at a decent speed, and before long, they arrived at a remote rocky hillside outside Rock Dragon City. Once Yenjun reached this spot, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and said to Davis, "We've arrived." Davis noticed that the other person seemed to be somewhat reluctant to speak, or perhaps was hiding something for some reason, but he didn't care much about that, because for someone like Yenjun, a fist was the best way to communicate. So let's have a fight first. Davis did not summon his martial soul, nor did he reveal his soul rings. He simply held his hands in front of him, his soul power restrained. What skill is it for a soul king to defeat a soul ancestor? If he could take down the Rock Lord solely with his soul power and self-created soul skills, that would truly earn his respect. On the way to the Ahakwo province, Davis had been studying the essence of Shaolin grappling techniques. Although his grappling skills could not be described as perfect, he could confidently say he had integrated them well. Coupled with his physical strength that far exceeded that of an ordinary soul king, he was already more than capable of dealing with the Rock Lord, who was at a significantly lower level than himself. The Rock Lord did not become angry at Davis's disdain. Instead, he placed even more importance on this unfamiliar opponent. Although Davis appeared younger than him, someone who dared to confront him must have real skills. Martial Soul Summon, Rock Armored Dragon Turtle. The Gu family's inherited martial soul appeared behind the Rock Lord, followed by 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple, with a soul power fluctuation just shy of level 40. At only around 14 or 15 years old, the Rock Lord's soul power of level 39 was already much stronger than that of the 15-year-old Dai Wei from the original timeline. Davis had no intention of making the first move, but Yenjun was quite unreserved, rolling and instantly appearing behind Davis from over 10 meters away. The Gu family's secret technique, Earth Walking Technique. Davis sensed the movement behind him, but did not immediately turn to face the enemy. Instead, he simply raised his right hand and grabbed the wrist of a hand reaching out from behind. Yenjun intended to use a grappling technique to seize Davis's left shoulder, but he was caught by Davis's even more aggressive grappling move. The sneak attack failed, and his wrist was captured by the opponent. Yet Yenjun remained unfazed and instantly activated his first soul ring. First soul skill, Spike Shell. Countless sharp spikes suddenly erupted from Yenjun's body. Even with Davis's defense, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand and involuntarily released his grip on the opponent's right hand. It wasn't that Yenjun's spikes inflicted damage on Davis, but rather that the effect of this soul skill could evoke a pain sensation far beyond the actual injury. Davis encountered this excruciating soul skill for the first time and instinctively loosened his grip. After encasing himself in a layer of hedgehog armor, Rock Lord still seemed unsatisfied. Seizing the opportunity to break free from Davis's hold, he activated his third soul ring. Third soul skill, Crystal Heavy Armor Transformation. An amber-colored crystalline full-body armor appeared on Rock Lord, exuding a strong aura of Earth attribute soul power. This should be similar to Davis's third soul skill, Diamond White Tiger Transformation, and belongs to the enhancement type transformation soul skills. From just the appearance of the armor, one can tell that with a layer of rock crystal heavy armor, the Rock Lord may not have significantly improved in terms of damage, but in defense, he has certainly reached the pinnacle among soul masters of the same level. As an absolute genius among his peers, facing a boy like Davis who is 2 or 3 years younger than him, he actually had to use his trump card soul skill at the first opportunity. It must be said that the Gu family disciple is truly embodying the cautious bravery of a defensive soul master. With the enhancement from the rock crystal heavy armor, the Rock Lord no longer had any worries about defense and actively moved towards Davis, intending to continue using his throwing technique to defeat his opponent, just like he had done with the 2 opponents in the wrestling ring earlier. The Gu family's secret technique, the self-created soul skill Rock Dragon Hunting Claw. Unlike another of the Gu family's extraordinary techniques, the Earth Walking technique, this Rock Dragon Hunting Claw is truly the ace up the sleeve of the Gu family soul masters. It is a skill specifically designed for the Rock Armored Dragon Turtle Martial Soul, combining strong attacks, grappling, and throwing into one ultimate technique. Once caught by this skill, unless one possesses a powerful body enhancement control immunity soul skill, they will either suffer broken bones or be completely restrained. Unfortunately, this well-known, self-created soul skill happens to be unable to catch Davis. Davis's figure flickered slightly, dodging the Rock Lord's embrace. He extended one hand, not only blocking the opponent's claws aimed at his neck, but also reaching down to grab the Rock Lord's armpit. The Shaolin grappling technique explores the winding paths. This grappling move startled the Rock Lord, making him break out in a cold sweat. During the journey from Xinglua City to Yanlong City, Davis self-studied the essentials of Shaolin grappling, progressing from knowing nothing to becoming proficient, advancing several levels in skill. Although the Gu family's grappling techniques are formidable, they are still inferior to the modified essentials of Shaolin grappling. Thus, some grappling moves in the Rock Lord's hands, which could dominate a region in the Douluo continent, now appeared as naive as a baby taking its first steps in Davis's eyes. Grappling against grappling. Davis aims to defeat Yinjun in his proudest aspect. To convince him, the techniques of capturing prey, such as breaking bamboo, the eagle catching a rabbit, taking advantage of the situation, and the diamond defeating demons, have been honed for thousands of years in the Shaolin of the Gold System world. Now, they are presented one by one before Yinjun, making him feel for the first time that his own Yin long hunting claws are not that impressive. In fact, how could the Yin long hunting claws of the Gu family, known for their might, not be strong? The obvious restraint is simply because the technique system of the Douluo continent is too primitive. Before long, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. Davis used grappling techniques against his opponent for the first time. At first, he was a bit clumsy, allowing Yinjun to gain some advantage. However, as the fight progressed, Davis became more and more adept, with the fluidity of his moves and the timing of his strikes improving rapidly. In contrast, Yinjun became increasingly anxious despite having a slight upper hand at the beginning. It felt as if Davis's unique soul technique was specifically designed to counter their Gu family's Rock Dragon Hunting Claw. After another 20 or 30 exchanges, Yinjun could barely defend himself against Davis's attacks. At this point, he suddenly jumped back using Earth Movement technique and said to Davis, "I give up, I give up." What kind of unique soul technique is this? It seems like it was created specifically to counter our Gu family. I'm not someone who can't handle a loss. So this round is yours. This time, he spoke more, completely unlike the silent and reclusive boy he had been just moments before. Davis could tell there was more to his words. Does this round mean I've won? Are you saying we still have to compete? This little thought was exposed, and Yinjun showed no embarrassment typical of a youth. Instead, he perfectly exhibited the thick-faced and dark-hearted nature of a Tang profession, insisting, "Of course we still have to compete. Your self-created soul skill is too wicked. Who knows if you specifically trained it to target me? Let's not mess around. Let's compete in pure strength. Arm wrestling. Do you dare?" Gu Shouqing, looking indifferent, sat down next to a flat rock, slammed his right hand onto the rock surface with a bang, causing a few rock fragments to splash up, and then looked up at Davis. "See, I told you it was a cheat. Just say whether we're competing or not." There was no choice. He couldn't win in a fight, couldn't win in a race. And his own skills had been countered by his opponent, so he could only resort to tricks. He could tell that Davis's intention was at least not to kill him or kidnap him, otherwise he wouldn't have listened to him and stopped. Davis was amused by Gu Shouqing's words. Competing in strength? Arm wrestling? Is there really such a good thing in this world? Chapter 45. 3 Defeats of Gu Shouqing. Gu Shouqing's request was actually a bit excessive, but Davis was always more forgiving towards the talents he valued. When Gu Shouqing proposed to compete after arm wrestling, he agreed without thinking. Come on, was his 13 Guardians training in the Golden Bell Shield for nothing? Were the years he spent wearing the giant Peak Soul Lock bracelet for nothing? If it really came down to physique and strength, let alone his peers, even the older generation of high-level soul masters wouldn't stand a chance against Davis. Otherwise, how could he have the confidence to withstand soul rings that far exceeded the normal lifespan? But Gu Shouqing didn't know this. So he stubbornly collided with Davis's strongest suit and suffered another crushing defeat. How crushing was it? Bang! Davis exerted a bit of force and slammed Gu Shouqing's arm down onto the table, causing rock fragments to fly everywhere in front of them. The surface of the rock that served as the arm wrestling table was pressed into a groove that perfectly fit Gu Shouqing's arm. Fortunately, Gu Shouqing hadn't had time to cancel the protection of his crystal armor. Otherwise, this blow would have shattered his arm bones. How about it? Are you convinced now? Davis lifted his chin towards Gu Shouqing and asked with a smile. Gu Shouqing had just come to terms with a huge gap in life, but he still stubbornly refused to back down. Even if it's a best-of-3 series, you've already won. But I want to play one last game. As long as you can win, I, Gu Shouqing, will fully accept you from now on. Davis was not angry. Instead, he gestured for Gu Shouqing to proceed with the challenge. First soul skill, Spike Shell. Third soul skill, Rock Crystal Heavy Armor Transformation. Gu Shouqing activated his 2 defensive soul skills once again, putting himself in the strongest defensive state. In this third match, if you can break through my Rock Crystal Heavy Armor's defense in one strike, then you win. After a moment's thought, Gu Shouqing added, you cannot use a power level above 40. Up to this point in their duel, Gu Shouqing had already roughly guessed Davis's intentions. Although this young man before him was of unknown origin, the air of elegance and nobility he exuded was unmistakable. Coupled with his greater youth and formidable talent, he was likely aiming to subdue Gu Shouqing. However, the Gu family had held dominion over the Ahakuo province for centuries, and Gu Shouqing himself was one of the most talented soul masters in the family's history. It would be easy to defeat him, but to subdue him? That would be extremely difficult. In this encounter tonight, Davis had continuously targeted the 2 areas Gu Shouqing was most adept in, grappling and strength, managing to defeat him head-on. In truth, Gu Shouqing had already come to respect him, but to have him willingly submit, what Davis had displayed thus far was still insufficient. The Gu family's defensive capability was unmatched in the Douluo Empire, a source of pride for the Gu soul masters, yet it was also their Achilles heel. Only by breaking through the armor on Gu Shouqing's body could Davis truly help him let go of his pride in his heart. Davis shook his head with a smile. Indeed, MT was an old hand. How could a fully equipped top defense soul master destroy the opponent's defense in one move? If it weren't for his own time travel, only the future Tang San could have achieved that with the Super Spec Tang Sect hidden weapons. Alright, if you lose, you'll be mine from now on. Without waiting for Gu Shouqing to respond, Davis summoned his martial soul. The Douluo royal family's top assault martial soul, the White Tiger. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black. The soul power level completely mismatched with his age, and the last 4 soul rings were absolutely super spec. These things violated the basic rules of the Douluo continent and instantly shattered Gu Shouqing's perception. It's a scam, all a scam. What on earth are you? You can't be a 100,000-year soul beast transformed, right? Monster, show me your true form quickly. Davis's next words shattered Gu Shouqing's fantasies. The eldest son of the Dai family from Douluo, Davis, please give me your guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, the first 3 soul rings on Davis's martial soul suddenly lit up. First soul skill, White Tiger's Golden Gauntlet. Davis's right hand transformed into a palm. A rich and intense metallic soul power enveloping his entire right arm. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Level 3. Both attack and defense were comprehensively enhanced by 200. Second soul skill, Golden Feather Assault. The unmatched sharpness of the metallic soul power appeared in Davis's hand. At this moment, Gu Shouqing had already sensed something was wrong. Even within the incredibly sturdy rock crystal heavy armor, he felt no sense of safety at all. The instant Davis made his move, Gu Shouqing, realizing he might be in mortal danger, was about to speak. Wait, I admit. Before he could fully utter the words of surrender, Davis, powered by the speed of the Golden Feather Assault, had already transformed into a platinum streak of light, disappearing from Gu Shouqing's sight. In fact, Davis had already heard Gu Shouqing surrender, but You say hit, and I hit. You say stop, and I stop. Let me first beat this rebellious spirit out of you before we talk about anything else. Thus, boom, Gu Shouqing disappeared. Of course, he would disappear. Anyone who was smashed in the mountain rock at such a high speed, with their whole body buried over a meter deep into the rock, would seem to vanish. The outer layer of the mountain rock was severely shattered, and Gu Shouqing was buried under dozens of fragments, taking a considerable amount of effort to crawl out. Spit, spit, spit. Gu Shouqing awkwardly climbed out from the pile of rubble, cleared the dust and debris from his mouth, and patted off the dirt from his body, only to realize that his once intact amber rock crystal-heavy armor was now in tatters. The armor on his chest, waist, and above his knees had completely vanished, leaving only remnants on his head, left shoulder, and both lower legs. It could definitely be described as a devastating blow. Although the opponent was a Soul King with 5 rings, that strike had indeed only utilized the peak level of his Elder Soul power. How could such an attack actually shatter his proudly worn rock crystal-heavy armor in a single blow? This left Gu Shouqing utterly shocked, not only by the power of that strike, but also by Davis's control over his attack. This soul skill, capable of completely destroying the rock crystal-heavy armor, had only caused Gu Shouqing a few minor bruises. Looking at the rubble around him, which were almost all of similar size, Gu Shouqing began to speculate. Besides the soul power that destroyed the rock crystal-heavy armor, Davis had redirected more of his strength through the shockwave into the mountain rock behind Gu Shouqing, thus being able to shatter the rock behind him even while striking through Gu Shouqing. However, such advanced control of soul power was quite unreasonable in the world of Douluo continent. Naturally, most people in Douluo continent would find it difficult to understand such high-level techniques of using soul power to strike from distance. So how about it? Do you surrender? Gu Shouqing was still in a daze when Davis's well-timed question interrupted his stupor. He immediately came to his senses and shouted, I surrender, I surrender, I surrender. Just now I thought I was going to die on the spot. From now on, you are my boss. I'm going back to tell my father that I want to follow you. Gu Shouqing was genuinely convinced this time. Gu Shouqing wasn't blind. From a martial soul, age, and aura, he could clearly see that the young man before him, with the white tiger martial soul and golden inscriptions, was none other than the Crown Prince Davis of the Dou Empire. However, this Crown Prince was hiding too much. Can you believe that Davis, who was publicly known to be a genius of the Dou Empire at level 29, had concealed nearly half of his soul power level from the world? Can you believe that Davis broke through the main defensive soul skill of a top-tier defensive martial soul, using no more than elder-level soul power? Such an unparalleled genius, who deeply understood the survival tactics of defensive soul masters, was destined to dominate the entire continent in the future. Following him would be no shame. Davis was very satisfied with Gu Shouqing's response. He could see that Gu Shouqing was genuinely convinced. Welcome to join my Demon King team. From today on, you will be the strongest shield of our Demon King team. Trust me, you will definitely not regret this decision. The true nature of a person can be seen in their fists and feet. After tonight's 3 battles, Davis and Gu Shouqing had gained some understanding of each other and established basic trust. On the way back to Yanlong City, Gu Shouqing asked Davis about the grappling techniques he used in the first match. Gu Shouqing simply couldn't imagine that there were people in this world who were even more skilled in grappling techniques than the ancestors of the Gu family. Davis smiled without speaking. The book Shaolin Qina Essentials may not hold much value for other soul masters, but for the Gu family, it can be considered a powerful weapon. It cannot be released so early. He still needs this secret manual to deal with the Gu family's patriarch, Gu Shouqing's father, Gu Qingfeng. Chapter 46. Exiled from home after defeating Gu Shouqing 3 times in a row and completely convincing him, Davis once again completed a hidden achievement. The hidden achievement is achieved through reason, using physical means to make a peer-level power-type genius thoroughly submit to you. Reward: Martial Arts Card, Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. Following the Shaolin Qina Essentials, Davis acquired another martial art that is highly compatible with his Rock Armor Dragon Turtle Martial Soul, and it is a fundamental cultivation method with great potential. With this martial art, Gu Shouqing, the tank of the Demon King team, is about to rise. Gu Shouqing brought Davis back to Rock Dragon City, but instead of heading directly to the governor's office in the city center, they walked into a commoner's residence. After the two entered, Gu Shouqing closed the courtyard gate, opened the cover of a well in the center of the courtyard, and then jumped down. Before going down, he propped himself against the well's edge and gestured to Davis to follow him down. Davis was stunned. Is the way your Gu family returns home really that special? Is your family's inherited martial soul really the Rock Armor Dragon Turtle? It wouldn't be a yellow ninja turtle, would it? However, since this involved someone else's secret passage, Davis didn't ask further and just followed Gu Shouqing down the well. Below the well, there was a constructed tunnel. Their footsteps were not slow, and after about 5 or 6 minutes, they reached their destination, the basement of the city lord's mansion. Indeed, beneath that civilian residence, there was a secret passage connecting to the city lord's mansion. Gu Shouqing had already told Davis about this while they were traversing the tunnel. From the traces on the tunnel's inner walls, floor, and moss, it appeared that this passage was not the Gu family's ancestral hiding place that had been passed down for hundreds of years, but rather a new construction that had been built at most 10 years ago. So the question arises, what person forced the Gu family, which holds the military and political power of the Ahakwa province, to use such vast manpower and resources to build this new secret passage? Davis is confident that if he can figure out this issue and solve it, perhaps he can bring the province of Ahakwa, which has been drifting on the edge of the Xingluo Empire, back into the embrace of the empire. Since Gu Shouqing chose to take him through this secret passage, it is highly likely that when he meets his father Gu Qingfeng, Davis's questions will be answered. The matter of the secret passage quickly drew the attention of Gu Qingfeng in the Lord's mansion on the other side of the passage. Before long, Gu Qingfeng, clad in armor, appeared in the underground secret chamber. Upon seeing a stranger beside Gu Shouqing, this battle-hardened soul master instantly showed a cold glint in his eyes. This secret passage is the highest secret of the Gu family. Even within the Gu family, only he and Gu Shouqing knew about it. Not even his eldest son was aware. Now, Gu Shouqing unexpectedly brought a stranger here. He must have been taken hostage. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng clenched his right hand, ready to subdue Davis first before addressing anything else. However, before he could act, a cold snort silenced the entire room. "Humph! How dare you be disrespectful to His Highness?" In a corner of the secret chamber, Li Fu quietly revealed himself, and behind him, the ferocious black tiger martial soul manifested, displaying 9 soul rings in the colors of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black. Li Fu stared intently at Gu Qingfeng, his eyes revealing undisguised killing intent. In his view, this provincial governor, akin to a feudal lord, had become accustomed to ruling like a local emperor in this border province and would certainly harbor no goodwill towards the eldest son of the Xingluo royal family. However, Gu Qingfeng's response overturned Li Fu's expectations. Seeing that the opponent had summoned a title-level powerhouse, and suspecting that he might not escape this time, Gu Qingfeng not only did not hold back, but reacted even more fiercely, charging towards Davis at a faster speed. The lackeys of the Spirit Hall, the Gu family's sons would rather die than betray Xingluo. The rock armor dragon turtle martial soul appeared behind Gu Qingfeng, accompanied by 8 soul rings in the colors of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black. Level 84 title Douluo Gu Qingfeng. With the resilience of a top-tier defensive beast martial soul, even against the title Douluo, Gu Qingfeng's fighting spirit could not be completely shattered. The Gu family's inherited earth technique displayed a completely different style under Gu Qingfeng's feet compared to Gu Shouqing. In the blink of an eye, Gu Qingfeng had already reached Davis's side from dozens of meters away, completely overturning the common perception of slow movement speed among defensive soul masters on the continent. Gu Qingfeng firmly locked his target onto Davis. The young man opposite him, being addressed as His Highness by a title Douluo, was clearly a core member of the next generation of the Spirit Hall. Capturing him would undoubtedly threaten that title Douluo. Gu Qingfeng's 6th soul ring lit up. 6th soul skill, Earth-esque grasp. A giant rock hand suddenly extended from beneath Davis's feet, aiming to grab his body. This was Gu Qingfeng's fastest soul skill, capable of quickly pulling other units from underground to himself through the giant rock hand that emerged from the earth. In Gu Qingfeng's view, there was no way Davis could evade this attack. Davis did not move at all in response to the strike, as he was completely safe with Li Fu guarding beside him. The dragon moves with the clouds, and the tiger moves with the wind. The top-tier black tiger martial soul, named Tearing Wind, can travel with the wind, and in terms of speed, it is absolutely the best among tiger-type martial souls, even surpassing the Baihu of the Dai family. Before Gu Qingfeng could reach Davis, Li Fu, who was further away, arrived first and firmly positioned himself between the two. However, Gu Qingfeng's earlier statement that the Gu family would rather die than betray the Xingluo made Li Fu frown, and his killing intent was mostly retracted, preventing him from using the deadly tiger claw technique he initially intended to employ. Bang! When the two masters clashed, Li Fu, who struck casually, remained motionless, while Gu Qingfeng, who attacked with full force, was forced to retreat 7 or 8 steps before barely stopping. The difference between a titled Douluo and a sole Douluo was evident. This brief encounter happened in the blink of an eye, and the instigator of this misunderstanding, Gu Shouqing, only then had the chance to explain. Father, they are not enemies. What? They have been taken to the most secret escape route, and you are telling me they are not enemies? Gu Qingfeng immediately wanted to slap his youngest son into the ground to wake him up. Just as Gu Qingfeng was about to explain, Davis raised his hand to stop him, using a simpler method to prove his identity. Martial Soul Summon. White Tiger. The top-tier Martial Soul White Tiger, possessed only by the royal family of Xingluo, is the best proof of identity for members of the Xingluo royal family. Seeing this scene, Gu Qingfeng, who was still intent on attacking, indeed stopped. Only then did Gu Shouqing have the opportunity to begin telling his father everything that had happened that evening, including the 3 battles he had with Davis's identity, and his decision to join Davis's Demon King team. After listening to his son's account, Gu Qingfeng glanced at the calm-faced Davis. The Grand Prince seemed completely unaffected by his recent attack, as if he had enough capability to handle the situation on his own. Regardless of whether this Grand Prince truly had the ability to escape Gu Qingfeng's soul technique, this display of composure alone was enough to make his peers feel ashamed. Gu Qingfeng was silent for a moment, with a complex expression as he said, Shouqing, you have grown up. Do whatever you want. However, do not use the Gu family's name, and do not bring trouble to the family. After you leave, your elder brother will express loyalty to the Spirit Hall. From today on, you'll be just a distant relative of the Gu family, expelled from the family 5 generations ago, who awakened a rock-armored dragon tortoise martial soul due to a martial soul mutation. Do you understand? Chapter 47. The Loyalty and Wisdom of the Gu Family. What? Davis was shocked by Gu Qingfeng's words. How could a prodigy like Gu Shouqing be expelled from the Gu family? However, Davis's shock didn't last long. When he saw Gu Shouqing beside him looking completely unconcerned, he realized there must be some insider information he wasn't aware of. After all, under normal circumstances, how could the legitimate son of the governor's mansion return home through a secret passage? Normally, how could a member of the Gu family live in a commoner's area? Moreover, he hadn't heard of Gu Shouqing when he previously sought out talented defensive soul masters for himself, despite getting rid of the queen. Unless Gu Shouqing, this genius from the Gu family, was someone whose existence was unknown to the outside world. Davis's speculation was soon confirmed by the Gu family father and son. Gu Qingfeng bowed to Davis and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, although the city defense is the responsibility of our Gu family's legitimate son, he has been raised outside the family since childhood. Although he lacks no cultivation resources in the Gu family, apart from me and his biological elder brother, no one else knows of this child's existence. He is the future of our Gu family, and from now on, he will be entrusted to your highness. Davis nodded solemnly to him, then curiously asked, The Gu family has a strong grip on the Ahakua province, and the empire has never shown any intention of reclaiming the Gu family's power. Why is Governor Gu being so cautious? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's expression froze for a moment, and he replied with a bitter face, Your Highness, you should know who I am on guard against. Is it really the Spirit Hall? Seeing Davis deep in thought, Gu Qingfeng continued, The Gu family has received great favors from the royal family, which allowed us to rise hundreds of years ago and become one of the largest families in the Xingluo Empire. Over the centuries, we have been trusted by the empire, never restricted in our authority at the borders. In the eyes of the Gu family, we are to use our lives to guard this border barrier for the Xingluo Empire. However, 20 years ago, the Spirit Hall began sending large numbers of soul masters to expand their branches in various cities within the Ahakua province. According to the Gu family's intelligence, the soul masters they sent to a certain city often had strength surpassing that of the strongest in that city. Originally, this kind of expansion in faith could be considered a normal phenomenon, and the governor's office did not pay much attention to it until I discovered that those soul masters from the Spirit Hall were trying to get acquainted with some of the mid-level officers under my command. At this point, Davis understood everything. The Spirit Hall had long harbored ambitions for the Ahakua province, but due to the situation on the continent, they could not directly intervene in the military and political power within the province. Therefore, they chose a method akin to boiling a frog in warm water to gradually undermine the Gu family's control over the Ahakua province. In Gu Qingfeng's subsequent explanation, Davis learned that Gu Shouqing was the legitimate second son of the Gu family, but he was born when Gu Qingfeng was older and he had an elder brother, Gu Shui, who was significantly older than him. Unfortunately, Gu Shui's talent in soul cultivation could only be considered mediocre. Although he inherited the family's ancestral rock armor dragon turtle martial soul, his innate soul power was only level 6. Now, at 29 years old, after consuming many cultivation resources, he had barely reached level 45. In the Douluo continent, having low soul power is a grave sin. Without a qualified heir, this is very detrimental to the Gu family's continuation of their rule over the Ahakoa province. Just how far had the Spirit Hall infiltrated the Ahakoa province? They had even begun to make contact with Gu Shui many years ago. The higher-ups of the Spirit Hall promised Gu Shui that as long as he aligned himself with them, they could expend a large amount of resources, send renowned masters, and even grant soul bones to fully cultivate him, helping him to advance to Soul Sage before he turned 55. With a family head possessing Soul Sage level strength, plus the Gu family's influence built over many years in the Ahakoa province, Gu Shui could potentially preserve the Gu family's legacy in his generation. Whether the Spirit Hall's promise was genuine or not is another matter, but for a talent-limited scion of a major family like Gu Shui, it was undoubtedly a huge temptation. With Gu Shui's talent, the probability of becoming a Soul Sage was less than 50, and even if he succeeded, it would likely be after the age of 70. Fortunately, Gu Qingfeng was very successful in educating his legitimate children. The young Gu Shui was not seduced by the Spirit Hall. Instead, he secretly informed his father of this matter in the shortest time possible. Since then, the father and son of the Gu family began to prepare in secret against the Spirit Hall. Of course, on the surface, they still allowed Gu Shui to feign closeness with the people from the Spirit Hall, while secretly making many preparations to counter the Spirit Hall's infiltration. Not long after, Gu Shouqing was born. This newborn scion of the Gu family bore all the expectations of Gu Qingfeng and Gu Shui. And whether the Gu family could withstand the Spirit Hall's threats and temptations would depend on how high Gu Shouqing's talent was. Thus, they went to great lengths to conceal the existence of this child from everyone, placing Gu Shouqing in the care of a civilian family in the city. They even expended a batch of death row inmates to specially construct an underground passage connecting the household to the city lord's mansion. Fortunately, heaven did not disappoint the loyalty of the Gu family. When Gu Shouqing was 6 years old, Gu Qingfeng secretly went to awaken his martial soul. To his surprise, he discovered that this child not only inherited the rock armor dragon turtle martial soul, but also had an astonishing innate soul power of level 9. This meant that as long as he did not die young, he had a great chance of achieving the title of Douluo. Thus, Gu Shouqing grew up in that civilian household, shouldering the significant missions of carrying on the Gu family's legacy and loyalty to the Xingluo Empire. Of course, all necessary cultivation materials were prepared by the Gu family through the secret passage, allowing him to reach level 39 at the age of 14. Meanwhile, the legitimate son of the Gu family, Gu Shui, began to show closeness to the increasingly impatient members of the Spirit Hall while extracting valuable cultivation resources from them. He even successfully obtained an 8,000-year-old soul bone from the Spirit Hall, enhancing himself with a highly practical soul bone skill. Although soul bones are extremely precious in the eyes of ordinary people, they're not uncommon for the Spirit Hall, a superpower spanning the entire Douluo continent. To the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall, a 1,000-year soul bone is more like a chicken rib, something that is not worth eating but difficult to discard. Appropriately requesting treasures could further reassure the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall about their future puppet. Gu Qingfeng's reasoning was clear. As long as the royal family sent someone to secretly investigate, they could easily discern the truth, so there was almost no possibility of lying. Moreover, for Davis, an overpowered player, there was an even simpler way to test the loyalty of the Gu family, attempting to use martial arts cards on Gu Qingfeng and Gu Shouqing. Davis used the Dragon Elephant Prajna martial arts card from the system Warehouse to successively lock onto the Gu family father and son, and the results were consistent with his guesses. Target Gu Qingfeng, Loyalty 92, Met Standard, Matching Degree 93, Met Standard. Target Gu Shouqing, Loyalty 94, Met Standard, Matching Degree 96, Met Standard. Although human hearts are unpredictable and it's difficult to distinguish between true and false, the system's determination of loyalty is still worth trusting. Once Gu Shouqing absorbs the martial arts card produced by the system, his loyalty will only increase. Having understood the whole truth, Davis expressed admiration for the Gu family's loyalty and wisdom. He finally understood what Gu Qingfeng meant when he spoke of expressing loyalty to the Wuhuan Temple. He did not expect that the Gu family, a ruling family, could maintain such high loyalty to the empire after hundreds of years of the Ahakoa province being on the edge of the empire. In this way, When the Wuhuan Temple sends troops to the two great empires in the future, the presence of the Gu family may play a significant role. Chapter 48. Purple Unicorn Protective Barrier. Davis did not stay in Rock Dragon City for long before leaving. He had recruited a formidable general and clarified the Gu family's loyalty. All his objectives for this trip had been achieved. Staying any longer would only increase the risk of exposing the Gu family's plans. Initially, he intended to use the Shaolin seizing technique to persuade Gu Qingfeng, and although it did not come into play during their exchanges, Davis still gifted it to Gu Qingfeng. It was beneficial for this governor, who was loyal to the empire, to enhance his strength a bit. As for Gu Shouqing himself, Davis personally taught him the techniques from the Shaolin seizing technique. Although Davis's mastery of grappling was not as deep as his skills in palm techniques and swordsmanship, it was sufficient for teaching Gu Shouqing the basics. Gu Shouqing treasured this knowledge, practicing the techniques even in his dreams at night. He was already quite talented in grappling, and combined with the self-created soul technique, Rock Dragon Hunting Claw, inherited from the Gu family, his grappling skills began to advance by leaps and bounds. As Gu Shouqing immersed himself in the mysteries of the Shaolin seizing technique, the fluctuations in his soul energy quietly broke through the soul power level that had been holding him back for a short time. At the age of 14, Gu Shouqing advanced to level 40, becoming a quasi-soul master. This genius soul master, who had never shown in the original world line of Douluo continent, achieved his strength without relying on celestial herbs, which could be said to be on par with the three giants of the golden generation of the Spear Hall. Davis immediately decided to temporarily change his schedule and go to the nearest soul hunting forest to hunt for a suitable soul ring for Gu Shouqing. Gu Shouqing's first and third soul skills had been used in previous battles. The first was a defensive counterattack type called Cone Spike Armor, and the third was a comprehensive amplification type, known as Rock Crystal Heavy Armor Transformation. However, the second soul skill, named Rock Spike, which had not been used in front of Davis, was a genuine offensive soul skill. The reason this move hadn't been used in earlier battles was that it was too sneaky, and Gu Shouqing knew that his opponents were likely not deadly enemies, so he didn't want to offend them. This skill was quite rare and special, specifically targeting the lower regions. After all, the spikes emerge from the ground. Just think about it. When you're friendly sparring with someone, suddenly a spike shoots straight for their vital area. Who could still remain friendly after that? It was unclear which unscrupulous soul beast Gu Shouqing had hunted to endow this honest defensive soul master with such a devious skill. Understanding Gu Shouqing's soul skill distribution, Davis gave a suggestion for Gu Shouqing's fourth soul ring: continue to strengthen defense. There were two reasons for this. First, although Gu Shouqing's current defensive ability was already formidable among soul masters of the same level, as the main tank of the Demon King team, he might face enemies of much higher levels in the future. Without sufficiently strong defensive soul skills, it would be difficult for him to withstand those superclass enemies. Second, with Davis, the extraordinary captain, around, Gu Shouqing didn't have to worry about losing his offensive threat like other defensive soul masters. Whether it was the Shaolin grappling essentials he had already learned or the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill card, both could provide a significant boost to his offensive power. Therefore, apart from strengthening defense, Gu Shouqing's future soul rings had only one requirement: to choose soul beasts that could enhance his physical prowess as much as possible. The group searched the soul beast forest for 2 days and finally found a soul beast that perfectly matched their requirements: a 500-year-old scale armor beast. This soul beast was renowned for its strong defense. In the original timeline of Douluo continent, Ning Rongrong also chose this type of soul beast for her fourth soul skill amplification. Gu Shouqing was fortunate. The group found this solitary scale armor beast without spending too much effort, and its age met his needs. Without further ado, Davis took action. Fourth soul skill: White Tiger Penetrating Spear. Boom! The golden spear light pierced through the scale armor beast's body and sent it flying several meters, pinning it against a towering ancient tree. Even the scale armor beast, known for its defense, could not withstand this blow from Davis, who was at the Soul King level. Davis didn't dare to use amplification skills for fear that the damage would overflow and kill the scale armor beast instantly. The scale armor beast, pinned to the tree, was caught off guard and struggled weakly on the trunk, barely clinging to life. Seeing this scene, Gu Shouqing couldn't help but swallow hard. It was too ruthless, too terrifying. Fortunately, he had the sense to firmly implement the strategy of joining in if he couldn't win. Otherwise, if such a spear had hit him, he would have been done for. After a sword pierced into the scale armor beast's eye socket, taking its life, Gu Shouqing sat down cross-legged to absorb the soul ring. The absorption of the soul ring was very calm, and there were no surprises like with soul bones. The probability of a 1,000-year-old soul beast dropping a good item was still too low. This soul ring granted Gu Shouqing a soul skill called Purple Scale Guardian Barrier. After activating this soul skill, a purple barrier would envelop Gu Shouqing within 3 feet, capable of weakening all attacks and abnormal statuses. Davis personally tested that for attacks and control from soul masters of the same rank, it can weaken by 50%. This skill is simply a perfect match with Gu Shouqing's third soul skill, Rock Crystal Heavy Armor. The enemy's attacks must pass through the purple Lin protective barrier, which will be weakened by half, and the remaining attacks will find it extremely difficult to inflict damage on the Rock Crystal Heavy Armor. Of course, this skill also has its drawbacks. The 50% reduction is only applicable to soul masters of the same rank. For every rank the opponent is above Gu Shouqing, this ratio decreases by 10%, but as the first line of defense, this ratio is still quite considerable. Similarly, against lower-ranked soul masters, there is also a level suppression effect. For every rank lower than Gu Shouqing, the damage reduction ratio increases by 5%. This indicates that this is a late-game soul skill. With just the third and fourth soul skills, once Gu Shouqing absorbs the 8th ring and advances to Soul Douluo, his defensive capabilities will be sufficient to handle most title Douluo. Once he becomes a title Douluo, Gu Shouqing will be known as the man who tortures others, showing those scraping title Douluo what cruelty really is. After the soul hunting concluded, the group returned to their original journey. After helping Gu Shouqing obtain the Lin Armor B Soul Ring, Davis noticed that his favorability had increased a bit more. Furthermore, since this new partner had gradually mastered the techniques and the essence of Shaolin grappling, Davis decided it was time to use the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill card on him. Like every member of the Demon King team who absorbed the celestial herbs, Gu Shouqing was completely stunned after receiving Davis's explanation about the divine gift technique. Thus, this ultimate level technique was passed into Gu Shouqing's soul through the martial arts card. After briefly understanding the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill in his sea of consciousness, Gu Shouqing jumped up like a frog, nearly flipping the top of the carriage. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Boss, you can't really be the son of a god, right? Does this kind of technique really exist in the Douluo continent? Davis gave the back of his head a slap, and then poured a bucket of cold water over him, which finally calmed the boy who was 2 or 3 years older than Davis. Although this technique had immense potential and unmatched power, it had one major flaw. Davis's words caused Gu Shouqing's exaggerated smile to freeze instantly, but thinking of the benefits of mastering the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, Gu Shouqing waved his hand indifferently and said, "No matter what flaws there are, I am determined to practice this skill. Not even the Pope can stop me. That's what I say." Davis chuckled to himself, his gaze slowly shifting from Gu Shouqing's face to below his waist, and then joked to master this skill. "You must first castrate yourself. Can this stop you?" Gu Shouqing's eyes widened instantly, larger than copper bells, as he covered his groin with both hands, his speech suddenly turning hesitant. "No way. Boss, don't joke with me. Although my elder brother is in the Gu family, I still need to branch out and have descendants." Gu Shouqing looked down with a pained expression, and after considering the legendary martial arts in his mind, he began to hesitate. Then Davis noticed the resolute look on Gu Shouqing's face increasing visibly. "Even so, I still want to." Before Gu Shouqing could finish his fierce statement, Davis interrupted him. "Of course, I'm joking. How could there be such an evil skill in this world? It's just that mastering a technique requires a lot of time for practice and refinement, along with long-term, high-intensity physical training. And you also need plenty of rare materials to help strengthen your body. By the way, what were you about to say you also wanted?" Chapter 49. The Trouble of the Yi Family. In the end, Gu Shouqing did not castrate himself. Davis took a long time to convince him that the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill really didn't have such severe side effects. The two of them practiced along the way. And soon, Davis and his group arrived at the next stop on their journey, the Baloch Kingdom. This country holds a significant position in the Douluo original world line. A Shrek Academy is established here. However, Davis is not particularly interested in the current Shrek Academy. Among this generation of Shrek students, apart from the renowned genius soul Master Qin Ming, the others are just average and do not live up to Shrek's claim of only accepting non-monsters. What truly piqued Davis's interest, prompting him to take a detour to visit the Baloch Kingdom, is the Yi family of martial soul families in Baloch City. The Nine Hearts Sea Butterfly Yi family. The Nine Hearts Sea Butterfly, which is always represented by only 2 individuals in the world, is recognized as the strongest healing type martial soul on the entire continent, possessed by Yi Lingling. the support of the royal battle team of the Dou Empire in the Douluo original world line. This talented, young female soul master has long been on Davis's list of planned teammates. The supreme internal skill manual in the Davis system warehouse was prepared just for her. He had long been eager to see what kind of miraculous chemical reaction would occur when the strongest healing martial soul on Douluo continent combined with the strongest healing internal skill, which is said to be able to bring the dead back to life. As for how to persuade the Yi family to let Yi Lingling join the team, Davis was not worried about this at all. What the Dou royal family could offer, he could offer too, and what the Dou royal family could not offer, he could also provide. As long as the head of the Yi family, Yi Jinghu, was not a fool, he should be able to see clearly that Yi Lingling was safer and had a brighter future by following him. After a few people entered Balak City, they hurried directly to the Yi residence in the east of the city. This time, Davis did not hide his identity and directly submitted his visiting card to the Yi residence. Although the Balak kingdom was subordinate to the Dou Empire, in reality, the Dou royal family had never had much control over this vassal kingdom. Davis submitted his visiting card as a foreign prince, and instead of being met with hostility, he was received with the highest level of courtesy. Sure enough, after a short while, the main gate of the Yi residence opened wide, and the continent's top healing system soul master, the Nine Hearts Si Tang Soul Saint, Yi Jinghu, the head of the Yi family, personally came out to greet him. Following Yi Jinghu were dozens of attendants, with ceremonial guards and flowers arranged in 2 neat rows. The level of this reception was likely something that even the king of the Balak kingdom would not enjoy. The Yi family's regard for Davis slightly exceeded his expectations. After all, the Balak kingdom was nominally still a vassal state of the Dou Empire, and welcoming a foreign prince with such high standards would not only make the Dou royal family look bad, but would also likely offend the current Balak royal family that managed the Yi family. One does not offer flattery without ulterior motives. The Yi family's warm reception must mean that they had significant troubles that needed Davis's assistance. However, Davis had no intention of exposing this, as it aligned perfectly with his own desires. Helping the Yi family with a major issue would surely make it just a matter of saying a word for Yi Lingling to join the Demon King team, right? Thus, Davis naturally accepted the grand welcome from the Yi family and followed Yi Jinghu into the Yi residence, arriving at the reception hall. After everyone was seated, Yi Jinghu smiled and said, "Your Highness Davis has traveled a long way from Star Luo City. It is truly an honor for my Yi family. Is there any way this old man can be of assistance to your Highness?" Davis chuckled to himself. Yi Jinghu's move to first get the other party to express their needs and take the initiative was indeed a clever tactic for someone who had lived for 70 or 80 years. However, Davis was not easily fooled by this. He had come solely to relieve Mr. Ye's worries. Hearing this, Yi Jinghu's expression froze for a moment. Then he forced a smile and asked, "What do you mean by that, Your Highness? What worries could I possibly have?" Seeing this, Davis became even more certain of his thoughts, and then said to Yi Jinghu, "Since you, Elder Yi, have a request, why be so secretive?" Noticing Davis's calm demeanor, Yi Jinghu decided not to engage in wordplay with him anymore and took the initiative, as this matter concerned the inheritance of the Yi family's 9-heart begonia martial soul, which left him no choice but to concede. "Ah, this is a long story." Yi Jinghu sighed, waved his hand to dismiss the others in the Yi residence, and glanced at Li Fu and Gu Shouqing, who were seated beside Davis. Davis waved his hand in response. These two are not outsiders. Gu Shouqing is my future right-hand man, and Old Master Li is my guardian. Upon hearing this, Yi Jinghu no longer said anything and began to explain the troubles of the Yi family to Davis and the others. Ultimately, this trouble was brought about by the exceptional martial soul, 9-heart begonia. The inheritance characteristics of the 9-heart begonia martial soul are well known among many major forces. There can only be 2 9-heart begonia soul masters on the entire continent. If a new 9-heart begonia soul master is to be born, an elder must inevitably pass away. A few years ago, Yi Jinghu's only son, who is also a holder of the 9-heart begonia martial soul, was attacked and killed while traveling the continent, leaving behind only a posthumous daughter, Yi Lingling. Although she has not yet awakened her martial soul, the unique bloodline inheritance of the Yi family almost guarantees that she will be the next inheritor of the 9-heart begonia. The Yi family's 9-heart begonia is recognized as the strongest healing type martial soul in the entire continent. As a soul saint, Yi Jinghu has many soul Douluo and title Douluo owing him favors. It can be said that as long as Yi Jinghu is alive, the Yi family will not fall. But what if Yi Jinghu is no longer around? Without him, The vast estate of the Yi family, along with the sole heir Yi Lingling, could very likely fall into the hands of ambitious individuals, becoming a tool or even a slave. Therefore, for these years, Yi Jinghu has been working hard to stay alive. He avoids going out, competing, or making enemies, determined to live until Yi Lingling has enough strength to protect herself. Yet even so, Yi Lingling has still been targeted. The Lord of the Holy Dragon Sect, Tuo Ba Shi, an 85th level soul Douluo, has taken an interest in Yi Lingling. Not long ago, he directly visited and proposed an engagement between his grandson and Yi Lingling. Yi Jinghu treats his granddaughter as a precious jewel, afraid she might fall, and is unwilling to let her be coerced into marrying into the Holy Dragon Sect. However, he has a soft spot that the Holy Dragon Sect has seized upon. Years ago, when the former Pope Qian Xuanji was severely injured and on the verge of death, Yi Jinghu was unable to arrive at Spirit City in time. The sole Douluo responsible for escorting Yi Jinghu at the time was a friend of the Yi family head. As long as the other party twists the facts and accuses him of deliberately delaying, the Yi family would face devastating repercussions from a spirit hall. Before Davis arrived, the Yi family was already on the brink of collapse under the pressure from the Holy Dragon Sect. Yi Jinghu even contemplated secretly sending Yi Lingling to Dou City to entrust her to the royal family. But how could the Balak Kingdom, located over 1,000 miles away from Dou City, guarantee that Yi Lingling wouldn't be captured along the way? Just then, Davis appeared. Upon seeing Davis's invitation, Yi Jinghu knew that the person who could save Yi Lingling had arrived. After listening to Yi Jinghu, Davis was already overjoyed. He had initially been thinking of ways to trick Yi Lingling onto the ship, but now he didn't need to think hard. He immediately said to Yi Jinghu, "This matter is easy to handle. If the senior agrees, I can ask my father and mother to take Lingling as an adopted daughter. As a princess of the Star Luo Empire, the Holy Dragon Sect would surely not dare to have any improper thoughts." Yi Jinghu did not expect that Davis actually had the authority to make such a promise, and for a moment, he found it hard to believe. At this moment, Li Fu, who was behind Davis, stepped forward and activated his split-wind Black Tiger martial soul. 9 glaring soul rings appeared before Yi Jinghu. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Black, 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 black. Li Fu said to him, "My prince has exceptional talent and is the hope of the Star Luo Empire. Whatever the crown prince requests, the emperor will surely grant. Title Douluo is always the most persuasive power on this continent." The moment Yi Jinghu saw Li Fu's soul rings, he believed Davis's promise. Having a title Douluo as a bodyguard is a treatment that even Emperor Shuiyi of the Dou Empire does not have. This shows that Davis is undoubtedly the future master of the Star Luo Empire. The two of them, an old and a young, each had their own needs, and thus they quickly came to an agreement. Yi Jinghu immediately had someone bring Yi Lingling over, handing this 4-year-old girl, who had not yet awakened her martial soul, to Davis. "Lingling, he will be your brother from now on. You must treat him as kindly as you treat your grandfather, listen to him, and help him achieve great things. Do you understand?" The 4-year-old Yi Lingling clearly did not understand so much. She looked at Davis with pitiful eyes and then turned to her grandfather, her face full of grievance. Yi Lingling did not know why she suddenly had an older brother, but she could feel that her grandfather seemed to be leaving her. Yi Jinghu placed his granddaughter's small hand in Davis's palm and wanted to persuade her further. But Davis raised his hand to interrupt. "Lingling and I will have plenty of time to get to know each other in the future. There's no rush." "But old senior, why?" Davis didn't finish his sentence in front of the child. But Yi Jinghu understood that Davis was asking why he spoke as if he were making arrangements for his last wishes. Yi Jinghu, having let go of his only concern, smiled freely and said, "This old body of mine has already held on for several years. I probably won't be able to accompany Lingling any longer. Her future path will depend entirely on you, Your Highness." Davis nodded seriously towards Yi Jingling. Chapter 50. Is Flanders worth 1 million? Now that they had arrived in the Balak Empire, they had to check out the Shrek Academy. Although it was still nearly 10 years away from the era of Tang San and Dai Wei, this generation of Shrek had just produced a character that Davis was interested in, Qi Ming. This owner of the Fired Song Wolf martial soul was the first monstrous genius in the history of Shrek Academy. In the original timeline of the Douluo continent, Qi Ming, who came from a commoner background, became a 62nd level soul emperor at the age of 34. Recognized by the continent as slightly inferior only to the Haotian twin stars and the core direct descendants of the Spirit Hall Saintus and other top powers. This kind of talent was significantly stronger than some of the Shrek 7 monsters. With Davis's love for talent, he absolutely could not allow himself to miss out on such a person. From a timing perspective, Qin Ming was about to graduate from Shrek Academy this year and should not have had the chance to join the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy yet, making this the best opportunity to recruit him. On the way to Shrek Academy, Davis attempted to use the martial arts card of the Divine Reflection Sutra on Yi Lingling. However, for the first time, he was met with a rejection from the system. Target favorability, loyalty, 60, not met, unable to use. This was the response from the system. It seemed that there was still a long way to go to cultivate a divine-level healer. The first step was to use snacks to lure the little girl. Davis's carriage was filled with some exquisite snacks produced by the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, specifically for the Xingluo royal family. These snacks, both visually appealing and delicious, held an irresistible attraction for a 4- or 5-year-old child. Even though Yi Lingling had just left her beloved grandfather and the home she had lived in since childhood, she couldn't help but be drawn to them when she was hungry. After several feedings, the little girl gradually set aside her distance from Davis and began to willingly call him brother, as her grandfather had instructed. At this point, Davis attempted to use a martial arts card on her again. Although he still couldn't succeed, her affection for him had already risen to over 70. After all, there was still quite some time before Yi Lingling's martial soul awakening, which was enough for the siblings to develop their relationship. Soon, they arrived at Shrek Academy. As they got off the carriage, everyone, except for Davis, was shocked by the sight before them. It looked nothing more than a dilapidated small village, far from what one would expect from a martial soul academy. Not to mention, this academy had produced the so-called number 1 genius soul master of this generation. As mentioned by Davis, after entering the village, they quickly attracted the attention of a teacher from Shrek Academy. A middle-aged man approached them, sizing up Davis and Gu Shouqing, and asked, "Are you all here to enroll in our Shrek Academy?" Seeing that no one denied it, he continued, "Although our Shrek Academy is a newly established Soul Master Academy, we have a high level of teaching. The renowned genius Qin Ming from across the continent was trained by us. However, we at Shrek prefer quality over quantity in our admissions. Only monster-like geniuses are our targets for recruitment. I wonder if the two of you have the confidence to take our test?" The targets of his inquiry were Davis and Gu Shouqing, as they were the only two in the group close to the age requirement for enrollment. Although Gu Shouqing appeared to be older than 12, his robust physique indicated that his strength was likely not weak, probably at the level of a soul master or above. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins per person. When this statement was made, the teacher, who was at least at the level of a soul emperor, surprisingly showed signs of hesitation and embarrassment. Davis understood at once. It was indeed a familiar trick to scam the registration fee. However, the teacher in charge of registration was still not very skilled and surprisingly felt embarrassed. Davis didn't waste any time and directly stated his purpose. "We are here to find Principal Flanders and Mr. Qin Ming." Upon hearing this, the teacher instantly lost interest. After Qin Ming gained fame in the Tiando Empire, there had been several groups visiting Shrek Academy, but unfortunately, they were all here to recruit Qin Ming, just like Davis. It would be a real problem if any major forces didn't try to recruit someone with such obvious talent as Qin Ming. "We are from the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce in the Xingluo Empire. If our discussions go well, we are likely to sponsor your academy with a teaching fund and equipment. The total amount would be around 1 million gold soul coins." This was Davis's strategy for recruitment. For Shrek Academy, all it took was money. After all, that greedy owl, Flanders, was just right for the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce to handle. As soon as the teacher heard the word sponsor and 1 million, he immediately perked up. "Please wait a moment. Esteemed guests, I will report to the principal." In less than 2 minutes, a slender, middle-aged man wearing glasses appeared in front of Davis and the others. "Which esteemed guest wishes to sponsor our academy?" Flanders, as expected of a money-minded businessman, went straight to the point about the gold soul coins, mentioning the sponsorship first and not even mentioning Davis's intention to recruit Qin Ming. Davis squinted his eyes slightly at the words. This was the first time someone dared to play dumb in front of him, trying to pull a fast one, and there was no need for him to be overly polite. Whether to sponsor your institution depends on Mr. Qin Ming's choice. If Mr. Qin chooses to join our Wanjin Chamber of Commerce family, then Shrek Academy, as his alma mater, will naturally receive our chamber's strong support. Flanders' smile froze on his face. He didn't expect that as a soul saint and the leader of the well-known Golden Iron Triangle, he would have such little standing in front of these wealthy merchants from the Douluo Empire. Fortunately, at that moment, Qin Ming also came over, easing Flanders' embarrassment. "Dean, I heard from Teacher Li that someone is looking for me." A young man in his 20s approached, tall and handsome, with an air of burgeoning heroism in his brows and eyes. Davis instantly recognized that this must be Qin Ming. Only someone as exceptional as him could exude such an impressive aura. Seeing that Qin Ming had already arrived, Flanders stopped pretending to be oblivious and introduced him to Davis and the others. Of course, the introduction was filled with flattery to elevate Qin Ming's status. Although Qin Ming was a young achiever, he felt somewhat embarrassed by Flanders' somewhat excessive praise. On the contrary, Davis, as an outsider, did not find anything wrong with Flanders' words. It was indeed not an exaggeration to praise a titled Douluo seed like Qin Ming. Davis positioned himself as a senior member of the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce, a status high enough to engage with Shrek Academy. He directly approached Qin Ming with a recruitment offer and laid out his conditions. Qin Ming would join the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce for 10 years, and after the term, both parties would decide whether to renew the contract based on mutual consent. The price paid by the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce included cultivating core members' training resources, assisting Qin Ming in applying to the Liao family for access to their top-tier fire-type simulated training grounds, ensuring that Qin Ming could advance to Soul Emperor before the age of 32, and helping him obtain a satisfactory soul ring. Additionally, the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce would sponsor a total of 1 million gold soul coins to Shrek Academy over the next 10 years. Compared to what the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce was offering, Qin Ming's obligations were minimal. He only needed to serve the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce during this decade. It seemed that a Soul King's 10 years was worth far less than 1 million gold soul coins, but Davis was confident that once Qin Ming boarded his ship, he wouldn't want to leave. Whether it was the development platform or the resources to assist in cultivation, what Davis could offer Qin Ming was unmatched by Shrek Academy. Most importantly, as long as Qin Ming met the loyalty standards, he could use a martial arts card to permanently lock in his loyalty, preventing a scenario like the original timeline where he abandoned the Tiando Royal Academy to join Shrek. After hearing Davis's conditions, the representatives from Shrek Academy were stunned. Although several parties had previously approached Qin Ming, the newly acclaimed second genius of the continent, Davis was the first to offer such a generous and flexible contract. No matter how talented he was, Qin Ming was still just a Soul King at the moment, and breaking through to Soul Sage in 10 years would be a miracle. What truly attracted major powers was his potential to eventually become a titled Douluo. Therefore, although other forces offered high rewards, they all required Qin Ming to bind deeply with them, becoming a permanent member. Only the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce, represented by Davis, was willing to give Qin Ming the right to choose his future. For this reason alone, he had no reason to refuse. Thus, Flanders, the dean and Qin Ming's mentor, directly spoke on his behalf to accept Davis's recruitment offer. Flanders was confident in his character and assured that this decision was entirely for Qin Ming's future, not for the incredibly tempting sponsorship fee of 1 million gold soul coins. Chapter 51. The Sword Monument of the Unrivaled. Flanders' words carried significant weight for Qin Ming, coupled with the fact that Davis's conditions were indeed the most favorable among all factions. Qin Ming did not hesitate to choose to join the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce. With the goal of recruiting Qin Ming achieved, the only other talent that could attract Davis's attention at Shrek Academy was Oscar, the future food system genius soul master. However, Oscar should only have been accepted as Flanders' disciple after awakening his martial soul and was currently not at Shrek Academy. After Davis left, arrangements would be made for the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce to search for Oscar in various villages of the Bala Kingdom as a talent reserve for the Tiankai Mansion. The fiery horse Hong Jun had been adopted by Flanders since childhood and was currently at Shrek. But Davis was not very interested in Hong Jun since Liu Yuning was already in his Demon King team. With all objectives at Shrek Academy met, the group left that same day for Tiando City. Along the way, aside from his own cultivation, Davis occasionally practiced with Gu Shouqing or spent time developing feelings with Yi Lingling. After Davis cultivated the Chuanjin Heart method to the 6th level, the speed at which he accumulated soul power became quite impressive. Coupled with 24-hour offline training, Davis managed to increase his soul power level by 1 even while on the move. Additionally, although he couldn't practice sword techniques in the carriage, Davis practiced the recently acquired Chuanjin sword technique to a proficient level using his fingers as a sword. After Gu Shouqing obtained the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, he treasured it immensely and devoted all his attention to it. Given his already strong physical foundation, he made rapid progress in a short time, breaking through 2 levels in succession and reaching the 3rd level. This breakthrough not only greatly increased Gu Shouqing's physical strength, but also raised his soul power by 1 level, reaching level 42. As for Yi Lingling, traveling together fostered their bond, and Davis had managed to raise the girl's affection level to 89, just 1 step away from the system's requirement of 90. However, this newly recognized little sister was different from the Yong, who had been nurtured since childhood as a trusted confidant. This last step seemed not so easy to cross and might require some small stimuli to trigger a qualitative change in their sibling-like feelings. The newly joined genius Soul King, Qin Ming, was quite shocked as he observed the training of Davis and Gu Shouqing along the way. Initially, as a renowned genius soul master on the continent, Qin Ming had planned to offer guidance to these two juniors in their cultivation. However, after getting to know each other, he was astonished to find that Gu Shouqing was only 14 years old and already standing at the threshold of the Soul Sect. How old would he be when he broke through to the Soul King realm? 19 or 18? Moreover, Gu Shouqing's excellence wasn't just in soul power level. His remarkable physique and superb grappling techniques left Qin Ming speechless. As for the younger Davis, Qin Ming had already guessed from his name that he was the widely known crown prince of the Xinglua Empire. But his actual strength seemed completely inconsistent with the rumors. Although Davis had never revealed his soul rings, he could suppress Gu Shouqing, who was fully powered to the ground without activating his martial soul. Was this reasonable? However, Qin Ming, recognized as a young genius in the original timeline, was not deterred by this unconventional phenomenon. Instead, it motivated him to train even harder. Unwilling to be outdone by the two juniors, for a time, the atmosphere in the soul-guided carriage became lively. Meanwhile, Davis could sense that Qin Ming's recognition of him was increasing. After all, the loyalty level indicated by the system was not misleading. Initially, just meeting the same camp standard of 50, through their interactions along the way, Qin Ming's loyalty to Davis had gradually risen to 60 points. This was still the result of the Jin Chamber of Commerce not having had the chance to cultivate him vigorously yet. Once the promised cultivation resources from the Jin Chamber of Commerce began to arrive and the construction of Shrek Academy gradually commenced, Qin Ming's loyalty would surely see another leap. On the fast-moving carriage, Davis celebrated his 13th birthday. For his 13-year-old card draw opportunity, he received an unexpected item card. Item card, Dou Qi Sword Discussion Steel. This was a stone tablet that contained no martial arts secrets, but recorded the lifelong swordsmanship philosophy of Dou Qi, a top-tier swordsman in the metal element world. This was undoubtedly one of the most precious items in the metal element gaming world, but unfortunately, it had no use for the current Davis or even the entire Xinglua camp. The effect of this treasure when transitioned to Douluo continent was that a peak realm swordsman had a certain chance to break through to the highest realm of swordsmanship when observing this steel. For sword fighters who were just one step away from the ultimate realm of swordsmanship, this steel was more valuable than a 10,000-year soul bone. However, in Davis's camp, even the Xinglua sword Saint Chung Yu was still light years away from the ultimate realm of swordsmanship. Therefore, it was almost predictable that this treasure would gather dust in Davis's system warehouse for a long time. After celebrating his 13th birthday, Davis and his group finally arrived in Tiando City. As the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City was indeed more prosperous than Xinglua City, which focused on military defense. After arriving in Heavendou City, Davis did not wander around, but immediately asked Qin Ming to find the Jin Chamber of Commerce branch in Heavendou City to purchase a fine residence. In Davis's plan, they would be staying in Heavendou City for quite some time. After all, both experiencing the Grand Soul Arena in Heavendou City and obtaining the remaining celestial herb from Dougabo's Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eyes would require time. Once settled in, Davis headed to the Grand Soul Arena in Heavendou City to begin his challenge journey as the Ghost-Face Swordmaster. Previously, during his challenges in the Grand Soul Arena of Star Luo City, he had faced many well-known experts at the Soul Sovereign and Soul King levels, and his swordsmanship had improved significantly because of it. Unfortunately, as the reputation of the Ghost-Face Swordmaster grew and his winning streak increased, there were fewer and fewer opponents qualified and willing to fight him. Now that he had arrived in Heavendou City, the Grand Soul Arena here had a large number of opponents to choose from, which made Davis excited. Indeed, the Grand Soul Arena in Heavendou City did not disappoint him. The three major sects are all within the territory of the Heavendou Empire. And as the capital of the Heavendou Empire, Heavendou City actually has more and stronger young talents than Star Luo City. Davis had only spent a short 5 days in the Grand Soul Arena, yet he had witnessed many top-tier and high-level martial souls, such as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Flame Lion King, Thunderbird, Black Tortoise, Nine-Ringed Golden Backblade, and Godly Edgegun. The levels of the participating Soul Masters were all above the Soul King level, mostly the backbone forces of various major factions over the age of 30. However, Davis still fought them alone with just his sword, without using any soul ring abilities. As Davis continued to win, the legend of the ghost-faced sword master began to spread in the Grand Soul Arena of Dou City. Compared to the Dou Empire, the cultivation families and sects of the Luo Empire were generally slightly inferior. The Luo Empire maintained a slight advantage over many years of tug-of-war and confrontation, primarily due to a stronger martial spirit culture at home than in Dou. In terms of the militarization of soul masters, regular training, development of ordinary military equipment, and the use of war soul tools, the Luo Empire was far ahead of Dou. Therefore, with his martial soul and soul abilities sealed, Davis faced significant challenges when trying to compete with those older geniuses solely with his swordsmanship. The greatest crisis he faced came from a core member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yuanba. Chapter 52, Ghostface Sword Master vs. Yuanba. This was the fifth day that Davis, as the Ghostface Sword Master, had been in the Grand Soul Arena of Dou City. Many famous soul kings had already fallen to him, yet no one had been able to force him to use even his first soul ability. Not using his martial soul or soul abilities in battle may yield high swordsmanship damage, but it was likely even more insulting. Many of those defeated opponents had once been called geniuses themselves, and they could not accept this reality. After some discussion, they made a decision that went against their ancestors, to defeat him through underhanded means. Before the Ghost-Faced Sword Master came to the Grand Soul Arena in Dou City, there was another tyrant genius from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yuanba. He was a distant cousin of the sect leader, Yong, and was said to be the son of the youngest elder of the Yu family, born from an old tree that bloomed in his 80s. He ranked last among the Yu family's Yuan generation, with even few in Yu Shaojiang's generation being younger than him. Yuanba was extraordinarily talented, having reached level 58 as a Soul King at just 28 years old, and he possessed exceptional talent in the unique dragon transformation ability of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul. As a Soul King, Yuanba had already perfectly mastered the dragon transformation of his arms and wings, significantly enhancing his strength after transformation. This superstandard combat power meant that Yuanba faced little resistance in Soul King level battles. So 6 months ago, he transitioned to competing at the Soul Emperor level, which was the highest level allowed in the Grand Soul Arena. Even in the Soul Emperor Arena, Yuanba had more wins than losses. Now, those Soul Kings once again encountered an existence like Yuanba in the arena. In their eyes, the Ghost-Faced Sword Master was even more outrageous. He didn't even activate his martial soul. Thus, one of the geniuses among them came up with an idea to provoke Yuanba into a fight with the Ghost-Faced Sword Master. As for how to provoke him, it was quite simple. For a proud genius like Yuanba, all it took was someone whispering in his ear that a very powerful newcomer had come to the Soul King arena, claiming to be invincible among Soul Kings. Even if Yuanba knew it was just incitement, he would inevitably respond. This not only represented his own pride, but also the honor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul. Therefore, on the fifth day of the Ghost-Faced Sword Master's appearance in the Grand Soul Arena, the so-called Thunder Prison Dragon King, Yuanba, challenged him. Since it was a Soul King challenging another Soul King, there were no obstacles to this match. Moreover, the Grand Soul Arena was eager to witness such a matchup between the previous generation of kings and the new generation of kings, and with a little maneuvering, they could profit immensely from the betting on the sidelines. No matter who won, the Grand Soul Arena would not lose. Davis, of course, had no reason to refuse. His purpose in coming here was to experience the joy of battling various soul masters and to hone his swordsmanship, which had hit a bottleneck. A level 58 Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, who had perfect control over 3 aspects of dragon transformation, was a perfect opponent that Davis usually could not find. So how could he refuse? Thus, after much promotion in the Grand Soul Arena, the duel between the Ghost-Faced Sword Master and the Thunder Prison Dragon King was set for the night 3 days later. After returning, Davis gathered some basic information about Yuanba, in addition to his known soul power level and dragon transformation proficiency. The most striking detail was that in the battle records of the Grand Soul Arena in Dou City, Yuanba had once defeated a level 67 Soul Emperor strong attack soul master in a one-on-one duel, whose martial soul was the iron-armored Songbear, a high-level strong attack beast martial soul. It took Yuanba just 3 minutes to defeat this iron-armored Songbear Soul Emperor. Just this fact made Davis's blood boil with excitement. 3 days later, in the evening, at the Grand Soul Arena of Dou City. That night, all matches in the Grand Soul Arena were suspended, making way for the duel between the Ghost-Faced Sword Master and the Thunder Prison Dragon King. In fact, even if the matches had not been suspended, no audience would have chosen to watch other matches over this extraordinary battle. As Davis entered the arena, his opponent, Yu Yuanba, had just arrived as well. The two locked eyes for a moment, and in that instant of connection, they each confirmed to themselves that this was definitely a worthy opponent. Tonight's match would surely not disappoint. The two walked onto the fighting stage, and after the referee signaled the start of the match, the audience fell silent, as if a voice commanded them to hold their breath. Yu Yuanba activated his martial soul at the first opportunity. 5 soul rings appeared. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black. The imposing blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul emerged, and in an instant, Yu Yuanba's arms were covered with fierce blue dragon scales, and a pair of dragon wings sprouted from his back. The display of Yu Yuanba's power ignited the excitement of the entire audience. It only took 1 second for the arena to go from silence to roaring cheers. As expected of the core heir of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, Davis felt the pressure Yu Yuanba brought, which definitely surpassed that of most high-ranking soul emperors. Davis took this battle very seriously. He drew his sword. Yes, the ghost-faced swordsman did not activate his martial soul. He simply drew his sword. In this highly anticipated peak showdown, facing a formidable opponent like the Thunder Prison Dragon King, the ghost-faced swordsman was surprisingly unwilling to activate his martial soul. The cheers from the audience outside erupted again. Some spectators who enjoyed the excitement were cheering wildly. Fans of the Thunder Prison Dragon King were cursing loudly, and there were also fans of the ghost-faced swordsman supporting him vocally. The intensity of the scene surprisingly surpassed the moment when Yu Yuanba activated his martial soul just moments ago. Everyone was shocked, including the organizers of the Great Soul Arena. Except for Yu Yuanba. He was a very pure person, pure enough to only crave victory, continuous victories, various types of victories. He didn't team-mind his opponents using any means within the rules, whether it was showing weakness, provoking, or sneak attacks. To him, these are just means to compete for victory, nothing shameful. He only needed to do his best to win. Therefore, even though the ghost-faced swordsman made such a nearly humiliating move in this arena, Yu Yuanjin didn't care at all. With a gentle flap of his dragon wings, Yu Yuanjin lifted off the ground and soared into the air. The second spirit ring on his blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul emitted a yellow light. Second spirit skill, Thunder Fury. Blue lightning erupted around Yu Yuanba, and his flying speed suddenly increased as he dove straight toward Davis. This was an enhanced spirit skill. First spirit skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Yuanjin, carrying the might of thunder, rushed in at high speed, aiming a claw attack from above toward Davis. The combination of the first and second spirit skills was a test from Yu Yuanba to the ghost-faced swordsman. Even if he was truly an extraordinary swordsman, he should show some skill in the face of this move. Davis's response was not rushed at all. With a single sword thrust, he flickered 7 times, targeting the 7 vital points of Yu Yuanba, who was descending from the sky. The 7 stars falling from the sky of the Mount Tai sword technique. In midair, Yu Yuanba's vital points were threatened by the sword light, and he had no confident way to continue his attack while avoiding those 7 beams of sword light. Even with his excellent wings, he couldn't manage it. Moreover, the sword in the hands of the ghost-faced swordmaster was clearly an extraordinary soul-guiding device, and the not fully dragon-transformed Yu Yuanba dared not face this sword with his flesh. Thus, Yu Yuanba had only one choice, to abandon this attack. With a flap of his dragon wings, Yu Yuanba's hurried body suddenly stopped and instantly flew backward, avoiding the 7 beams of sword light coming towards him. Chapter 53. A Match of Equals. How will the great one handle it? The ghost-faced swordmaster only made 1 strike, silencing all the spectators who had questioned and cursed him. It was clear to anyone with discernment that in that brief exchange, the ghost-faced swordmaster had acted first and gained a slight advantage. The best way to deal with doubts has never been to argue, but to shatter them head-on. Yu Yuanba retreated several dozen meters to evade the incoming sword light. Although his initial attack was unsuccessful and somewhat awkward, the brilliance in his eyes shone even brighter. Indeed, he was a worthy opponent for me to go all out against. Taking advantage of the continued enhancement from his second soul skill, Thunder Fury, Yu Yuanba launched another attack on Davis. This time, he did not use any offensive soul skills, but instead employed the self-created soul skill passed down through generations of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, Thunder Dragon Destruction Claw. In terms of the power of each move, this self-created soul skill was slightly inferior to the previous strike, but the fluidity between each move was exceptionally strong. To Davis, this series of attacking self-created soul skills posed a greater threat than the earlier single strike. To counter this move, the only option was to attack back. Dodging or taking it head-on was not an option. Taking it head-on would plunge him into Yu Yuanba's overwhelming tide of attacks, forcing him into a passive defensive position, while the opponent's momentum would only grow stronger with each continuous attack. Unless one had top-tier defensive capabilities, it would only be a matter of time before they couldn't hold on. As for dodging, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex was ecstatic. With dragon wings, Yu Yuanba was not the kind of ordinary brute force attacker. His agility was even higher than that of many ordinary agile attackers. The only seemingly correct path was to have Yu engage in a head-on clash with the world's strongest attack-type beast spirit martial soul. So, how would the ghost face sword master choose? At that moment, everyone present who understood the match had this question in their minds. Davis's choice is, of course, to attack. He is the chosen one, a lucky inheritor of a powerful ability and a future star of the Starry Empire. Who among his peers can force him into a passive position? Is it better to confront head-on, or to create his own soul techniques? You've picked the right person. The Five Mountains Sword Technique, specifically the Five Divine Swords of Hengshan. This is the supreme swordsmanship of the Hengshan lineage within the Five Mountains Sword Technique, named after the 5 highest peaks of Hengshan. And although there are only 5 paths, it encompasses almost all variations of sword techniques. With Davis's current swordsmanship skills, using this technique can only be considered proficient, far from reaching the realm of mastery. Ultimately, he still lacks practical combat experience. However, isn't there a perfect sharpening stone right in front of him? Furong, Zijiai, Shiling, Tianju, and Zhurong. The 5 paths of sword techniques continuously manifest in the hands of the ghost-faced swordmaster, with 5 differently colored sword lights constantly coalescing through Davis's consumption of soul power. Ding, ding, ding. Davis's long sword clashed with Yu Yuanba's long arms covered in dragon scales and thunder several hundred times, producing a crisp sound of metal striking metal. Thunder and sword light splashed everywhere on the competition ground, carving out countless deep and shallow ravines on a surface large enough to accommodate battles at the Soul Emperor level. The intensity of the confrontation between the two far exceeded the expectations of the organizers and the numerous spectators. Such a tit-for-tat battle of equals is always the most captivating for the audience. The Grand Soul Arena, which can hold tens of thousands, fell into silence once again. No one was willing to let a shout, a curse, or even a breath affect their experience of watching this epic duel. The two combatants on the field grew increasingly excited, and the intensity of their battle continued to escalate over time. Soon, Davis's swordsmanship was no longer limited to the 5 divine swords of Mount Hung, but also included the Morning Sunchi sword of Mount Hua, the 17 paths of fast and slow of Mount Song, the hidden needle and cotton of Mount Hung, and the 5 great masters sword of Mount Tai. Although Yu Yuanba only used a set of Thunder Dragon Destruction Claws, he had practiced this self-created soul skill since childhood, honing it to an extraordinary level. Even when facing the ever-changing and mystical sword techniques of the Phantom Swordmaster, he could hold his ground without falling behind at all. What was most astonishing was that both fighters seemed to visibly improve their mastery of their skills as the battle progressed. The Phantom Swordmaster's understanding and control over each sword technique rapidly grew during the fierce confrontation with Yu Yuanba. Meanwhile, the Thunder Dragon King's Thunder Dragon Destruction Claw made significant advancements through repeated clashes with different sword styles, gradually developing its own unique flair. This improvement was not noticeable to the average audience. They could only see the sword light and thunder flashing around. And even some soul saints and soul Douluos who were not adept at self-created soul skills could not perceive it. However, among the audience tonight, there was a special guest. This guest wore a broad-brimmed hat that obscured their face, but from the white hair hanging out from beneath the hat and the slightly weathered skin of their hands, it could be inferred that they were an elderly person. The elder watched each sword strike from the Phantom Swordmaster closely, using their profound swordsmanship knowledge sufficient to reach the pinnacle of Douluo continent to simultaneously dissect these sword styles in their mind. However, the more they watched and dissected, the more astonished they became. They realized that each sword technique possessed by the Phantom Swordmaster could be considered top-tier sword skills, with their own sword path cultivation, summarizing the essence of a lifetime of swordsmanship. Being able to create 1 or 2 sets of sword techniques would already be the limit. Where did this kid acquire such unheard of and unseen abilities? The elder thought to this point and couldn't help but smile wryly. What did this have to do with them? They decided to continue watching the match. On the arena, the Phantom Swordmaster and the Thunder Dragon King crossed paths again, each bearing a new scratch and a new sword mark. After this exchange, both had at least a dozen new wounds on their bodies. But due to the mutual cancellation of sword light and claw shadows, and both being powerful body cultivators, they could only be considered lightly injured at this point. Davis was quite surprised by the physical strength of Yu Yuanba. It is known that his own physical cultivation was built up through the practice of the 13 Protector's Golden Bell Shield. So how could Yu Yuanba compare to him? This led him to speculate that this direct descendant of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan must have at least one torso soul bone, or perhaps two non-torso soul bones. Otherwise, his physical strength wouldn't be able to match Davis's. Looking at the seemingly trivial injuries on both of them, and then at the ground covered in deep ravines, the Soul Kings among the audience who had instigated this decisive battle couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Such lethality with just these minor injuries? If they had been there to mediate, it was likely that all of these somewhat famous Soul Kings would have been wiped out, while those two freaks would still be only lightly injured. After another pass by each other, the Ghost-Faced Swordmaster and the Thunder Prison Dragon King stopped in unison. After fighting for so long, they still had some stamina left, but Yu Yuanba's soul power reserves at the Soul King level were nearly depleted. Although Davis had the full-hearted method that allowed him to exploit a loophole, he did not want to use his tricky attribute of being able to perform martial arts while walking, sitting, or lying down to bully his respectable opponent, Yu Yuanba. Therefore, when he sensed that Yu Yuanba's soul power was lacking, he deliberately displayed a hint of fatigue. The two stood about 50 meters apart, and under their exchanged gazes, they shared a moment of mutual understanding. It was a decisive move. Yu Yuanba used all the remaining soul power in his body to activate 3 soul skills in succession. Second soul skill, Thunder Fury. Third soul skill, Thunder Battle Armor. With the high momentum from Yu Yuanba's prolonged battle, and the enhancement from the 2 powerful soul skills, a dazzling and blinding Thunder Long Spear condensed in the palm of Yu Yuanba's right hand. Then, he launched it with all his might. Fifth soul skill, Thunder Dragon Overlord Spear. Facing this full-force attack from Yu Yuanba, Davis was for the first time overwhelmed by the sheer pressure. The strength of Yu Yuanba's Thunder Dragon Overlord Spear was incredibly powerful and domineering, to the point that even the mysterious elder in the audience nodded in approval. Even though he preferred the Ghost-Faced Swordsman, he had to admit that none of the sword techniques displayed by the Ghost-Faced Swordsman since entering the arena could break through Yu Yuanba's nearly invincible spear. However, the Ghost-Faced Swordsman, the one directly facing this attack, remained calm, holding his sword in his right hand and lightly calculating with his left. He finally found the weak point of the strike, just as the Thunder Spear was about to reach him. How about the Tai Wei mountain sword technique, Dai Zone? A simple yet piercing white sword light shot out, striking the connection between the spearhead and the shaft of the Thunder Dragon Overlord Spear amidst the torrential lightning. To everyone's disbelief, that formidable Thunder Dragon Overlord Spear was shattered and disintegrated with just a gentle poke, vanishing in an instant. The sky full of lightning suddenly disappeared, leaving only the sword-wielding Ghost-Faced Swordsman and the Thunder Prison Dragon King, who was half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 54. Farewell, Sword Douluo. Yu Yuanba, using his last ounce of strength, barely managed to stand up and looked at Davis, who wore a ghostly mask, saying, "You win, Ghost-Faced Swordsman." Davis shook his head and said, "I won by luck. If I hadn't made a breakthrough with that last sword strike, you would have won this match." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanba shook his head in disagreement, stubbornly saying, "A win is a win, there's no luck involved. You have the ability to break through in a critical moment. Even if we were to redo this match 100 times, you would win all 100 times." After saying this, Yu Yuanba walked off the stage without looking back. Davis did not try to befriend or recruit him. He had a premonition that he would soon meet Yu Yuanba again. Moreover, someone like Yu Yuanba should be proud and unwilling to be beneath others. Even if he were to extend an invitation, it would certainly be rejected. A new achievement was reached with a brilliant victory. Reward obtained, Great Rejuvenation Pill. The card system once again surprised Davis. It was clear that the fierce competition between Davis and Yu Yuanba not only amazed the many spectators present, but also received the system's acknowledgement. This time, the reward from the card system made Davis's eyes light up. The Great Rejuvenation Pill was known as the strongest pill in the gold system world. It could not only revive the dead and restore flesh and bones, but also transform the user, replenishing a decade's worth of power, as claimed. After being modified by the rules of the Douluo world, the current Great Rejuvenation Pill could provide a talent boost equivalent to half a divine-grade medicinal herb. And in terms of soul power, it slightly surpassed divine-grade herbs. Moreover, the properties of the Great Rejuvenation Pill were balanced and harmonious, allowing all soul masters to absorb it. Unlike divine-grade herbs, which had many strict requirements for use. This greatly excited Davis. After all, there were only a few divine-grade medicinal herbs in the Ice and Fire duality eye, but aside from the Demon King team, he also had the vast Tian Su mansion to manage. Among them, figures like Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, and Cheng Yu had the potential to achieve the title of Douluo with some cultivation. If he could stabilize the acquisition of a small amount of great rejuvenation pills in the future, it might serve as the highest level reward treasure for Tian Su mansion, undoubtedly securing the loyalty of those Seoul Douluos. After placing the great rejuvenation pill into the system warehouse, Davis continued to reflect on the gains from his battle with Yu Yuanba. The five-mountain sword technique had significantly improved during this fierce battle, gradually reaching the realm where the sword moves with the heart and can be wielded effortlessly. Moreover, after such an intense battle, Davis's swordsmanship foundation was once again enhanced. Originally, Davis's swordsmanship had already reached an intricate level, and after this battle, he progressed several steps further. Following this battle, Davis gained a deeper understanding of the dozens of sword techniques recorded in the five-mountain sword technique. Many techniques that had seemed somewhat rusty due to infrequent use quickly improved to a considerably high level through related insights. On the way back from the Grand Seoul Arena, Davis encountered an unexpected visitor, the mysterious old man who had appeared in the audience at the Grand Seoul Arena. Davis frowned, unsure of the other person's background. The mysterious old man extended his right hand, and a wooden sword appeared in his grasp. "Young man, let me see your swordsmanship," he said, his voice deep and hoarse. Clearly a disguised tone. The other person was quite old, and a suppressed sword intent emanated from him, instilling fear. It was evident that this was not an opponent Davis could withstand. Davis glanced at Li Fu, who was hidden by his side. Seeing that he had no reaction, he knew that the old man probably meant no harm. Otherwise, Li Fu would have taken action long ago. Since the elder wanted to watch, the younger one would embarrass himself. Davis drew his golden sword, his right hand gently rotating to grip the hilt, and his soul power, now fully restored, surged forth. Huashan sword technique. Morning Sun 1 Qi sword. Swish. The sharp sword was drawn, accompanied by a piercing and dazzling purple-red sword light, heading straight for the chest of the mysterious old man. If this sword had been used earlier in the Grand Seoul Battle Arena, Yu Yuanba would probably have found it difficult to handle. The old man swung the wooden sword in his hand. It seemed slow, yet it perfectly intercepted Davis's sword light just before it arrived. Ding! The tip of the wooden sword lightly tapped the side of the golden sword's blade, and that radiant sword light, as brilliant as the rising sun, instantly turned into a mere illusion. This sword technique was strikingly similar to the one Davis had just used to defeat Yu Yuanba in the Grand Seoul Battle Arena, the Dai Zone. Davis was taken aback for a moment. He could simulate the swordsmanship of someone at the level of Dai Zone after just one glance. Was there really such a master of swordsmanship in the world? Originally, after effortlessly defeating Yu Yuanba, a hint of pride had quietly risen in his heart. But this old man's casual sword strike extinguished that spark in an instant. "Why have you stopped? Is this all your skill?" the old man asked with a light laugh. Interrupting Davis's thoughts, Davis looked up at the other party, and it was clear that this elder had come with the intention of providing guidance. The elder seemed to have a thorough understanding of his swordsmanship, making him the perfect sparring partner for Davis. What more was there to say? He had to seize this opportunity. In the next half hour, Davis showcased all the sword techniques he had learned. After mastering his swordsmanship, the power of these techniques increased significantly in his hands. If he were to fight against Yu Yuanba, like just now, he could probably defeat him in less than 100 moves. However, these extraordinary sword techniques, which appeared impressive to others, posed no threat to the mysterious elder before him. From start to finish, the elder wielded his sword with an air of detachment, seemingly ordinary, yet perfectly capable of countering Davis's sword moves. The way he wielded the sword seemed to resemble Dai Zong's style, but in reality, it was entirely different. Dai Zong relied on a combination of calculation and swordsmanship, while the elder relied solely on his exceptional swordsmanship to predict Davis's sword path, then launched his counterattack, reminiscent of the techniques of the 9 swords of Dou Qi. After half an hour, the elder sheathed his sword and stood still. Although Davis had been thoroughly beaten for half an hour, he was satisfied with the experience. During this half hour of sparring, Davis had reviewed his swordsmanship from beginning to end, and all his weaknesses and shortcomings were pointed out one by the elder's wooden sword. For a long time after today, whenever Davis recalled this experience of being defeated, he would gain new insights into his swordsmanship. Grateful for the elder's guidance, Davis bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I have gained a lot and am very grateful." The elder waved his hand and casually removed his hat. Davis looked up and said, "Where did a peerless swordsman come from in Sky City?" It was indeed an unexpected yet reasonable old acquaintance, Sword Douluo Jinxi. "We meet again, Your Highness Davis." Davis felt a joy of reunion with an old acquaintance, but there was also a hint of awkwardness as he complexly greeted the Sword Douluo again. His connection with the Sword Douluo was indeed not shallow. Back in Star Luo City, the Sword Douluo had hoped to take him as a disciple, but Davis had politely declined due to issues regarding their affiliations. In fact, Davis felt quite regretful about rejecting the Sword Douluo's offer. After all, this senior had dedicated his life to the sword and could be regarded as the best swordsman on the Douluo continent. If he could become his disciple, it would undoubtedly benefit Davis's swordsmanship training immensely. To his surprise, upon arriving in Heaven-Do City, he encountered the Sword Douluo again, and accepted such guidance without knowing the other's identity. Although they had only spoken less than 10 sentences in total during their 2 meetings, Davis could sense that the Sword Douluo truly cared for him. This affection felt like the surprise of a solitary peak of swordsmanship in the Douluo world, encountering a perfect successor. However, as the heir of the Star Luo Empire, responding to such feelings was quite difficult. The Sword Douluo's gaze was sharp and his thoughts clear. He immediately saw the dilemma Davis was in and spoke directly. "From the time we parted until now, in such a short period, your swordsmanship has improved so much. I am very satisfied." Davis was very pleased to receive the praise of being a Sword Douluo in Kendo. However, he was puzzled by the other party's tone of addressing himself as a master. Just as he was scratching his head, he heard Jinxi continue, "I understand your concerns very well, so this time I want to ask you in a different way." At this point, Jinxi's tone became serious. "Davis, if you didn't have to worry about the conflicts between the Tiando and Shiluo kingdoms, and you didn't have to be caught in the difficulties between your family and your sect, would you be willing to take me as your master?" Upon hearing this, Davis suddenly looked up. Jinxi was very pleased with his reaction and continued with a smile, "I have discussed this with Fengyun, and we both believe that although I am in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, my disciples do not necessarily have to be disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I have observed you for a long time. Although you have great ambitions, you should not be focused on expanding territories, right?" Davis nodded in acknowledgement upon hearing this. His goal had always been to become stronger, to be the strongest one. In the future, if there are disputes between the 2 countries, you only need to consider the issue from the standpoint of your homeland. As long as you don't personally harm the disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, can you manage that? Davis was shocked. He never expected that the conditions offered by the Sword Douluo would be so generous. If the Sword Douluo entrusted the wrong person, Davis's future rivalry with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would likely lead to a significant drop in his reputation within the sect. It's no wonder Davis couldn't understand. The way the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School restrained its disciples was never through sect rules, but through familial bonds. Jinxi had spent his entire life in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and he was already the closest of family with core members like Ning Fengyun and Gu Rong. Both Ning Fengyun and Gu Rong understood how difficult it was for Jinxi to achieve his unparalleled swordsmanship, and they would not want to see him find a perfect successor only to regret not being able to take him as a disciple due to sect positions. As for the risks that might arise from this, they were willing to bear them together with Jinxi. Chapter 55, Finally Becoming a Disciple, Sword God's Legacy. Since the Sword Douluo was willing to abandon sect biases, Davis was certainly willing to become his disciple. Although the Sword Douluo taking on a disciple was a major event for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Davis was concealing his identity during this outing. So a grand ceremony was not appropriate. It was ultimately decided to hold the apprenticeship ceremony at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's base in Heaven-Do City. The witnesses would be Ning Fengyun and Li Fu, while Gu Rong needed to remain at the headquarters of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and could not attend. Davis served tea to Jinxi and then respectfully performed the apprenticeship ritual. Jinxi took out an ancient-looking long sword from the Soul Guide and lightly tapped the back of Davis's right hand with the sword's tip 3 times, signifying his expectations. After the ceremony, Ning Fengyun applauded from the side. "Sword Uncle, congratulations on accepting a good disciple. Your skills now have an heir." The usually serious Sword Douluo was also rarely seen smiling at this moment. He took something out from his bosom and handed it to Davis, saying, "This, you're my first disciple and should also be my last. This item will eventually be passed on to you. Why not give it to you today as a gift for your apprenticeship?" Ning Fengji glanced at it, and his eyes widened in shock. Sword uncle, this is... Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Sword Douluo waving his hand. I'm already half in the grave. There is no need for this. It should be given to the younger generation to make use of it. Also, do not reveal this child's secret. Ning Fengji suddenly seemed to remember something, and the astonishment on his face grew even more as he turned to Davis, looking at him with an expression of wanting to say something but hesitating. Davis took the pendant from Chun Xian's hands and, after listening to his introduction, realized how important this pendant was to Chun Xian and why Ning Fengji had such an expression. This pendant, named the Black Obsidian Sword God Pendant, belonged to the first generation of the 7-killing sword martial soul, a 99th level limit Douluo, and a former contender for divine status. The pendant was carved from ancient black obsidian and strung on a chain of 10,000-year moonlight silver, modified using the most advanced soul guide techniques from ancient times. After the path to godhood of that limit Douluo was disrupted, he infused it with his lifelong soul power. Under the nurturing of this powerful soul power, it took over 1,000 years to become a peerless treasure comparable to a divine artifact. In fact, that limit Douluo was once the closest person to becoming a god in that era, dominating the world with his sword for hundreds of years, and no one dared to challenge him. During those hundreds of years of his reign, countless people worshipped and admired him, and like the sea god of his generation, under the nourishment of immense belief power, his soul power began to gradually transform into divine power, waiting only to continue accumulating belief power to solidify his divine status and ascend to the realm of gods. To demonstrate his strength, his followers had already begun to call him the Sword God, which could be seen as an offense to the divine, but he did not take it to heart, because in his eyes, becoming a god was already within reach. Unfortunately, just as he was about to achieve godhood, he was defeated by the new Rakshasa god who unlawfully inherited the divine position, and before his death, he infused his lifelong soul power into the Black Obsidian Sword God Pendant. Wearing this pendant can greatly enhance one's talent in swordsmanship, making it undoubtedly a top treasure for Chun Xian and Davis, soul masters who specialize in sword techniques. The achievements of Sword Douluo, Chun Xian, and the Sword Path can be attributed not only to his extraordinary talent, but also to the significant role of this Black Obsidian Sword God Pendant. However, to activate the divine effect of this pendant, there is one prerequisite. The wearer must possess a top-level sword-type martial soul. With this single requirement, there are not many who meet the conditions on the Douluo continent. Ning Fengji was so shocked because he was aware of Davis's identity. He naturally knew about the white tiger martial soul that Davis displayed. Thus, to meet the usage requirements of the Black Obsidian Sword God Pendant, it represented that he is a twin martial soul, the direct heir of the Star Luo royal family, a genius in cultivation, a genius in swordsmanship, with twin top-level martial souls. These elements converging in one person. What kind of monster would this create? Ning Fengji already felt sorry for the young talents of the same era as Davis. Of course, Ning Fengji would help Davis keep his secret. Sword Douluo had already become the closest mentor to Davis, and this future top expert in the world would surely develop a good impression of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, right? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has never been an aggressive sect. They advocate for harmony and wealth. Who could refuse to be on good terms with the future ruler of the world? The next morning, the young genius-crushing machine Davis began his days of being tormented. After the battle with Yu Yuanba, although Davis gained a lot, it was certain that there were no opponents in the Grand Soul Arena of Heavendou City that could help him anymore. At this time, he just happened to take Sword Douluo as his master and accept his teachings. Chun Xian's teaching method was completely different from Chang Yu's. He taught Davis primarily how to withstand pressure, to endure the pressure he imposed. From the very first day of teaching, Davis only needed to do one thing: hold on amidst Chun Xian's storm-like sword attacks. This was not the previous guidance where Davis could unleash his potential freely, but a test requiring Davis to endure under a stronger level of sword attacks. In the first teaching session, Davis was knocked away by Chun Xian's sword after just 7 moves. By the end of the first day, the number of moves Davis could withstand had gloriously increased to 8. Indeed, with Davis's talent, plus the exquisite sword techniques like the 5-mountain sword method and the Chuanjin sword method, along with the newly acquired Black Obsidian Sword God Pendant, his progress throughout the day was merely an increase of 1 move. However, while being tormented, Davis's foundational swordsmanship was continuously solidifying, and his application of sword moves became increasingly effortless every minute. After the second day, The number of moves Davis could withstand under Sword Douluo's pressure improved to 9. On the third day, it was 11 moves. On the fourth day, 13 moves. On the fifth day, 15 moves. However, for the next 3 full days, the number of moves Davis could endure remained at 15, and he could not increase even half a move. Davis was filled with doubts. But since the sword-fighting Luo didn't say anything, he didn't ask further. It wasn't until 3 days later that Jinxi, "How do you felt these past 3 days?" Davis was tangled in this question, so he didn't think much and answered directly. It's difficult, obscure, and elusive. Clearly, after reaching this subtle level of swordsmanship, there should be a period of rapid progress. Yet for some inexplicable reason, I've fallen into a bottleneck. Xi nodded and then asked, "Have you thought about why that is?" This question made Davis frown. After pondering for a moment, he replied again. "Is it because swordsmanship at the subtle level no longer relies solely on hard practice?" Xin smiled in satisfaction, nodded again, and explained to Davis, "The second level of swordsmanship, the subtle level, what is practiced in this realm? It is the process of integrating a swordsman with their sword and sword techniques. How does one integrate? It's not just about using your limbs as if they were fingers. Rather, it's about imprinting the essence of the sword into every inch of your hand, foot, mind, heart, every bit of skin, and every strand of hair. Planting a seed, named sword deep within your soul. This imprinting process requires the power of the mind. It can stem from suffering, hatred, emotion, joy, or a steadfast pursuit over decades. Once this step is completed, your training at the subtle level will be fulfilled." With this explanation, Davis suddenly understood. The subtlety of swordsmanship is not about how precise a swordsman's techniques are, but about embedding the essence of the sword into every cell of the body. Why has Sword Douluo adopted this almost abusive teaching method during this time? He was attempting to make Davis memorize this imprint called the sword through physical memory. From the results, it was effective, but not sufficiently so. At the very least, Davis did not suddenly have an epiphany under Sword Douluo's pressure, realizing some transcendent sword technique. At this moment, Sword Douluo informed Davis of this point, intending to conclude this lesson and let Davis find other ways to engrave the sword's imprint. At this time, Davis, who understood Sword Douluo's painstaking efforts, had a light in his eyes that grew brighter. He raised his head and for the first time made a request to Sword Douluo. "Master, let's fight again." Chapter 56, Sword Douluo breaks through. Hearing Davis' audacious challenge, Sword Douluo smiled. The uncontainable desire in his disciple's eyes, the madness of wanting to pursue the ultimate sword path at all costs, made him particularly pleased. It reminded him so much of his own past. A swordsman must possess a bit of greed, anger, and delusion to have the motivation to move forward and the possibility to reach the peak. Davis, who was once calm and indifferent, was a perfect candidate for a ruler. But that was not the suitable personality for a swordsman. At this moment, Sword Douluo saw the greed in Davis's eyes, the desire to ascend to the ultimate sword realm. He had a faint feeling that this confrontation between master and disciple would be absolutely different from their previous encounters. Sure enough, Davis's style changed dramatically this time. After both stood firm, Davis cupped his hands and said, "Disciple has offended you." Then he activated his lightness skill, moving like lightning. Second soul skill, Golden Feather Assault. The two speed techniques activated simultaneously as Davis merged with his sword, transforming into a golden arrow, shooting towards Sword Douluo. When it came to sword fighting, one had to give it their all. After all, they were on the territory of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and if anything got broken, Fengyun had plenty of money to replace it. As the sword light reached 3 meters in front of Sword Douluo, the sword in his hand suddenly unsheathed. A murderous aura immediately spread across the training ground. This was a unique characteristic of the top-level martial soul, the 7-killing sword, which could pressure the enemy with its killing intent. An even further method was the hidden technique of Xi, the 7-killing field. Davis was shrouded in a heavy killing intent. His sword momentum momentarily halted, and his body obstructed, yet he remained completely unconcerned. He landed heavily on the ground and employed a technique to exert force a second time within a split second, propelling himself forward with his sword at an accelerated speed. The Huashan sword technique's deadly chain of 3 celestial swords. The fusion of his body and sword created a brilliant flash that soared through the air in a spiral motion, sweeping past Sword Douluo's side, while simultaneously dividing the sword light into 3, targeting Sword Douluo's vital points, his forehead, throat, and heart. Clang, clang, clang. As the 3 piercing sounds rang out, Davis had already positioned himself behind Sword Douluo. This move, of course, did not inflict any harm on Sword Douluo. However, unlike before, Davis successfully forced Sword Douluo to change his stance and defend in response to this attack. This was a significant breakthrough from nothing to something. Naturally, Davis's offensive was not yet over. As the two passed each other, Davis's right hand, holding the sword, lightly swept back, blocking the sword that Sword Douluo had thrust at him from behind. At the same time, he twisted his wrist, utilizing the rebound force to unleash the golden sword light imbued with golden sword energy, aimed straight at Sword Douluo's back. First soul skill, White Tiger Golden Energy. Hengshan's sword technique, concealing needles with thin cotton. This was one of the rare offensive sword techniques of the Hengshan sect, a killing move that emphasized defense before offense. This backstab against his teacher was exceptionally stunning, prompting even the observing Ning Fengji to applaud in admiration, leaving Sword momentarily unsure whether to be angry or amused. With an odd expression, Sword Douluo turned back to block Davis's backstab, planning to exert a bit more force to show his filial disciple some color. At this moment, Davis's sword path shifted again. Suddenly, Davis's presence diminished significantly, and his sword strikes no longer tore through the air with sound. The sound had vanished, but Davis's sword momentum became incredibly perilous, akin to the quietly standing, steep peaks of Huashan. These ever-emerging sword techniques had been used by Davis during previous sparring sessions with his teacher, but never before had he employed them so smoothly and effortlessly. He always felt constrained when facing opponents. This time, Davis cast aside all other thoughts and unleashed every offensive method he could muster, and in the heat of battle, he indeed elevated these sword techniques to a new level. In the end, Davis still lost, but he had fought vigorously for dozens of exchanges before being defeated, no longer surrendering due to the overwhelming pressure of Sword Douluo's sword momentum. In this match, Davis's improvement in swordsmanship lay in his ability to make his sword moves come alive. This was what Sword Douluo referred to when he spoke of engraving the mark of the sword onto one's body. After this bout, Davis had taken several steady steps forward in his subtle realm of swordsmanship training. Moreover, with the right direction for progress, Davis would only need to carry his sword and strive for victory after victory, and his training in the subtle realm would naturally reach fulfillment. If Chengyu were to know this, he would likely be disheartened and lose confidence. For Chengyu, who bore the title of Starry Sword Saint, was seen by Sword Douluo as an ordinary person lacking in swordsmanship talent. Otherwise, given Shun Xion's preference for swordsmen and sword-wielding soul masters, he might have offered some guidance to Chengyu. Although Chengyu had reached the limit in the subtle realm, he was the kind of ordinary person who required a decade of unwavering persistence, relying solely on slow, steady effort to gradually engrave the mark of the sword. Compared to Davis, who was an Enlightenment-type contestant, Chengyu's over a decade of hard work was truly heart-wrenching. Davis's swordsmanship has greatly improved, and the Sword Douluo's special training for him has come to an end. The only purpose left for Davis to stay in Heaven Do City is to obtain the remaining immortal herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire. However, before leaving, Davis has one more thing to do. The Sword Douluo has been training him as a closed-door disciple, and now he wants to give a great gift to his teacher. So, that morning, Davis invited the Sword Douluo to the mountains outside Heaven Do City. Davis, what kind of gift requires bringing this old man to such a deep mountain forest? The Sword Douluo looked confused, not knowing what Davis was up to. Davis, with a serious expression, took out a huge stone tablet from the Spatial Soul Guide and placed it in front of the Sword Douluo. This was the sword monument of Dou Qi. It recorded several passages that were replicated from 4 stone tablets in the Sword Tomb and the Tombstone of Dou Qi. Seeing Davis's attitude, the Sword Douluo also began to take this stone tablet seriously. Something that could make a person of Davis's stature act so cautiously must be an extraordinary treasure, which heightened the Sword Douluo's curiosity even more. This sense of importance and curiosity skyrocketed tenfold, even 100-fold, the moment he saw the first character on the tablet. With sharpness and might, invincible, contending with the heroes of the He Shua before the age of 20. The Ziwei's soft sword, used before the age of 30, accidentally injuring a righteous man, thus abandoned in the deep valley. The heavy sword without a blade, great skill without craft, relied upon to dominate the world before the age of 40. After 40, not hindered by objects, grass, wood, bamboo, and stone can all become swords. The sword intent can speak. Even though the Sword Douluo did not recognize any of the characters on the stone tablet, he could fully experience the emotions and intentions of Dou Qi when he carved the words through the remaining sword intent in the stone carving. With each word he looked at, the light in his eyes brightened a little more, and eventually his eyes sparkled like electricity. Davis, whose soul power was only at the Soul King level, no longer dared to meet the Sword Douloa's gaze directly. As he watched the Sword Douloa's entire being radiating with sword intent, the pressure of the 96th level title Doulo was instantly revealed, causing soul beasts within a 10-mile radius to flee in panic. Davis could only rely on the protection of Lif to catch his breath under the raging sword intent and soul power pressure of the Sword Doulo. For a moment, the surroundings were silent, leaving only the breaths of Davis and Lif. As for the Sword Doulo Jinxi, he had long since held his breath and focused on comprehending the sword. When the Sword Douloa's gaze fell upon the last passage on the stone tablet, it read, "Having roamed the martial world for over 30 years, killing enemies and defeating heroes, there are no more opponents in the world. Helpless, I can only hide in the deep valley and make sculptures as friends. Alas, I have sought a rival throughout my life, but could not find one. Indeed, it is lonely and difficult to bear." Upon reading the last passage, the Sword Doulo closed his eyes and reached out to touch the characters on the stone tablet. In this moment of spiritual communion with the transcendent sword Saint Dou Qi, the pride, solitude, loneliness, and regret of Dou Qi were transmitted through the sword intent on the stone tablet to Jinxi's heart, causing him to shed a tear. With that tear falling, the Sword Douloa's aura suddenly changed dramatically, and Davis felt the soul power pressure increase by at least 30%. This was about to break through. Moreover, it was a dual breakthrough in both swordsmanship and soul power. Chapter 57. The fourth in the world, Sword Dao Jinxi. A vast expanse of sword energy enveloped a 100-meter radius around the Sword Doulo, splitting countless leaves in two. This sword energy seemed to have a spirit of its own, avoiding Lif and Davis. Thus, apart from feeling the Sword Douloa's oppressive soul power, Davis did not encounter any additional danger. Furthermore, Davis could clearly sense that the golden radiance sword, which had been quietly lying in the spatial soul guide, suddenly began to vibrate violently, as if responding to something. Soon after, Davis noticed that the soul power pressure released by the sword gradually began to retract, and the rampant sword energy dissipated one by one. The Sword Doulo, in midair, opened his tightly closed eyes. Two dark sword energies shot out from his eyes, piercing through dozens of towering trees before vanishing from sight. By this time, the majestic soul power on the sword finally stabilized completely, even more restrained than before the breakthrough. No longer resembling the Sword Doulo who traversed the world, but rather like an ordinary old man. Jinxi landed on the ground, looking at Davis with joy, and said, "Davis, I have tried my best to overestimate your so-called surprise, yet I am still shocked. My swordsmanship has been at the peak of the transformation realm for over 30 years. I thought I would never reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship in this life again, but unexpectedly, today, I have benefited from my disciple and can take a look at the mountaintop. I am content, Ha 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 ha. As Jinxi spoke, he could not contain his joy and burst into laughter. Indeed, after coming into contact with the Dou Qi's sword stone tablet, Jinxi's swordsmanship broke through the final bottleneck, ascending to the supreme realm of human swordsmanship. From now on, Jinxi's sword skills would have an essential difference from those of other soul masters in the secular world. With just a light swing of his sword, he could wield the power of soul skills that had existed for over 10,000 years. The existence of the 7 kills sword limit Douluo, who had self-proclaimed himself a sword god thousands of years ago, represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Apart from him, no one else on the Douluo continent could reach this pinnacle. There had been no predecessors or successors. Today, Jinxi became the second sword master in the history of the Douluo continent to achieve this pinnacle, becoming that successor. It could be said that in terms of soul power level, at this moment, Jinxi could perhaps only rank 5th on the entire continent, alongside a few others, with the second offering of the Spirit Hall, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, at level 98, aside from the 3 supreme Douluos. However, in terms of actual combat power, Jinxi might already rank 4th in the world, surpassing the Golden Crocodile Douluo. The enhancement that the pinnacle of swordsmanship could bring to Jinxi was enough to exceed the 30% soul power increase from leveling up from 97 to 98. After the 3 returned to Heaven Do City, Davis and Lif went back to their residence, while the Sword Doulo headed to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's base. The Sword Doulo immediately conveyed the great news of his advancement to level 97 and ascent to the Sword Realm's pinnacle to Ning Fengji. Of course, he did not mention the matter of the Dou Qi Sword Stone Tablet. only stating that he had gained enlightenment from a word spoken by Davis while pointing him in the right direction. Ning Fengji was overjoyed upon hearing this. After all, the current sword Douluo's battle power had increased by at least 50% compared to a day ago. If it came to a fight, one sword Douluo now could probably withstand 2 previous sword Douluos. With the previous Heaven Dou sect heavily besieged by the Spirit Hall and suffering significant losses, causing a sharp decline in sect strength. Now that the sword Douluo had advanced, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had truly become the #1 sect in the world. And all of this had come without any cost to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, as if it had fallen from the sky. This made Ning Fengji pay even more attention to Davis. This young man was exceptionally talented, with extraordinary fortune, and his strength was unrivaled among his peers. Even a noble lineage like that of the Star Luo Prince could not compare to Davis's merits. Perhaps the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School should make some investments in the Star Luo Empire. After all, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was only stationed in the Heaven Dou Empire and did not count as a subordinate of the Heaven Dou Empire. At this moment, although Davis had already begun to show his potential, he was still far from his peak. If they were willing to invest heavily now, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would certainly gain the precious friendship of an extraordinary powerhouse in the future. Deciding to make a significant investment, Ning Fengji no longer hesitated. He took out something stored in the Spatial Soul Guide and handed it to the Sword Douluo, saying, "Sword Uncle, although Davis's guidance helped you break through the shackles this time was unexpected, our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School must express our gratitude. Please give this gift to him." The Sword Douluo took it and looked. It was an 80,000-year-old right arm bone of a diamond monkey, with a very high degree of completeness. It could be said to be one of the most precious soul bones in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's inventory. If the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had obtained this soul bone when both he and the old bones already had right arm bones, this soul bone would have definitely been given to one of them. Jinxi looked at Ning Fengji with astonishment, seeing his smile confirming he had not made a mistake, and then put away the right arm bone. Seeing the sword Douluo accept the soul bone on behalf of Davis, Ning Fengji nodded and explained with a smile, "Davis's identity determines that he can never join the sect, but a person like him, who is bound to achieve great things in the future, is worth it even if it's just to befriend him. This soul bone is worth it." The words of Ning Fengji were highly recognized by the sword Douluo. Only he, as a teacher, knew just how monstrous this student of his was. Jinxi himself had taken nearly 70 to 80 years to reach level 97 and ascend to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. How long would it take for Davis? 30 years? 20 years? Or even shorter? The next day, the sword Douluo visited the Davis residence again. This time, he was accompanied by a small shadow, the precious daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the apple of the sword Douluo and bone Douluo's eye, Ning Rongrong. At just 4 years old, Ning Rongrong was spoiled and pampered, cherished by her 2 titled Douluos, and had never suffered a bit of hardship since childhood. Even the princess of the Heaven Dou Empire could not compare to the affection she received, nor could she match her freedom. Although only 4 years old and yet to awaken her martial soul, at this moment, Ning Rongrong already displayed the bratty temperament she would have in the original timeline when she first arrived at Shrek Academy. Ning Fengji noticed this tendency and wanted to send her to Tang Yuehua's Moon Pavilion to learn some etiquette, to prevent her from becoming an ignorant and spoiled young lady in the future. So during this period, Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong, and Sword Douluo all stayed in Heaven Dou City. This time, it was also when Ning Rongrong was at the sect residence, hearing Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo discussing Davis, filled with compliments, that she became curious and insisted on asking her sword grandpa to take her to see for herself. She wanted to find out if the Davis, whom her father praised to the heavens, was truly a 3-headed, 6-armed monster standing 3 meters tall. When Sword Douluo arrived, Davis personally came out to greet him, just in time to bump into Ning Rongrong, who was holding Chun Xian's hand. Chapter 58, The Young Lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Teacher, you're here." When Davis met the Sword Douluo, he bowed respectfully. Ning Rongrong, who had initially been somewhat unconvinced by Davis, was now somewhat mesmerized. Today, Davis was wearing a moon-white robe with gold patterns, luxurious yet understated, with understatedly extravagant accessories, completely different from the typical disciples of her sect. He was tall and imposing, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his face beaming with a warm smile, and his golden hair shone like sunlight, leaving Ning Rongrong, who had not seen many outsiders, in a daze. "Little Rongrong, come back to your senses." It wasn't until the sword Douluo tugged at her little hand that she regained her composure. Looking up, she realized that both the sword Douluo and Davis were looking at her. The sword Douluo's gaze was filled with affection and teasing, while Davis's eyes were full of kindness, giving Ning Rongrong a warm feeling that she liked very much. Oh, Ning Rongrong hadn't heard what they had said before, so she could only stammer a response. She even shot a glare at the sword Douluo, blaming her grandpa Jian for putting her in an awkward position. The sword Douluo could only smile apologetically, fearing that he might upset this little ancestor. Davis found the scene both amusing and heartwarming. Who would have thought that the sword Douluo, who had dominated the world for decades and made countless high-ranking soul masters tremble in fear, would have no way to deal with a 4-year-old girl? In the original timeline, before the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School was attacked by the Spirit Hall, Ning Rongrong should have been the happiest among the Shrek 7 monsters. Under the introduction of the sword Douluo, Davis and Ning Rongrong had a preliminary acquaintance. At this time, in Ning Rongrong's eyes, Davis was just a good-looking older brother. Don't underestimate the compliment of being good-looking. It's important to know that in the original timeline, Ning Rongrong was also a die-hard beauty lover. Oscar had never gained her favor before he shaved off his big beard, revealing his long-hidden handsome face. Moreover, since Davis was a disciple of the sword Douluo, their relationship wasn't too far apart, so her initial goodwill towards Davis was actually quite high. However, once Ning Rongrong witnessed the scene of the sword Douluo teaching Davis swordsmanship, her evaluation of Davis completely changed. In Ning Rongrong's mind, the sword Douluo was synonymous with invincibility. She had never seen Grandpa Jian teach someone swordsmanship with such dedication. Many disciples with sword-type martial souls in the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School had tried to seek guidance from Grandpa Jian, but they often found their swords knocked away with a casual strike, leaving them to leave as if they had received a treasure. Except for Davis. It was the first time Ning Rongrong saw a young man able to exchange blows with Grandpa Jian while wielding a long sword. The dazzling sword techniques Davis displayed even made her think that this older brother's swordsmanship was more beautiful than Grandpa Jian's. Thus, for a period of time afterward, whenever the sword Douluo came to Davis's residence to teach, Ning Rongrong would always follow along, even skipping several etiquette classes at Yuexian for this reason. Ning Fengji did not oppose this, but rather welcomed it. In his view, having his daughter build a good relationship with Davis would be far more beneficial for her future than attending a few more etiquette classes. Although the daughter of the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School would not marry outside, and the prince of the Xinghua Empire would certainly not enter the family. If Ning Rongrong could become good friends with Davis, or even form a brother-sister bond, she would have an additional strong ally on this continent in the future. Thus, as time went by, Davis and Ning Rongrong gradually became familiar with each other. The 80,000-year-old right arm bone of the diamond monkey that Ning Fengji entrusted to the sword Douluo was privately given to Davis by the sword Douluo. Although Davis himself looked down on the 80,000-year-old soul bone, it could already be described as invaluable on the continent. Not to mention that this soul bone was not only highly complete, but also produced by the powerful diamond monkey species. Davis was quite shocked by the grand gesture of the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile sect, but he calmly accepted the gift from Ning Fengji. Although the Chilua tulip had already been consumed by Yong, Davis still had other ways to help Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile. A high-level internal skill, combined with a spirit medicine close to the level of an immortal, would undoubtedly provide more help to Ning Rongrong than the original World Line's Chilua tulip. As long as Ning Rongrong could promote the 7-treasure glazed tile to the 9-treasure glazed tile, she would certainly be a seed for inheriting the divine position. Although it was unlikely for her to go to Xingluo with Davis due to her duty to inherit the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. In the future within the divine realm, she could still be aligned with his faction. The same reasoning applied to Oscar. Davis intended to gather these seeds of divinity under his banner, not for the sake of collecting, but to build his own divine power in the future. On that day, Davis was receiving teachings from the sword Douluo when Yi Lingling walked into the training ground. "Brother, Grandpa Li is back. He asked me to tell you that everything you instructed has been taken care of." Davis nodded and replied, "All right, I'll go over in a bit." After saying that, he continued practicing his swordsmanship until he completed today's lessons in sword fighting before apologizing. "Teacher, I have something to take care of, so I'll excuse myself first." The sword fighting teacher was quite satisfied with Davis's attitude of finishing his coursework first and nodded to indicate that he could attend to his own matters. However, Ning Rongrong suddenly looked up and with sparkling eyes asked Davis, "Big brother, was that girl just now your sister?" Davis smiled and nodded, not explaining too clearly to Ning Rongrong. After all, her background was Yi Lingling's privacy and a pain in her heart. Davis didn't want to bring it up, as he didn't want to uncover her scars. He didn't notice the fleeting disappointment in Ning Rongrong's eyes after his nod. But Sor Douluo did. He knew very well that the Star Luo royal family did not have a princess of such age, and besides, Davis had run away from home. Bringing guards and servants was for safety and convenience, and it was unlikely he would bring his own 4- or 5-year-old sister. When the old and young returned to the sex base in Dou City, Sor Douluo summoned the intelligence personnel of the 7-treasure glazed tile school to inquire about the girl next to Davis. Only then did he learn that Yi Lingling was the granddaughter of the white-clothed saint hand Yi Jinghu, almost destined to be the successor of the 9-heart begonia martial soul. This revelation brightened the eyes of Ning Fengji and Sor Douluo, since the heir of the Yi family could become siblings with Davis. Then our Rongrong could naturally do the same. In Davis's mansion, Li Fu was introducing the results of the recent exploration of Dougibo's lair. After the first theft of the immortal grass a few years ago, Dougibo had become much more vigilant. The poison formation outside the ice and fire Yong was clearly much stronger, more complex, and more vicious than when Li Fu last visited. Ordinary-souled Douluos would face certain death if they entered. Even an ordinary title Douluo would find it nearly impossible to escape without suffering severe injuries once caught in the poison formation. It was evident that Dougibo had invested a significant amount of resources into fortifying the defenses of his lair. The good news was that, perhaps out of concern that transplanting them would cause them to wither, the few immortal grasses that Davis emphasized were still growing steadily in their original locations. This was understandable. Anyone who discovered that their lair was being accessed at will, with several treasures taken that they couldn't even figure out how to use, and without any trace of the intruder, would go to great lengths to enhance their defenses. This is a fundamental instinct of humans to protect themselves, especially for someone like Dougibo, who has enemies everywhere. After this incident, he must be feeling quite uneasy, probably unable to sleep at night. However, all of this was ultimately useless. For someone like Li Fu, who possessed a domain, that poison formation was nothing more than a joke. Once the domain was activated, no kind of poison gas could invade. To avoid alarming Dougibo again and forcing him to destroy the entire ice and fire Yong, Li Fu did not take anything from it this time. He merely assessed the situation before quietly leaving. Next, it was time for Davis to negotiate with this poisoned Douluo. Chapter 59, Dougibo, I've got you figured out. Davis sent a letter to Dougibo. What followed was simply to sit back and wait for Dougibo to visit. Sure enough, that night, the poisoned Douluo arrived. However, standing at the entrance of Davis's residence, Dougibo felt very hesitant. The mysterious person who sent the letter was completely untraceable. All he knew was that they had recently settled in Dou City. Even with the help of Prince Shueshing through the Dou royal family's intelligence system, he was unable to uncover more information. The letter bluntly pointed out all the difficulties Dougibo was facing. He suffered from the poison of the Baihan snake and had not been able to advance his strength for many years after becoming a title Douluo. His only relative, granddaughter Divian, was also threatened by the Baihan snake's poison, and her talent was far inferior to his own. He feared she would not be able to become a title Douluo, and if that were the case, she would likely die from the poison by the age of 40 at most. The first issue did not weigh heavily on Dougibo's mind. After all, title Douluos could live up to 300 years, and with his strength, he could contend with the poison, at most shortening his lifespan by 50 years. However, regarding his granddaughter Dougian, she was truly Dougibo's only vulnerability. Throughout his life, he had witnessed his son die from the inherited snake poison, and his daughter-in-law also succumbing to the poison from his son. Now, he was left with only Dougian as his family. Even as a title Douluo, Dougibo did not have the strength to face the almost inevitable tragedy that awaited him in the future. Now, Davis's letter told him, "Your poison, I can cure. Your granddaughter's poison, I can also cure. Not only that, but I can also help you elevate your strength and assist your precious granddaughter in evolving her martial soul to become a Baihan snake emperor like you, even stabilizing the inheritance of the Dougu family's martial soul." For Dougibo, this was nothing short of fairy tale. He had 1,000 reasons to believe that this letter was a scam, and the messenger must have ulterior motives. But as long as there was one reason to believe this was true, Dougibo had to come, because he was running out of time. Dougian was already 11 years old this year, with deep purple short hair identical to her father's when he was young. This unusual hair color was a result of the Baihan snake's poison acting in her body. If a way to detoxify could not be found, Dougian's fate would inevitably be the same as her father's, dying from her own poison. Thus, even if Dougibo was certain that the messenger had ill intentions, he still had to come. To his surprise, even at night, the residence was open and lanterns were hung. with two attendants waiting at the entrance to greet Douluo's arrival. Douluo, confused, followed the attendants into Davis's residence. This did not seem like the actions of someone plotting against him. He walked into the reception room with a heart full of doubt, only to find an elderly man and a young man sitting there waiting for him. Davis waved off the servant, leaving only himself, Li Fu, and Douluo in the reception room. "It's you." Douluo immediately recognized Li Fu. A few years ago, several rare herbs were stolen from Douluo's medicinal garden, and after a long investigation, he had not found the thief, only sensing a faint trace of energy from the stolen herbs. Now, upon meeting Li Fu, the concealed wind, a tribute soul power emanating from him, immediately activated Douluo's unpleasant memories. However, the significantly stronger fluctuations of soul power from Li Fu calmed Douluo's rising anger for the moment. He did not immediately lash out, but fixed Li Fu with a cold gaze and asked, "A few years ago, you took from my medicinal garden without asking, and today you fabricated a story about antidotes for snake venom to lure me here. What exactly do you intend?" Li Fu met Douluo's gaze, slowly took a sip of tea, and replied leisurely, "If it were truly fabricated, why hasn't the esteemed guest made a move?" "You." Douluo felt a surge of frustration, but inexplicably softened his tone slightly. "What do you want?" At this moment, Davis, who had not been taken seriously by Douluo from the beginning, spoke up. "Senior Douluo, you shouldn't ask what we want, but rather what we can offer you." A mere junior dares to interrupt a conversation with a title Douluo? Douluo's venomous eyes turned, and a dangerous gaze shot straight at Davis. To Douluo's surprise, this boy, who definitely looked no older than 15, showed no sign of fear under the gaze of a title Dou. In fact, there was a glimmer of sharpness in Davis's eyes that remained unspoken. This kind of gaze led Douluo to a terrifying suspicion. If he truly dared to use his title Dou's soul power to pressure him, Davis would undoubtedly retaliate on the spot. At that moment, Li Fu's fingers casually tapped the armrest of the chair, the crisp sound interrupting Douluo's intention to further threaten Davis. Only then did Douluo realize in astonishment that between the old and the young, it was not the mysterious title Douluo who held the power, but rather the young man, Davis. What kind of identity does this boy have? Even the most powerful upper three sects would not be so overbearing as to have a title Douluo follow a young man. At this thought, a chilling answer suddenly surfaced in Douluo's mind: the Spirit Hall. As this idea took shape, Douluo's gaze instantly became even more sinister and dangerous. His past relationship with the Spirit Hall was far from harmonious. Throughout his cultivation journey, hunting for soul rings, competing for soul bones, and exploring ruins, the entity that had caused him the most trouble was undoubtedly the Spirit Hall, known for its overwhelming strength and domineering methods. However, if it were the Spirit Hall, which had influence covering the entire continent, perhaps they really had a way. If they could truly resolve the hidden dangers surrounding Yin, then having the Spirit Hall as his backer might not be an unacceptable proposition for Douluo. Davis interrupted Douluo's reverie. Whether it's the toxins accumulated in your own body or the problems of your granddaughter Yin, these urgent issues can be resolved by the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce. DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce? Isn't that the Royal Chamber of Commerce of the Star Luo Empire? Douluo was taken aback. He had speculated that the other party might come from the top three sects or the Spirit Hall, but he had never considered this possibility. In Douluo's view, even the Tiando royal family treated him as a worshipper and wouldn't dare to trouble him with trivial matters. How could a mere chamber of commerce, even one backed by the Star Luo royal family, dare to provoke him? He had searched high and low for a solution to the problem of the phosphorus snake venom, but found none among the world's renowned doctors. What could a small chamber of commerce possibly do? Thinking of this, Douluo's anger surged, and disregarding Li Fu's threat beside him, he was about to attack Davis directly. With a slight wave of his right hand towards Davis, his third spirit ring lit up. Third spirit skill, Venomous Snake's Tongue. A green phantom of a venomous snake shot towards Davis at high speed. Hum! Li Fu let out a cold snort, and a gust of wind from his palm instantly shattered the snake phantom. This was a technique from the Tiger Claw's deadly hand. The greatest advantage of a self-created spirit skill over a spirit ring skill is its quick execution. Douluo had initially intended to have Davis fall victim to his phosphorus snake venom, using Davis's life and death to control the situation, but since his first attack failed, he chose not to continue, to avoid completely enraging Li Fu, a title Dou who was unaware of the depths of the situation. After all, when it comes to ganging up on low-ranking spirit masters, Douluo is undoubtedly a top expert in the Douluo continent. But in a one-on-one fight at the title Douluo level, he truly lacked confidence. Seeing Dou Qi stop, Li Fu also followed Davis's earlier instructions and did not press the attack, but he became even more vigilant towards Dou Qi throughout the confrontation between the two title Douluos. Davis remained seated, motionless, seemingly unfazed by the threat. Such calm and composure, unshaken even in the face of great danger, made Dou Qi regard him with a bit more respect and granted him a measure of patience to converse with Davis as an equal. Davis noticed that Dou Qi had calmed down and smiled again as he asked, "Mr. Dou Qi, if you still have doubts about our abilities, you could try our treatment first." As a demonstration of sincerity from the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce, this confident attitude, despite the polite tone, made Dou Qi feel as if he was being told, "Dou Qi, I've got you figured out. Even the God of Light can't stop what I'm saying." Chapter 60. The efficacy of the sacred land, Dou Qi's loyalty. Davis's sincerity and confidence were beyond Dou Qi's expectations. However, in Dou Qi's eyes, this was not entirely a good thing. The more sincere he was, the more it indicated that he wanted. The more confident he was, the more Dou Qi found it difficult to resist the other party's demands, leaving him with no choice but to be at their mercy. Sighing after a long silence, Dou Qi said, "Now tell me, what do you really want? As long as you can truly cure my yin and end the tragedy of the Bai Lin Snake Emperor's martial soul inheritance, I would be willing to give up everything, even sell my life to you." Davis saw that he finally yielded, and only then did he officially present his price. He would be responsible for curing the poison in Dou Qi's body and ensuring that Dou Qi could raise his soul power by at least one level after the treatment. In return, Dou Qi would have to work for Davis for 100 years. Although 100 years is a long time, every time a title Douluo levels up, their lifespan is extended by 100 years. If Dou Qi can eliminate the toxins in his body, he might be able to increase his soul power by more than one level in the future. In this regard, Davis might be making a great profit, but Dou Qi would certainly not be a loss either. As for treating Dou Qi, that would come at a different price. Davis is very clear that the ruthless old poisoner, Dou Qi, values the safety of his granddaughter more than anything else. Therefore, even though the difficulty of treating Dou Qi is lower, Davis's price is even harsher. He wants the entire ice and fire Tuyin eye. Yes, that includes all the fairy herbs and spiritual medicines around the ice and fire Tuyin eye, along with this precious land. The ice and fire Tuyin eye can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Planting spiritual medicines around it can yield tenfold or even 100-fold returns. Cultivating nearby can achieve twice the result with half the effort. From any angle, Davis has absolutely no reason to give up this precious land. Although Davis's asking price is steep, it is still within the acceptable range for Dou Qi. Not to mention that Davis also agreed to help improve Dou Yan's martial soul strength to some extent, which is a significant benefit for his granddaughter for life. Once the deal was struck, Davis stood up and extended his hand to Dou Qi, saying, "Well, Mr. Dou Qi, welcome to the DrawingJin Chamber of Commerce." Seeing that Davis had no reservations about shaking hands with him, a master of poison, Dou Qi inexplicably felt a bit more confident that he could cure both himself and his granddaughter. However, he still retorted, "Let's talk after you really cure me." Davis didn't mind Dou Qi's tsundere attitude. He was always more tolerant of capable people. For the treatment of Dou Qi, Davis chose a spot next to the newly acquired Eye of Ice and Fire, because the treatment process required him to fully operate his true heart technique. Being in a place rich in spiritual energy allowed Davis's soul power to recover much faster. Dou Qi had no objections. After all, this precious land had already been promised to someone else, and whether it was given a few days earlier or later didn't make much difference to him. This time, it was Dou Qi himself who opened the poison formation entwined around the Eye of Ice and Fire, welcoming Davis and Li Fu inside. The Eye of Ice and Fire truly lived up to its reputation as the most precious place in Douluo continent. Once they entered this place, the true heart technique continuously operating within Davis suddenly surged like it had taken a stimulant, increasing the speed of spiritual energy absorption by more than 3 times. Moreover, once Davis actively operated his technique, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy could increase several more times. As his soul power surged, Davis suddenly felt something and quickly apologized to Dou Qi, saying, "Wait a moment," before immediately sitting cross-legged. A tiger's roar echoed, and the scene that followed shattered Dou Qi's understanding. The golden-patterned white tiger martial soul, which was somewhat different from the star Luo Dai families, wasn't too outrageous. Dou Qi had roughly guessed Davis's identity during their previous exchanges. Variations and evolutions of martial souls did happen from time to time in Douluo continent. But what was up with those yellow, purple, black soul rings? As far as Dou Qi knew, this kid in front of him was only about 13 years old, right? No wonder even the title Douluo had to take him as the main focus. If I had such an offspring, I would let him do as he wished to. Dou Qi thought this, completely unaware that Li Fu, this title Dou, was also facilitated by Davis's means. Davis sat down to cultivate, practicing two methods, the Chuanjin Heart method for soul power cultivation and the 13 Bodyguards horizontal practice Golden Bell Shield for physical training. Under the intense stimulation of the rich spiritual energy, his progress was rapid. After just one complete cycle, the Chuanjin Heart method, which had lingered at the 5th level for a long time, broke through to the 6th level in one go. This martial art is divided into 7 levels. And once Davis perfects the 7th level, he can switch to cultivating the top-tier internal skill, the innate skill from the gold-type game world. At that time, not only will Davis's soul power cultivation speed increase significantly, but the highly purified soul power will also bring him even greater destructive power. The 13 Bodyguards horizontal practice Golden Bell Shield also reached the 6th level when Davis broke through to the Soul King realm. Now, under the impact of the abundant heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, it has broken through several barriers at once, reaching the 7th level. Currently, Davis's natural physical defense is equivalent to a martial soul-possessed state, akin to the top-tier defensive spirit armor, the Armored Rhinoceros, pure defense type, Soul Emperor. The upcoming 8th level corresponds to a pure defense type Soul Sage, while the 9th and 10th levels correspond to pure defense type Soul Dou. The 11th level is equivalent to a titled Dou level pure defense type Soul Master, and the 12th level corresponds to Super Douluo above level 95. If he can reach the perfect 13th level, it would be equivalent to a terrifying level 99 pure defense type Soul Master. Beyond that, it may not be achievable with the 13 Bodyguards horizontal practice Golden Bell Shield. Davis might need to find a new direction in physical cultivation to reach the divine realm in this aspect. However, even so, in terms of the potential of the cultivation methods, the 13 Bodyguards horizontal practice Golden Bell Shield surpasses Tang San's proud Xiantian skill. After all, the Xiantian skill could no longer provide Tang San with more advantages after he became a titled Douluo. As for the Xiantian skill that Tang San continued to use after becoming a God King, it had greatly deviated from the original path. It can only be said to be a personally modified version by God King Tang San. After Davis consecutively broke through 2 martial arts techniques, he slowly opened his eyes. He stood up, facing the monster-like gaze of Dou Qi, and smiled as he said, "Mr. Dou Qi, I just made some progress in my cultivation. The process of detoxification should go much more smoothly." Dou Qi no longer had any doubts about Davis in his heart. In his view, it was only natural for someone as extraordinary as Davis to accomplish anything. The process of Davis treating Dou Qi is similar to what Tang San used in the original timeline. Both involve having Dou Qi prepare a soul bone and using pure soul power to force the toxins accumulated in his body into that soul bone. However, with his profound Taoist skills, Davis finds it easier to expel the toxins than Tang San. Even though Davis does not understand poison, his advanced Chuanjin Heart method is much stronger in terms of internal energy manipulation than Tang San's half-baked Xiantian Gong when expelling toxins from Dou Qi. While Tang San needed the help of the 8-angled Xian ice grass and 2 immortal herbs, the fire apricot and the fire blossom, Davis can directly separate the toxins within Dou Qi's body and force them into the soul bone with his internal energy control ability. The toxin expulsion process went smoothly without any accidents, due to the breakthrough in Davis's Chuanjin Heart method. What was originally planned to be a 4 to 5 session process could now be completed in just 2 sessions. After 2 toxin expulsions spaced a week apart, Dou Qi was pleasantly surprised to find that the bone-corroding poison he had endured for decades had been completely absorbed by the soul bone in his left arm. The torment that had plagued him for years disappeared in an instant, and with his body feeling light, Dou Qi naturally broke through to level 92 soul power, fulfilling Davis's earlier promise to him. Moreover, the soul bone that absorbed all his toxins unexpectedly carried a strong biphosphorus snake venom when unleashing its original attack type, soul bone skill, significantly increasing its threat level. Most importantly, being cured meant that his granddaughter, Dugwian, could also be saved. In this joyful moment of 4 blessings, even someone as gloomy and reserved as Dou Qi couldn't help but let out several long howls, barely expressing the exhilaration in his heart. Davis's sincerity was very straightforward. and Dou was actually a person who kept his promises. This can be seen from his bet with Tang San in the original world line. He immediately bowed to Davis and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, for the next 100 years, I will let you command all of my abilities." Chapter 61. The Ice and Fire Alchemy Body. The Green Serpent offers a kiss. Davis perfectly healed Dou. Although he had not yet treated Dou Yen, Dou was already convinced of Davis's ability to heal her, so he voluntarily handed over the ownership of the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, along with the control of the surrounding poison formation. Here, Davis was preparing for an epic upgrade. After breaking through the True Heart method to the 7th layer, Davis's soul power level rose to level 57. Next, Davis needed to use the 8-pointed mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot flower to temper his body in the Ice and Fire Duality Eye. Tang San only used these 2 immortal herbs to refine a body immune to ice and fire attacks, which was actually a considerable waste. Davis's goal is much more ambitious. He wants to use the Eye of Ice and Fire as a furnace, himself as the main ingredient, and the 2 immortal herbs, octagonal mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot blossom, as auxiliary ingredients to forge a true indestructible body. In fact, after taking the rare mushroom and heavenly chrysanthemum back in the day, Davis had already achieved a basic indestructible body, just like Dai Wei in the original timeline. However, this level of indestructible body might not have much effect when he reaches the Soul Sage level. This time, Davis aims to temper his physique in a steel like the Monkey King in the 8-trigram furnace. At the same time, under the stimulation of the Eye of Ice and Fire and the 2 immortal herbs, the practice of the 13 Guardians Golden Bell Shield body refining martial arts will surely see a significant increase in cultivation, and breaking through several levels might not be a dream. Davis followed Tang San's method from the original timeline, using the prepared fine iron short knife to cut off the Xianbing 8-pointed grass, and then using a jade small shovel to dig out the blazing fire apricot flower. The 2 immortal herbs were immediately sent into his mouth. As the extreme cold and extreme heat energies surged within him, Davis hesitated not and leaped into the spring of the Ice and Fire Duality Eye. Li Fu and Dou, the 2 titled Douluos, stood guard by the spring, their faces filled with worry, although Davis had explained the feasibility to them in advance. The spring, which could destroy ordinary titled Douluos, still caused them a bit of concern. Meanwhile, in the spring, Davis was truly experiencing a delightful yet intense sensation. Any process that could be described with the word forging generally wouldn't be comfortable at all. Davis now feels as if 5,000 ice ants and 5,000 fire ants are crawling and biting through his internal organs, meridians, blood vessels, and skin. He can only exert all his strength to operate the 13 Protector's horizontal training Golden Bell Shield to slightly alleviate this suffering of 10,000 ants gnawing at his body. During this process, the last remaining medicinal power of the rare herb, the heavenly chrysanthemum, in Davis's body is also unleashed, coating his skin with a faint golden glow. It must be said that in this life, although Davis has lived a life of privilege, the desire to become stronger that he developed from a young age, along with his worries about the future, has forced him to gradually hone himself into an extraordinary warrior. The pain of the Ice and Fire refining body is such that even an ordinary soul sage would have collapsed in the first second. Yet after enduring the initial adaptation period, Davis has begun to gradually get used to this feeling. For those with the heart of a strong person, experiencing the sensation of their body becoming stronger every second makes the pain of the Ice and Fire refining body seem trivial. After swallowing the 2 immortal herbs, Davis jumped into the spring, and 10 minutes later, his cultivation of the 13 Protector's horizontal training Golden Bell Shield broke through another level, reaching the 8th layer. 1 hour later, it broke through to the 9th layer. 24 hours later, it reached the 10th layer, and Davis's physical cultivation officially rivaled the top defensive soul masters, likely surpassing the physical strength of Niu Gao, the clan leader of the Yu family. After all, although the armor rhinoceros martial spirit is of high grade, it is not top tier. Additionally, under the tempering of the 2 immortal herbs, Davis's body, like Tang San's, gained the ability to be immune to ice and fire damage. By this time, the medicinal power of the 2 immortal herbs in Davis's body was almost exhausted. Like Tang San from the original timeline, these 2 immortal herbs did not enhance Davis's soul power. However, in terms of enhancing physical constitution, the effects of these 2 herbs on Davis far exceed that on Tang San by several times. After absorbing the 2 immortal herbs, Tang San barely reached the standard for absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. Yet, with Davis's current physical strength, he has some confidence in withstanding the body pressure of absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring. This illustrates the importance of a good body refining martial arts. As the cultivation of the 13 protectors' horizontal training golden bell shield gradually stabilized, Davis jumped out of the spring. Compared to before he entered the spring, not only has his overall defensive power significantly increased, but his strength has also reached an astonishing level, even causing him to have slight issues controlling his own power due to the continuous breakthroughs in his body refining technique. For a period of time thereafter, in addition to normal soul power cultivation, he will need to spend considerable time each day refamiliarizing himself with and mastering his body. Therefore, Davis plans to stay around the ice and fire 2E spring for a while until he readjusts to his body. Dou soon brought Dou Yin to receive treatment from Davis. In addition to detoxifying her, Davis also found the most suitable spiritual herb for her by the ice and fire Yong Ei. The spirit snake 3-star berry is of comparable quality to the 9th grade purple mushroom, second only to celestial products. This spiritual herb can only work wonders when consumed by snake-type soul beasts or soul masters, enhancing their foundation and supplementing their deficiencies. Generally, if it grows in the wild, it would have been discovered and consumed by various snake-type soul beasts long before reaching 100 years of age. Only by growing in the ice and fire Yong Ei, isolated by the poison array set by Dou, can it reach the level of nearly 10,000 years. For a snake-type soul master like Dou Yin, the effects of the spirit snake 3-star berry are no less than that of a celestial product. Dou Yin is currently 11 years old, with a soul power of level 26. After consuming the spirit snake 3-star berry, her soul power skyrocketed to level 30 with surplus. After Dou helped her hunt for her 3rd soul ring, her level further increased to 34. Originally just an ordinary Bi-Huan snake martial soul, the medicinal effects of the spirit snake 3-star berry enlarged her martial soul by more than 10 times and increased its toxicity by a notch. Although it is still not comparable to Dou's Bi-Huan Snake King, it has already shown signs of evolving like it did back then. Dou initially estimated that once Dou Yin advances to Soul Sage and possesses her true martial soul form, her Bi-Huan snake will be able to truly evolve into a Bi-Huan Snake King. At this point, Davis had fulfilled all his promises to Dou, and the agreed-upon rewards had been fully delivered. The only issue that arose was that Dou Yin had not yet become a couple with Tianheng, and when Davis was detoxifying her, he had to use the true heart method to control his soul power and help her expel the accumulated toxins into her soul bones. This process inevitably involved skin contact. Moreover, this state of soul power communication is quite similar to the situation when cultivating martial soul fusion techniques. In this state, if it lasts for a long time, even two strangers would develop mutual affection, although it is not as intimate as martial soul fusion. Breaking the initial strangeness between a man and a woman upon first meeting is entirely achievable. This is not surprising at all. After all, in the martial arts world of the gold system, there are many stories of handsome young heroes healing and detoxifying female heroes, ultimately leading to the female heroes falling in love with the young heroes. Dou Yin is unaware of the transaction between her grandfather and Davis. She only knows that this handsome and sunny boy cured her Bi-Huan snake poison that would flare up every night and helped her improve her cultivation and strengthen her martial soul. Perhaps she would have died from snake poison by middle age. Perhaps even if she managed to survive, she would only reach the Soul Sage realm in her lifetime. But now, this charming boy has solved all her problems, changed her destiny, and allowed her to almost worry-free cultivate to title Douluo, becoming a top-tier powerhouse. With this self-strategy in play, which female hero could resist? If Dou Yin could eventually fall for the strong and cheerful Yu Tianheng, then when she faces the super-luxurious version of Yu Tianheng, who just happens to be the one who saved her life, how could she remain indifferent? Snake girls have a particularly strong pursuit of love. Thus, after the two finished detoxifying, the daring Dou Yin suddenly launched a surprise attack, turning around to hug Davis, who was withdrawing his power, and even kissed him on the neck. She even gently bit Davis's skin with her small sharp teeth. Although she didn't want to leave a mark, it left Davis feeling a tingling sensation all over. Davis stood frozen on the spot, as if he had taken a full-powered hit from the aging single dog Yu Yuanba, without any defense. The soft and cool kiss from the snake woman was certainly refreshing. But how was he supposed to explain it to the little cat at home that guards its food, if Dou and Li Fu were not present? He could temporarily refuse this feeling under the pretext of their initial acquaintance. But unfortunately, Dou Yin couldn't help herself. While kissing her beloved, her grandfather was right there, just a short distance away, resting with his eyes closed. How remarkable was the perception ability of the title Douluo. The moment Dou Yin took the initiative to embrace him, Dou had already noticed the movement over here. Seeing his granddaughter's overly affectionate behavior, Dou felt a pang of bitterness. This was no longer a problem that could be solved with 100 years of hard work. It seemed he would have to serve the Xingluo royal family until death. Dou shot a glare at Li Fu beside him, silently asking, "What will you do about your descendant seducing my granddaughter?" As a relative benefiting from the situation, Li Fu remained calm, wearing an expression of "I didn't see anything, I don't know, don't ask me," which infuriated Dou even more. Seeing that Li Fu couldn't give him an answer, the old poison master secretly made a decision. Regardless of whether Yin was the one who took the initiative, if that little rascal Davis dared to deny it, he would poison him into impotence, even at the risk of being severely injured by Li Fu. Chapter 62. 80,000 year Golden Mango Death B. After all, Dou Yin was still a little girl. After stealing a kiss from Davis, she immediately blushed and ran away, leaving Davis alone to face Dou's death glare. A glance at Dou not far away revealed that the poisoned Douluo had transformed from a meditative state into a pouting mudfish. His snake-like eyes were fixed intensely on Davis, as if to say, "You better not deny it, or you're done for." What kind of mentality was it for a vegetable that had been raised at home for over 10 years to actively approach a wild boar from someone else's home? Dou stated, "I don't care. It was the wild boar that actively approached my vegetable." Davis sheepishly withdrew his gaze. In fact, Dou Yin was really quite remarkable, at least in terms of her dedication to her loved ones. In the original world line, during the strange team battles of the royal fight and Shrek, because Yu Qianheng was injured, this girl had gone mad and unleashed the deadly phosphor snake venom. If it weren't for Tang San's proficiency in detoxification, Shrek's 7 monsters would have suffered their first defeat due to her. Moreover, it's not uncommon for royal offspring to have multiple wives and concubines. Zhu Jian came from a noble family, and she had been educated from a young age on how to be a good queen. She was not an unreasonable woman and wouldn't be overly harsh on Davis in this regard. However, Davis and Dou Yin had only just met, and he still wanted their relationship to develop naturally. If feelings blossomed, then being together for a lifetime would be wonderful. If feelings were lacking, Davis was also unwilling to force anything, whether it was on himself or on Dou Yin. That would be unpleasant. Moreover, the enemies he would face in the future would be far more powerful than Dou Yin could imagine. Even someone like Dou, a floor-level title Douluo, would likely only be able to show off his strength on non-core battlefields. Whether she would accompany him on this most difficult path still required Dou Yin to calm down and think it through. Achievement unlocked. A kiss seals the deal. Reward. Couple martial arts card. Jade Maiden Pure Heart Sword Technique. A peculiar martial arts card landed in Davis's hand as he watched Dou Yan's departing figure. Lost in thought. A kiss seals the deal? This achievement, originally from the game Jinxi Group Heroes, required 1 male and 1 female player to complete a series of romantic quests to obtain it. To achieve this, there was a basic condition. The couple's mutual affection had to meet the standard. So, after that sudden kiss, not only was Dou Yin moved, but Davis himself also felt a stir. The reward for completing this achievement in the game was a randomly assigned couple martial arts card that could be used by both partners, such as the Golden Crow Blade Technique, Snow Mountain Sword Technique, Mandarin Duck Blade, and the 5 Luo Light Smoke Palm, among others. The Jade Maiden Pure Heart Sword Technique was definitely one of the top-tier couple martial arts. However, this martial arts technique only existed in legend within the game's original time and space. Many people had passed through this card, but no couple had ever truly met the hidden learning conditions for this couple martial arts. This made Davis's mood even more complicated. After the incident with the snake woman's kiss, Davis had remained at the Eye of Ice and Fire to cultivate, hoping to soon reach the 7th level of the all-true heart method and unlock the cultivation of innate skills. Dou Yin might have been too shy to come see him again for a while. After a long period of rushing around, Davis finally gained a long-awaited, undisturbed time for cultivation. The gains during this time were substantial, and it was time to settle down and reflect. In the spiritually rich place of the Eye of Ice and Fire, with the residual medicinal power of the immortal herbs in his body, Davis's cultivation speed greatly increased. In just 4 months, he had raised his soul power by 3 levels. Now, at the threshold of level 60, Davis needed a soul ring that was at least 70. 80,000 to 80,000 years old. Otherwise, it would not do justice to his hard-earned training in the 13 Protectors Horizontal Training Golden Bell Shield. The Sunset Forest could only be considered a medium-sized soul-hunting forest, and even in its deepest parts, there were no soul beasts of that level. So Li Fu had to take Davis on another trip to the Stardew Forest. Fortunately, Davis's physical defenses had greatly increased, or this soul-hunting journey would not have been as easy as before. Soul beasts aged 80,000 to 90,000 years had combat power close to just promoted title Douluos. While they posed little threat to Li Fu, they could still be a significant threat to Davis, especially since the metal attribute soul beasts he needed were often aggressive and destructive. However, now with the 13 Protectors Horizontal Training Golden Bell Shield at level 10, Davis dared to withstand a couple of attacks from title Douluos. This way, Li Fu didn't have to expend too much energy protecting Davis and could focus on dealing with the soul beasts. The variety of soul beasts in the Stardew Forest was far richer than that of the Sunset Forest, and after Davis and Li Fu delved deeper into the forest, they had already encountered 3 suitable soul beasts for Davis: a 70,000-year-old golden maned dragon blood horse, an 80,000-year-old golden sword-tailed lion. Both the golden maned dragon blood horse and the golden sword-tailed lion were extremely rare and powerful types of soul beasts, making them more than enough as Davis's 6th soul ring. However, when Davis encountered the first 2 soul beasts, he only felt they were suitable but hadn't fully decided. It wasn't until he saw the 80,000-year-old golden light death bee that he immediately confirmed this was the 6th soul ring he wanted. The death bee was actually one of the most common low-level soul beasts in the Stardew Forest. They were weak in strength and had short lifespans, so the most common individuals were usually around 10 or 100 years old. However, due to their large population, even though the chances of leveling up were low, some would inevitably advance to become 1,000-year soul beasts. After reaching 1,000 years, the long stinger at the tail of the death bee would turn blue and be called the blue light death bee. Among them, a very small number could break through the threshold of 10,000 years and evolve into the silver light death bee. In the countless death bee groups in the Stardew Forest, perhaps only one had reached over 50,000 years, the ultimate form of the death bee species, the golden light death bee. This species had a strong reproductive ability, but died quickly, having only one chance to attack in their lifetime, which was to shoot out the long stinger at their tail. Once the stinger was shot out, the death bee's life would come to an end. Because of this, their attack power far exceeded that of other soul beasts of the same age. Even strong subdragon types could not compare in terms of single-target attack power to the same-age death bee. Among ordinary soul masters, there were those who hunted death bees for soul rings, often gaining a very powerful attack-type soul skill. Unfortunately, there was a fatal drawback that greatly reduced the number of soul masters hunting death bees. The soul skill provided by the death bee consumed enough soul power with each use to deplete half of a soul master of the same level, which made it even harder for low-level soul masters who already lacked soul power. Although after reaching the blue light level, soul power consumption would be reduced to some extent, it still wasn't within the acceptable range for soul masters of all levels. Only the extremely rare silver light death bees, which reduced consumption again, began to be sought after by high-level soul masters. Unfortunately, even an entire colony, there might not be a single one above silver light level. And even if there was, hunting them meant facing tens of thousands of death bees. Over time, the number of soul masters hunting this type of soul beast dwindled. But Davis was different. He never lacked soul power reserves. The existence of the all-true heart method allowed his soul power recovery speed to be several times that of soul masters of the same level. Davis was deeply impressed by the Golden Sting Death Bee because the Golden Sting sword he held was forged from the stinger of the Golden Sting Death Bee, combined with some rare metals. It was unmatched in sharpness, exceptionally sturdy, and had excellent soul power conductivity. This was Davis's evaluation of the Golden Sting sword. The soul ring abilities provided by an 80,000-year-old Golden Sting Death Bee could rival those of a 100,000-year soul beast in terms of lethality. However, hunting this Golden Sting Death Bee was not a simple task. Firstly, as the king of its species, the Golden Sting Death Bee undoubtedly lived under the protection of countless ordinary death bees, although those lower-level death bees could not truly harm Li Fu and Davis. Being swarmed by thousands of them could certainly put them in a very difficult position. Furthermore, the most crucial point was how to deal with the Golden Sting Death Bee's fatal strike. Soul beasts never wait for death when facing certain doom. The Golden Sting Death Bee would undoubtedly shoot out its long stinger without hesitation. This strike posed a significant threat, not only to Li Fu, who was at the title Douluo level, but also to Davis, who had mastered the 10th layer of the 13 Guardians' Golden Bell Shield. Chapter 63. White Tiger's Divine Sword. The Serpent Woman excels at entangling men, combined. In order to hunt this Golden Sting Death Bee, Li Fu took a bit of a risk, unleashing his maximum speed to swiftly penetrate deep into the territory of the Death Bees. Davis used lightness skills to instantly traverse 1,000 miles, simultaneously activating his second soul skill, Golden Feather Assault, closely following behind. Before the Golden Death Bee could react, Li Fu directly unleashed his full power to activate his Gale Domain, trapping it within and rendering it unable to move. The primary effect of the Gale Domain is to amplify wind attribute skills, rather than strong control. After being suppressed by the domain, the Golden Death Bee attempted to use its stinger to threaten Li Fu. At the same time, it summoned a large number of its kin through the messages of the swarm to come and defend itself. However, the chaotic wind pressure within the Gale Domain made the aiming process extremely difficult, and it took quite a while for it to barely manage to align its stinger with Li Fu's back. If hit by this attack, even Li Fu, as a title Douluo, would be heavily injured. However, once the stinger was fired, even if it could inflict damage, the Golden Death Bee would be doomed. As a ruler of its kind, with a certain level of intelligence and age as a soul beast, the Golden Death Bee was still in a tug-of-war with Li Fu and did not directly shoot its stinger. Just then, the first soul skill, White Tiger Golden Aura, the third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, level 3, the fifth soul skill, Golden Constant Suppression Pillar. Davis maximized his state and immediately launched a strong control skill. A mysterious totem pillar carrying the essence of gold and space descended from the sky, pinning it directly above the Golden Death Bee. The 46000 Year Soul Ring skill, a mysterious space-type skill, landed solidly on the Golden Death Bee, which was caught off guard. Even though it was an 80000 Year Soul Beast, it couldn't escape the powerful spatial binding of the Golden Pillar. Taking advantage of the Golden Death Bee being restrained, Li Fu executed the Tiger Claw Fatal Hand, and with one claw, he severed its lower body. Seeing the Bee King heavily injured, the surrounding Death Bees went wild, swarming towards Davis and Li Fu. Gray, blue, and silver bee needles shot towards them like a torrential rain of Tongmin's pear blossom needles. Unfortunately, in front of the defenses of Davis and Li Fu, apart from a few silver needles from the silver Death Bees that needed to be dodged, the ordinary Death Bees of 100 years and the blue Death Bees of 1,000 years posed no threat at all. Even if hit by hundreds or thousands of needles, it merely turned their clothes into a sieve with no injuries to their bodies. Just as Davis was about to strike and take the life of the Golden Death Bee, a sudden change occurred. A pure, nearly extreme wave of golden soul power appeared within the perception range of Davis and Li Fu. It was the tail needle skill of the Golden Death Bee. This swarm had not just one Golden Death Bee. All bee-type soul beast groups have a habit. When a second queen bee appears, the old queen instinctively rejects the new queen to maintain her absolute dominance within the group. The young queen will soon leave the swarm to establish her own. Therefore, neither Davis nor Li Fu expected that there was a hidden second Golden Death Bee in this group. There was only one possibility for this situation. The new queen happened to be the old queen's biological daughter. In this case, the old queen would allow the new queen to gather her own strength within the group and leave once she was strong enough. Given the despairingly low evolution ratio of Death Bees, the probability of this situation occurring was almost zero. Whether it was luck or misfortune, it just so happened that Davis and Li Fu encountered it. This hidden Golden Death Bee, around 60,000 years old, was indeed the old queen's daughter. Upon seeing her mother heavily injured by Li Fu, she unhesitatingly shot her tail needle at him at the cost of her own life. The tail needle shot by the 50,000 year Golden Death Bee, sacrificing its life, might not take Li Fu's life, but it was enough to cause him considerable harm. Li Fu was maintaining the wind domain to restrain the old queen, preventing her from releasing bee needles or escaping, and reacted a half-beat too slowly to the new queen's ambush. That half-beat was enough to leave him unable to respond in time. But Davis had the chance. Second soul skill, Golden Feather Assault. With the support of this soul skill, Davis's reflexes and movement speed skyrocketed, stepping with a speed of 1,000 miles in an instant. He transformed into a golden figure, blocking the path between Li Fu and the new queen. The 13th Guardian's Golden Bell Shield reached its limit. and the effects of the White Tiger's golden aura and the Diamond White Tiger transformation had not yet faded. Davis was in a fully defensive state. At the same time, for the first time in battle, he activated one of his trump cards, the External Soul Bone Golden Dragon Devouring Heaven Armor. With the increase in Davis's soul power, the age of this External Soul Bone had also risen to the 10,000 year level, providing a considerable boost to his defense. Li Fu saw that Davis was going to take the damage for him and felt a surge of anxiety. But he couldn't relax his control over the old queen for fear that the 80,000 year Golden Death Bee would also unleash its bee needles. He could only watch helplessly as the tail needle of the Golden Death Bee shot towards Davis's chest. Ding! This clash was a confrontation of two nearly extreme golden soul powers, a duel between ultimate defense and attack, both representing gold. After shooting the tail needle, the new queen fell to the ground dead. That tiny tail needle knocked Davis back several meters, but ultimately couldn't pierce through the layers of protection surrounding him. The tail needle only left a pinhole-size hole in the Golden Dragon Devouring Heaven armor, but could not break through the defenses of the 13th Guardian's Golden Bell shield. At this point, the battle between the two and the swarm should come to an end. Davis watched the old Golden Death be struggling in the Li Fu field, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. A dense metallic soul power wildly condensed in the palm of Davis's hand, quickly forming into a golden elemental spear. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Piercing Spear. Kill. The spear shot out, piercing through the tail of the Golden Death Bee, then emerging from its head, taking away this not-so-resilient 80,000-year-old soul beast in one strike. Unfortunately, this Golden Death Bee didn't even have a chance to unleash its final brilliant attack before being killed by Davis, a quasi-soul emperor. After successfully killing the Golden Death Bee, the entire swarm went into a frenzy, desperately charging at Davis and Li Fu, attempting to shoot them down with their stingers. But all of this was in vain. After the Golden Death Bee's death, the remaining swarm, no matter how numerous, could not pose a threat to the two. The two quickly escaped the scene with the corpse of the Golden Death Bee, soon evading the swarm's pursuit. Absorbing an 80,000-year soul ring takes a considerable amount of time, so to prevent any passing soul beast from interrupting him, Davis found a cave on the edge of a cliff to absorb the soul ring inside. Davis set aside the corpse of the Golden Mantis and sat cross-legged, beginning to operate the DrawingJin heart method. The soul ring was drawn in and then merged into Davis's body. Once the soul ring entered his body, Davis felt a tremendous wave of soul power surging towards him. At the same time, a chilling resentment began to invade the depths of Davis's sea of consciousness. However, this time, Davis was fully prepared. The 13 Guardians had practiced the Golden Bell Shield to the 10th level, which could be considered a great accomplishment. At this stage, not only had it greatly strengthened Davis's physique, but it also formed a protective layer in the intricate structure of his internal organs, blood vessels, and meridians. No matter how turbulent the incoming soul power was, after being weakened layer by this protective web, it could no longer harm Davis's body. As for the task of absorbing soul power, it would be entrusted to the DrawingJin heart method, which had opened all 12 meridians. With the physique honed by the 13 Guardians acting as a dam and the nearly perfected DrawingJin heart method serving as a channel, even the soul power waves condensed over 80,000 years could not create a disaster, as they were managed separately by the layers of dam and channel within Davis's body. As for the remnant soul of the Golden Mantis fighting back, when faced with a pair of black and white flying swords in Davis's soul, it could only stir up waves in his sea of consciousness like a defeated dog. Soon after, it was shredded by the flying swords, turning into nourishment for Davis's soul cultivation. Once the fluctuations of soul power and soul energy around Davis stabilized, Li Fu also relaxed, quietly guarding Davis at the cave entrance. The old man felt a bit regretful and fearful at that moment. As a title Douluo, he had actually needed Davis, a quasi-soul emperor, to help block the attack, putting the prince in the face of such terrifying assaults. If it weren't for the prince's own strength, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In this state of mind, Li Fu was extremely tense while guarding Davis, not daring to miss any signs of disturbance. After a long while, Davis opened his eyes, filled with an uncontainable look of surprise. The 80,000-year soul ring had pushed his soul power straight to level 64. The advantage of having a strong physique and soul was that Davis could absorb the additional soul power from the soul ring beyond the limit, almost saving 1/3 of the accumulation time for each level. Davis's acquisition of the soul skill this time was somewhat different from what was expected, but it can be described as a pleasant surprise. Perhaps influenced by the pair of flying swords in the visualization of Elzu within Davis's soul, this 80,000-year-old golden death bee soul ring grants him a soul skill called White Tiger Divine Sword. It allows him to summon 2 golden soul power flying swords, which can be freely manipulated by Davis's mental strength to strangle enemies, much like the swordsmanship in a fantasy world. The flying swords move at an extremely fast speed, deal high damage, and possess armor-piercing and penetrating effects. This soul skill is particularly favored by Davis. After all, what boy can resist the coolness of pointing a finger to control swords and slay enemies? Unlike the 4th soul skill, White Tiger Piercing Gun, which delivers a one-time direct strike, this skill is more flexible and versatile, allowing the pair of flying swords to be freely controlled by Davis's consciousness. The stronger Davis's soul becomes, the better his control over the soul power flying sword. This skill not only increases Davis's lethality and enriches his combat methods, but also enhances his ability to engage in multi-line combat. While he is locked in a standoff with an aggressive soul master from the opponent's side, he activates this soul skill, allowing 2 long swords to effortlessly pierce through all the fragile backline of the enemy. Additionally, what surprised Davis even more was that 2 golden sting death bees had produced soul bones. One was a 60,000-year-old right arm soul bone, and the other was an 80,000-year-old left arm soul bone. Although he did not yet know the specific skills of these 2 soul bones, Davis was confident that they would be suitable for both him and Dai Wei. What kind of soul bone skills could the golden sting death bee produce? It was easy to guess that they would likely be skills related to piercing, sharpness, or armor breaking. Such skills were very much needed for both Davis, who pursued the ultimate in gold attributes as an aggressive soul master, and Dai Wei, who was a natural shooter. Looking at these 2 soul bones, Davis mentally prepared for their allocation. Dai Wei's left arm soul bone slot already had the spatial soul bone left by her father, so she would receive the 60,000-year-old right arm soul bone. Since Davis held his sword in his right hand, he was accustomed to using his left hand to unleash the White Tiger Piercing Spear, an aggressive soul skill, making the 80,000-year-old left arm soul bone perfectly suited for him. The performance of the golden sting death bee was so impressive that Davis was very much looking forward to the skills carried by the soul bones. He immediately pressed the soul bone against his left arm and began to absorb it with his soul power. Before long, the soul bone completely fused into Davis's body, granting him a soul bone skill that was close to his expectations. Pierce through heaven and earth significantly increases the destructive power and penetration of the next attack. Usable once per day. Under this soul bone skill, both the 4th soul skill, White Tiger Piercing Spear, and the newly acquired 6th soul skill, White Tiger Guardian Sword, would receive a significant boost. As for the soul bone skill's cooldown period of 1 day, Davis thought it was quite normal. After all, the more powerful the skill, the longer the cooldown time, which is universally acknowledged. At this moment, Davis's spatial soul guide had already stored 2 high-quality soul bones. In addition to the 60,000-year-old right arm bone of the golden sting death bee, there was also the 80,000-year-old right arm bone of the diamond baboon gifted by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Since he had sneaked out for a trip without his teammates, he felt a bit guilty. So when he returned to Xingluo, he would treat it as a local specialty to bring back for his teammates. Davis and Li Fu quickly left the Star Dou Forest, and when they returned to Tiandou City, they found that the atmosphere in the entire city was much livelier than in the previous days. Davis returned home and inquired about it, only to find out that the Lantern Festival was approaching. The Lantern Festival is an important holiday in the Tiandou Empire. Not only a day for countless families to reunite and celebrate, but also a day for many young men and women to express their feelings for each other. Similar to the Lantern Festival on Earth. On this day, all cities hold lantern fairs, and thousands of colorful lanterns fill the city with vibrant colors, creating a romantic atmosphere that is intoxicating, making it the perfect occasion for confessions of love. Davis grew up in the Star Luo Empire and had never witnessed the splendor of the Lantern Festival. After hearing descriptions from others, he suddenly began to look forward to this festival. However, his anticipation quickly faded. This was because Dou Qi had come to him, also for the Lantern Festival. She wanted to make plans with Davis to go to the most bustling Emerald Street in Tiandou City to enjoy the lanterns on the day of the festival. Emerald Street was home to nobles, and the shops there sold high-end luxury goods. The Wanjin Chamber of Commerce also had 2 stores there, which Davis naturally knew about. It was the most exciting part of the annual Lantern Festival in Tiando City. Normally, there were no restrictions on entry, but on the day of the festival, only nobles or those with passes could enter to admire the lanterns. Seeing Davis hesitating, Dou Qi urged him, "What?" "The Grand Prince of the Dou Empire. Afraid to go to the Lantern Festival with a mere girl like me? No way." As she spoke, Dou Qi suddenly stood up, brushed her purple hair behind her ear, and leaned slightly toward Davis's seat. Her enchanting phoenix eyes lifted slightly, locking onto Davis's gaze, leaving him no chance to evade. Davis knew very well the thoughts of the violet-haired girl in front of him. Cornered by her, he had no choice but to respond directly. "Sigh, Miss Dou, I have received your feelings, but in my opinion, matters of the heart cannot be forced. It's something that requires mutual consent from both parties. I prefer things to develop naturally with mutual affection. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Davis felt that he couldn't respond to Dou Qi's feelings in a short period of time, so he could only reply decisively, hinting that he had no feelings for her and that she was just infatuated. But unexpectedly, things fell into place and mutual feelings developed. "Got it. So, would you like to go to the Lantern Festival with me the day after tomorrow?" "Davis, what do you understand? Who exactly has the problem with understanding?" Seeing Davis stunned, a hint of cunning flashed in Dou Qi's eyes. "You said it. To let things happen naturally. Then going to the Lantern Festival together is the process of guiding water into the canal. The young men and women of the Tiando Empire are like this, meeting, getting to know each other, falling in love at the Lantern Festival, and ultimately becoming husband and wife, accompanying each other for a lifetime. I am willing to experience this process with you." "Davis, do I mean this?" Davis's head was as big as a bucket, wanting to explain clearly, but looking at the girl's smiling expression that concealed a hint of sorrow, the words of refusal he intended to say just wouldn't come out. Who would really want to hurt the genuine feelings of a beautiful girl? In that moment, Davis thought of the couple's martial arts, the Jade Maiden pure heart sword technique. And for a moment, he didn't know what he was thinking. He just inexplicably opened his mouth and replied, "Okay." As soon as the words came out, Davis inwardly cursed himself for it. "Then it's settled. I'll come find you the night after tomorrow." Dou Qi didn't give him a chance to regret it and immediately took over the conversation, solidifying the agreement. At this moment, looking at Dou Qi again, the hint of sorrow that had just been in her eyes had long since disappeared. It was obvious she was pretending. Davis could only smile wryly. It is said that the snake woman is as gentle as water and as passionate as fire. And indeed, seeing it from Dou Qi, it is not wrong. Being entangled with the snake woman is truly a happy trouble. However, this kind of trouble inexplicably actually made Davis feel a bit of a fluttering heart. Chapter 64. The Hidden Danger Beneath the Lantern Festival, Part 1. After sending off Dou Qi, Davis had to go to see the grandfather of the ice and fire Yong regarding the use of this treasure land, besides for cultivation and nurturing spiritual herbs. Davis had an immature idea. The radiation range of the ice and fire Yong is actually not small, but currently, apart from the core area near the spring, which is filled with various rare spiritual plants, most of it is actually idle. Dou Qi only used a small part of it as a medicinal garden. What can be done with the remaining part? Whether it is to expand the cultivation of spiritual herbs or to recruit a large number of subordinates to come here for cultivation. Both options carry the risk of exposing this treasure land. This is near the capital of another country. Once the miraculous nature of the ice and fire Yong is exposed, Davis would be far away and unable to do anything, which would only benefit the Tiando Empire or attract the covetousness of the Wuhuan Hall. After repeated contemplation, Davis came up with a solution to mass plant purple core alfalfa. Purple core alfalfa is a specialty spiritual plant from the Dou forest, and it is the favorite food of equine soul beasts. Long-term consumption can strengthen the physique of equine soul beasts and extend their lifespan. The higher the lifespan of the purple core alfalfa, the greater its effect on equine soul beasts. Most importantly, soul masters who personally feed purple core alfalfa for a long time, as long as their strength can suppress the equine soul beast they are nurturing, can easily gain its loyalty. The Wanjin Chamber of Commerce had done business with purple core alfalfa to serve several noble families in Xinglua City that raised equine soul beasts. After all, who could resist the thrill of galloping on a fine horse? However, this business had never been large, primarily because although purple core alfalfa grows quickly, it has extremely high environmental requirements. Currently, it has only been discovered deep in the Dou forest, and the yield is very limited. Strong individuals capable of entering deep into the Dou forest, unless they are truly poor, would not bother with a mere purple core alfalfa. Therefore, In the entire Xinglua city, the number of handsome young men who could have an equine soul beast as a mount is only a few dozen in total. But what if purple core alfalfa were planted in the sacred land of spiritual plants, the ice and fiery Yong? Davis is almost certain that the purple core alfalfa can not only survive here, but will also grow at a normal pace, exponentially, even at a rate 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times faster. This herb requires almost no maintenance as long as it is planted in suitable soil. It can grow wildly. And once it matures, it can be harvested in bulk. This low-tech task can be completed with just 2 trusted subordinates. In the western grasslands of the Douluo Empire, there are dozens to hundreds of horse-type soul beast clans, with even the smallest clan having over 100 members, most of which are 10-year soul beasts. With a large quantity of high-quality, high-age purple core alfalfa, Davis can cultivate a significant number of horse-type soul beasts over 1,000 years old. What does this represent? The ultimate cavalry of the cold weapon era. Even in this world of Douluo, where strength is paramount and martial souls determine everything. Once there are thousands of cavalry with mounts that are over 1,000 years old and knights who are soul masters above the soul zone level, they still possess the ability to annihilate any army formation, as long as Tang San's Zhuge crossbow does not become widespread. The cavalry cultivated by Davis will be invincible atop the battlefield. An army of soul masters composed of those below the Soul Emperor will almost certainly scatter upon charge. If a few top military experts are added to the cavalry regiment, even powerful beings like Soul Saints and Soldo would not dare to face their charge head-on. Davis carefully planned and increasingly felt that the Soul Master Cavalry had great potential. He immediately contacted the head of the Wanjin Merchant Association in Tiando City, requesting him to collect a batch of live purple core alfalfa or its seeds in the shortest time possible. The power of money is invincible at a lower level. In just one day, over 90 of the living purple core alfalfa in Tiando City and its nearby cities have been collected and delivered to Davis. When Davis stood in front of Douluo with a space soul guide filled with purple core alfalfa, he felt rather uneasy, no matter how he beautified it. The job he arranged for Douluo seemed rather low class. A farmer planting horse grass? A grassland manager? Look at that, does it make sense? Is this something a titled Douluo should be doing? Naturally, Douluo's expression darkened after hearing Davis's request, and coupled with his precious granddaughter's infatuation, his complexion, which had just recovered from the poison thanks to Davis, seemed to turn even greener than when he was poisoned. It wasn't until Davis promised to send Yong over immediately to assist Douluo with his tasks and to discuss the usage of various spiritual medicines that the old poison master reluctantly agreed with a dark face. Seeing the old poison master relent, Davis happily took out all the purple core alfalfa from the Space Soul Guide, creating a mountain of grass in front of Douluo. Then, taking advantage of Douluo still being in shock, he quickly fled from the Eye of Ice and Fire, casually slashing down the soul power pressure that Douluo was releasing while roaring. Regarding Douluo's reaction, Davis felt a mix of fear and a hint of pride. Other traversers could only make Douluo their henchman, but only I have made him a part-time farmer and grassland manager. And perhaps when harvest time comes, he will also be a part-time medicinal herb harvester. This could be considered a special achievement, Davis thought. The system seemed to resonate with Davis's thoughts, and the prompt sound arrived as scheduled. Achievement unlocked. Mischievous troublemaker. Proactively provoked a top expert, and easily escaped from their pursuit. Reward. Martial arts card. 5 Poisons Secret Manual. The 5 Poisons Secret Manual is a summary of martial arts by the Red Snake Fairy, Limacho, including the Red Snake Divine Palm obtained from her adventures in the martial world, various poisons, and their antidote preparation methods. This martial arts classic focuses on poison techniques and palm techniques, making it a tailor-made set of martial arts for poison attribute agile attack soul masters. Among Davis's social circle, the most suitable recipients for this martial arts manual are the recently angered Douluo and his granddaughter, Douluo. However, Douluo now knows without testing that his favorability is insufficient, especially since he had just been provoked into a rage. Douluo's favorability is certainly enough, but Davis now dares not provoke this young snake girl. With this thought, Davis chuckled and shook his head, placing the martial arts card into the Space Soul Guide. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. As night fell, colorful lanterns were hung around Davis's residence by the servants. The Lantern Festival was about to begin. The purple-haired snake girl who had been giving him headaches also came to visit. However, the two had a prior agreement, and with Davis's character, he naturally wouldn't break it. After all, whether he extended his head or retracted it, it would still be a knife. It was better to be straightforward. After night fully descended, The two change into formal attire and set out for Emerald Street. Along the way, the colorful lanterns hung by every household. The young men and women holding hands coming and going, and the lively laughter of the people filled every corner of Tiando City with a romantic atmosphere. In this romantic ambience, Dou Qi naturally linked her arm with Davis's, her soft body gently leaning against his right arm. The warm embrace of a tender place indeed felt like a hero's tomb. Feeling the warmth of the girl's body, Davis immediately stiffened. But at that moment, refusing sternly would be too much of a mood killer, so Davis merely opened his mouth, but said nothing, pretending to be indifferent and continuing to walk forward. Emerald Street was not far from the residence Davis had purchased, but he felt as though he walked a long time to reach it. He couldn't tell if he was lost in the moment or if time was dragging on. Perhaps even Davis himself couldn't answer that question. Once they entered Emerald Street, Dou Qi's attention was drawn to the dazzling, colorful lanterns, and only then was Davis's arm finally freed from the tender embrace. It must be said that the lanterns on Emerald Street were indeed more exquisite than those elsewhere. Here, there were all sorts of colorful lanterns, some shaped like small animals, some resembling martial souls, and others shaped like handsome men and beautiful women. Davis even found a colorful lamp that simulated the white tiger spirit. However, in order to cater to the public's aesthetic, the majestic white tiger was transformed into a cute little cub with its mouth wide open, displaying two sharp little tiger teeth, making a fierce, roaring pose. The little white tiger was vivid, both adorable and lifelike. Davis liked it very much. Not only did he not ask the shopkeeper for a copyright fee for the spirit image, but he also specially spent money to buy the lamp. When Dou Qi saw the little white tiger lamp in Davis's hand, she really wanted it. So, with a clever glint in her eyes, she went to another shop nearby and bought a lamp shaped like a green snake, planning to run back and exchange it for the little white tiger lamp with Davis. The exchange of lamps representing their spirits could be considered a warm interaction between couples, right? Dou Qi was sweetly thinking this when she suddenly saw Davis's expression change to one of extreme seriousness. Seeing the change in Davis's expression, Dou Qi thought she had been too proactive and annoyed him, and was about to explain, but she saw Davis directly activate his spirit. The domineering and majestic white tiger spirit appeared behind Davis, accompanied by 6 astonishingly configured soul rings in yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black. At the same time, Dou Qi suddenly felt a chill at the back of her head. A strong wave of soul power rose behind her, and 2 powerful winds brushed past her face, heading straight for Davis on the opposite side. This was a soul skill of a high-level soul master. Dou Qi immediately realized what was happening. As the only family member of Douluo, she had interacted with many high-level soul masters at the Soul Sage and Soul Douluo levels, and she had seen Douluo instruct other Soul Douluos and Soul Sages in battle. She was all too familiar with this terrifying aura. A high-level soul master was attacking them. Dou Qi was completely stunned. The wave of soul power coming from behind her and the 2 attacks that deliberately avoided her, brushing past her but heading straight for Davis, all reminded her that someone was trying to assassinate Davis. In the capital city of the empire, on the bustling Emerald Street during the grand festival of colorful lamps, someone actually dared to attempt an assassination, and the target was the direct heir of a neighboring country's royal family. This was a slap in the face for the entire Tiando Empire. Even with Dou Qi's bold personality, she was frightened at that moment. But Davis in front of her was not scared. Before he could sense the danger himself, he had already received a warning from the old man Li Fu, who was secretly protecting him. The enemy was ferocious. A powerful titled Douluo was secretly confronting Li Fu, and it was likely that he couldn't shake off the opponent in a short time. In addition, there were also 2 Soul Douluos and 2 Soul Sages directly attacking Davis. With such a luxurious lineup, and all the attackers being experts who had never made a name for themselves on the continent, there was no need to say more. Davis already knew which power was behind this. The Spirit Hall must have already discovered Davis's extraordinary potential and wanted to eliminate the future threat in advance. Mobilizing a titled Douluo, 2 Soul Douluos, and 2 Soul Sages, this was a meticulously arranged assassination plot targeting Davis. Davis's eyes sparkled with cold light, and killing intent surged. It was your biggest mistake that the little pups from the Spear Hall only sent 1 titled Douluo to come. The external soul bone, golden dragon, swallowing heaven armor, manifested on Davis's body. The dazzling golden armor paired with Davis's handsome appearance, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. First soul skill, White Tiger Golden Strong Qi, covering the entire body. Third soul skill, Diamond White Tiger Transformation, Super Frequency Mode. The two enhanced soul skills instantly raised Davis's originally soul Emperor level soul power fluctuations to soul sage level. The full operation of the True Heart method activated the 13 Protector's Golden Bell shield to its maximum level. When two sneak attack strikes from soul Dou level experts came, Davis couldn't even be bothered to dodge, directly bracing his body against them while simultaneously activating his newly acquired 6th soul ring. 6th soul skill, White Tiger Imperial Sword. Two dazzling golden soul power swords flew out from Davis's back, one to the left and one to the right, slicing toward the direction from which the soul skills had just attacked. The flying swords were extremely fast, but the incoming soul Douluo were both agility-type attackers and not slow either, dodging Davis's flying swords with swift movements. The flying swords missed their target and flew off into the distance, seemingly making Davis's strike completely futile. At the same time, two more soul sages emerged from both sides, directly activating their martial soul true forms and launching their strongest attacks toward Davis. 6th soul skill, Savage Bear's Mighty Charge. 6th soul skill, Iron Lion's Golden Light Palm. One was a Savage Bear martial soul, and the other was an Iron Armored Lion martial soul, both powerful attack-type martial souls. Although they couldn't compare to the two-soul Douluo, their timing for the attack was impeccable. At this moment, Davis had just missed a major attack, and any ordinary soul master would undoubtedly be in a state of anxiety, unable to guard against the sudden assault from these two powerful experts on either side. Even if Davis had means to temporarily enhance his defense against the soul Douluo's attacks, it was unlikely he could withstand these two moves in this situation. As the two soul sages closed in, it appeared that Davis was trapped in a desperate situation. However, when the attacks truly reached in front of him, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Davis's mouth. "Got you." Davis withdrew his hands from the flying swords, grabbing the two soul saints who were charging forward, one in each hand, who said that controlling a sword must be done with fingers. "Shall a dragon claw, hand two." Crack, crack. The sounds of two joints shattering echoed, and the momentum of the two soul saints' attack came to an abrupt halt. The reason these two soul saints could choose to rush in for close combat was that they were both powerful assault-type soul masters. They never expected that one day they would have their wrists so easily broken by a soul master one rank lower than themselves. The intense pain from their shattered joints made their legs go weak, and with a surge of soul power from Davis, they both knelt down on the ground. The two soul Douluos in front, witnessing this sudden change, were about to rush forward to rescue them. Whoosh, whoosh. Two sharp sounds cutting through the air rang out as Davis used his mental power to control the two soul power flying swords, turning them around to stab at the backs of the two soul Douluos who were approaching to assist. The expressions of the two soul Douluos changed drastically at the same time, and they instinctively retreated backwards, no longer daring to think about rescue. The two soul power long swords summoned by Davis's 6th soul skill suddenly descended from the sky. After the two soul Douluos retreated, they instantly changed direction and impaled the two soul saints that Davis had captured to the ground. These two soul saints didn't even have time to unleash their strongest soul skill, the true body of their martial soul, before being instantly killed by Davis. The long swords fell from the sky, piercing through the tops of the two soul saints' heads and emerging from below. This brutal method of killing shocked even the two soul Douluos on the enemy side. Such a cruel death would make any man feel a chill in their pants. Davis killed two people in a row and, still not satisfied, casually tossed aside the two corpses. He looked at the two soul fighters, who were unsure whether to advance or retreat, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, seniors, it will be your turn soon." Before he finished speaking, the two golden long swords inserted into the ground floated into the air again, but did not immediately fly out. They hovered beside Davis, exuding a threatening aura. During the recent battle, the two soul fighters had realized just how fast and fierce these swords were. Even though their strength was 2 ranks higher than Davis's, they did not dare to let their guard down in the slightest, given the power of the dual swords that had just slain the two soul saints. If they were to be hit, it would likely result in either death or serious injury. After all, the two of them were only agility-type soul masters and were not as resilient as strength-type soul masters. Davis took advantage of their focus on the flying sword and immediately used the 1,000-mile instantaneous movement to charge forward. Second soul skill, Golden Feather Assault. With the enhancement of 2 acceleration skills, Davis rushed in front of the two in an instant. First soul skill, White Tiger's Golden Aura. 5th soul skill, Golden Horizon Pillar. Davis's aura dissipated and then a more powerful metallic aura wrapped around the golden totem pillar that descended from the sky, striking one of the soul, Douluo hard. Thinking of suppressing me at a higher level? Dream on. 7th Soul Skill, Shadow Leopard True Body. The soul, Douluo, targeted by Davis, felt a lethal threat. His eyes widened in rage, and he instantly activated his martial soul, True Body to resist, trying to dispel Davis's control skill. However, this powerful control skill that combined the attributes of gold and space was formidable. Once it locked onto a target, even if the soul, resisted with all his might, he would still be controlled for a moment. The two flying swords hovering beside Davis shot out like bloodthirsty sharks, targeting the controlled soul Douluo. 7th Soul Skill, Fire Cloud, Eagle True Body. The other soul naturally could not stand by and watch his teammate die. Gritting his teeth, he rushed forward and also activated his martial soul True Body to block the two swords for him. The two flying swords rushed past, leaving deep bone-visible wounds on the arms of the Fire Cloud, Eagle Soul Douluo, but ultimately did not cause severe injuries. Instead, due to the activation of his martial soul True Body, his wounds were rapidly recovering. The Fire Cloud, Eagle Soul Douluo, was overjoyed. Taking advantage of the strong state during the activation of his martial soul True Body, he directly activated his strongest attack skill. 8th Soul Skill, Fire Cloud, Burning Arrow. A sharp arrow of crimson flame shot out from the mouth of the Fire Cloud Eagle, aiming for Davis's chest. At such close range, even with Davis's speed and agility, there was almost no chance to dodge. Davis had originally planned to rely on the 13 protectors to withstand the attack with the Golden Bell Shield, but this assault had nearly reached the limits of Contra-level power. Even Davis would suffer serious injuries if he took it head-on. After all, he only possessed the physical body of a defensive Contra, without the soul power level and defensive soul skills of a defensive Contra. However, at this critical moment, Davis suddenly had a flash of inspiration and revealed a mysterious smile as if fortune had smiled upon him. The golden sword in his hand was drawn, and all his soul power was maximally concentrated on the sword. With the strongest sword technique of the 5 Mountains sword technique, how could the Taishan sword technique fail? With a single thrust, he struck at the weakest point of the fiery arrow's energy construct. Smoke and clouds vanished. A Contra, under the activation of their martial soul's true form and the 8th soul skill, was effortlessly dispersed by Davis with a single stroke of his sword. Not only that, but the Fire Cloud Eagle Contra had already advanced to close quarters with Davis to ensure he had no way to evade. At this moment, after piercing through the 8th soul skill, Davis lightly thrust the golden sword forward, piercing through the heart of the Fire Cloud Eagle Contra. Chapter 66. The Purple Shadow Dances. Life and death together. Davis exerted a slight force, driving the golden Fong sword deeper into the target. Soul power surged from the tip of the sword, crushing the heart of the Fire Cloud Eagle Soul Douluo into pieces. A Soul Dou level expert has a very resilient life force. Even if the vital heart is shattered, they do not die immediately. However, the continuous spurting of blood from his mouth and the rapid loss of strength throughout his body were reminders to the Fire Cloud Eagle Soul Douluo that he was already on the path to the underworld. He widened his eyes, his face filled with unwillingness and regret. Davis's sword strike was too fast, too accurate, and too fierce. From a moment, Davis used the golden pillar of the void to immobilize the shadow, leopard spirit Douluo. To the golden light, sword piercing through the heart of the Fire Cloud vulture spirit Douluo, it seemed like a fierce confrontation, but it only took a second or two. After all, the gap in cultivation between a spirit emperor and a spirit Douluo was too great. And even though the golden pillar of the void was a powerful spirit skill, it was only 46,000 years old. Under the suppression of the dual attributes of gold and void, the shadow leopard spirit Douluo was controlled for just a breath of time before successfully breaking free. However, in that single breath, the situation on the battlefield had undergone a dramatic change. But when he broke free, he witnessed Davis piercing the heart of the Fire Cloud vulture spirit Douluo with the golden light sword. The 8th spirit skill, Shadow Killing Dagger. A dagger formed from shadows appeared in the hands of the shadow leopard spirit Douluo, which he then threw forcefully at Davis. These two had been teammates and close friends in their youth, and seeing the Fire Cloud vulture spirit Douluo's defeat filled the shadow leopard spirit Douluo with rage, making him disregard his own safety and directly unleash his strongest spirit skill at Davis. This shadow killing dagger was the ultimate technique of the shadow leopard spirit Douluo, with its damage being directly proportional to the killer's intent. The stronger the killing intent, the higher the damage. having seen his dear friend die at Davis's hands. The killing intent in the Shadow Leopard Spirit Douluo had already boiled over, and this strike would require even an ordinary title Douluo to be cautious. This spirit skill carried a heavy killing intent, so its shooting speed was not fast. But Davis could not evade it, as the dagger had locked onto his heart with deadly precision due to the killing intent. Davis's soul had already sensed the power of this skill. Just as he was about to draw his sword to counter the attack, he found that he couldn't move. The dying fire cloud, eagle, soul Douluo, using the last bit of his strength, grasped the blade of the golden light sword and pushed the tip forward, wedging it between the gaps of his own ribs at the back of his chest. Even though he was on the brink of death, he was still a powerful figure who had fought his way out from countless low-level soul masters. The fire cloud, eagle soul, Douluo knew he was doomed. But he was unwilling to close his eyes just like that. He wanted to take Davis, the one who was about to kill him, down with him, while also creating an opportunity for his friend to escape. This was the tacit understanding developed between the two good brothers over decades of life and death together. Davis is immortal, and the Shadow Leopard Contra has no chance of escaping from the pursuit of his pair of soul power, flying swords on his own. Davis's power erupted, finally freeing the golden light sword from the body of the fire, cloud, griffin, Douluo. However, at that moment, the 8th spirit skill of the Shadow Leopard Douluo was already within inches of Davis's chest. Faced with the full force of the Shadow Leopard Douluo's attack, Davis had no chance to use his Dai Zone technique to counter it this time. However, with the external soul bone, the Golden Dragon Devouring Heaven armor, and the 13th Guardian's horizontal training, the Golden Bell shield, Davis was actually not too afraid of taking this hit head-on. Even if this attack broke through the limits of a titled Douluo, he would only suffer minor injuries at most. But just as he was about to brace for this piercing blow, he suddenly noticed a purple figure appear in front of him. Puff! The shadow-killing heart dagger pierced through that figure and still stabbed into Davis. The murderous intent of the shadow-killing heart dagger was revealed, and instead of injuring Davis, it didn't even penetrate the surface of his Golden Dragon Devouring Heaven armor, nor did it breach the defense of the 13th Guardian's horizontal training Golden Bell shield. Davis was completely stunned. It wasn't until the purple-haired girl slowly fell in front of him that he managed to see her face clearly. At that moment, her delicate features were tightly furrowed in pain, but Davis could still see the admiration, love, suffering, and regret written all over her face. Each emotion seemed like a knife sharper than the Shadow Killer's dagger, piercing accurately into Davis's heart again and again. Alone, isolated, a lone goose. Davis immediately reached out to embrace the falling Dou Qi, feeling for the first time the taste of heartache. Since arriving in this world, Davis, born of noble lineage and extraordinary talent, equipped with a powerful golden finger and accompanied by the guardians of his maternal clan, had never experienced any significant setbacks. Similarly, as a visitor from another realm, apart from his family, only those teammates who grew up with him could slightly touch the seemingly cheerful, yet actually closed-off heart of Davis. Until that dagger pierced Dou Qi's heart, it seemed to penetrate the barriers outside Davis's heart, allowing him to truly feel the source of pain, stirring up a tremendous wave in the depths of his lonely soul. Shadow Leopard Soul Douluo, seeing his decisive blow miss, immediately activated his strongest advanced soul skill, attempting to flee. With all his teammates defeated and his strongest attack already exposed, he had no chance to kill Davis now. Moreover, that strike that pierced the heart of the purple-haired girl was enough for Davis to feel pain, avenging his close friend. It was better to preserve his life and seek revenge on Davis in the future. Although Davis merely lowered his head to hold Dou Qi and did not pursue or use ranged soul skills against Shadow Leopard Soul Douluo, Li Fu had already repelled the opposing title Douluo and was rushing over. Among title Douluos, as long as none had broken through level 95, the overall difference would not be too great. Li Fu's ability to repel the opponent in such a short time indicated he was fighting for his life. Cut off my legs, leave my life to me. For the first time, Davis issued a command to the highly respected Mr. Li Fu in such a serious tone. Li Fu did not stop his steps, slightly nodded, and without hesitation activated his ultimate move against the Shadow Leopard Soul Douluo. 8th soul skill, Black Annihilation Blade. A pitch-black blade slashed out from a void, cleaving the completely unresponsive Shadow Leopard Soul Douluo into 3 pieces, severing both legs at the knees. The Shadow Leopard Soul Douluo, who was desperately fleeing, simultaneously lost his legs, and the intense pain, massive blood loss, and the despair of losing his path triggered a painful scream. At this point, the assassination squad sent by the Spirit Hall to kill Davis suffered 3 deaths and 1 injury, with only the titled Paw managing to escape, which could be considered a significant loss. However, no matter how glorious the achievements of this battle were, looking at Dong Guyen in his arms, with her heart pierced and on the brink of death, Davis could not find any joy. Yet, Dong Guyen could still smile. Despite suffering a fatal wound that pierced her heart, she was still smiling, more beautifully and vividly than when she was in front of Davis before. She even tried to raise her right hand to touch Davis's face, but was unable to do so due to the loss of strength in her body. Davis was heartbroken and hurriedly grabbed her right hand, placing it on his face, allowing her fingers to gently caress his cheek. At that moment, images flashed through Davis's mind, each frame depicting scenes since they had met. There was the moment when she needed to remove her outer garment to expel the poison, her face flushed with embarrassment. The heartfelt kiss after her detox, the playful insistence to invite him to the Lantern Festival when they met again, and just now, her joy as she ran towards him holding a small green snake lantern. Although they had only known each other for a few short days and met a few times, every smile and frown of Dou Qi, every word she spoke, was now replaying endlessly in Davis's mind. The depth of feelings is never determined solely by the length of time. Davis, the self-proclaimed traveler of the European realm, looked at the gaping wound on Dou Qi's chest and felt powerless for the first time. Such an injury could only be salvaged if a soul, Sage-level 9-heart sea butterfly, were present on the spot to immediately use their martial soul true body to snatch her back from the hands of death. In the few seconds after Dou Qi was injured, he had searched through his system warehouse over and over, but unfortunately, not a single card could save her life. Medical herbs cannot bring the dead back to life. Even a great revival pill cannot save someone without a heart. This made Davis hate himself deeply, regretting why he hadn't forcibly taken Yi Jinghu, who wanted to seek death, and tied her to the cart. Dou Qi opened her mouth, but due to the blood filling her throat, she couldn't make sound. However, following her gaze, Davis noticed the little white tiger lantern he had dropped on the ground. It was the item she had just wanted to exchange with him. Davis concentrated his inner strength, drawing the small, white tiger lantern from the ground, intending to hand it to Dou Qi, only to find that the little tiger's body had already been ruined by the aftermath of the recent battle. No longer the adorable sight it once was. Even the last gift he wanted to give her could not be presented in its complete form. Seeing a hint of regret in Dou Qi's eyes, Davis's heart was shattered like that little white tiger lantern. The tiger's eyes widened, and a single clear tear fell, landing on Dou Qi's pale cheek. This was the first tear Davis had shed since arriving in this world. Dou Qi gently brushed her fingers across Davis's face, trying to wipe away the tear stains. In her heart, Davis was her unparalleled hero, and the sight of him just now, clad in golden armor, defeating a formidable foe, was the most handsome she had ever seen, even more so than her grandfather. Her unparalleled hero could not be so unmanly as to shed tears. At that moment, a pink light suddenly emanated from Davis's hand. A card actively appeared in his grasp. Dou Qi also saw it, but Li Fu showed no reaction, even though he had once absorbed a card produced by the system. This was the first time a card had appeared without Davis's summoning, and it was the first time a card had manifested in physical form, visible to others in Douluo, a continent aside from Davis. The couple martial arts card, Jade Girl's Pure Heart Sword Technique. Ironically, this top-tier couple martial arts in the entire golden system of the hero game world had chosen this moment to meet its stringent usage requirements, to live and die together, to share heart and mind. These 8 words speak of the beauty of love, yet in the harsh reality before them, they forced Davis to confront the cruelest of outcomes. Wait, Davis saw the usage effect indicated on the card for the Jade Maiden Pure Heart Sword Technique, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Life and death together. Chapter 67, Jade Maiden Pure Heart, Mind Communication. The cards produced by the system, after being transformed by the Douluo world, possess nearly rule-like powers. The card system explains that it can allow couples to share life and death, so it must be possible. Dou Qi, you are willing to use your life to block a knife from me, and I'm also willing to share life and death with you. Couple martial arts card, Jade Maiden Pure Heart Sword Technique, activate. A pink glow enveloped the figures of Davis and Dou Qi, and Davis suddenly felt a slight pain in his chest. A shallow knife mark precisely appeared at the vital point of Davis's heart, as if he had been struck in the chest by that recent shadowy dagger attack. However, due to Davis's formidable defense, over 90% of the damage was firmly blocked at the surface of his body. The damage barely reached the exterior of his chest cavity before being stopped by his ribcage, which was as tough as tempered steel. Although the shockwave still affected his internal organs, it couldn't be considered an injury. Davis suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, but his eyes were filled with joy. At the same time, the wound on Dou Guyan's chest was rapidly healing under the radiant pink glow until it had recovered to over 95%, gradually coming to a halt. This was the hidden effect of the Jade Maiden's pure heart sword technique, a couple's ultimate skill. Couples practicing this sword technique can voluntarily absorb a portion of the fatal damage received by each other. The shadowy dagger of killing intent was enough to kill Dou Guyan, but it could only inflict a moderate injury on Davis. If Dou Guyan had understood Davis's defensive capabilities, she would not have sacrificed her life to block this strike for him. Under the miraculous effect of shared life and death, Davis bore 95% of the fatal injury for Dou Guyan, leaving the remaining 5% of damage insufficient to threaten her life. However, when Davis used his soul power to probe her injuries, he still found a shallow knife wound on Dou Guyan's heart. If not treated in time, Dou Guyan might suffer serious aftereffects, affecting her future prospects and lifespan. Seeing this, Davis furrowed his brows tightly. Dou Guyan, lying in his arms, had regained some strength. Noticing Davis's frown, she gently stroked his forehead with her hand, wanting to smooth out the worry on his face. It's okay, I'm already better, right? This little injury is nothing serious. I can still go on living, and I can still lie here openly in my lover's arms. I'm already very satisfied. She didn't mind the small injury, but Davis did. He wanted his partner to accompany him to reach the peak of the world, not to be left far behind halfway. Fortunately, with just this level of injury, he had a way to help. Without much thought, Davis took out 2 cards from the system warehouse. The martial arts card Jade, Maiden Heart Sutra, and the item card Great Return Pill. The supreme level internal skill Jade, Maiden Heart Sutra would help Dou Guyan better master the Jade Maiden Sword technique and significantly enhance her aptitude. The Great Return Pill could not only heal the hidden injury in Dou Guyan's chest, but also provide a considerable boost to her cultivation aptitude. Choosing to use the cards, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra martial arts card directly merged into the top of Dou Guyan's head, transmitting the internal skill methods of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and the recorded Jade Maiden Sword technique in her mind one by one. After a while, Dou Guyan awakened and looked at Davis, whose face was filled with excitement and happiness. She didn't ask where this magical skill came from. She only needed to trust Davis. Then, Davis crushed the Great Return Pill item card, and a fragrant dark golden pill appeared in his hand. Dou Guyan hesitated when she saw the pill. As soon as this mysterious pill appeared, just by smelling the fragrance it emitted, she felt the pain in her chest ease by a third. It was clear without thinking that such a pill was definitely not an ordinary item, and it was probably even more precious than the Spirit Snake 3-star berry she had taken before. Open your mouth. Davis had a slightly commanding tone, and the warmth that came with him made Dou Guyan unconsciously forget all her worries and obediently opened her mouth. Davis placed the Great Recovery Pill into the mouth of the little snake spirit, who, despite being severely injured, was still not obedient. Playfully, it licked his finger, and only after receiving a fierce glare did it pout and settle down. The Great Recovery Pill melted in an instant, transforming into a warm current that spread into Dou Guyan's internal organs and limbs. The shallow scar on her heart, under the powerful medicinal effect, healed completely within just a few breaths, leaving no trace behind. However, the medicinal power of the Great Recovery Pill did not stop there. Dou Guyan had recently leveled up to level 30 through the Spirit Snake Starberry, and after Douluo helped her obtain the 3rd Spirit Ring. The remaining medicinal power of the Spirit Snake Starberry pushed her to level 33. After consuming this Great Recovery Pill, Dou Guyan's spirit power began to increase at a visibly rapid pace. Level 34, level 35, level 36, level 37, level 38, level 39. Until she broke through the boundary of level 40. The rising fluctuations of her spirit power gradually calmed down. A massive green giant snake appeared behind Dou Guyan, which was exactly the same as Douluo's phosphorescent snake king spirit. Originally, according to Douluo's predictions, Dou Guyan would need to reach Soul Sage before she could completely evolve her spirit into the phosphorescent snake king. Now, the medicinal power of the Great Recovery Pill not only allowed Dou Guyan to break through 7 levels, reaching a significant promotion point again, but it also enabled her to complete this crucial spirit evolution at least 30 levels earlier. After such a substantial nourishment, Dou Guyan's originally pale complexion quickly became rosy. However, for some reason, she still couldn't muster any strength. Her whole body felt numb and weak, and she could only lie in Davis's arms to rest. How could Davis not know the reason? In the effect of the Jade Maiden's pure heart sword technique, besides sharing life and death, there's also a connection of hearts. Even the little thoughts that Dou Qi herself didn't notice were completely exposed in Davis's eyes. She just wanted to linger in his warm embrace for a little longer. Before long, Dou Qi's face turned even redder, because she realized that she could roughly sense Davis's intentions, and he could sense hers as well. Didn't that mean that her subconscious desire to stay in his arms was fully seen through by that guy? But Davis just wouldn't break the silence. Though both of them clearly understood each other's feelings, neither was willing to expose the truth, enjoying this ambiguous private moment and reluctant to disrupt the tranquility. Until Li Fu's shadow leopard soul coughed up a mouthful of blood, breaking the tender moment between the young man and woman. Old Li Fu angrily stepped on him. This guy was too oblivious. Couldn't he hold back that blood for a little longer, just a bit more? He was enjoying the scene. Although Li Fu had spent half his life supporting the Xing Luo Zhu family, and certainly maintained Zhu Zhiyun's authority as Davis's rightful wife from a standpoint of core interests. As Davis's elder and protector, he genuinely liked the little girl Dou Qi. With good talent, innocence, a willingness to love and hate, and readiness to sacrifice for her younger generation, what elder wouldn't like such a good girl? After all, Li Fu was just an ordinary old man looking out for his juniors. In the old man's eyes, Davis was destined to be the supreme emperor of the Xing Luo Empire, and having 3 consorts and 6 beauties was only natural, wasn't it? Moreover, the group of useless old geezers in the clan council were about to be scattered by Davis. So Davis's future offspring would definitely not face the brutal situation of brother turning against brother. What is wrong with marrying a few more wives? Is it illegal? It just happens to help the Xing Luo Dai family expand. The old man was happily watching the deep feelings between his juniors when you, this captive, interrupted him. How inconsiderate. The more Li Fu thought about it, the angrier he became, and he stomped hard on the shadow leopard's soul Douluo again. This unlucky guy couldn't hold it back and spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. All right, Grandpa Li Fu, if you stomp any harder, this guy will be dead for sure. Davis stood up, holding Dou Qi, and smiled as he interrupted the old man's intention to continue tormenting the captive. As for the Dou Qi in his arms, upon noticing Li Fu's presence, her face had already turned as red as an apple. Burying her entire head into Davis's embrace and refusing to lift it to face anyone. Yet, she would not loosen her grip around Davis's neck. Davis looked at the purple-haired girl in his arms, his gaze gentle, unlike that of a powerful assault soul master with a white tiger martial soul. However, when his eyes shifted to the shadow leopard soul Douluo on the ground, they suddenly became sharp, transforming into the most tyrannical king in the world. Chapter 68, The Angry Dou. Who is your superior in the spirit hall? Davis looked at the shadow leopard Contra lying on the ground, his eyes devoid of any warmth, and his tone was as chilling as ice. The shadow leopard Contra struggled to lift its head. Looking at Davis and wanting to explain, "It's not me." Davis had no patience to listen to his excuses and stepped on the wound of his knee joint that had been severed by Li Fu. Who is your superior in the spirit hall? The question was identical, but the coldness in his tone was even more intense than before. No. Davis's foot moved up half an inch and then stomped down heavily again. Old man Li Fu watched on the side, grimacing. So you wanted to go easy on him to spare his dog's life for your own vengeance? This shadow leopard soul Douluo is indeed a tough one. Even after continuous torment, he refuses to divulge any information. But with each no he utters, Davis's foot rises half an inch and stomps down again. By the time both of his thigh bones are shattered, the shadow leopard soul Douluo's will is on the verge of breaking. At this moment, 2 black and white sword shadows flashed in Davis's eyes, piercing directly into the shadow leopard soul Douluo's eyes. The Sword of Mind. This is a soul attack method that Davis comprehended from the visualization diagram of the Lu Zhu, which can currently only be used to attack those with a weaker soul or those whose will is on the brink of collapse. At this moment, it is perfectly suited for the shadow leopard soul Douluo. I said it was the Ghost Elder. To be called the Ghost Elder by the soul Douluo of the Spirit Hall means he is indeed a ghostly figure. His martial soul is also called Ghost, and he is a staunch confidant of Pope Bibidon, a 95-level control system titled Douluo. He has a mole and a close friend named Yueguan. The two can be considered Bibidon's 2 generals. How is he from Bibidon's side? She should be busy consolidating power within the Spirit Hall, and he shouldn't have the time to deal with me. Davis frowned, feeling somewhat puzzled. Was the assassination in Starfall City a few years ago also carried out by your people? No, that was done by the previous Pope's people. This assassination was initiated because Ghost Dou took full control of the intelligence department and discovered information from 7 years ago. And after combining it with the disturbances you caused in Heaven Dou City, they decided to restart this assassination plan. I see. So during the process of assisting BB Don and taking over the Spirit Hall, they discovered you as a threat and decided to eliminate you in advance, right? It seems that the one who was secretly confronting Li Fu and was later repelled was this Ghost Douluo. Davis suddenly understood and no longer needed to interrogate him alive. He stomped heavily on the heart of Shadow Leopard Soul Douluo, giving him a quick end. After completely defeating Shadow Leopard Soul Douluo, Davis finally had time to check the prompt from his system. With the strength of a Soul Emperor, he killed a Soul Sage, completing the achievement Level Up Kill 1. Reward: Martial Arts card, Ice True Qi. With the strength of a Soul Emperor, he killed a Soul Douluo, completing the achievement Level Up Kill 2. Reward: Item card, Great Recovery Pill. The rewards from the 2 achievements were exactly what Davis needed. The Great Recovery Pill he had in stock had just been used by Dou Qi, and unexpectedly, he got a replacement here. He couldn't help but praise the system's thoughtfulness. As for the martial arts card, Ice True Qi, although it wasn't at the supreme level, it was still an excellent choice among the inner skills below that level. In Davis's camp, the sniper Luo Jiwei lacks fundamental cultivation methods. This cold, ice true energy, which combines control and attack, might allow her to undergo a transformation. After all, frost is a property well suited for archers. After finishing everything, Li Fu looked at Davis seriously and said, "Your Highness, we can't stay in Tiandou City any longer." Davis nodded. It was time to leave. This time, Davis single-handedly killed 4 powerful members of the Spirit Hall. The title Douluo who returned would undoubtedly report his true strength to BB Dong. Continuing to expose his whereabouts would surely lead to even more intense assassination attempts from the Spirit Hall. Even if Li Fu didn't mention it, Davis was already planning to go back to Heaven Dou City to greet the Sword Dou before leaving the Heaven Dou Empire. In this attack, apart from the body control immunity provided by the external soul bone, the Golden Dragon Devouring Armor, Davis's other abilities have been mostly revealed. The Spirit Hall would never allow a peerless genius from an enemy faction to rise. The next attack would definitely come quickly, and there would surely be more than one title Douluo involved. If BB Dong, who had just killed Qian Xuanji a few years ago, dared to go to the Hall of Worship, perhaps those old fossils in the hall would take action. Therefore, Davis had to enhance his strength in the shortest time possible. He needed to possess the power to contend with a title Douluo. To achieve this on the Douluo continent, there was only one way: the inheritance of the gods. Just like how Davis had deceived Li Fu with that line, it wasn't entirely a deception. After all, he would never let go of the god-level inheritance in the City of Slaughter. He originally planned to wait until his cultivation of the pure Yong true man's visualization reached a further level and his spiritual power was stronger before going. By then, even if he had to face the king of slaughter, Tang San, who was parasitized by the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, he could still defeat him with superior soul cultivation. But now, with the Spirit Hall's storm-like pursuit imminent, Davis had to advance his plan to go to the City of Slaughter. However, it was also good. The City of Slaughter was the most suitable place for tempering spiritual cultivation. Perhaps after undergoing trials there, Davis's spiritual cultivation could naturally improve. At the same time, it would allow Davis's Taoist internal skill to be on autopilot for 2 or 3 years, and by the time he emerged, he would undoubtedly have reached level 70. After reaching the Soul Sage level, Davis's combat strength would leap to that of a titled Douluo, and with the Slaughter Domain, he would not be defenseless against the Spirit Hall's pursuit. Even though the plan was changed at the last minute, Davis still made thorough preparations. However, when he glanced down at Dou Qi in his arms, a hint of reluctance inevitably rose in his heart. It's a pity that Dou Qi was still too weak. If only she had the strength of a Soul King, perhaps with the skills from the Jade, Maiden Heart Sutra, she could accompany him to the City of Slaughter to gain a Slaughter Domain for free. Davis hesitated for a moment, but decided to be honest with Dou Qi. Yin, I might have to leave for a while. Dou Qi nodded thoughtfully. She understood better than anyone how dangerous this assassination attempt was, and she didn't want to be a burden to Davis next time. I will be practicing with my grandfather in the medicinal garden, waiting for your return. When we meet again, I will definitely be stronger. The purple-haired girl was so understanding that it made one's heart ache. Davis reached out and caressed her face, thinking about the attributes of the Jade Girl's pure heart sword technique, which included a bond of life and death and a connection of hearts. Suddenly, he had a different idea. Perhaps the solitary wild goose of the 4 rings could also go to the City of Slaughter. Before long, the city guard spirit masters from Tiandou City arrived. The leader was a soul saint who held a relatively high position in the city guard. However, the 9 soul rings of the old man Li Fu, which were intimidating, were still visible. The city guard had also learned from several onlookers that the 3 people still alive at the scene were all victims. Therefore, the soul saint of the city guard did not dare to make things difficult for them and directly let them go. After all, such a major case involving the strength of a title Dou was not something the mere city guard could handle. Naturally, the Tiandou royal family's offerings would intervene. As for whether the nobles of Emerald Street would have any objections, it was said that the one who was severely injured and nearly died was the granddaughter of the chief offering of the Tiandou royal family, Dou Qi. If those foolish nobles had any opinions, they could go ask that lord for an explanation. At this moment, a terrifying aura of soul power filled the sky. Yin Yin! Where's my Yin Yin? The overwhelming green soul power wave blotted out the sun, causing those below the soul saint level present to feel dizzy, short of breath, and as if they were poisoned. This was Dou Qi, the master of poison, on par with Bibi Dong, emitted a wave of soul power unconsciously in anger, making the hundreds of people present feel as if they were poisoned. No wonder he was the strongest in slaughtering low-rank spirit masters on the Douluo continent. If it weren't for Li Fu's concern that those people couldn't withstand it and would be poisoned to death, leading to a severe impact from Davis in another country's capital. Perhaps today, no more than 10 of the hundreds of people present would return alive. Old Poison Master, don't go mad. Yin Yin is here and is already fine. Li Fu waved his right hand, and a black soul power tornado suddenly appeared, sweeping away the poisonous gas around Dou Qi and drawing his attention to the ground. Chapter 69. The predicament of the 2 great empires and the 3 upper sects. Upon hearing this, Dou Qi immediately descended from the air, retracting the remaining poisonous mist around him. Seeing Dou Yin in Davis's arms, her breath steady and strong, seemingly even stronger, he couldn't help but express concern as a grandfather. How is Yin Yin? Seeing her grandfather arrive, Dou Yin could no longer stay in Davis's arms. She signaled Davis to put her down, walked in front of Dou Qi, turned around in a circle, and even jumped twice, casually saying, "It's all right, Grandpa. I'm fine now. Just sustained a little injury. Davis gave me some excellent healing medicine, and I'm completely healed now." Originally, seeing that his granddaughter was really fine, not only with a rosy complexion and steady breath, but even her soul power fluctuations had increased significantly, Dou Qi was relieved. However, Dou Yin's clever display to prove her well-being inadvertently exposed the thin knife wounds on her chest and back. Dou Qi, being a seasoned character, immediately recognized this as a fatal penetrating injury. Although he didn't know why Dou Yin was still lively, his anger surged again. Li Fu subtly reached out, grabbing Dou Qi's wrist, gave him a look, and said softly, "All right, old Poison Master, the one who harmed Yin Yin is already dead. The internal affairs of this matter are complex and not convenient to discuss here. Let's talk when we return." Although Dou Qi and Li Fu had conflicts starting from the herbal theft case, after truly getting to know each other, they found common ground due to their similar strength and age, leading to mutual appreciation over time. He could still take in a few words of Li Fu's advice. Moreover, although his granddaughter seemed to have suffered severe injuries, he didn't know what miraculous means this young man Davis used to heal her. For a moment, Dou Qi decided not to continue to flare up, and everyone returned to Davis's residence together. After entering the residence, Davis instructed the servants to close the doors tightly and refuse all visitors. However, the servants informed him that the Sword Douluo had heard about Davis's attack and safe return and was already waiting for him in the reception hall. Davis felt touched. His teacher must have known about the attack the moment it happened and rushed to the scene to confirm his safety before returning to the residence to wait for him. He even informed the servants in advance that he was unharmed in the attack, calming the hearts of those in the residence. Truly a considerate teacher. Since Sword Douluo was in the reception hall, Davis went directly to find him. When the 4 of them arrived at the reception hall, they saw Sword Douluo sitting with his eyes closed, resting. Sensing Davis's arrival, Sword Douluo opened his eyes, and an overwhelming killing intent emanated from his gaze. The weakest among them, Dou Yin, was startled by this killing intent, causing her hair to stand on end. Davis reached out to hold her hand, circulating his soul power to provide a warm flow, which helped her calm down. The 7 killing sword was inherently a weapon soul with the strongest killing nature, even surpassing the Hao Ian hammer in this regard. Now, with his beloved disciple recently injured under his nose, a strong killing intent surged within him, and for a moment, he couldn't control it, revealing a hint of it. Seeing that he had frightened the young girl, Chen Xian quickly suppressed his killing intent. He already knew that this young girl was his disciple's fiancée and couldn't scare her. Thus, Dou Yin was surprised to find that the stern elder who had just seemed like a hellish Azura suddenly transformed into a kind old man next door. Chun Xin smiled apologetically at Dou Yin, nodded, and said, "I've practiced self-cultivation all my life, but I didn't expect my temperament to be insufficient. And my anger just now scared you." He continued, "It's good that you are with Davis. If you have any issues in the future, you can come to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to find me." Old Poison Douluo felt a bit heartbroken seeing his granddaughter in distress. But knowing that Douluo was angry because of Davis, and since the elder had taken the initiative to apologize, he couldn't hold it against him. Mainly, he really couldn't beat him. Thus, the proud Douluo could only bow slightly in place of his granddaughter and say, "Thank you for your kindness, Douluo." His tone was somewhat sour, as if he were forcing himself to say, "Although our side isn't as wealthy as yours, we do have a title Douluo in our family and one to bother you for no reason." Douluo returned the gesture with a smile, not minding the oddity in his tone. Dou Yin, however, was embarrassed by her grandfather's behavior and stomped her foot, not daring to say anything further. At that moment, she realized that this strongest member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who had few rivals in the world, was actually Davis's teacher. She recalled how, with a single stroke, Davis had dispelled the strongest soul skill of the soul Douluo, sending the user to the underworld as well. What kind of swordsmanship was this, if not otherworldly? Indeed, with such extraordinary swordsmanship, who else but Douluo, the world's #1 swordsman, would have the qualification to teach him? Thinking of this, Dou Yin looked at Davis, her phoenix eyes sparkling with curiosity. How many treasures did this lover of hers have that she still didn't know about? Davis noticed the expression of Dou Yin and gently squeezed her soft palm, signaling her not to worry, as everything would slowly be revealed to her later. The small gestures between the two could not escape the notice of the three titled Douluos present. However, the three old men combined were nearly 300 years old, and this kind of youthful affection among juniors was precisely the kind of drama they enjoyed watching the most. When Dou Yin realized she had become the subject of observation for her elders, she shyly broke free from Davis's hand and ran out of the reception room. In fact, she was quite sensible and understood that Davis wanted to discuss serious matters with the elders and didn't want to distract him by staying there. After Dou Yin left, Davis bowed to Douluo and said, "Visa's actions were not discreet enough, which attracted the assassination from a spirit hall, causing concern for the teacher." Douluo waved his hand, indicating it was not a big deal. When he heard the words spirit hall, his gaze sharpened, and he showed no surprise, saying matter-of-factly, "The spirit hall, as expected, is behind this." On the other side, Douluo asked in surprise, "The spirit hall? How did you provoke them?" Davis revealed his 6 soul rings and calmly replied, "I have never actively provoked the spirit hall. If I had to say it would be my future self, who blocked the spirit hall from destroying the 2 great empires and unifying the Douluo, a continent 20 years from now." The information contained in this statement was tremendous. Aside from Li Fu, who had always followed Davis and showed no shock, both Douluo and Chun Xian were wide-eyed in astonishment. The Spirit Hall wants to destroy the 2 great empires and unify the Douluo continent? How dare they? But Davis told them that the Spirit Hall indeed dared. On the surface, the Spirit Hall has Pope Bibi Dong and 6 elders, totaling 7 titled Douluo. However, deep within the Spirit Hall, there is the mysterious Offering Hall, led by the level 99 extreme Dou Qi, which is the core strength of the Spirit Hall. Beyond top-tier combat power, the foundation of the Spirit Hall far exceeds the combined strength of the 2 great empires and the 3 sects in terms of high-end, middle-tier, and grassroots combat power. After all, over the years, the Spirit Hall has been exploiting the 2 great empires, awakening ordinary people's martial souls, and providing subsidies to low-rank soul masters. These foundational projects are not done for nothing. In the eyes of many common soul masters, the Spirit Hall may be the more suitable entity for them to pledge allegiance to. Once the Spirit Hall goes to war with the 2 great empires, it is likely that more than half of the common soul masters will join the Spirit Hall as camp. The reason is simple. During their growth, while the Spirit Hall provided them with gold soul coins and established martial soul academies to cultivate them, what were the nobles of the 2 great empires doing? They were desperately squeezing the living space of common soul masters, extracting their surplus value, and even killing common soul masters they looked down upon for trivial matters in the wild. Given the current situation, if Bibi Dong can truly consolidate all the powers of the Spirit Hall, even when facing the 3 sects and the 2 great empires at the same time, there might be a considerable chance of winning. This is the reality that Davis and the others are facing. Fortunately, the former Pope Qian Xuanji died at the hands of Bibi Dong. Although Qian Douluo did not forcibly kill Bibi Dong for the stability of the Spirit Hall, it would be impossible for her to command the power of the Offering Hall. That was the trump card Qian Douluo prepared for his granddaughter Qian Renxue, a future card to overturn Bibi Dong and regain control of the Spirit Hall for the Qian family. Davis slowly shared his understanding of the Spirit Hall, piece by piece. Shelf announcement this morning. I received a notification from the editor saying that my book can be published today, and I was still at the hospital on my shift. Feeling dazed. The book has been out for a month, nearing 200,000 words, and I've received support from many friends. Last night, just as the book turned 1 month old, I reached a milestone of 10,000 collections. As my first official novel, I am grateful for every collection, investment, and reader who follows along. Since I'm not a full-time writer and my main job is a doctor with a heavy workload, I have mostly written during my fragmented breaks. From the beginning, I never thought this book could be published for profit. When I chatted with the editor earlier, I told her if I could make enough to buy my wife a bracelet, I would be very satisfied. This statement is sincere because when I was hesitating about whether to write, my wife was always there encouraging me. She said, "Since you're not relying on this to support the family, just consider writing this book as fulfilling a dream." That is how this book came to be. Now that it's published, I still have some drafts saved. I'll update 5 times today, but you'll have to wait until I get off work. In the following days, I'll aim for 2 updates a day. The editor mentioned that my follower count is a bit over 1,000, and the first subscription is based on 900. For every additional 100, I'll add an update, with the results coming out the day after the first subscription is confirmed. I hope everyone who can will subscribe and support me more. It would be even better if you could subscribe to follow along, as this data seems quite important. As for rewards, as a new writer, I don't dare to ask for much. If there are any, I will consider adding more updates based on the situation. I want to say more. I'm filled with gratitude. Thank you all. Respect. Chapter 70. Arrangements before departure. First update. Seeking first subscription. Jinxi always thought that Davis had the greatest ambition in the world. He was also glad that Davis's ambition was clearly not about conquering the world or unifying the continent, but rather about reaching the pinnacle of power in this world. It was this ambition that made him want to take Davis as his disciple. He wanted to try to cultivate a top-tier powerhouse, just like the sword god from ancient times, or even someone stronger than him. But it wasn't until today that he truly understood where Davis's ambition came from. It wasn't that he had ambition. He probably just accidentally learned about everything, which sparked a desperate desire to protect his family, friends, and himself, leading him to attempt to reach the peak of power to fend off the invasion of the Spirit Hall, right? Jinxi furrowed his brow and asked, "So where do you plan to go next? Back to the Star Luo Empire? Perhaps returning immediately to Star Luo City, increasing the city's defenses, and secluding himself in the palace would be the most suitable choice on the surface. After all, the Spirit Hall was not prepared for war. After the failed assassination in Heavendou City, it was unlikely they would immediately attempt another assassination in Star Luo City. That would trigger the sensitive nerves of the 2 empires, provoking an early outbreak of full-scale war, which is not what Bibi Dong currently desires. Nor would it gain the support of other forces within the Spirit Hall. But Jinxi knew that his disciple would definitely not choose this path. With Davis's character, he would surely go out in search of opportunities to change the situation. If he were to be confined within the Star Luo Palace due to the threat of the Spirit Hall, Davis's future cultivation would likely face significant obstacles. Sure enough, Davis's response did not exceed Jinxi's expectations. "Master, I will go to a dangerous place called the City of Slaughter for a few years of training. As far as I know, there are no powerhouses above level 96 under Bibidong's command. In a few years, when I reach the Soul Saint level, it won't be so easy for the Spirit Hall to send an ordinary title Douluo to assassinate me." Jinxi nodded in agreement. But the nearby Douluo was already stunned upon hearing this. What is this brat talking about? A Soul Saint can contend with a title Douluo? And what does he mean by an ordinary title Douluo? Is he implying something about me? Li Fu lazily gave Douluo a comforting look, telling him with his eyes, "When my lord speaks of ordinary title Douluos, he is including both you and me. Didn't he just say that there are no title Douluos above level 96 under Bibi Dong? This means that only title Douluos above level 96 could pose a threat to him. Although Li Fu's talent has been enhanced by the 9-pin purple bamboo and the tiger claw destruction hand, he is still only at level 94, with 2 major steps to go before reaching the threshold of top-tier power at level 96. By the time Davis ascends to Soul Saint and gains the God of Slaughter domain, the current Li Fu may truly not be his match." Li Fu's response made Douluo feel completely numb. Before Davis spoke, he was still the renowned Poison Dou, the most esteemed chief offering of the Tiando royal family, a rare top powerhouse on the continent. After hearing Davis's words, however, a term was added in front of his impressive titles, calling him an ordinary title Douluo. Is there any justice in this? Is there any law? This ordinary title Douluo even had to help Davis with planting horsegrass, acting as a plantation manager. Just thinking about it makes one turn green with anger. But when he thought that this infuriating little brat was his future grandson-in-law, Dou Qi had no choice but to accept it. Let's just say he owes him from his past life. While Dou Qi was engaged in this psychological struggle, Davis had already begun to outline some future arrangements. Given the current situation, the three major sects and the two empires were essentially in the same boat. Therefore, Davis did not hesitate to assign tasks to the three titled Douluos. Dou Qi's task was to guard the ice and fire Yong Eye, and with the assistance of Yang Wudi, to harvest the purple core alfalfa grass at the right time and deliver it to the Tiando Empire's Wanjin Chamber of Commerce branch to be transported back to Xinglua City. Li Fu would first go to Gongxin City to secretly recruit elite blacksmiths, the more the better. It would be best to make contact with one of the three great craftsmen, Lu Gao. Even if he couldn't recruit him, it would be good to bring in some of Lu Gao's disciples. Then he would quickly return to Xinglua City, order the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce to start forging cavalry weapons and armor, and hand over the manual on establishing a Soul Master Cavalry Corps, which Davis had prepared, to Lu Qinfeng, Lu Yuning's father, who would be responsible for the preliminary establishment of the Soul Master Cavalry Corps. These two tasks were directly related to the success of Davis's plan for the Xinglua Soul Master Cavalry Corps and were extremely important for breaking the Spirit Hall's advantage among grassroots and mid-level Soul Masters. Additionally, Li Fu would also bring the spiritual herbs, personally selected by Davis, to enhance the training of the people from the Tian's Mansion and urge them to grow as quickly as possible. Davis's parents, the Emperor and Empress of the Star Luo Empire, will each obtain a spiritual herb that is highly compatible with them, and it is likely that they can use this to enhance their talents. If before the final battle with the Spirit Hall, Daijun can break through to the title Douluo and Zhu Zitong can break through to the Soul Douluo, then the two of them, using their martial soul fusion skill, could at least defeat a 96th level title Douluo to defeat the Spirit Hall. If they don't want to wait for Tang San, Davis needs to start accumulating more power from now on. As for the strongest sword Douluo, what he needs to do is of utmost importance. Davis needs sword Douluo to take him to awaken Tang Hao, a man who has fallen into despair after the death of his wife. In this continent, apart from Bibi Dong, the only one who possesses the domain of the god of killing is Tang Hao. Only he can help Davis and Dou Qi escape the clutches of the King of Slaughter and safely leave the City of Slaughter. As the most outstanding disciple of the Haoyan sect after Tang Chun, Tang Hao's talent is absolutely top-notch. Even his elder brother, Tang Xiao, who has a soul power level of 97 among the Haoyan dual stars, is inferior to Tang Hao in terms of talent. He only maintains his lead in soul power level because he is much older than Tang Hao. In the original timeline, if Tang Hao had not been trapped in despair, he would have at least been at level 97 by the start. The hatred for his wife's murder is irreconcilable. If Tang Hao can regain his fighting spirit, he will definitely be active on the front lines of resisting the Spirit Hall in the future. As for whether this will enhance Tang San's strength behind him, Davis doesn't mind at all. The spirit grass has already fallen into his hands, and the martial arts secrets he possesses are clearly superior to the Tang sect's ultimate techniques. Dou Qi, an elder of the Tang sect, has already become family with the Xinglua royal family. Ning Rongrong will undoubtedly become closer to him in the future. The first innate full soul power food system inheritor in the history of Douluo continent, the destined food god heir, Uncle Oscar, has also arranged for Li Fu to send people from the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce to secretly search. He even knows roughly how to obtain the 8 spider lances. In Davis's eyes, this external spirit bone has already become the possession of a member of the Demon King team. With so many advantages in hand, why worry about a Tang San who is yet to awaken his martial soul? Davis would look down on himself if he did. Therefore, Davis prepared a healing elixir, the small Huandan, and asked Sword Douluo to take him to Shenghun village to meet the hastily arrived Haoyan Douluo. As for why he needed Sword Douluo to accompany him, given Tang Hao's personality, if he didn't have a strong ally who was familiar with him and wouldn't collude with the Spirit Hall, Davis would likely be seen as a spy from the Spirit Hall before he could finish speaking and would be sent flying with a chaotic attack. Only by leveraging Chan Xian's strength and identity can Davis negotiate on equal footing with Tang Hao. After arranging these matters, Davis finally sought out Gu Shouqing. He felt a bit sorry for him. During this time, while Davis was busy wandering around in Tiando City, Gu Shouqing, who had accompanied him, was patiently cultivating. His soul power has once again broken through, reaching level 42. In addition, he often went to the Grand Soul Arena in Tiando City to hone his combat skills. Although he didn't progress through the levels as directly as Davis, he achieved a perfect record in matches at the Soul Sect level. Achieving this with a soul power level of 42 is no easy feat. It's worth noting that in the original timeline, after Dai Wei had just advanced to Soul Master, he had more defeats than victories in the Grand Soul Arena. It wasn't until he reached level 37 or above that he gradually balanced his record to about 50-50. After this period of practical combat, Gu Shouqing's grappling techniques have improved. Currently, when it comes to grappling alone, Davis can no longer provide him with much guidance. Davis is very pleased with Gu Shouqing's progress, so he plans to give him another push. Chapter 71, Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, Earth Dragon Tortoise, Second Update. Seeking initial subscription. When Gu Shouqing arrived, he was covered in sweat, his skin slightly flushed, and steam was rising from his head, indicating that he had just finished practicing the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Davis was very pleased with him. After all, he was a genius soul master who could reach level 39 at just 15 years old. Besides his talent, his perseverance was also among the best of his peers. However, a soul power level of 42 was still a bit low. As the future shield of the Demon King team, Davis's requirement for him was that, while he may not be able to catch up to Davis, a player who cheats by grinding day and night, he at least needed to rank among the top 3 in the team. Otherwise, with such weak soul power, how could he qualify to shield his teammates from damage? But this requirement was not simple. Among the remaining members, aside from the young Yi Lingling, everyone else had consumed celestial herbs and used martial arts cards years ago to continuously enhance their qualifications. Although Gu Shouqing possessed the unparalleled martial art dragon elephant prajna, this skill was not known for its speed of cultivation. Therefore, Davis planned to give him a boost. The Earth Dragon Golden Melon, which has the ability to turn over like an Earth Dragon, is most suitable for Earth attribute soul masters, especially compatible with sub-dragon species like the Earth Dragon, allowing it to exert a 200 effect when combined. Gu Shouqing's Rock Armor Dragon Tortoise Martial Soul also has dragon blood, and it is already a top-tier Earth attribute martial soul. Now, with the transformation from the Dragon Elephant Prajna, it was on the verge of evolution. If he could absorb the divine effect of the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, perhaps the strongest defensive beast martial soul on the continent would soon be born. The moment Davis pulled out the Earth Dragon Golden Melon from the soul guide that stored elixirs, Gu Shouqing's nose suddenly twitched, and then saliva began to flow wildly from his mouth, as if he had caught a whiff of an irresistible scent. When Davis smiled and placed the Earth Dragon Golden Melon in front of Gu Shouqing, he could hardly resist the urge to swallow that sizable fruit in one bite. After receiving a look of permission from Davis, he immediately opened his mouth wide. Within a few bites, he had devoured the golden fruit, leaving not even the skin behind. Just as he finished eating and hadn't even had time to thank Davis, his expression changed, and he quickly sat cross-legged, fully engaging in the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill to absorb the medicinal power. Davis was not at all concerned about Gu Shouqing's rudeness. Instead, he felt quite pleased. The greater the attraction of the Earth Dragon Golden Melon to Gu Shouqing, the higher the compatibility between the immortal herb and Gu Shouqing, which meant the benefits he could gain would be even more substantial. As expected, Gu Shouqing absorbed the Earth Dragon Golden Melon quickly, but Davis hardly sensed any dispersing energy from the immortal herb in the air. He almost perfectly absorbed all the energy from this immortal herb. When Gu Shouqing stopped, the appearance of the Rock Armor Dragon Tortoise Martial Spirit behind him had changed dramatically compared to before. The dragon tortoise's size had grown larger, its limbs had become sturdier, and its head had become more ferocious, resembling a giant dragon even more. Additionally, on its thick and solid shell, there was a mysterious soul-guiding formation diagram. Each node on the diagram was illuminated by a yellowish-brown gemstone, making it appear particularly mysterious and powerful. Even without experimentation, Davis could tell that this diagram definitely significantly enhanced the defensive capabilities of the Rock Armor Dragon Tortoise Martial Spirit. Roar. The usually calm Gu Shouqing couldn't help but let out a low roar after absorbing the immortal herb, his muscles bulging and his skin turning red. Davis could tell at a glance that his Dragon Elephant Prajna skill had definitely received a significant boost. Once Gu Shouqing fully awoke, he and Davis began to tally their gains. First, his soul power level had greatly increased. From the original level 42, he surged up 7 levels in one go, reaching a height of level 49, to be able to raise his soul power by 7 levels at the soul sect level. The Earth Dragon Golden Gourd was indeed the most suitable celestial herb for Gu Shouqing. It wouldn't be long before Gu Shouqing could advance to Soul King. Second, Gu Shouqing's martial soul had evolved. From a Gu family's inherited rock-armored dragon turtle, it evolved into the legendary top-tier defensive martial soul, Earth Dragon Turtle, which not only comprehensively enhanced the martial soul's power and defensive attributes, but also granted him the innate ability to manipulate the earth. All Earth attribute soul skills would see a significant increase in power in Gu Shouqing's hands, altering the terrain within a small to medium range, splitting the earth into ravines, and gathering soil into hills became as simple for Gu Shouqing as eating and drinking. Once Gu Shouqing reached the realm of a high-level soul master, perhaps with a single step, he could change the entire battlefield's terrain. Third, Gu Shouqing's Dragon Elephant Prajna skill had been upgraded by 2 levels in one go. Although Gu Shouqing had not practiced the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill for long, and even though he was extremely compatible with it, he had barely reached the 3rd level. This ultimate skill was still far from shining in his hands. However, after absorbing the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, Gu Shouqing's Dragon Elephant Prajna skill broke through twice in succession, reaching the 5th level, which could be considered a small accomplishment. At this point, among the Soul Sect and Soul King ranks, it was likely that no one could match Gu Shouqing in terms of physical quality. Davis had already advanced to Soul Emperor and was not included in the comparison. Moreover, after the transformative enhancement from the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, Gu Shouqing could clearly feel that the speed at which he practiced the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill had nearly doubled. This ultimate skill, while appearing to require brute effort, actually relied heavily on talent. The most foolish individuals might take 1 or 2 years to master the first level, while a genius could perhaps achieve it in a month. In fact, after Gu Shouqing followed Davis to Tiandou City, witnessing Davis's increasing strength and later obtaining an 80,000-year soul ring to advance to Soul Emperor, he had some worries in his heart. Although his own cultivation speed was quite fast, it was still far behind that of the cheat player Davis. He was concerned that if things continued this way, his strength would be left far behind by Davis, losing the qualification to follow him. Now, with the significant enhancement and transformation from the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, Gu Shouqing's strength and talent had greatly improved, and he no longer needed to worry about being outpaced by Davis. After Gu Shouqing consumed the celestial herb, Davis handed him a small spatial soul guide device, which contained the right arm bone of an 80,000-year-old diamond monkey that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had gifted him. He especially instructed Gu Shouqing to keep it safe and to absorb it only after advancing to Soul King. Gu Shouqing was immensely grateful to receive 2 treasures in succession. If Davis were to attempt using cards on Gu Shouqing at that moment, he would find that Gu Shouqing's loyalty had skyrocketed to a full 100. After arranging the remaining matters, Davis left Tiandou City with Sword Douluo as soon as possible. After all, his information had been exposed, and staying in Tiandou City for even a moment increased the danger. The two concealed their tracks and headed south, making their way to Holy Soul Village in the Fasno province. Sword Douluo was the 2nd soul master in the history of Douluo continent to cultivate the sword path to its ultimate realm, and with his keen intuition as a swordsman, his reconnaissance abilities were truly at the pinnacle of Douluo continent. Any intentional or unintentional gaze aimed at Davis and himself could not escape Sword Douluo's perception. Initially, there were spies from the Spirit Hall trailing far behind, attempting to track Davis's movements and provide intelligence for the next wave of assassination by the Spirit Hall's experts. However, after Sword Douluo took Davis into the air once, they never encountered those spies again. Chapter 72. The Hao Qianduo Who Fell to Dust. 3rd update. Seeking first subscription. After shaking off the Spirit Hall spies, Sword Douluo and Davis traveled day and night, moving at full speed. It didn't take long for them to reach Holy Soul Village at the border of the Fanos province from the capital of the Tiandou Empire. This was the place where the story began in the original world line. When Davis and Sword Douluo arrived at Holy Soul Village, it was just morning. This small mountain village in the remote province of the Empire was quiet and peaceful. The villagers were busy with their work, and the children were playing, but there was one scene that caught the attention of both Davis and Sword Douluo. Not far from the village entrance, on a small hill, a tiny figure was sitting cross-legged, emanating a faint white light. Both Davis and Sword Douluo had remarkable perception, and they could sense the aura of soul power from that white light. However, the little boy was at most 3 or 4 years old. not yet old enough to awaken his martial soul. Such a remarkable occurrence indeed drew Sword Douluo's attention, and he was just about to approach to see what was special about the child. Davis dissuaded him. Tang San was extremely sensitive and placed great importance on the secrets in his heart. In the original timeline, even when Master uncovered the secret of his twin martial souls, Tang San once harbored thoughts of killing. His regard for the Tang sect's ultimate skills was even greater than the secret of his twin martial souls. In the case of needing to ally with Tang Hao, it was best not to provoke Tang San's sensitive nerves. Teacher. In a small village on the outskirts of the Heaven Dou Empire, the emergence of such a remarkable child could only be Tang Hao's son. It was said that this child was born from the union of Tang Hao and a 10,000-year soul beast, which was not surprising given its peculiarities. Sword Douluo suddenly realized. They actually broke the boundary between humans and soul beasts? Even though Sword Douluo was a swordsman devoted to the sword, he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for Tang Hao. The information from the seven-treasure glazed tile school only stated that Tang Hao fought with Qiang Sunji for the 10,000-year soul beast, and after successfully absorbing the spirit ring, he killed Qiang Sunji with the great Sumeru hammer. However, he did not know that there was such a huge secret behind it. No wonder Tang Ritian was capable of extraordinary deeds. After hearing Davis's explanation, Sword Douluo lost interest in Tang San. What was so strange about a child of a 10,000-year soul beast having some miraculous talent? It was better to go see Tang Hao. As a core member of the top 3 sects, Sword Douluo was familiar with Tang Hao. Back when the Haotian twin stars were famous throughout the world, they even teamed up to challenge Sword Douluo. Of course, it was a competition of sword skills and hammer techniques, not a real battle. The rising Haotian twin stars tasted defeat for the first time under Sword Douluo's overwhelming killing intent and swordsmanship. Yet even in victory, Sword Douluo had to admit that those 2 young men from the Haotian sect had talents that surpassed his own, especially Tang Hao, who truly had some of his grandfather Tang Chen's grace. However, it was unexpected that after the battle with the Spirit Hall, where Tang Hao severely injured Qiang Sunji, leading to his death, the Haotian sect went into seclusion, and Tang Hao himself vanished without a trace for many years. Before reaching the wooden house of the Tang father and son, Sword Douluo still held great expectations. He wondered what had become of that exceptionally talented youth who had even been unwilling to yield in front of him. But when he and Davis entered the wooden house, they were greeted by the pungent smell of cheap alcohol. Who is it? The atmosphere in the wooden house changed, and a tall figure appeared at the door. Yet, Sword Douluo was extremely disappointed. Where was the once proud and unparalleled young master he remembered? What he saw was a coward who could no longer muster any fighting spirit. Numbed by alcohol, with his body worn and torn, yet unwilling to recuperate. How could it come to this? Could love truly destroy such a peerless talent? Sword Douluo could not understand. Tang Hao initially thought their secluded residence had been discovered by the Spirit Hall and charged out with murderous intent, only to find not the pursuers of the Spirit Hall, but Sword Douluo, a senior who had once guided him and his brother. He was momentarily stunned. Looking at Sword Douluo's immensely disappointed expression, Tang Hao opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He knew that although the senior was not from the same sect and represented different interests, he had always valued him and his brother Tang Xiao, especially him, having been praised by the other party multiple times. 4 years after a Yin's death, Tang Hao, submerged in pain, felt a different emotion for the first time, shame. The atmosphere between the two was quite awkward, and Davis had to step forward to break the silence. Senior Hao Yin, won't you invite us in for a sit? Only then did Tang Hao notice Davis, this younger generation. Davis's soul power was not intentionally concealed, and Tang Hao was astonished by this observation. At the age of 13 or 14, he had already become a soul emperor. I secluded myself with Xiao San for 4 years, and this world has undergone such a significant change. Tang Hao was once again stunned. The fact proved that alcohol is not a good thing. Long-term heavy drinkers not only have diminished intelligence, slow reaction times, but also tend to be dazed. Senior Hao Yin? Davis spoke up again, which made Tang Hao realize that his behavior had been a bit rude. He then invited both the Sword Douluo and Davis into the house. After Davis and Jian Douluo entered the house, they found the furniture and daily necessities in the wooden cabin to be severely lacking. Although the place was tidy and there was a small bowl of porridge still warm in the iron pot, it was clear that this was not made by Tang Hao, the drunken slob. It was likely made by his child with a soul beast, but who was the father and who was the son? Sighing, Jian Douluo said, I know you must have suffered a heavy blow, but I didn't expect you to have lost your spirit as well. Even if you still have your 95th level soul power, how much can you exert now? He added, We should handle the affairs with the spirit hall ourselves. No need to trouble others. As he spoke, he reached out to pull Davis up and head out the door. When Tang Hao heard the first part of Jiandeluo's statement, he looked guilty. However, upon hearing the latter part, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Handle the spirit hall? Is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School going to war with the spirit hall? This was the first time Davis heard Tang Hao speak since the three met. His voice, worn from cheap liquor, was deep and hoarse, but Davis could clearly hear the hatred in his tone. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Jiandeluo stopped in his tracks, turned back to look at him again, and said, "So what if we go to war? Can you still wield the Haotian hammer? Do you dare to challenge the spirit hall with the same courage you had when you dared to challenge me back then?" Tang Hao was taken aback, then bitterly smiled and said, "After that battle 4 years ago, my heart died. If it weren't for wanting to see Xiao San grow up, I would have gone with it long ago. Senior, you are right. I truly no longer have the courage to challenge the spirit hall." Hearing such cowardly words from the dignified Haotian infuriated Jiandeluo to the point where he almost turned to leave, but Davis held him back tightly. "Teacher, please wait a moment. Let me ask him one last question." Jiandeluo stopped again, this time without turning back, just waiting for Davis to ask. He had already made up his mind. Once Davis finished asking that question, he would leave immediately and no longer stay under the same roof as this useless fellow. Then, Davis asked a question that completely broke Tang Hao's defenses. "Senior Haotian, what if the Blue-Silver Emperor has a chance to be revived?" Davis's words left Tang Hao wide-eyed, and he immediately wanted to rush forward to grab his hand. A dark, long sword blocked him. The sword Douluo, holding the 7-killing sword, stood between Davis and Tang Hao, staring at the disheveled Tang Hao and questioning, "Tang Hao, what do you want to do?" Upon suddenly hearing news related to his wife, Tang Hao was anxious and didn't want to fight the sword Douluo here, so he had to endure it for the time being. He hurriedly asked Davis, "How do you know about the Blue-Silver Emperor? Do you have a way to revive Ain? Tell me, I can exchange my life for it." Davis continued at a leisurely pace, regardless of how tense and anxious Tang Hao was. Plant-type soul beasts are known for their powerful vitality, and blue silvergrass is the most resilient among all plants on the continent. Whether uprooted or scorched by wildfires, when facing adversity, they often drop a seed. And after one spring, there will inevitably be a sea of blue-silver once again. Although the idea of resurrection sounds ethereal, when Davis mentioned the characteristics of blue silvergrass, Tang Hao already believed him 30%. By the time Davis spoke of the seeds, Tang Hao believed him 50%, and he subtly glanced at the back mountain of Holy Soul Village before urging, "What happened next?" "Continue." Davis nodded and continued. "Ain, as the Blue-Silver Emperor of 100,000 years, is the only supreme ruler among the blue-silvergrass race. Her vitality, you must have experienced it firsthand." Tang Hao recalled the scene 4 years ago when Ain sacrificed herself, causing his soul power to suddenly soar from level 90 to level 95, and couldn't help but nod. Ordinary blue-silver grass knows to drop seeds to survive in the face of disaster, so such powerful vitality must have a more reliable way to extend life. "If I guess correctly, I must have left you a seed before she died, right?" Tang Hao's tiger-like eyes kept drooping, repeatedly murmuring, "Ian, my Ian, I'm going to find you." He was about to go out to dig up the blue-silver grass seed he had personally bought from the back mountain, but was once again stopped by the sword Douluo's 7-killing sword. "Senior," Tang Hao said anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan, not understanding why the sword Douluo was still stopping him. The sword Douluo shot him a glance and said, "Listen to Weiss finish speaking before you go." Tang Hao had no choice but to return and continue listening. However, this seed, if she were to take root and sprout by herself, would likely take thousands or tens of thousands of years to grow into the form of the Blue-Silver Emperor Ian again. Hearing this, Tang Hao completely calmed down. After all, Tang Hao was once a formidable figure who had made a name for himself. After being easily stirred by Davis's words several times, how could he not realize that this young boy who had become a soul emperor at such a young age was not just a simple cultivation genius? From the moment he spoke his first sentence at the door, he had absolute initiative in the conversation. Tang Hao's reactions to his every word were all within his expectations. This was quite terrifying. Tang Hao was unwilling to continue sparring with Davis, so he directly asked, "What do you want?" No matter what Davis asked for, Tang Hao planned to give it to him first, prioritizing the resurrection of Ian. As for whether Davis could keep what he wanted after getting it, that was Davis's own business. Chun X Ian couldn't possibly keep his eyes on his precious disciple 24 hours a day. Could he? Tang Hao thought fiercely in his heart. Seeing Tang Hao's willingness, Davis happily quoted, "2 things. If you do them, I'll help you resurrect Dian. First, you take me with you and your teacher to the city of slaughter. I want to obtain the slaughter field. Second, I want you to kill someone. Tang Hao frowned after hearing this. I can take you to the city of slaughter, but how can you guarantee you'll come out alive? Of course, Tang Hao was not concerned about Davis's life or death. He was afraid that if Davis died, no one would be able to help him resurrect Dian. The sword Douluo beside him spoke up to dispel his concerns. You don't need to worry. My disciple just faced and killed 2 soul Douluo and 2 soul saints from the Spear Hall in the recent battle. Tang Hao fell silent. This achievement was even more outrageous than when he entered the city of slaughter back then. If he said that Davis had no ability to come out of the city of slaughter, Tang Hao himself wouldn't believe it. The only thing to worry about was that the king of slaughter might put a hit on him, but with Tang Hao as backup, the king of slaughter wouldn't dare to personally target Davis. So he directly asked, "Who do you want me to kill?" Davis answered without hesitation, "Elder of the Spirit Hall, Yu Egwan." The Phantom had designed an assassination attempt on him, nearly causing Dou Qi to suffer a tragic death, and Davis had been keeping this account in mind. However, he wanted to keep the Phantom's life for himself, so he first let Tang Hao kill his good buddy Yu Egwan. This was actually a threefold benefit. It reduced the strength of the Spirit Hall, allowed the Phantom to feel pain, and also made Tang Hao jump out to attract the attention of the Spirit Hall, reducing the likelihood of the talents from the Xinglua Tianzi Mansion being focused on. Tang Hao agreed without hesitation. If it were to kill other innocent people, he might have hesitated a bit. But Yu Egwan was an old enemy. He had a hand in the siege against Ain back then. Unexpectedly, the condition Davis wanted was to kill Yu Egwan. Was this even a condition for Tang Hao? To ensure that Tang Hao's plan to kill Yu Egwan succeeded in one go, Davis even offered a small healing pill, hoping it would help him heal the internal injuries that remained. Tang Hao naturally accepted it. After all, Yu Egwan was also at level 95, and although his combat power was crushed by Tang Hao, his martial soul was the incredibly tough Qirong Tong Tianju, excelling in both offense and defense. Moreover, the internal injuries in Tang Hao's body significantly affected his combat power. If they couldn't be healed, it wouldn't be certain that he could defeat Yu Egwan in one strike. Thus, Tang Hao took the healing pill from Davis without any defenses and swallowed it directly. After the pill entered his abdomen, it didn't cause much of a stir in Tang Hao's powerful soul power, but it quietly nourished Tang Hao's meridians and the internal injuries in his organs like a spring breeze. Tang Hao estimated that the medicinal power of this small healing pill was more than enough to heal his internal injuries, and it wouldn't take much time. A night of meditation and adjustment would suffice. Tang Hao thanked Davis with cupped hands, as this was an additional gift beyond what they had agreed upon. At this moment, he became truly curious about the identity of the mysterious young man before him. With extraordinary strength, monstrous talent, an extremely powerful intelligence network, and astonishing wealth, he could even casually give away miraculous medicines like the healing pill that could save lives. However, he still did not ask deeply. He was very certain that a young man like Davis, once he emerged from the city of slaughter in a few years, would definitely make his name resound throughout the continent in the shortest time possible. The momentum and reputation of such a person could not be concealed, just like he himself once was. Chapter 74. The True Reason for the Assassination, 5th Update. Please subscribe. Tang Hao spent an entire night absorbing the medicinal power of the small healing pill, and all his internal injuries were eliminated. Coupled with the hope of resurrecting his beloved wife, Tang Hao's once-dead heart began to revive. When Davis saw him again the next day, he seemed like a completely different person. According to Sword Douluo, Tang Hao's spirit and demeanor at this time could be said to have 8 points of the charm he had back in the day. The fully healed Hao Qianhua was indeed the chaotic demon king who had once single-handedly smashed the spirit hall into pieces. The miraculous effects of the small healing pill greatly shocked Tang Hao, and it improved his perception of Davis as well. After all, who wouldn't like a generous collaborator? Tang Hao left a letter for his son Tang San, and then left with Davis and Sword Douluo. Although Tang San was young, he already had enough ability to take care of himself, and with village chief Jack also helping to look after him, there was no need for Tang Hao to worry about him. The three of them first arrived in Notting City, intending to change direction from here to head towards the city of slaughter. However, when they reached Notting City, they suddenly found that the atmosphere in the city had become very tense. The patrolling guards and the occasional flying soul masters indicated that things were not simple. Could it be that my whereabouts have been exposed? Davis and Tang Hao simultaneously had the same doubt in their minds. The two top enemies of the Spirit Hall from 2 generations exchanged glances, both filled with confusion but unwilling to admit it was their own problem. Impossible. It must be because of you. The two wanted criminals of the Spirit Hall simultaneously shifted the blame onto each other in their hearts. In the end, it was the elderly sword Douluo who went to investigate the news. It was announced by the Spirit Hall that a soul master, claiming to be the ghost-faced sword master, was causing trouble in Heaven Dou City and had killed 4 high-ranking soul masters of the Spirit Hall. After verification by the Spirit Hall spies, the true identity of this ghost-faced sword master was revealed to be Tang Hao, the notorious individual who ambushed the former Pope Qiang Sunji 4 years ago, severely injuring him to the point of death. He had used a soul-guiding device capable of changing his appearance to hide his identity and secretly attacked the soul masters of the Spirit Hall. According to reliable information, after committing the crime, Tang Hao was very likely to seek refuge in the Dou Empire, as a city near the border. Notting City was one of the areas Tang Hao could easily pass through. Therefore, the Spirit Hall specifically dispatched an elite team to help strengthen the defenses of Notting City. This news left a few of them speechless, all shocked beyond words. They never expected that both Davis and Tang Hao would be on the Spirit Hall's wanted list. Sword Douluo and Davis clearly understood that the Spirit Hall was making such a big fuss to search for someone specific. They had thought that since Davis was the crown prince of the Dou Empire, after escaping the Spirit Hall's gaze, the Spirit Hall would avoid making a big move for a while to prevent completely angering the Dou Empire. They didn't expect such a maneuver. Tang Hao was also at a loss. Although he was indeed the archenemy of the Spirit Hall, he had lived in seclusion for 4 years without ever being discovered by the Spirit Hall. Now, to search for this kid, the Spirit Hall had dragged him out as a decoy, and their patrol teams were almost running to his doorstep in Holy Soul Village. Seeing that they could no longer stay in Notting City, the three had no choice but to exit the city and take a mountain path to the City of Slaughter. On the way, Tang Hao, who felt he was also caught in the crossfire, shot a glare at Davis and gritted his teeth, asking in a low voice, "What exactly are you, that the Spirit Hall values you so much, willing to use my notorious name for you?" Davis could no longer hide his identity, so he shrugged helplessly, clasped his fists in salute to Tang Hao, and formally introduced himself. "I am Davis, the eldest son of the Dai family of the Dou Empire. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Haoyan." Tang Hao, having not been in contact with the Spirit Master world for a long time, paused for a moment before reacting. "Dai family, you are that genius crown prince of the Dou royal family." Tang Hao had always wondered why Davis was assassinated, and now he finally understood. "I see. Although the Spirit Hall acts domineeringly, they are also arrogant and do not pay much attention to other forces. They typically do not advocate for the suppression of young geniuses from other factions. But if you're the future heir of the Dou Empire, then it makes sense. After all, the Spirit Hall is different from our sect. They place great importance on civilian spirit masters, as they are their largest source of military strength." Tang Hao's words were not finished, but both Davis and Sword Douluo understood very well. Indeed, talent from sects like the Haoyan Twin Stars and the Thunder Prison Dragon King, no matter how exuberant they are, the Spirit Hall would not care much, and it is unlikely they would specifically send someone to assassinate you. "You are strong, but I am stronger." This was the mindset of the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall. However, the heirs of the two great empires are different. Strength determines character. If the future emperors of the two great empires are super Douluos above level 95, or even stronger, do you think they would restrict the Spirit Hall's development within their territories? This is especially evident in the Dou Empire. Each emperor has a queen with equally exceptional talent who can merge with their martial soul. If an emperor becomes too dominant, the Spirit Hall's development within the two great empires would inevitably be severely restricted. The empire does not suppress sex because the requirements for bloodlines and martial souls mean that they must be small to medium-sized organizations, which will not affect national stability. However, the core interests of the Spirit Hall and the two great empires actually have fundamental conflicts. Davis is indeed a smart person. He just couldn't see this clearly while sitting in the position of the Dou Prince. Now, with a little guidance from Tang Hao, he immediately understood. No wonder both generations of popes tried to assassinate him. As the most outstanding heir of the two major royal families, the Dou Dai family and the Heaven Dou Shui family, who else would they target if not him? Not to mention that the heir of the Heaven Dou Shui family has probably already been replaced by Qian Renshui at this point. Once they deal with Davis, the next generation of emperors from the two empires will be left at the mercy of the Spirit Hall. It seems that I have already become an important file in Bibidong's hands. For the sake of my own safety, I can only rely on the great Haoyan Douluo to attract some attention and firepower from the Spirit Hall. Davis glanced up at Tang Hao and suddenly felt a lot more secure. Tang Hao didn't notice Davis's gaze, but suddenly felt a chill in his heart, as if he had been schemed against by someone. It's all that damn Spear Hall's fault. Davis and the two others raced through the mountains and soon arrived at the last small town, Anning Town, near the city of Slaughter. Upon seeing the name, both Davis and Sword Douluo couldn't help but be taken aback. The nearest town to such an evil place as the city of Slaughter is actually called Anning Town. That's truly bizarre. However, it can also be understood. It is precisely because of the existence of the city of Slaughter that the people in other parts of Douluo continent can enjoy peace, as it restrains many evil soul masters. The three entered Anning Town, planning to have a meal and rest well before heading to the city of Slaughter the next day. However, what felt excessive was that they were also wanted for Tang Hao Davis here. This was already the 12th city they encountered along the way that was looking for Tang Hao Davis. The Spirit Hall, a religious force that spans the entire continent, is like a net that can ensnare a person once it decides to go all out against them. Even if Tang Hao didn't mind this framing, he was still a bit irritated by the Spirit Hall's pervasive tactics. At this moment, Davis noticed Tang Hao's impatience and attempted to stoke the flames. Senior Hao Yin, since we're almost at the city of Slaughter, why don't we join forces and hit them hard? Davis had originally just said this casually, but unexpectedly, Tang Hao took it seriously. He glanced at Sword Douluo and then at Davis, contemplated for a moment, and suddenly clenched his right fist and struck it against his left palm, whispering, "Let's do it." He had genuinely considered the feasibility of this plan. Among the three, Sword Douluo had reached level 96 several years ago, and the glimpse he revealed while stopping Tang Hao in Holy Soul Village made Tang Hao very certain that this senior had quietly advanced to level 97. Tang Hao himself was at level 95, but with his superb hammer skills and the 100,000-year spirit ring left by Yin, he was not afraid even when facing opponents at level 97. Even Davis, who he thought might be a liability, had the record of single-handedly defeating and killing 2 Soul Dou and 2 Soul Saints, which was enough to clear out the miscellaneous soldiers below title Douluo. No matter how affluent the Spear Hall was, they certainly couldn't send 2 level 97 super strong individuals to hunt down a single Davis. Tang Hao was still unaware that Sword Douluo had broken through to the ultimate realm of swordsmanship. Otherwise, his plan could have been even bolder. Chapter 75. The Demon Lord Descends from Heaven. The Tai Sui God on Earth. 6th update. Seeking first subscription. Both Sword Douluo and Davis were shocked by Tang Hao's decisiveness. Davis casually made a suggestion, and unexpectedly, Tang Hao, upon hearing it was about the Spirit Hall, agreed without much thought. So, when the Haotian dual stars made such a big splash back then, was it all just reckless? However, the three of them analyzed it carefully and found it indeed had potential. Given Davis's current standing in the Spear Hall, it's very likely that several title Douluos would be dispatched to block his return to the Star Luo Empire. But if he just revealed a little trace, the title Douluos who could rush over in a hurry would definitely not exceed 2. Bibi Dong couldn't mobilize those old guys from the Hall of Offerings. With just her own forces, regardless of which 2 came, facing the combination of Chun Xian and Tang Hao, they would have to kneel. If it were Yu Guan and Gui Mei, that would be even better. Even if they had a spirit fusion skill, they wouldn't be able to escape without leaving one behind. So they decided to go for it. The 3 of them made a plan, and Davis parted ways with Sword Douluo and Tang Hao, deliberately exposing his whereabouts in crowded places like taverns and markets. Soon, the spies from the Spirit Hall discovered Davis's figure. However, they did not act recklessly, because according to the Spirit Hall's announcement, the true identity of that ghost-faced swordmaster could